Chapter 81. With a blink of the eye. In this vast and desolate underground base, aside from the imposing outer demon statue and the items suspended from the trees, there are scarcely any other significant ornaments, not to mention the more convenient everyday items. However, with the addition of two individuals, these matters were effortlessly resolved. A Fei and Baiju, conscripted by Shangdao Qingye, were incessantly transporting items in and out, completely treated as laborers by Baiju. As their ostensible master, Uchiha Madara silently observed from the side, uttering not a single word. Whether this silence stemmed from tacit approval or sheer indifference remained unclear. After all, these matters were merely trifles in his eyes. The only inquiry he had made pertained to Obito's injuries. This was certainly not genuine concern, but rather an interest in a mere pawn. Shangdao Qingye remarked, "The situation is currently satisfactory and showing improvement." Receiving this affirmative response, Madara lifted his gaze to observe the figure standing not far away. "Is that so? You must ensure he engages in rehabilitation training diligently. His arm, which was destroyed, and the half of his body I painstakingly reattached," Shangdao interjected abruptly. "Even without your reminder, I would do so." A fleeting expression crossed Madara's eyes as he gazed at the silhouette reflected in his left eye. After a brief pause, he called out the name of the individual, his tone infused with an unidentifiable emotion. "Qingye." Shangdao Qingye, startled by being addressed in such a manner by Madara for the first time, felt a sense of disorientation. "Indeed, I respond more swiftly to this name." Madara's mocking voice continued. "How much genuine affection do you harbor for that child this time?" Shangdao Qingye regarded the crimson eyes of Madara, and despite his aging appearance, he could still sense an extraordinary aura emanating from him. He understood that had it not been for Uchiha Madara's current frailty and limited mobility, an ordinary person would likely lack the courage to converse with him in such a manner. "I should go see him now." He chose not to respond to Madara's words and turned to depart. Madara did nothing but watch as Shangdao Qingye walked towards the secret chamber. However, Madara was aware that this was merely a clumsy excuse to evade the matter at hand, for he had previously made it clear that he had grafted Obito with a half-body of Baiju containing Hashirama's cells, which would sustain him even without sustenance for a period of time. Now, aside from physical recovery, the more crucial task was to adapt to the effects of Hashirama's cells. When he had mentioned Hashirama's name, the peculiar-eyed individual displayed no extraneous reaction, not even a hint of surprise, as if he were merely informing him of something that was already known. Nor did he inquire as to how he had acquired such knowledge. That individual, how much has he truly discerned? Within the secret chamber, the atmosphere was quiet and dim. Yet, certain things were evident. Even though Obito's attempts to conceal his actions on the bed were swift, Shangdao Qingye still caught sight of them immediately upon entering. "What are you looking at?" he teased naturally from behind the mask. "A love letter of longing," Obito replied. If it weren't for the differences in appearance, age, and voice, in that fleeting moment, he nearly mistook the person before him for someone else entirely. However, Obito recognized the impossibility of such a scenario, and thus he furrowed his brow, saying, "Why did you suddenly barge in and startle me? It is my duty as a doctor to observe your condition daily." Shangdao Qingye continued to approach, aware that Obito had concealed something behind him. He refrained from pressing further and proceeded with a routine examination. Compared to that old man outside and those two peculiar white beings, Obito found this doctor to be quite normal. Seizing the opportunity, while Baiju was not watching, Obito whispered, "Do you know how to exit this place?" Shangdao Qingye replied, "There is no exit here." "Huh, then how did you get in?" "I simply closed and opened my eyes to arrive here," Shangdao Qingye stated truthfully, as his travels were entirely facilitated by that fellow, a Fei, making movement exceedingly convenient. Daidu suddenly brushed aside his hand, his brows and eyes reflecting a fierce intensity. "Do not jest. I must leave promptly, for a battle rages outside. I understand your feelings, yet I implore you to confront the stark reality. Your body cannot even manage to take 2 steps at present. If you do not focus on your recovery, what can you achieve by reaching the battlefield? Will you merely serve as a living target for the enemy?" Daido's heart raced suddenly, causing him to forget his response. Uchiha Seiya remarked, "It takes 100 days to heal from injuries to muscles and bones, and your condition is even more severe. You must rest for several months." Several months. Daidu could scarcely remain seated. How could he endure such an extended stay here? Uchiha Seiya restrained the agitated Daidu and, after a moment of contemplation, softened his tone. "During this time, you are not entirely incapable. You can grow stronger." What were originally words of comfort now struck Daito like blades, piercing his heart. It was precisely because of his weakness that he could not protect those he held dear. Even if he were to grow stronger now, it would be of no avail. Observing Daito standing there in a daze, his pupils trembling, Uchiha speculated that he had not hit the mark, and after a moment's thought, suddenly inquired, "You have someone you care for, do you not? When I entered earlier, I noticed you holding a photograph, your expression revealing your longing for that person. Am I correct? If you wish to see her soon and protect her, sulking here will not suffice. It is imperative that you calm down and focus on your recovery, for that is of utmost importance." Uchiha vaguely recalled that the very year Daito faced his misfortune, Kakashi and Rin encountered an ambush in the mist, and Rin was captured by those scoundrels from the mist. Subsequently, he furrowed his brow, gazing at Daito, releasing the grip he had maintained on Daito's shoulder. After hearing the counsel, Daito fell silent for a considerable time. Struggling to lift his gaze to Uchiha, Daito's lips pressed tightly together, his nostrils slightly tinged with sorrow. "I can no longer see that person." "Huh?" Uchiha was taken aback. Wasn't Rin still alive? Why would Daito utter such despondent words? Daito, however, lowered his head, his eyes filled with pain. He reached for the photograph he had taken out earlier, uttering not a single word more. The silence enveloping them left Uchiha momentarily at a loss for how to continue the conversation. Suddenly, he remembered that aside from Daito's affection for Rin, his identity as a good friend had been forcibly supplanted by White Zetsu, resulting in his disappearance mere days ago. Was Daito grieving for him? This child truly held deep feelings. Uchiha sighed and softly said, "Do not dwell on it excessively. If you find it painful, you may take out that photograph to gaze upon it more, to draw strength. No one shall mock you." Speaking of which, the girl in that photograph must be a remarkably gentle one, correct? Daito wiped the corners of his eyes, which felt a bit dry, and replied, "No." Uchiha responded, ? Chapter 82. You should not hope for my survival. Perhaps the words of persuasion had taken effect, as Obito no longer uttered any desire to venture out immediately. With the assistance of Fei and White Zetsu, the weakened Obito began his rehabilitation training. The half-assembled White Zetsu, particularly the right arm, appeared considerably thinner than the left, creating a strikingly uncoordinated appearance. Even though the pain was deliberately masked by Shinichi, each step Obito took was accompanied by profuse sweating and involuntary tremors throughout his body. As he leaned against the wall with one hand, nearly collapsing, a firm hand caught him, wrapping around him securely in an embrace. Feeling the warmth of this embrace, Obito gasped for breath and turned his head, his gaze landing on a white mask. The mask bore no design, yet he sensed a silent encouragement emanating from it. "Perhaps we should call it a day," suggested Shinichi. Obito shifted slightly, feeling trapped, and then softly replied, "No. I must regain my physical abilities as swiftly as possible." Shinichi observed him and slowly released his grip. At that moment, Obito suddenly coughed several times and collapsed to the ground. "Obito!" Shinichi exclaimed, startled, kneeling to support Obito's shoulder in a flurry of concern. "This is a necessary process," a voice echoed from nearby. It was Madara. "Your futile concern is of no aid to him." Hearing this, Shinichi instinctively shot an icy glare at Madara, only to realize the latter was wearing a mask, rendering his glare ineffective. He then retorted, "I only know that haste makes waste." Madara chuckled, "Is that so? Someone certainly disagrees." Almost as soon as Madara finished speaking, Shinichi felt a push. Obito silently shrugged off his support, determined to continue. Witnessing this, the corners of Madara's mouth curled into a barely discernible smile, as if mocking him. Slowly rising, Shinichi processed Madara's words, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He gazed at Madara, who seemed to thrive on chaos, contemplating what to say, but ultimately remaining silent. Madara sensed his hesitation, pondering that it must be unpleasant thoughts. Yet, he found himself oddly intrigued by the notion of hearing them. Seconds ticked by, with Madara remaining silent. Lost in thought, raising his head, he suddenly called out, "Shinichi." The voice was soft, but in the stillness of the underground base, those simple two words resonated clearly. Not only did Shinichi hear it, but so did Obito, who turned in shock. Fortunately, the mask concealed Shinichi's expression, while Obito asked, bewildered, "What did you just say?" "Nothing. Nothing," Shinichi replied, snapping back to reality, unsure why someone as meticulous as Madara would suddenly show such a flaw. He rushed forward, concocting an excuse. "Our elder has been reading some foreign historical records and is showing off. I happened to read a bit too and recognized that it was an ancient saying, right?" To preempt any further trouble from Madara, Shinichi even went so far as to pat him on the back, trying to ingratiate himself. Madara, whose bones seemed on the verge of disintegration, simply. The distraction momentarily dispersed Obito's innocent doubts. Shinichi sighed in relief, reaching to touch Madara's shoulder, but suddenly, Madara's body trembled, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Shinichi's heart raced again. What's wrong? Please don't tell me he's having issues because of my padding. He glanced at the white external chakra pipes connecting to Madara's back, realizing he couldn't even rub his back to ease his discomfort, especially since this contraption was crucial for Madara's survival. Noticing Shinichi's worried expression, Madara remained silent for a long time, his gaze reflecting the figure behind the white mask, suddenly recalling something that darkened his eyes. You should not hope for my survival, Shinichi. Although he did not understand why Madara would say such a thing, he conceded that there was a grain of truth in it. At least before the system emerged to create chaos, he had thought so. Because he held no affection for Madara, he wished only for the child he raised to not be exploited by the other and to live well. Yet, the situation had changed. Madara had become his mission target, and he had to consider both, a veritable tangle. In those fleeting seconds, Madara gripped Shinichi's hand tightly, shaking his head vigorously while covering his mouth to cough. No, you shouldn't even be here. Shinichi's expression tightened, his brow furrowing. Moments later, he gently patted the back of Madara's hand. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Besides, at your age, why must you always act like a hedgehog? As soon as he spoke, he felt Madara's grip tighten around his hand. Shinichi promptly closed his eyes and withdrew his hand, saying, "Forget it. You have your objectives, and I have mine. You don't ask me, and I won't ask you." With his hand now empty, Madara spoke in a low tone. "How much do you know?" Shinichi pondered for a moment, opting for a cautious response. "Not more than you." "Haha, long live." Just then, Fei's cheerful exclamation interrupted the tense atmosphere. It turned out that Obito had managed to grit his teeth and walk a short distance on his own. However, Madara's breathing grew increasingly labored. He had never realized that the things he had interpreted with his ocular power were also known to the other. Had Hashirama informed him? Impossible. Hashirama had no idea what he intended to do. Yet, flashes of past scenes replayed in his mind, and Madara's coughing intensified, his lonely hand gripping tighter. Shinichi frowned. "TSK. This external chakra conduit is no good." Madara's hand, which he held, soon felt a surge of energy flowing from Shinichi's palm into Madara's body. It was not chakra, but it was effective. Madara sensed it. When he and Izuno were injured in the past, this force would envelop them, healing them. However, it had ceased to protect them later on. Then one day, he found himself without the presence of this power-s master, only to witness Izuna's cold corpse. All the vibrancy suddenly felt like a stagnant pool, unable to stir even a ripple. Afterward, he saw this individual constantly by Tobarama's side. Perhaps it was only after hearing of Izuna's demise that he finally approached him to apologize, uttering nonsensical words about not being able to save him. When he decided to abandon everything and leave the village, this person had stubbornly followed him. He could never comprehend this individual. He had never truly understood him. Chapter 83, A Mind Unhinged. After a grueling first day of rehabilitation training, Obito sat half-reclined on the bed, his legs trembling, and raised his eyes to the side where Fei was fervently scribbling notes. Recalling the concern and support shown by the masked man, Obito suddenly remembered that it had been so long since he had inquired about anyone's name. He might as well ask Fei. "By the way, what is the name of the doctor who has been taking care of me?" Fei's voice rose in pitch. "Bien bien. Obito? Huh. How could a perfectly good person have such an unpleasant and bizarre name?" Just as Obito thought in disbelief, Fei, as if showcasing something, suddenly held up a drawing and turned to present it to him, nearly pressing it against his face, inviting him to admire it. Obligingly, Obito leaned back, squinting to observe the peculiar drawing before him, an unmistakable depiction of excrement. Coupled with Akatsuki's earlier response, he seemed to grasp something profound, his forehead throbbing with realization. And in a fit of indignation, he clenched his fist. "Hey, so, were you not addressing my question just now?" Akatsuki, perplexed, tilted his head. "What did you just say? What is the name of that masked individual?" "Uh-huh," Akatsuki exclaimed, a light dawning upon him as he stowed away his beautiful artwork. "His name is Ling, M.O. Ling." At that moment, a calm voice interjected, and Obito turned to see the so-called masked man approaching the doorway, carrying a bowl. Taken aback for a brief moment, Obito pondered. "Ling? Which Ling?" Just as he was lost in thought, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, prompting him to pinch his nose in distaste. "What is this?" "Medicine. For you to drink," Uchiha Shinichi said, stepping closer and firmly grasping Obito's obstinate hand that shielded his nose. "Don't cover it. Good medicine is bitter. The sooner you drink it, the better." With that, Obito reluctantly lowered his hand, grimacing as he accepted the bowl and tilted it to his lips. Once he had downed the bitter concoction and wiped his mouth vigorously, he noticed the masked white-haired man engaged in conversation with Akatsuki, who appeared to be freely praising the repulsive artwork. To Obito's astonishment, the man even produced an object for Akatsuki, a small dog-shaped item. Initially, Obito assumed it was merely a toy and inwardly mocked Akatsuki for his childish preferences, only to hear the giver explain, "This is a firework, ignite this spot," pointing to the fuse beneath the dog's tail. "Then it will display a performance for you." Intrigued by the prospect of fireworks, Akatsuki became animated and began to dance with excitement. Obito gasped, "Just don't ignite it in here." "It's fine," Uchiha Shinichi reassured him, deftly producing a lighter and handing it to Akatsuki, who could hardly contain himself as he struck the flame. Obito immediately shut his eyes and covered one ear, anticipating a thunderous bang. However, to his surprise, the expected explosive noise did not erupt. He cautiously opened his eyes to witness the fuse burn out, causing the small dog firework to wobble slightly before emitting a series of crackling sparks and dark, elongated shapes from its tail. Akatsuki clapped his hands in delight. "Wow, so that is how it works." Meanwhile, White Zetsu observed the spectacle with a look of disdain. Obito, wearing an expression of disgust, thought to himself, "Indeed, this so-called Dr. Ling is not quite right in the head." Oblivious to Obito's silent scorn, Uchiha Shinichi continued to amuse Akatsuki as if he were a child. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Madara's cold, piercing gaze as he exited the secret chamber. Madara, having witnessed their antics for an unknown duration, addressed him, "Aren't you returning?" Concerned that their voices might be overheard by those inside, Uchiha Shinichi stepped closer to Madara, tugging at the corner of his mask. "It seems you didn't provide me with an opportunity to return to Konoha while White Zetsu was impersonating my demise. After all, how can a dead man return?" Madara had initially envisioned White Zetsu merely feigning the death of the other in front of Obito, never considering that other Konoha ninjas would arrive and discover the impersonated corpse. Now, the news of Obito and this individual's sacrifice had undoubtedly spread throughout the village. Yet, Madara believed these were not sufficient reasons for the man to remain here. Was he planning to wait until Obito recovered before departing with him? A cold smile flickered in Madara's eyes, for that child was destined to remain by his side. Uchiha Shinichi merely responded with a simple, "Oh." Such a reply was more impotent than any words could convey. Madara scrutinized the figure before him, furrowing his brow. Before he could utter anything that might dissuade Shinichi, the latter abruptly removed his mask. Without the veil, the depth of his heterochromatic eyes revealed a myriad of emotions, contemplation, gravity, and nothing more. Even the customary unsettling scrutiny was absent. What on earth was he contemplating? Madara instinctively wanted to inquire, but in the reflection of those eyes, he saw the shadow of his own aging form. He recoiled, his cold demeanor returning. "Do you intend to let me languish until death claims me?" Given his current state, he knew that his time was limited. Should he perish, this individual would naturally pursue his own desires unabated. And neither White Zetsu nor Akatsuki possessed the power to prevent him from taking Obito away. Uchiha Shinichi responded, "What is this nonsense?" He continued, "I have no intention of causing you harm, even if you do not trust me." Madara's gaze froze momentarily, but Shinichi showed no inclination to elaborate further. Replacing his mask and turning away, the path was lined with trees, their small yellow leaves swirling in the wind, fluttering gracefully through the air. That night, before a gravestone, Kakashi stood in silence for a while, gathering his courage before stepping forward to lay flowers gently at the base of the stone. His eyes were filled with sorrow, remorse, and an inexpressible pain. The Cloud Ninjas had been dealt with by the timely intervention of his teacher, Minato, yet despite this, neither Shinichi nor Obito's bodies had been recovered. The chaos of the battlefield shifted rapidly, leaving them no choice but to abandon the search for their remains. Kakashi's heart ached as he thought that had he not let go at that moment, both of them might not have been lost to the void. "I'm sorry, Obito. I lost what you fought so hard to have me take away. I'm sorry, Shinichi. My selfish desire to protect you has also come to naught." At that moment, heavy clouds obscured the hazy moon, casting a cold luminescence that spread outward, enveloping the surroundings in a murky gray, the sky oppressive and somber. Time passed, and Kakashi heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw the same Aoi Chakawa approaching, carrying flowers in the night. He quietly watched her as she drew near and placed her blossoms down. After a brief silence, the girl spoke sorrowfully, "Kakashi-senpai. If I hadn't expressed my envy of Shinichi-kun back then, would this have transpired? Perhaps Shinichi-kun would have remained in the village. Wouldn't he have sought out the Hokage for missions? Wouldn't he have accompanied Orochimaru to the battlefield and would still be alive?" At first, Kakashi struggled to comprehend Aoi Chakawa's words. After a moment of reflection, he understood her meaning and silently gazed upward. In the distance, a white flash of lightning darted through the clouds, illuminating the dense darkness above. Rain was imminent. The downpour would wash away all traces, thus transforming two living souls into nothing but cold names etched upon a stone. Chapter 84. This Ling is not that Lin. The sun shone brightly, the azure sky intertwining with radiant white beams, rendering this already desolate place even more barren. The earth beneath was dense and firm, yet when the wind blew, yellow sand was still lifted, adding to the monotony. This was the mountain graveyard, the name of the underground base where they had taken refuge. 3 months had passed, and this marked Obito's first emergence into the sunlight from the dim underground. Akatsuki enveloped him like a second skin, their figures appearing as insignificant as grains of sand in the vastness. Uncertain of the state of the outside world, Obito brushed aside the hair that had grown long enough to shield his eyes, feeling a deep sense of reflection. Hey, now is not the time to leave. You are only allowed out for a short stroll by the doctor, Akatsuki hastily reminded him. Of course, I am well aware, and what is there to fret about? It is not as if I am imprisoned. Why do you regard me with such scrutiny? As Obito muttered to himself, he turned to glance at the companion who had come alongside him. The other person's white hair shimmered in the sunlight, as if it were merging with the bright rays, and his upright silhouette appeared burdened with deep thoughts. How curious it was that this peculiar individual seemed even more glum than he was. However, in the midst of his own turmoil, he had little energy to concern himself with others. Obito found a rock to sit upon, basking in the sun for a moment, lost in contemplation, and then exhaled a heavy sigh. This sigh caught the attention of Uchiha Shin, who turned to look at him and heard Obito's inquiry. Do you know where we are right now? Uchiha Shin stood there, his white mask reflecting the light, causing Obito to squint slightly. How could he have only just remembered to ask? Hearing the teasing, Obito's mouth twitched slightly. Just tell me already. You can't say. You can't say, Akatsuki suddenly interjected. This feigned air of mystery ignited all the pent-up frustration within Obito. Hey, I've been here long enough. I should at least know where I am, right? Are you afraid I'll take the opportunity to escape? Regardless of anything else, I won't let this go. You promised to let me leave once I recover, and that promise cannot be broken. If you dare to breach it, I will fight you to the end, no matter the cost. I possess plenty of resolve and spirit. Obito's voice boomed as he pointed directly at Akatsuki's forehead. Akatsuki hastily ducked behind Uchiha Shin, peering out cautiously. After a moment of silence from the front, Obito, having calmed down somewhat, spoke earnestly. I will remember your kindness. Once the battle is over, I will return to repay you. I swear it by the name of Uchiha Obito. He clenched his fist, speaking with utmost sincerity, just as a voice of inquiry finally echoed back. What can determination accomplish? What good is spirit without strength? Do not speak grandly if you lack power. That voice did not belong to Akatsuki, nor to the white-haired masked man before him. It was Madara. Upon seeing the half of white Zetsu emerging from the ground, Obito's teeth clenched tightly. That loquacious old man truly was omnipresent. Madara, in the midst of his sermon, fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly shifting the conversation. Obito, if you are truly worried about your companion, I can offer you an immediate opportunity to leave. But you must accomplish one task. Hearing this, Obito, who had been impatient, froze momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he eagerly asked, What do you need me to do? Madara appeared to pause for a moment. Then his voice came through white Zetsu, continuing, If you can remove the mask from Shin's face, you will have the chance to leave. This demand struck Obito like a colossal stone, weighing heavily upon his heart. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the masked man before him with astonishment. Shin? Obito suddenly raised his gaze to the white-haired figure before him. Caught off guard and thrust into the spotlight by Madara, Uchiha Shin remarked, What trick is that old man pulling now? Madara continued, However, that fellow is no pushover, so allow Akatsuki's body to cover you. This will significantly enhance your strength. As Madara's words settled, Akatsuki, who had been hiding behind, was startled and quickly transformed to envelop Obito. The afternoon sun blazed even more intensely, and in the open space, the two figures faced off in silence. Obito regarded the person not far away, and although he did not understand Madara's reasoning for such a demand, his hands instinctively began forming seals at a rapid pace. Fire release, great fireball technique. Removing this fellow's mask was all that mattered. Curiosity about what lay behind that mask also bubbled within him. A massive fireball surged forth, and Uchiha Shin, upon witnessing it, wasted no time in forming seals to execute water release. A curtain of water swiftly enveloped the flames, dense mist rising and obscuring the area. Concerned that his opponent might retaliate amidst the obscured vision, Obito quickly dodged the water mist, but it was not without difficulty. A bead of sweat trickled down his brow, and his breathing quickened. Madara was right. Shin was formidable, and to remove this person's mask, he would need to exert all his strength. Thus, he unhesitantly activated his Sharingan. Upon seeing the unique kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes, Uchiha Shin understood the depth of Obito's determination. He had never anticipated that this young man would one day wield his Sharingan against him. It was indeed a twist of fate. White Zetsu selected a relatively safe vantage point, silently observing the entire battle. Within the field of vision, the two combatants engaged fiercely. After a few minutes, they instinctively separated, and Uchiha Shin suddenly stood still. Huh, finally got you. Obito panted, turning his head to glance at the observing White Zetsu. As if to say, watch closely, I am about to remove this fellow's mask. Did he fall under a Genjutsu? White Zetsu speculated. Through the mask, Obito could not ascertain where those eyes were focused. He could only attempt to close the distance and engage in close combat, using his ocular prowess to apply Genjutsu control when the opportunity arose. With Akatsuki's presence amplifying his strength, Obito felt an inexhaustible power within him. And commanding his eyes was not burdensome. He advanced step by step, soon reaching the other person. The opponent remained motionless, seemingly entirely under his control. Thus, Obito confidently raised his hand, gradually approaching the white mask that was so close at hand. For some reason, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it was because once that mask was removed, he would be free. But just then, something transparent abruptly repelled him. Caught off guard, Obito fell to the ground, quickly rising to his feet, only to notice that the surroundings had become eerily empty. The person who had been there was nowhere to be found. Had he broken free from his Genjutsu control? No, he could not simply give up. Obito clenched his fists, steadied his resolve, and immediately began searching for the other's whereabouts. Soon, he spotted the figure on a rock behind him. However, before he could rush forward, the other person suddenly turned, wielding a long knife, and charged toward him. Upon recognizing the individual approaching, Obito instinctively prepared for defense, but as he discerned who it was, his eyes widened in shock, stammering, Shin. As we are about to delve back into the Warring States period, the next part will explore the love and hatred of the previous generation. The length won't be too extensive, it's just for amusement. Chapter 85, I Shall Not Yield. The figure racing toward him boasted a head of casually styled, yet striking white hair, mismatched eyes, and a gentle smile that was all too familiar to Obito. His heart raced, and he momentarily forgot to resist. He stood there, eyes wide, frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, the man thrust the knife directly toward his heart. Just as the blade seemed poised to pierce his body and claim his life, a figure swiftly interposed itself before him, and the knife came to an abrupt halt before that shadow. Enough, stop. Why are you so serious? With this command, the surrounding illusory realm shattered. As Obito regained his senses, he realized that the one holding the knife was not the person he had longed for day and night, but rather the masked white-haired man he had been battling, the one named Shin. And standing protectively in front of him was none other than White Zetsu, who had just witnessed him fall into a daze due to the Genjutsu and failed to defend himself. If it were not for White Zetsu's intervention, the blade would likely have pierced him. As Obito contemplated this perilous moment, he suddenly raised his gaze, now filled with rage directed at the individual before him. You wretch! How dare you exploit him? How dare you use him to deceive me? The intensity of Obito's voice startled Uchiha Izuna, causing him to retract the blade that had been poised at White Zetsu's nose. After his furious outburst, Obito's body seemed to lose all strength, and he struggled to kneel on the ground. Just as his situation had appeared to stabilize, he began to cough violently, gasping for breath, his heart aching with despair. He had failed. Not only was his escape impossible, but he had once again come to a painful realization. Izuna was no longer by his side. Even if it were an illusion cast by another, he could not grasp even the slightest trace of him. Thus, he comprehended that Izuna had truly departed from him for far too long. His hand gripped the earth tightly, as if the very soil exuded the scent of blood, a scent laden with sorrow and fury. Izuna lowered his head, observing Obito before him. Instinctively, his hand rose. Yet upon a moment's reflection, he slowly relinquished the thought of stepping forward to comfort or examine him. He harbored no intention to slay Obito. How could he possibly wish to harm him? He was merely retaliating against Madara's provocation. Madara believed he held no genuine affection for Obito, which is why he orchestrated such a ploy. To counter Madara's arrogance, he had stifled his breath and played along, curious to see whether he would falter first or if Madara would be unable to maintain his composure. Ultimately, it was Madara who lost his composure first. When it seemed that he might genuinely harm Obito, White Zetsu intervened. After all, to lose a carefully selected pawn to someone else or to have him slain would be a significant loss for Madara. Thus, in this clandestine contest, he had begrudgingly secured a semblance of victory. As for the illusion he had cast upon Obito, it was merely a low-level Genjutsu, easily dispelled by the Sharingan. Yet this fool appeared ensnared as if under a spell, refusing to evade it. Observing Obito's agitated state, Izuna remained silent for a long while, feeling a profound sense of guilt and regret. It seems this contest has come to an end, and the outcome is. Before he could finish, White Zetsu was suddenly hurled away by an unseen force. Izuna, catching movement from the corner of his eye, swiftly sidestepped, evading countless invisible strands of energy that sought to ensnare him. He tumbled backward, narrowly avoiding the assault, only for the attack to reappear behind him. This back and forth continued for several seconds, until he seized an opening and thrust his blade backward, piercing through Obito, who had attacked him. Before he could comprehend what had happened, a slender, wooden hand lunged toward his face. Izuna's heart skipped a beat, and both White Zetsu and the figure enveloping Obito, Kakashi, were equally astonished. Was this ability the true power of the Sharingan? So that was it. They finally understood why Lord Madara had chosen this child. Caught off guard by the attack, Izuna had little time to be astonished. Concealed from view, he could not reveal his true identity to Obito. Thus, as Obito, now lost to his emotions, perceived him as an enemy, Izuna could only silently swallow the bitterness within. Obito pressed on relentlessly, launching a series of attacks so swift they were almost imperceptible, forcing Izuna to retreat as though he possessed no means of counterattack. Each time he attempted to retaliate, his strikes merely passed through Obito's form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Consequently, neither White Zetsu nor Kakashi showed any inclination to intervene, instead choosing to watch with keen interest. It seemed that as long as Obito's mask remained intact, he would not relent. Izuna, acutely aware of this, quickly calculated his next move. As he was cornered against a massive rock, he evaded the incoming attack and vanished into thin air, leaving behind a fallen white mask that rolled to Obito's feet. Upon hearing the mask drop, Obito snapped his head to the side, startled, and all the tumultuous darkness within his eyes ceased in that instant. Congratulations, you have succeeded. White Zetsu interjected at just the right moment. As calm returned to Obito, he fixated on the mask until darkness enveloped his vision. Are you asleep now? Have you finally succumbed to slumber? Ah, how frightening indeed. After a day of turmoil, Kakashi and White Zetsu emerged from the secret chamber, having kept a vigilant watch over the exhausted Obito as he fell into a deep sleep, breathing a sigh of relief as they patted their heads. They soon beheld Madara and Izuna standing off against one another not far away. Madara sat calmly, his demeanor unchanged, while Izuna stood resolute. The atmosphere between them thick with tension, especially as their gazes clashed, sparking with intensity. Ah, Kakashi, Madara called out. Understood. Kakashi, unable to restrain himself, clamped his thighs together and, alongside White Zetsu, made a hasty exit, clearing the space. Suddenly, the area was solely occupied by Madara and Izuna. It appears you have something to say to me, Madara stated. I do indeed, Izuna replied. Madara scoffed. Are you blaming me for pitting you two against each other? No. That is your concern, considering that you were the one who faltered first. Is that so? Perhaps I was too hasty. I should have allowed your blade to pierce Obito's body before having White Zetsu intervene. Izuna regarded Madara as he spoke, then countered, You wouldn't have, would you? Madara, upon hearing this, narrowed his Sharingan and retorted, And you, would you truly have pierced him? I would not. Faced with such unwavering responses, Madara clenched his fists, his brow furrowing as complex emotions swirled within him. This individual always reveled in manipulation. He had once toyed with him and Izuna. Now, he had orchestrated a similar game with both Obito and himself. Chapter 86. Then that will suffice. The buried anger within him surged forth, unable to be contained. Madara coldly declared, With Obito's ocular abilities, there is no need for me to worry about such trivial matters. It is merely that he is currently recuperating, and his powers have yet to be fully realized. Izuna responded nonchalantly, Oh. With the loss of his mask, his expression remained indifferent as he met Madara's gaze. A fleeting, awkward expression crossed Madara's crimson eyes. Now, it seemed that both parties found communication increasingly difficult. If that were the case, there was no need to continue this unpleasant discourse. Madara sought to conclude the conversation. Thus, he offered a final sardonic remark. You truly are, the same as ever, unchanged in the slightest. I shall take my leave. However, before he could finish his sarcastic statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Izuna's words. Madara stood dumbfounded for 2 seconds, assuming Izuna meant to depart back to Konoha, scoffing. Have you already managed to let go of Obito? Izuna replied, Now that I am certain you will not kill him. What do I have to fear? Madara was momentarily rendered speechless by this retort, feeling a heavy silence settle between them. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, attempting to overpower Izuna with his presence. Yet he was not the young man he once was. His aged visage and stooped back spoke of an inequality that had now become evident. Izuna, with a voice imbued with a magnetic resonance, Ban roared with a somber intensity. You once betrayed me. and now you intend to betray that little wretch as well. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nariyuki's face momentarily registered astonishment. However, he swiftly masked his surprise, replacing it with an air of profundity. I have never betrayed anyone. It is the act of conjecturing that requires remedy. Yet Ban seemed oblivious to his retort, continuing in his melancholic tone. Indeed, one must endure some losses to cultivate memory. TSK, the old man entirely disregards the words of others. Uchiha Nariyuki replied, in any case, I have said all I needed to say. Your probing can cease now. I am leaving, and you have no one left to test. He regarded Ban directly. Moreover, my departure aligns perfectly with your desires, does it not? You have no welcome for me, so let us mutually refrain from interference. With pale hair partially obscuring his eyes, Ban scrutinized Uchiha Nariyuki's words, then glanced at the tranquil chamber nearby, his brow furrowing. Are you truly going to abandon everything? The expression in his Sharingan was exceedingly intricate, reflecting the visage of the man before him, and Ban found himself at a loss for how to respond. This was the first time he had felt such ire since their reunion. At that very moment, Uchiha Nariyuki unexpectedly withdrew. Ban instinctively widened his eyes, watching the figure that had suddenly vanished from his sight. Ling. No, his true name is Nariyuki. Uchiha Nariyuki. Ban corrected himself inwardly. His lips moved slightly, yet no sound escaped them. There were no pleas for him to stay, and the figure continued to recede, becoming increasingly indistinct in the dim light. Before long, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. Ban stood transfixed, gazing at the empty space, a sharp pang gripping his heart. The other had never walked the path he had chosen. It had always been thus. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Nariyuki, Ban's sentiments were far from his thoughts as he departed the mountainous graveyard, embarking on his journey to the land of demons. Due to the system's machinations, the situation regarding Obito remaining with Ban could not be altered at present. However, this was not his foremost concern, as he knew Obito's companions were not in peril. What he yearned for most was to traverse back in time, to see if he could exert some influence, or rather, extend a measure of concern, upon the detestable old Ban. This fellow's scheming was exceedingly vexing. System. The time travel function is not in cooldown, is it? Wow. The host has actually sought me out. How rare. Sob sob sob. Do not compel me to scold you. Ahem. No. Host. Which year do you wish to visit? When Ban and the others were still young. Oh. Understood. I shall implement this immediately. Wait. I wish to confirm that the time differential upon returning remains 5 seconds, correct? Unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It is indeed 5 seconds. Then that is acceptable. Uchiha Nariyuki felt reassured, yet he did not immediately command the system to activate the time travel function, insisting instead on visiting the land of demons first. After all, news of his demise should have spread throughout Konoha, and Suzuki would undoubtedly receive the information. If Suzuki believed it to be true and sought to cause trouble in Konoha, it would only exacerbate their already precarious situation. The others may be unaware of his true identity, but for now, he needed to stabilize the mobile ATM. After a series of travels, several days later, Uchiha Nariyuki finally arrived alone in the land of demons. Unlike the tumultuous nations and ninja villages outside, this isolated land appeared serene, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. However, the guards were notably vigilant. By the massive stone gates stood several soldiers, their expressions wary. Upon noticing the approaching white-haired figure, they instantly grew tense. Who goes there? Do you have proof of entry? Proof of entry? Uchiha Nariyuki was momentarily taken aback. Is that necessary? Indeed, inspections have become quite stringent lately, without proof of entry. You might have to register at the military logistics office. The registration process demanded details regarding origins and identity, essentially everything required to validate one's presence. After hearing this, he replied, I do not possess any. The two soldiers were visibly stunned, as if questioning how he could so boldly assert his lack of proof. Just as they processed this thought, the individual before them suddenly vanished with a thud. Moments later, Uchiha Nariyuki's figure reappeared within the city gates. Once inside, he encountered a variety of uniquely styled buildings hidden from view outside. The streets were impeccably clean, and many individuals traversed them. So even with the sudden appearance granted by Moku's power, he did not seem out of place. After inquiring along the way, he effortlessly located Suzuki's residence. The servant who opened the door stared at him in confusion. Who are you looking for? I seek Suzuki Shinichi. Upon hearing his name called, Suzuki Shinichi, recognizing the familiar voice, turned around. At that moment, his brother, Suzuki Shinmi, who had been comforting him, saw the once crying, elegantly dressed man suddenly transform his expression, clutching a fan as he dashed to the door. Astonished by his brother's speed of transformation, Suzuki Shinmi exclaimed. Uchiha Nariyuki was equally startled by Suzuki's sudden appearance. Moku ahem. Little Nariyuki. Upon recognizing who it was, the purple-haired man, with tears in his eyes, rushed forward in overwhelming joy. After swiftly catching up with the ecstatic Suzuki, Uchiha Nariyuki opened his eyes again to find himself in a completely transformed environment. Fish swam before him, and the green water plants swayed gently in the water. With a splash, someone leaped into the water. In the next moment, Uchiha Nariyuki was abruptly yanked from the depths, his collar firmly grasped. Coughing violently as his head broke the surface and he inhaled the moist air, he began to choke. The one who had rescued him seemed taken aback by the commotion. What? A living person? I thought I was pulling up a floating corpse. The voice belonged to someone young, imbued with the youthful innocence of adolescence. Before long, Uchiha Nariyuki found himself dragged ashore, still disoriented by the system's cruel trick of teleporting him into the water. When he overheard the boy who had saved him panting beside him, "Why didn't you jump into the water first, Hashirama? Even if just to lend a hand?" "Huh. Oh, because Ban, you just peed in there, and I felt a bit." The other boy hesitated. An eerie silence enveloped the air. A silence so peculiar that even the sounds of their dragging halted. Almost as soon as that earnest voice faded, the area erupted with two simultaneous retching sounds. Ugh. Ban clutched his stomach in discomfort, grimacing as he turned to see the other person beside him doing the same. Not long ago, he and Hashirama had met by this river to spar with their jutsu, and after feeling a pressing need, he had inadvertently glanced into the water. Spotting what appeared to be a figure, driven by curiosity, he had ventured closer, only to discover it was indeed a person, a living one. Perhaps due to the water he had swallowed, the other bore a flushed face, much like his own. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Ban from discerning that this individual possessed a pair of heterochromatic eyes. Who is this fellow? He seems to be around the same age as him and Hashirama, and there are no suspicious items on him. Is he merely an ordinary civilian from this place? After retching, Uchiha Nariyuki wiped the droplets of water off his face with his hand. Raising his eyes, he met the gaze of Madara, who was appraising him. Despite being in his youth, Madara's distinct hairstyle and burgeoning aura of dominance were unmistakable. It was evidently the old Madara. The sudden eye contact startled him somewhat. Moreover, during the moment when his vision blurred, it seemed someone else was speaking nearby. As Uchiha Nariyuki was reminiscing, a watermelon-headed figure inserted himself between him and Madara. "Are you two all right?" Uchiha Nariyuki exclaimed, realizing with a jolt that it was indeed the young Hashirama. Although the system was often unreliable, its teleportation abilities were consistently precise. Albeit the landing spots perpetually raised one's blood pressure. Suddenly recalling what had been in the water earlier, he couldn't help but turn his head away, retching in disgust. Madara, enough already. He didn't urinate in the water. He clearly relieved himself by that cluster of bushes on the shore. His thoughts were once again diverted by Hashirama. Is he someone you know? Suspicion flickered across Madara's face as his gaze turned to Hashirama. Hashirama also scrutinized the person Madara had rescued, confirming that the stranger's face was unfamiliar and not from the Senju clan. Upon closer inspection of the man's simple black attire, he couldn't discern his lineage either. Therefore, he looked back at Madara and shook his head. Faced with these two legendary figures of the ninja world, Uchiha Nariyuki felt compelled to say something. Taking a deep breath, he turned around, revealing a grateful yet resigned smile. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Ling. You may call me Ling. What are your names?" Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances, and the youthful Hashirama promptly introduced himself. "I'm Hashirama." Uchiha Nariyuki nodded vigorously, indicating he had committed it to memory, then eagerly turned his gaze towards the other side. The silent Madara was observing him sideways, seemingly disinclined to introduce himself. Uchiha Nariyuki blinked, his tone sincere. "And you, benefactor?" Upon hearing such a pleasing address, Madara appeared to shudder slightly, unable to suppress the fervor in his gaze. He then smirked and introduced himself, Madara. Neither he nor Hashirama mentioned their surname, as ninjas were forbidden from revealing their last names to strangers. It was a rule. Yet, this white-haired fellow had boldly disclosed his full name to an outsider, surprising both Madara and Hashirama. It was evident that he was not a ninja, as otherwise he wouldn't have fallen into the water and nearly drowned. Before Madara could voice his confusion, Hashirama suddenly lowered his head and pointed out, "Madara, your leg seems swollen. Did you hit a rock when you jumped in to save him?" Madara was taken aback and nodded, glancing down. Indeed, there was a bruise on his right ankle, though it wasn't he as Hashirama had suggested. The reason for it was something Madara would not disclose at that moment. Such a minor injury was of little concern to him, but he cast a sidelong glance at Hashirama, chuckling lightly as he clarified. "It's not due to such a ridiculous reason. Apologies, leave it to me." At that moment, a gentler voice interjected between the two. Uchiha Nariyuki turned towards Madara's right leg, extending a hand. A peculiar, luminous glow ignited in his palm, and before long, the bruise vanished, and the swelling returned to normal. This, Madara's eyes widened in evident astonishment. Even Hashirama, who was observing, widened his eyes in surprise. In the Warring States period, the average lifespan of ninjas and civilians hovered around 30 years, a figure significantly lowered by the high mortality rate of young children. Hashirama had witnessed the death and burial of his younger brother, Kawarama, merely half a month prior. Now, he was left with only 2 brothers. He had to find a way to protect the remaining Tobarama and Ban. As ninjas, they could perish in battle or succumb to injuries that received inadequate or untimely medical attention. Medical care had always been a scarce resource, yearned for by every clan. During dinner, Hashirama found himself contemplating the individual named Ling whom he had encountered earlier. If someone with such abilities existed, the number of deaths should decrease, right? His distracted demeanor caught Tobarama's attention, who assumed his elder brother was still lamenting the loss of Kawarama, and thus called out, "Brother." Hashirama snapped back to reality, just in time to see Tobarama frowning, his eyes filled with genuine concern. He smiled and hastily concocted an excuse to deflect the matter. The following day, as soon as he had free time, Hashirama hurried to the riverside. There, not only was Madara present, but also Ling, who had been rescued the previous day. Ling explained that he had become a wandering doctor after his hometown was destroyed and all his relatives perished in the war, treating wounds for both civilians and ninjas alike. However, the journey was not always smooth. Just the day before, he had been chased by several ninjas, lost his footing, and fallen into the water, leading him to this place where he encountered Madara and Hashirama. If he were indeed a wandering doctor, finding a reliable place to stay would be a matter of course. Chapter 88. Was it intentional or accidental? Hashirama found himself intrigued by Ling and wished to deepen his acquaintance with such a person. This was not to exploit his value, but rather, after careful contemplation, he surmised it was likely in pursuit of finding more threads leading to peace. The weather today was as splendid as yesterday. With a clear blue sky and piercing sunlight, Hashirama soon arrived at the spot, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that 2 figures were already present. Madara was competing with Ling in skipping stones. The white-haired individual seemed to have finished throwing, and as Hashirama approached, he caught sight of Madara forcefully tossing a stone into the water. The stone danced across the surface with the agility of a fish, but unfortunately, it sank with a plop shortly thereafter, failing to reach the opposite shore. Hashirama sincerely remarked, "Haven't I already told you the trick to throwing it? Just lift your wrist a bit." Madara turned his head away, visibly displeased. "If you keep nagging, I'll throw you like a skipping stone." Hashirama was momentarily stunned. As if struck by lightning, he suddenly felt dejected, squatting down, hugging his legs, and bowing his head, as if a myriad of resentments were spreading behind him. Seeing this, Madara assumed Hashirama had quieted down and turned his gaze away without saying anything further. Yet, Hashirama's voice rang out again, "Then you throw it. But you'd better toss me to the opposite shore." Madara. Ha. At that moment, Uchiha Nariyuki couldn't help but laugh from the sidelines. Madara, already infuriated, instinctively felt that the laughter was directed at him, which only fueled his irritation further, and he frowned, asking, "What are you laughing at? I was the one who jumped into the water to save you yesterday. At least get your stance right." Uchiha Nariyuki, undeterred by the young Madara's scolding, felt no fear, but out of respect for his benefactor, he nodded, "I'll do my best." Madara retorted, "What does do my best mean?" Under the intense gaze of Madara's dark eyes, Uchiha Nariyuki felt somewhat dazed, involuntarily recalling the icy stare of the Sharingan that had looked at him earlier. Yesterday, he fabricated a false identity and background, successfully deceiving both Madara and Hashirama. As the saying goes, one must commit fully to the act. Uchiha Itachi sighed softly and replied, "It's nothing. I must return now. I have to attend to patients elsewhere today." Naturally, Madara was not one to easily let things go and obstructed his path. "You cannot leave like this. Are you truly willing to endanger your life by running around aimlessly? If those people pursue you, there will be no one to save you, and you might meet your demise." His blunt words rendered the air momentarily stagnant. Fortunately, Hashirama approached. "Madara, you shouldn't speak like that. You're frightening him. Apologize at once." Hashirama grasped Madara's shoulder, pushing him towards Uchiha Itachi, intending to compel Madara to apologize. However, he unwittingly exerted too much force, and before Itachi could fully comprehend, he found himself colliding with Madara, who had just been reprimanding him. "Hey, wait a moment," Madara exclaimed. Hashirama responded. Itachi uttered as the two crashed into each other, both tumbling to the ground. I'm sorry," Hashirama exclaimed, realizing he had caused a mishap, quickly raising his arm to shield himself from Madara's irate voice. "It was an accident," he defended. "I see it as intentional," Madara retorted, skeptical of Hashirama's claim. Hashirama shook his head firmly. "I swear, I didn't use much force at all. Madara, momentarily baffled by whether Hashirama was boasting or genuinely feeling guilty, thought to himself. Isn't that force significant? Really, it was just a gentle nudge. Perhaps your body is simply too frail, Hashirama continued. You insufferable fool, I shall not let this slide. In the brief span of a minute, Madara had been exasperated by Hashirama's infuriating demeanor countless times, on the verge of losing his temper. Yet, Hashirama continued nonchalantly. I think it's best not to engage in that. You won't win against me in skimming stones, Madara. Madara inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes. Just wait, I'll show you. Before he could finish, Itachi finally mustered the courage to speak. Madara, you. Hearing his name, Madara instinctively turned back. Could you please get up? I'm having a hard time here, Itachi struggled to say. Madara paused, immediately ceasing his argument with Hashirama and rising to his feet. Hashirama quickly inquired with concern, Itachi, are you hurt? No. Seeing him shake his head, Hashirama felt relieved. Madara still wished to argue with Hashirama, but upon glancing at Itachi, who was staring down, silent for a long moment, he wondered if something was amiss. Frowning instinctively, he asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Itachi merely met Madara's gaze for an instant before lowering his eyes again, quickly shaking his head. This peculiar behavior piqued Madara's interest. Could it be that Hashirama's push truly caused you pain? He pondered. After all, the riverbank was strewn with stones, making such an injury plausible. I'll take a look. Madara offered. No need. Itachi promptly declined, attempting to rise. Madara immediately reached out to assist him. Don't move. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I really don't need it. I'll have a look, Madara insisted, moving closer, while Itachi, reflecting Madara's image in his eyes, displayed a hint of helpless embarrassment and subconsciously leaned back. Madara swiftly pulled him back into his grasp. Chapter 89. Are you intentionally provoking me? Tobirama sensed something peculiar about Hashirama's recent behavior. There were often hours during the day when he was unaccounted for, and no one knew where he went. Their father had grown suspicious and privately instructed him to discreetly follow his brother's whereabouts. During dinner the previous night, noticing Hashirama's dazed state, Tobirama felt uneasy and resolved to uncover what Hashirama had been up to lately. Finally, when Hashirama ventured out alone again, Tobirama stealthily followed from behind, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. The scenery outside was refreshing and tranquil. In April, the weather was neither dry nor humid, and even the sunlight felt gentle. As he trailed behind, he saw no one else along the way, and with the pleasant surroundings, he initially conjectured that Hashirama was simply seeking solace due to the pressures of recent events, especially with Wakana absent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hashirama suddenly quickened his pace. Tobirama's eyes widened in surprise, and when he regained his composure to pursue, he found Hashirama had vanished among the trees. Stop hiding. Madara scolded Itachi, frowning as he felt around the slender figure's back. Is it uncomfortable? After all, this individual was quite slender, and their demeanor seemed rather gentle. They might not voice their discomfort, which could indeed make it Madara's fault, and Hashirama's fault too, since he was the one who had pushed him. Internally blaming Hashirama while casting sharp glances, Madara noticed that Hashirama seemed oblivious to the situation, even leaning forward with understanding. Why not let go, Madara? Itachi seems uncomfortable with your touch. Madara paused, finally observing Itachi's expression. The other person had their elbow pressed against Madara's chest, their eyes lowered. Although the emotions in those heterochromatic eyes remained obscured, the gesture clearly conveyed resistance. A surge of irritation welled up within Madara. Hashirama jovially added, even if he is your savior, one shouldn't be so rough. Besides, Itachi appears to be fine. He might just be overly shy. Madara shot back, you're truly annoying. Hashirama. The future god of shinobi was momentarily disheartened, curling up on the ground with his arms around his knees, drawing circles in the dirt. Madara sighed. Glancing at Itachi, and recalling Hashirama's earlier suggestion, he finally released his grip. Then, almost impulsively, he asked, you're not a girl, are you? After yesterday's introduction, he had subconsciously assumed Itachi was a boy. However, now, gazing at that lovely face and recalling Itachi's earlier reluctance to be seen, Madara suddenly began to question this assumption. He scrutinized Itachi closely, his black irises reflecting growing skepticism. Itachi, on the receiving end of the gender inquiry, appeared startled. Hashirama, nearby, perked up, intrigued by Madara's comment. When Tobirama finally managed to follow the correct path, stealthily trailing behind, he stumbled upon a scene where two strangers exchanged intense stares by the riverside, while his elder brother sat nearby, looking rather foolish. Who were those two? He wondered. That is impossible, haha. Moments later, Hashirama burst into laughter, pointing out the absurdity. Itachi's chest is clearly flat. At this remark, Madara inwardly mocked Hashirama, who not only dressed and styled himself atrociously, but also had such a shallow understanding of gender. There are plenty of flat-chested girls our age. Identifying gender can't just rely on looks or body shape. You have to check below. Itachi, rendered speechless for an extended period, was taken aback once more by Madara's audacious comment. Truly, Uchiha Madara was a force to be reckoned with, shocking everyone even at such a young age. Hashirama pondered for a moment, nodding vigorously. Ah, is that so? Itachi abruptly turned his head. What do you mean by is that so? Hashirama, don't tell me you actually believe that. Fortunately, Hashirama's next words eased his anxiety somewhat. But if Itachi is a girl, Madara, what you did is quite inappropriate. Isn't it, Madara? Feeling as though everything paled in comparison to Hashirama, even speech itself, Madara momentarily froze, and the irritation he had felt earlier swelled further. Are you deliberately seeking to provoke me? Hashirama hastily waved his hands, rising to his feet, and spoke candidly. No, I do not wish for you, Madara, to be burdened with the accusation of harassing young girls. The air seemed to freeze. The closest person, Shima-cho, sensed that Madara was on the brink of an outburst. In an effort to prevent a disturbance over the ambiguity of his gender, he prepared to quell the ire that Hashirama had incited within Madara. Yet, Madara's reaction was swifter than he had anticipated. From a distance, Tobirama witnessed Madara's sudden aggression towards Hashirama and was taken aback, rushing forth in alarm. In passing, he caught sight of Shima-cho, who appeared intent on mediating, and mistakenly assumed he was an ally of Madara, thus altering his course of action and swiftly hurling a kunai. Sensing impending danger, Shima-cho instinctively halted, and as a result, the kunai that was meant to strike with precision embedded itself just before his toes instead. Nevertheless, it successfully interrupted his advance. The bewildered white-haired boy turned to see another figure, red-eyed and white-haired, charging towards him with palpable intensity, exuding an aura of caution and vigilance that starkly contrasted with Hashirama's relaxed demeanor. The newcomer was Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama. Observing the scene, Shima-cho feigned ignorance. Yet Tobirama showed no such leniency. In a matter of moments, Tobirama had Shima-cho pinned to the ground, brandishing a sharp kunai aimed directly at his chest. Just as Tobirama was about to strike without mercy, Hashirama's urgent voice rang out. Tobirama, wait. Tobirama's movements halted immediately. Hashirama rushed over, quickly pulling his brother aside, admonishing him, do not pin a girl down like that. Shima-cho, lying on the ground, could no longer contain himself. Clenching his fists, he was about to clarify his gender when Madara, having shaken off Hashirama's earlier attack, leapt to his side. Witnessing Shima-cho being bullied and nearly harmed, Madara's expression darkened significantly. Hashirama, what is the meaning of this? With a heavy sigh, Hashirama struggled to explain. Listen to me. This is a misunderstanding. His words were directed at both Madara and Tobirama. However, the two individuals locked eyes, their contrasting gazes, one dark and the other crimson, brimming with cold intensity. Chapter 90. Do not touch me. Tobirama is my brother. Upon hearing Hashirama's serious introduction, Madara narrowed his eyes, casting another indifferent glance at Tobirama, seemingly disinterested. He then turned his gaze to the ground, noticing that Shima-cho, who had been left to fend for himself, had managed to sit up on his own. Despite having narrowly escaped death, there was no trace of fear on his face. I apologize, Shima. Hashirama expressed regret, pressing down firmly on Tobirama's head and bowing towards the seated white-haired boy in sincere contrition. I am truly sorry. Shima-cho shook his head, murmuring, it's fine. Death is not far from me, for I have grown accustomed to it. This statement rendered the three of them momentarily speechless. The unending war had claimed countless lives and inflicted profound sorrow upon many, including Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara, each of whom had experienced the pain of loss. Finally, Madara understood why this boy had appeared so nonchalant moments earlier. As a doctor, he too had likely witnessed the deaths of many, just as they, as ninjas, had. Even facing the inevitability of their own demise, he could maintain an air of composure. Realizing this was a misunderstanding, Tobirama still furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother, what exactly is going on? Hashirama found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to elucidate the situation to Tobirama. After all, he was aware that Madara belonged to a clan that had been adversaries of their Senju family for generations. If Tobirama were to learn of this, the conflict they had just set aside would undoubtedly reignite with alarming rapidity. Madara and Shima are both my friends. Friends? Tobirama glanced at Shima-cho. Then his gaze turned cold as it fell upon Madara. Unlike the previous weakling, he could discern that this Madara was no trifling matter. He was a ninja, and during his earlier engagement with Hashirama, Madara had demonstrated fire-style ninjutsu. He was unmistakably of the Uchiha clan. Within mere seconds, Tobirama had swiftly deduced Madara's identity. Tobirama shifted slightly, as if intending to advance, but Hashirama, quick on the uptake, grasped his arm and calmly stated, "Tobirama, let us return." Tobirama squinted, contemplating something, and then, suppressing his emotions, he retreated. Hashirama offered a final apologetic glance towards Shima Cho before turning to leave with Tobirama. Before long, the area by the stream was left with only Madara and Shima Cho, exchanging glances. Madara, already in a foul mood, having gained no advantage during his altercation with Hashirama, and now further irked by the glare from Hashirama's brother, felt his spirits plummet even lower. "Are you not getting up?" Madara taunted, glancing at the person beside him. "Did that Tobirama scare you into submission?" Shima Cho shook his head. Madara frowned. Before he could retort, he noticed Shima Cho looking at him earnestly, saying, "I fear that if I stand up, you might attack me." Madara, attack? Attack what? In a moment of realization, Madara grasped the implication, igniting within him a peculiar mix of anger and embarrassment. "I have no such interest," he declared impatiently, extending his hand. "Get up quickly." Shima Cho, after a long pause, finally placed his hand in Madara's, but not without caution, reminding him, "If I get up, Madara, you must keep your word and not attack me." "Madara, you are as irritating as that scoundrel Hashirama. I had thought you might possess a demeanor as refined and quiet as your appearance." After provoking the young Uchiha with playful banter, Shima Cho departed, returning to his temporary abode. It was a humble dwelling belonging to an elderly couple at the foot of the mountain. In this chaotic world, the two old souls had lived in seclusion. And not long ago, one of them had passed away, leaving only the elderly woman, Ryoko, alone. These details had been shared with him during his stay the previous night, when he had conversed with Ryoko, who, upon hearing of his solitary wandering, had kindly invited him to stay. Shima Cho, with no shame, had seized the opportunity and settled in, even assisting Ryoko with her ailments related to headaches and failing eyesight. In the following days, he refrained from visiting the stream and did not encounter Madara or Hashirama again. Instead, he spent his time at home with the elderly woman, cleaning the house and listening as she recounted the sorrowful tale of her son, who had been mistakenly killed on the battlefield by ninjas. With tears in her eyes, she clutched his hands tightly, earnestly advising him, "Ling, do not wander about recklessly. Keep your distance from strangers." "I understand, Ryoko." Yet, despite his words, Shima Cho, only a few days into his arrival, unwittingly found himself in a perilous situation. It was afternoon, and the leaves rustled in the wind, creating a serene ambience, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing along the path. However, upon drawing closer, he detected the acrid scent of smoke mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Suddenly, he heard the anguished cries of a child emanating from nearby. Shima Cho abruptly halted, his medicinal basket trembling on his back. Meanwhile, several adults surrounded a child of about 7 years old. The garments of these individuals bore the emblem of the Fan clan on their backs, while the child, cornered against the rock and trembling as he brandished his kunai, was a stark contrast with his hair, half white and half black. Unlike the Uchiha clansman, whose red eyes glared hungrily at him, the boy's expression was vacant and dazed, as if he sensed that death was imminent. Yet, he could not contemplate whether this demise would be a swift, merciful end or a prolonged agony leading to a shattered mind. His thoughts were a void. His body stiffened. His pupils quivered, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. However, the adversaries before him showed not a trace of compassion, only cold malice. "There's only this one left." One of the Uchiha sneered. "How unfortunate, to have fled here in such a panic." They mocked him ruthlessly, even though he was merely a 7-year-old child. Soon, they made their move, not to allow a single individual to end the life of this young Senju, but rather to collectively torment him to death. The boy clearly saw two figures raising their long blades towards him, the tips gleaming with a blinding cold light under the sun. Another activated their Sharingan. With both attacking simultaneously, the small frame of the boy was immediately overwhelmed by excruciating pain far beyond his capacity to endure. He lost consciousness, and thus did not hear the incredulous exclamations of the Uchiha moments later. Where did that little brat go? Chapter 91, Remarkable Reflexes. As the sun began to set, the sky grew desolate. The wind surged, causing the leaves to rustle chaotically. The arriving Hashirama, accompanied by his team, hastened to the scene, only to find that the Uchiha had vanished. Hashirama's anxious gaze fixated on the blood splattered across the rocks, yet he found no trace of his brother, Tobirama. The battle had concluded, but the absence of any sign of him or even his remains left Hashirama in despair. Was it impossible to find even a part of his body, as had been the case with Izuna? His heart sank as he stared at the blood, clenching his fists in a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, one of the Senju spotted something unusual and, with keen eyes, shouted angrily at a thicket some meters away. The other two, catching the signal, rushed forward and dragged out the hidden figure. Moments later, Hashirama squinted in astonishment. Rin? The two Senju exchanged puzzled glances, surprised that Hashirama recognized the child. They hesitated, unsure whether to release their grip. Fortunately, the captive showed no signs of resistance, allowing them to momentarily ease their hold. Silently assessing the white-haired child bearing a backpack, Hashirama quickly approached. Rin, how did you end up here? I was gathering herbs, Rin replied, meeting Hashirama's gaze with ease. Observing the bundle of medicinal plants in his backpack, Hashirama believed him. Concerned for Tobarama's whereabouts and with little time to spare, he urged, then you should leave this place quickly, night is approaching. Once you return home, do not venture out again. As he turned to leave, Hashirama inadvertently caught sight of bloodstains on Rin's right sleeve. He halted abruptly. Rin, seemingly unfazed, responded, don't worry, this blood isn't mine, it belongs to someone else. I saved him, and now I need to find some water for him. I heard commotion here and came to check, only to find you. Hashirama's brow furrowed as he grasped a key detail. Another? This implied that Rin had been here before. A whirlwind of confusion engulfed Hashirama, tightening his grip. He seized Rin's hand, eyes filled with urgency. Rin, may I meet the person you saved? The nearby Senju intervened, forcibly separating the two, their expressions wary. No. If he saved an Uchiha, or one of those from the Yuhi clan. Hashirama's gaze froze. Though he knew the chances were slim, he still yearned for news of Tobarama's survival. Thus, he turned his attention to the figure a few steps away. Seeing a flicker of hope in Hashirama's eyes, Rin glanced skyward, frowning, and spoke coldly. I don't understand anything about Uchiha or Yuhi. All I know is that the person I saved is younger than both me and all of you. If I hadn't saved him, he would have perished here. Younger? This matched Tobarama. Hashirama's emotions surged. Please, Rin, take me to see him. Beneath a sprawling tree, a small figure leaned against it, eyes closed, utterly still. Tobarama. As Hashirama rushed forward, a Senju who had intended to warn him reluctantly let his hand drop. They approached the tree, finding no signs of ambush. Only Hashirama, cradling the unconscious Tobarama, filled with joy at their reunion. This child truly loved his younger brother, Rin observed from the side. Thankfully, he had arrived in time, otherwise, Tobarama would have been lost forever. Tobarama's condition was not dire. He merely needed to sleep off the effects of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. And Rin had already tended to his wounds. With proper care, he would recover. Hashirama, regaining his composure, noticed the bloodstains on Tobarama's chest and gasped. Yet, upon pulling back his brother's clothing, he found the flesh beneath intact, with no wounds to be seen. It must have been Rin. Hashirama turned quickly, searching for him. But aside from a few bewildered Senju, the figure had already vanished into the distance. In the dusk, the shadow of the departing figure stretched long, their solitary silhouette appearing profoundly forlorn. Later that evening, upon seeing Tobarama brought back by his elder brother, Tobarama rushed to greet them. Relieved to know Tobarama was alive and out of danger, his usually stern demeanor softened considerably. Brother, your timely support was commendable. Tobarama assumed it was Hashirama who had safeguarded Tobarama. Hashirama hesitated, revealing a complex expression. No, I arrived too late. Someone else got there first. Had it not been for him, I would have only found Tobarama's lifeless body. Tobarama's red eyes reflected confusion, but he saw Hashirama approach and gently pat his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Tobarama, in a couple of days, come with me to meet the true savior of Tobarama. Rin, the water in the tank is sufficient. No need to fetch more. Come back and rest. Rin paused at the distant call of Granny Ryoko, turning to respond. I'll be back after this task. You are such a diligent child. You truly work hard, Granny Ryoko sighed, shaking her head as she entered the house. Rin took a few steps with the water bucket when suddenly, a shadow flickered in his vision, and something lunged at him. Instinctively, he bent down to evade. The empty bucket fell to the ground with a dull thud. Remarkable reflexes. Hearing voices ahead, Rin straightened, frowning. Before him stood a small figure. No? A child a few years younger than him, staring intently. You. The other child seemed about to say something when the scene shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, Rin seized the child's braid and forcefully pinned him to the ground, his gaze stern. Who are you? The other party struggled desperately, yet could not escape from his shackles in the slightest. Let go of me, cried Uchiha Narumi. I won't release you without knowing your identity, he replied. Mizuna stared at the person on top of him, her small face flushed crimson, her little hands flailing wildly. Suddenly remembering something, she gritted her teeth and swiftly extended her left hand towards a certain direction. Uchiha Narumi keenly observed where this little rascal was reaching for. Chapter 92. Not bad looking. Uchiha Narumi decisively jumped back several meters, astonished. At such a tender age, How could she resort to such underhanded tactics? With the pressure lifted, Mizuna quickly scrambled to her feet. She hadn't anticipated that the method her brother suggested would be so effective. Just days prior, she had heard her brother recount how he had saved someone from drowning. That individual appeared to be a doctor who had swiftly healed her brother's bruised leg. Not only that, but he also possessed remarkable skills in skipping stones, surpassing her brother's own abilities. The last person to outdo her brother was an ungainly fellow with a rather unappealing watermelon-shaped head. These two individuals had piqued Mizuna's interest significantly. She had already encountered the watermelon-headed one while he was covertly trailing her brother. However, she had yet to meet the doctor. Seizing the opportunity, she had come to investigate. She was curious to see what kind of person could surpass her brother. Standing upright, Mizuna gazed intently at Uchiha Narumi from several meters away, her flustered expression still tinged with a blush. He appeared to be around her brother's age, his white hair strikingly unique. But what stood out the most were his eyes, two different colors. Judging by his agility, he seemed almost akin to a ninja. Why did her brother associate with such individuals? A wave of concern surged in Mizuna's chest. Uchiha Narumi squinted, scrutinizing the short figure before him for a few seconds, and found the child somewhat familiar. Just then, a cheerful shout echoed down the path. Ling. His thoughts interrupted. Uchiha Narumi turned to locate the source of the voice, discovering that it was Hashirama. With Tobarama at his side, recognizing Hashirama, Mizuna was taken aback, too stunned to utter a word, and swiftly turned to flee, her silhouette disappearing in an instant. Hashirama found the situation peculiar. Who was that? He wondered about the child who had come to challenge him. Uchiha Narumi pointed to the stone Mizuna had thrown and the overturned water bucket on the ground. Hashirama hurriedly helped to right the bucket, as he had come to express gratitude regarding Tobarama's matter. Thus he did not dwell on Mizuna's abrupt departure. Tobarama, however, cast a lingering glance in the direction Mizuna had fled. It seems locating your residence might prove somewhat challenging, Hashirama remarked. To which Uchiha Narumi directly inquired about their purpose for coming. I truly appreciate your help regarding Tobarama, he said earnestly. Hashirama regarded him seriously, then clapped Tobarama on the back, laughing heartily. Last time, Tobarama nearly harmed you, and I brought him along to sincerely apologize. Tobarama shot a glance at his elder brother, as if to say that he had not been informed of such formalities prior to their arrival. Uchiha Narumi replied nonchalantly, There's no need for that. It's all right. Your brother should have awakened by now, correct? Hashirama nodded vigorously. That is good to hear. Seeing that Uchiha Narumi did not intend to elaborate further, he bent down to pick up the water bucket to leave, leaving Hashirama momentarily at a loss for words. Ling seems rather busy. At that moment, Tobarama moved, intercepting Uchiha Narumi. Uchiha Narumi looked up in confusion, and before he could inquire, Tobarama had taken the bucket from his hands. After all, as the savior of Tobarama, he felt it was only right to assist in some way beyond mere gratitude, especially since the other was a seemingly delicate girl. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Narumi, due to Hashirama's misunderstanding, Tobarama had mistakenly assumed his gender. Uchiha Narumi, feeling perplexed by Tobarama's actions, pressed down on his hand. Why are you taking my bucket? You ought to be heading to the river for water, right? Tobarama swiftly brushed his hand away, turning his back coldly. Leave it to me. Consider it compensation for the previous incident. As Tobarama stepped forward, Uchiha Narumi turned, staring blankly at Hashirama, seemingly questioning if this was the attitude one should have when apologizing. Hashirama looked somewhat embarrassed, but could only sigh in resignation. Is there anything else you need me to do? Upon hearing the question, Uchiha Narumi narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before responding. Then come help me chop some firewood. All right. After arranging the straightforward Hashirama and exchanging pleasantries with Granny Ryoko, Uchiha Narumi headed outside to the 3 large water tanks. He scrutinized them for a moment before stealthily draining all the water he had filled them with. He couldn't let Tobarama off so easily. He still held a grudge, so he decided to refill the 3 tanks himself. Meanwhile, Mizuna hurried home, her eyes glued to the ground, and collided directly into Izuna's embrace. Izuna steadied his younger brother, concern evident on his face. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? He felt Mizuna's forehead, relieved to find he did not have a fever. Did you go train? Why didn't you invite me along? In response to Izuna's inquiries, Mizuna, catching his breath, shook his head. He confessed that he had gone to the foot of the mountain and found the person whom Izuna had rescued, perhaps feeling embarrassed. Mizuna did not mention being pinned down by the individual, nor did he mention his desperate attempt to reach for him. Izuna's eyes widened in surprise. Given that war had erupted again, he had not visited the river in some time, nor had he seen Hashirama or that Ling. What was he like? He asked. Mizuna replied, not bad looking. After a moment's contemplation, Mizuna admitted to herself that she favored such handsome appearances, though their interaction had been brief, leaving little room for conversation. However, She hoped her impression had been lasting. Izuna raised an eyebrow. I didn't ask about his looks. Never mind, let us go inside. When they next encountered one another, it would be half a month later. The wind at the mountaintop was particularly strong, and Izuna sat alone at the edge, gazing at the scenery below. Memories of the time spent climbing to the summit with Hashirama flooded his mind, recalling the conversations they had shared. Hashirama had expressed his desire to build a village here, establishing a school for children to train, complete missions, and set ranks, thereby diverting them from the horrors of war. He believed this was an excellent idea, as it would allow him to better protect Mizuna. However, to realize such an ideal, they needed to grow stronger, otherwise, their opinions would go unheard. It was at this moment that Uchiha Nariyuki quietly approached Izuna from behind. Having positioned himself, Izuna was still lost in thought and had not yet noticed him. Thus, Uchiha Nariyuki kicked a small stone towards him. Sensing the subtle disturbance, Izuna snapped back to reality and turned his head. He was startled by the figure so close behind him, his hair bristling like a cat's fur. What are you doing? I'll have you know I'm quite sensitive. Don't just stand behind me. Uchiha Nariyuki replied, Oh, what would happen if I did? Upon hearing this, Izuna coughed in surprise and promptly scrambled to his feet, pointing at the seemingly smug white-haired boy, only to feel a sudden urge to relieve himself as his position shifted. He hurriedly sought a place to resolve his predicament. Half a minute later, Izuna felt Uchiha Nariyuki approach again, sending a jolt through him. Haha, Izuna. So you're the type who can't go when someone stands behind you. Feeling mocked, Izuna simply. Chapter 93, The Brother from Behind. Time passes swiftly. A month has gone by in the blink of an eye. In the world of ninjas, conflicts are relentless and casualties abound. It is a rather challenging endeavor to seek out a tranquil haven where one can find solace for a weary soul. Fortunately, however, Madara has recently developed an affinity for a particular place. Initially, it was brought to his attention by Hashirama, who suggested they retreat to the mountain base for a respite after their sparring session. As Madara followed Hashirama's lead to the designated spot, he beheld a house nestled in the shadows of the trees, along with the individual who had caused him considerable discomfort during their journey. It turned out that Rin resided there. Setting aside his younger brother Izuna's prior visit, Madara was somewhat intrigued by Hashirama's familiarity with this location. Because Rin had saved my brother Tobarama's life not long ago, he became inadvertently more acquainted with this place. Upon hearing Hashirama's explanation, Madara was struck with realization. Despite Rin's seemingly frail appearance, he indeed possessed the remarkable ability to save lives. You've witnessed this yourself, Madara. It was Rin who treated your bruises. Speaking of which, you saved Rin, and Rin saved my brother. By this reckoning, you are my savior as well, Madara. Ha 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 ha. In all honesty, at that moment, when Hashirama's booming laughter echoed in his ear, Madara darkened his expression, clenched his fists, and felt an urge to rush over and silence those two. However, just then, a kind old woman emerged from the house, inviting them to sit down, prompting Madara to restrain his impulsive feelings. Yet, during this visit, upon hearing the deliberate utterance of brother from behind, Madara swiftly turned to glare at the person before him, suppressing his irritation as he asked, Are you ever going to stop, you scoundrel? What's wrong? Tobarama, with an innocent expression, blinked and offered him a cup of tea. The old woman saw you were tired from chopping wood, so she asked me to bring you some water. This task was originally Hashirama's, but since he didn't come with you today, it fell to me. You've worked hard. Madara huffed coldly as he accepted the cup. As the rim met his lips, he felt the cool tea wash away much of his fatigue. After finishing, Madara noticed Tobarama had pulled up a stool to sit beside him, gazing at him with an earnest expression. What do you want? Under such scrutiny, Madara frowned, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Tobarama, is something the matter? Hearing the concern in his tone, Madara momentarily lost focus, then shoved the cup into Tobarama's hand, asserting, This has nothing to do with you. He then looked up at the sky, lowering his voice, You don't need to know. Not willing to press further, Tobarama nodded. You don't need to do any more work. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Madara cast his gaze downward, his eyes glinting with surprise. Then curled his lips into a smirk. It's quite rare to hear a kind word from you. At that moment, Madara no longer considered the individual before him to be a sincere person. He recognized that the shyness and politeness he had observed when rescuing this fellow from the river were mere facades. For once that mouth opened, the things Tobarama said could be utterly infuriating, especially when he and Hashirama were in sync. Madara felt an overwhelming urge to thrash them both. Yet, his strength did not permit it. Hashirama's prowess surpassed his own, and this fellow appeared quite fragile. It was not appropriate to strike him. After all, the strong exist to protect the weak, not to harm them. However, Izuna had mentioned that Rin was quite formidable. At that time, Izuna's demeanor had been somewhat awkward, leading Madara to assume that his brother's admiration for Rin's healing abilities was all that was meant. Madara's gaze remained fixed ahead. Tobarama seemed to have nothing more to say, quietly turning to head back into the house. The sunlight outside was warm yet glaring. Madara stood still for a moment, suddenly realizing that the surrounding silence was not entirely a blessing. What could Rin possibly be doing now? Unconsciously, he followed the direction the others had departed, and in the next instant, a figure materialized in his line of sight. Tobarama was returning with a water jug, expertly clipped at his waist, clearly preparing to head out. Madara, are you going to gather herbs again? No. Madara watched as he shook his head and walked directly toward him, then grasped his arm. Madara, how about a little competition? In his field of vision, the owner of the heterochromatic eyes gazed at him, a gentle smile glimmering in his eyes. Madara was taken aback. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself racing up the mountain against him. This was the same mountain he had climbed with Hashirama. Upon reaching the summit, the view remained unchanged, but the person beside him was different, and so was his own state of mind. Facing the wind, Madara tilted his head slightly, his gaze complex as he scrutinized the individual who had nearly reached the peak alongside him, a hint of sharp suspicion lurking in his eyes. Madara, are you a doctor or a ninja? As Tobarama unscrewed the lid of the water jug, he replied with ease, I consider myself a doctor. Besides, a doctor must possess the ability to protect himself. Knowing some basics is not unusual, and I have the right to grow stronger, as my studies are solely for the betterment of saving lives. Madara's heart raced, his eyes widening in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tobarama smoothly brought the jug to his lips, but before he could drink, it was snatched away. Hey, he exclaimed, glaring. You've already drunk the water I gave you. Why are you now taking mine? Madara didn't care about that. He tilted his head back and drank first. Then he looked down to see the protest and dissatisfaction in Tobarama's eyes. For some reason, Madara felt a twinge of guilt and turned his face away. I'll return it. Don't worry, I haven't finished it. Tobarama, if you dare to finish it in one go, I'll hit you. The water jug he handed back was snatched once more, and after a brief silence, Madara turned to see Tobarama looking at him. The corners of his mouth, which had been pressed flat, finally revealed a hint of genuine amusement. Having quenched his thirst, upon noticing Madara's smile, Tobarama instinctively froze for a moment. His earlier displeasure seemed to lighten. After lingering a while longer, admiring the stunning view at the foot of the mountain, Tobarama finally stood up and clapped his hands. Let us head back. Madara nodded. Brother. Just then, a voice approached from afar, and soon the newcomer entered their view. Chapter 94, not sister, but brother. The one approaching was Izuna. His expression was frantic, as though something grave had transpired. Madara's heart tightened involuntarily, and his demeanor grew serious. What's wrong, Izuna? As soon as he inquired, Tobarama beside him suddenly halted, emitting a sound of astonishment. In that brief moment, Izuna had already dashed in front of them. The child was panting, hunched over, trying to catch his breath before answering Madara's question. But the next instant, Izuna's little braid was seized by a hand, and Tobarama's smiling face leaned in close to him. Well, if it isn't my brother from behind. Upon hearing that voice, Izuna immediately sensed that trouble was brewing. Meanwhile, Madara appeared somewhat perplexed. Let go. Izuna struggled, yet was apprehensive that if he exerted too much effort, he might end up being pinned to the ground and pummeled, reminiscent of the last incident. Thus, he cast a pleading glance towards Madara. Before Madara could indulge in his protective instincts, he heard Narumi chuckle. The last time I saw you, I thought you looked familiar, but I never anticipated that you were Izuna, Madara's younger brother. Surely, those rogue behaviors of Izuna must have been instigated by you, Madara? Madara responded with a quizzical, what rogue behaviors? Witnessing Madara's bewilderment, Izuna felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just as he was contemplating ways to resist, Narumi released him. Never mind, you two may leave. Your brother seems eager to find you, which surely indicates some pressing matter. Do come over to my home again sometime. The white-haired individual breezed past the two brothers, playfully ruffling Izuna's hair, his teasing voice lingering. Even your little brother can join you, and your brother. Izuna, whose ears were nearly bleeding from the embarrassment, could only remain silent. After their departure, Madara pressed Izuna for the details of what had transpired that day, but he fell into an eerie silence. He had merely commented that guy looks like a girl and expressed concern over Izuna's well-being. He had not instructed him to actually confront anyone. The journey home was uneventful, and upon arriving, Narumi spotted Granny Ryoko peering outside. Has Madara left? Yes, he has, she replied, pulling him down to sit beside her. Sighing softly, it's been quite a while since Hashirama and Tobarama came to play. Has something occurred? Narumi shook his head, urging her not to overthink it. They are all your friends, aren't they? Just be sure not to quarrel. If there's any discord, you should mediate, as you have a gentle temperament. And I trust you. Hearing this, Narumi sighed inwardly. How could he mediate? Who was he to intervene? After all, the conflicts between the Uchiha and Senju clans were not matters that outsiders could easily meddle in. Rest assured, Granny Ryoko, he said, nodding to reassure her. Almost as soon as he spoke, a commotion arose outside. Hashirama and Tobarama had indeed arrived. Narumi squinted and noticed another figure lurking behind Tobarama, Kaido, shyly hiding his face behind his older brother. Granny Ryoko lamented, "Oh dear, you arrived too late. Madara just left." Upon hearing Madara's name, both Hashirama and Tobarama paused, their expressions darkening. From this, Narumi gathered that something had transpired between Madara and the two brothers. It must be that their parents had discovered their interactions, possibly leading to more unpleasant incidents. As Granny Ryoko entered the house to prepare tea, Hashirama turned to Narumi. "So Madara has already been to see you." He smiled, though the grin seemed forced. "Is he well?" "Big brother," Tobarama interjected sternly, reminding Hashirama to focus. Narumi, however, bypassed them and addressed Kaido. I apologize for the delay in coming to see you." Kaido mustered his courage and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Narumi found the child's earnest demeanor endearing and chuckled, replying that it was merely a trivial effort. Kaido, being straightforward, added, "Sister, your eye color is truly beautiful." Narumi nodded. "And your hair color is quite lovely as well." Just as he finished speaking, he sensed something amiss, his expression stiffening. "What did you call me?" Kaido tilted his head and sweetly responded, "Sister." Narumi was taken aback. He turned his gaze away, first glancing at the awkwardly smiling Hashirama, and then at the stoic Tobarama. Finally, he swiftly retrieved a mirror, gazing into it with self-doubt for several moments. When Granny Ryoko emerged with tea and noticed his dazed expression, she inquired, "What is the matter, Narumi?" "Granny Ryoko, please tell them seriously. Have you gained a grandson or a granddaughter?" Granny Ryoko chuckled. "What a question. Of course. I've gained a thoughtful grandson." After a moment of silence, Hashirama burst out, "Wait. Narumi is a boy?" Narumi, expressionless, found the absurdity of the situation amusing. "You thought I was a girl all along? Wasn't it just Madara's wild conjecture? You actually believed it for so long?" Hashirama, feeling the sting of the mockery, shrugged his shoulders and squatted down in contemplation. Tobarama stood in shock for a moment, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Kaido clutched his head, unable to comprehend. "How could this be? You three brothers are simply outrageous," Narumi remarked, at a loss for words. "If that's the case, then it would be even more convenient for you to join our clan." Tobarama suddenly interjected, closing his eyes and rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He then faced Narumi, as if he had reluctantly accepted the fact that Narumi was not a girl after all. Narumi questioned, "What would I even do in your clan?" Hashirama perked up at the mention of the topic, stepping closer to Narumi with a sincere expression. "Narumi, we would like to invite you to join the Senju clan." Tobarama explained, "Here's the situation." Unlike Hashirama, who was not particularly adept at negotiations, Tobarama took the lead, showcasing his persuasive skills. After listening, Narumi finally understood the reason for their unexpected visit. They wished for him to become the designated physician for the Senju clan. Tobarama laid out a myriad of enticing conditions, assuring his absolute safety, providing the best living conditions, and offering a substantial salary. "This serious matter, how could it fall to you three?" Narumi inquired. "We are the sons of the clan leader. What I say carries my father's intentions," Tobarama replied. Narumi scrutinized Tobarama for a long time. It was only after Tobarama furrowed his brow that Narumi decisively said, "I do not wish to take sides." Tobarama discerned that this was a refusal. Chapter 95, Don't Cause a Midnight Fright. As night fell, the room was engulfed in darkness, suffocating and somber. The windows stood ajar, the curtains swaying in the breeze, resembling drifting specters. Faintly, voices could be heard within, followed by a quarrel erupting moments later. Half a minute passed, and Hashirama and Tobarama emerged from the room, one after the other. Big brother, second brother. Kaido, standing guard outside, looked at them with concern. He had overheard his father's raised voice inside, and was anxious about the situation. Upon seeing the visibly dispirited Hashirama, he immediately perked up, offering a few comforting words. Turning around, he caught sight of Tobarama striding outside. "Tobarama, where are you going?" "I'm going to have another talk with Narumi." "There's no need for that, Tobarama," Hashirama interjected, moving to block him. "Father and I have made it quite clear, Narumi is not one of us. There's no need to force the issue." "But brother, do you realize the value he could bring to us?" Tobarama countered. "Besides, you saw how well he gets along with Madara. Now that Madara has decisively cut ties and severed their connection, it is highly likely that he will pull Narumi into the Uchiha camp, and as father mentioned, Narumi could pose a significant threat to us." "You are overthinking it, Tobarama. Rin has expressed his disdain for taking sides. He merely wishes to accompany Granny Kyoko. Yet, Tobarama's demeanor exhibited no signs of relaxation. If anything, it tightened further. I do not believe him. Hashirama remained silent for a moment, observing Tobarama with a furrowed brow before lowering his voice. In any case, do not provoke Rin. No one relishes war, nor do they desire to partake in it. How many grand battles have we witnessed? Each time, the aftermath is a mountain of corpses, rivers of blood, and a landscape filled with sorrow, truly a sight too harrowing to bear. Rin has undoubtedly witnessed his share of such horrors, and we must respect others' wishes to remain uninvolved. Hearing Hashirama's earnest words, Tobarama stood frozen, his eyes wide. Finally, the rigidity of his profile softened slightly. Very well. He turned to face his elder brother, his expression earnest. Even if you have persuaded me, we cannot control what father and others, including the Uchiha and those from the Yuhi clan, think. You cannot interfere with their thoughts. Hashirama stood there, momentarily stunned, while Tobarama chose not to elaborate further. He grasped the hand of the nearby, seemingly dazed Kiba, and together they departed from Hashirama's sight. The following afternoon, the weather was somewhat gloomy and oppressive, hinting at impending rain. Yusuji Seiya stepped outside to hang laundry, beginning to gather the soiled bed linens. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he perceived a figure with red eyes and white hair standing not too far away on a hillside, gazing in his direction. Recognizing the individual, Seiya raised an eyebrow. Aren't you coming in to sit? Tobarama frowned. He had not anticipated that after such an unpleasant conversation the previous day, the other would still smile and invite him inside. You should have guessed why I have returned to seek you out. Tobarama approached step by step, despite his youth. His serious demeanor, combined with his imposing presence, indeed exuded an air of pressure. However, the ever-unfazed Seiya remained indifferent to the aura emanating from the second Hokage. Seiya replied nonchalantly, then you should also be able to guess my answer. Tobarama halted in his tracks. He had distinctly promised his elder brother not to pursue Rin. Yet after a night of contemplation, he resolved to attempt again for the sake of the clan. However, it appeared futile. You might want to reconsider. Tobarama was unwilling to concede so easily. Yet, Seiya merely smiled, continuing to gather the laundry without a care. After a prolonged silence with no response, Tobarama felt a twinge of dissatisfaction brewing within him. However, expressing anger would serve no purpose. He let out a disinterested scoff and inquired, would you choose to side with the Madara who saved you? Seiya responded, what does that have to do with anything? The surprise in his eyes caught Tobarama's attention, and he pressed on, if that is the case. Seiya promptly interrupted, what? Are you planning to deal with me right here? Taken aback, Tobarama froze. Seiya shook his head and continued, you seem quite adept at preparing for unforeseen circumstances, but you are overthinking it. Instead of squabbling with one another, it would be wiser to invest time in establishing a chance for peace. Although it is true that everlasting peace is an illusion, and human interactions are often fraught with deceit and treachery, a momentary peace is more precious to us common folk than the stars in the sky. Certainly, for clans like yours, peace is also invaluable. What do you think? With that, Seiya wiped the smile from his face, disregarding Tobarama, and turned to head inside with the neatly folded clothes. His unguarded back was a significant irony. Tobarama, hand resting on the kunai at his lower back, furrowed his brow tightly. When Seiya emerged again, he surveyed the surroundings and realized there was no one left. Tobarama had already departed. Subsequently, life resumed its tranquil rhythm. At least for Seiya, it was calm. That night, as he lay in bed, a loud knocking rattled his window. He pulled back the covers, rising to crack open the window. Beyond the gap, a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him. A shiver ran down his spine, and he reluctantly opened the window wider. Gazing at Madara. No need for a midnight scare, it's quite frightening. Madara entered without a word, effortlessly finding a corner to sit. Seiya was puzzled by Madara's sudden appearance. Just as he pondered this, Madara turned to face him, his Sharingan still activated. The moonlight filtering into the dark space offered some alleviation to the suffocating silence, but did not touch Madara's figure, who remained in the corner. Madara's throat felt dry, and he was unsure why he sought out this individual. After contemplating for a few moments, he opted to speak quietly. Today, many in the clan have perished, and Azuna has been injured. Seiya replied, is it serious? Fortunately not. Madara shook his head. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching, and soon Seiya was squatting before him. Their mismatched eyes met without flinching, and the owner inquired, and how about yourself? Are you well? Madara looked back, striving to decipher the expression on Seiya's face in the dim light. After a pause, he chuckled softly and averted his gaze. Of course, before he could finish, Seiya lifted Madara's sleeve to inspect his arm. Upon discovering there were no noticeable injuries, Seiya lowered the sleeve. He then turned to tug at Madara's collar. Surprised by Seiya's assertiveness in examining his condition, Madara finally raised an eyebrow and firmly interjected, what are you doing? "Oh, are you afraid of being seen?" "You're not a girl," Seiya replied, noticing Madara's refusal to release his grip. Seiya seemed to recall something and teasingly added, "Oh, do I need to check to confirm your gender first?" Madara, wide-eyed, glared at him, realizing this individual held onto grudges rather tenaciously. "The wound on my abdomen has already been dressed. You need not tend to it again. But I see your lips have turned pale from the pain. You must have come to find me because you couldn't endure it any longer. TSK, if you were seeking my assistance. You could have just said so instead of putting on a brave face." As he spoke, Madara's irritation flared, and he instinctively moved, inadvertently pulling at his wound, causing his body to tense up again. Fortunately, the next moment, Seiya's hand gently covered the injured area, alleviating the searing pain until it faded away. Madara's heart raced, and after a few seconds, he wiped the perspiration that had formed without his notice, feeling a sense of grounding return. "Is the pain gone now?" Seiya withdrew his hand, adjusting Madara's clothing. "You should return. I need to sleep." Madara remained silent, but Seiya slowly stood up. The window was ajar, and the wind rushed in. Seiya moved to the window, seemingly urging Madara to leave quickly. With no further reason to linger, Madara rose, and after a moment, placed a foot on the windowsill. One hand bracing against the window, he cast a sideways glance at Seiya, his expression complex. "Do you have anything else to say?" the white-haired youth inquired. Before Madara could respond, Seiya smiled and added, "By the way, that treatment earlier will incur a fee." Madara replied, "A fee? Indeed, otherwise. Did you think I was so eager to check on you for no reason? However, upon touching you just now, I realized you were devoid of any money. So do remember to bring some when we meet next time." The slippery ground beneath my feet proved treacherous. He knew well that there are no such things as free lunches in this world. Watching the exceedingly irritated silhouette retreat into the night, Uchiha Narumi couldn't help but chuckle. Though some of their actions were difficult to comprehend, the little brat was undeniably endearing at that moment. Thus began a series of tumultuous days. It seemed as though a switch had been flipped within Ban, for thereafter he would always carry money when seeking out others. This behavior left Izuna in a state of bewilderment. Who did his brother intend to give his pocket money to? Driven by curiosity, Izuna stealthily followed Ban. When he witnessed his brother, with a proud demeanor, handing over money to the grinning white-haired individual, Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that his brother was being coerced by that fellow? What other reason could there be for him to give money without cause? Lost in such thoughts, Izuna's presence was soon discovered by both Ban and Uchiha Narumi. After some explanation, he finally grasped the reasoning behind his brother's actions. It was a close call. He nearly leaped out to confront someone. However, he suspected he might not stand a chance against that spirit. Just like now, he found himself once more at the mercy of his opponent's teasing, swinging his weapon and missing entirely. Beneath the resplendent sunlight, Izuna panted heavily, his small face flushed with exhaustion, while Ban remained composed, calmly observing the spar between his younger brother and Uchiha Narumi. He was aware that the latter possessed some skills. Yet he did not anticipate that Izuna, who had practiced with him since childhood, would be so thoroughly subdued by this individual. "Let us take a break, children." Upon noticing the delightful refreshments prepared by Granny Ryoko, Uchiha Narumi signaled for a pause. Izuna threw down his shuriken in frustration, declaring, "The shuriken is too short. I couldn't even touch you. Let us use swords next time." Uchiha Narumi was momentarily taken aback, observing the fierce fire igniting in Izuna's eyes, and nodded. "All right. I just happen to have a sword. You?" Uchiha Narumi said no more, returning to the house to retrieve a blade. Izuna was taken aback by the sight of the white cloud-patterned sun blade, eagerly inquiring, "Whose sword is this?" The white-haired individual lied without a hint of embarrassment. It's an heirloom of my family." "Izuna, do you know swordsmanship?" Uchiha Narumi, "Just a little." Once again, Izuna exhibited a look of astonishment. As they made their way back, Izuna's mind continued to dwell on the sword, and the more he thought about it, the more excitement bubbled in his eyes. Ban cast a sidelong glance at him and bluntly doused his enthusiasm. "You cannot defeat Rei." Pierced by his brother's pointed remark, Izuna retorted, "Can you defeat him, brother?" "I don't know. I've never tried," Ban replied. Izuna tilted his head, about to question why it had taken so long for his brother to spar with that fellow, when Ban's voice continued, "He is unlike us. He merely seeks a peaceful existence, while we bear the weight of the Uchiha clan's responsibilities. Our pursuit of strength far exceeds his. You may not be able to conquer Rei now, but remember, we possess these eyes." Ban activated his Sharingan, gazing intently at Izuna. "One day, we shall stand together at the pinnacle." Moved by Ban's profound tone, Izuna nodded earnestly. "Rei, I apologize for the trouble I am about to cause you once more. Rest assured, we shall cover the medical expenses." Upon witnessing the bitter expression on Hashirama's face, Uchiha Narumi refrained from further comment and promptly began his work at the Senju clan's territory. Over the past 2 years, under the leadership of Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan had engaged in countless battles with the Uchiha clan's ninjas, resulting in a stalemate with losses on both sides. Caught in between, he had been called upon numerous times to heal the injured from both clans. In this era of warfare, healers are scarce, and initially, he sensed a hint of disdain in their treatment of him as a mere child. However, with a mindset of a dead horse is better than a live one, he proceeded to treat their clansmen, eventually earning their respect for his undeniable skill. Yet, with the escalating conflicts, Uchiha Narumi sensed that the Senju clan was beginning to contemplate pulling him closer. However, due to his seemingly rigid demeanor and Hashirama's protective nature, the obstinate Tobarama merely cast him a few more glances without imposing further difficulties. Under the night sky, Tobarama escorted Uchiha Narumi out of the clan's territory, wearing the same cold expression as 2 years prior, neither smiling nor frowning. Could he make his way back alone? Yes, Tobarama, you should return to your duties. Uchiha Narumi waved goodbye and turned. Yet, Tobarama changed his mind and approached him once more. Ray, let us have a word. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Narumi knew Tobarama was about to engage in verbal sparring and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Before he could utter a word, a distinctive somber voice resonated from beneath the trees in the darkness. Give it up, Senju Tobarama. Chapter 97. Behind me is you. That voice was so familiar to Tobarama that it had become numbing. Ban, in this current situation, do you dare to come to the Senju alone? Have you prepared to stay? Tobarama spoke in a hushed tone. In the darkness, a low, cold chuckle echoed in response, as if mocking the futility of Tobarama's threat. Then, shadows shifted, and the newcomer stepped forward. Ban's face emerged from the darkness. The passage of over 2 years had seen his hair grow long, and the glance he cast was imbued with a formidable contempt. You are mistaken. Tobarama's heart tightened, and he immediately narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, in the next moment, another shadow slipped out from behind Ban, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, confronting Tobarama. As adversaries who had clashed countless times on the battlefield, Tobarama was well aware of who stood beside Ban, prompting his aura to tense, ready to erupt. Yet, in the next instant, Uchiha Narumi stepped forward, successfully blocking the direct gaze between Tobarama and Ban, as well as Izuna. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Uchiha Narumi felt overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that Ban and Izuna would come here together, effectively provoking Tobarama and, by extension, the Senju clan. He genuinely feared that a fight might erupt right then and there. Quickly, Uchiha Narumi turned his head to meet Tobarama's steely gaze, attempting to shift the conversation and soothe tensions. Let us discuss this another time. Tobarama, you should return. His tone, compared to his earlier neutrality, was noticeably softer now. Tobarama, being an astute individual, understood that Uchiha Narumi was concerned about the potential for violence. Considering that both sides had suffered losses on the battlefield recently, it was unlikely that they would immediately resort to conflict. He would not confront Ban and Izuna alone. Then let us talk another time. After weighing the pros and cons, Tobarama softened his expression, following Uchiha Narumi's lead without specifying the content of their future discussion. As he turned to leave, he deliberately cast a glance back at Ban, seemingly retaliating. Upon seeing this, Ban's expression visibly darkened. Even Izuna sensed Tobarama's intent and frowned in displeasure. Ray, travel safely on your way back. Farewell. Farewell. As Uchiha Narumi faced Tobarama, he remained unaware of the expressions on Ban and Izuna's faces behind him. He only perceived that the previously stoic Tobarama had suddenly relaxed, even advising him to be cautious on his journey home. What is going on? Did Tobarama lay an ambush on the road? Observing that Tobarama had already distanced himself, the white-haired figure remained rooted in place, gazing after him, evoking an unusual sensation within Madara. Was he reluctant to part with that fellow Tobarama? Moreover, what did the remark about discussing things next time imply? He was not foolish. It was evident that Tobarama's desire to recruit him had not waned. Yet he did not outright reject the notion, instead suggesting a future conversation. Did that not indicate a willingness on his part as well? Brother. Upon noticing Madara's sudden silence as he turned to leave, Izuna instinctively flinched. Hearing the sound, Kamizuki Seiya snapped back to reality, approaching Izuna with a puzzled expression. What is wrong with your brother? Izuna was evidently torn between pursuing his brother and remaining to clarify their purpose with the white-haired individual. I don't know. Kamizuki Seiya cast a sideways glance at Madara's retreating figure, equally perplexed by Madara's behavior, and decided to disregard it for the moment. He draped an arm over Izuna's shoulder, giving him a gentle pat. Forget about that. It's quite impressive that you brothers managed to stroll all the way here tonight. Feeling the affectionate embrace, Izuna stiffened momentarily before huffing, pouting as he turned away. How could it be a stroll? We came to fetch you. Kamizuki Seiya paused, glancing at the proud Uchiha sibling before shifting his gaze to the Uchiha elder who had walked a good distance away. It dawned on him that they were also here to seek him out for healing the clan members, prompting him to look up at the deepening twilight. Then let me return first to inform Granny Ryoko, lest she waits for me to have dinner. Izuna seized his arm, urgency evident in his voice. There is no time. Come with us first. I got it. Madara observed the two of them tugging at each other and quickened his pace, eventually slowing down as he approached them. However, at the very moment he came to a halt, his brother and the white-haired individual had already passed him. He even caught a faint whisper from the white-haired one to Izuna. Your brother must have been angered by Tobirama. Let him be alone for a while to cool off. We should avoid provoking him further. Surprisingly, Izuna found this to be quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Madara, feeling an even greater irritation, remained silent. After a long night filled with the Senju and Uchiha clans, Kamizuki Seiya finally completed the healing process just past 3 in the morning. For those severely injured, he employed the rebirth healing technique to stabilize their conditions. As long as there was no immediate danger to life, everything would be fine. The lightly injured could simply apply some medicine and recuperate on their own. Seated on a bench, Kamizuki Seiya stifled a yawn, stretching his arms in a comfortable manner. Yet, before he could retract them, his wrists were grasped by a pair of unusually cool hands. Looking up in bewilderment, he found Madara gazing down at him. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a chill emanating from those lofty eyes. Was Madara still in a foul mood? Could you let go? Kamizuki Seiya voiced. As the position felt akin to being compelled to raise his hands and surrender, it appeared rather bizarre, and it left him with an unsettling sense of insecurity, as if Madara were poised to stab him in the back at any moment. The gloom that had accumulated since encountering Tobirama dissipated somewhat upon hearing this remark. Just as his lips were about to curl into a smile due to the trust expressed by the other, he heard Kamizuki Seiya add, after all, if someone is behind me, I can still manage to let it out. Madara, his expression turned impassive immediately. Is that so? With that, the white-haired individual was abruptly yanked by Madara, who pulled him up. Chapter 98, The Need for a Warm Bed. The motion was so sudden and swift that Kamizuki Seiya was yanked off the bench and dragged several steps forward, his mind still in a daze. Realizing something was amiss, he abruptly halted Madara's stride, his face a mask of terror. What do you intend to do? Madara replied. I'm giving you a chance to prove that earlier statement. Kamizuki Seiya's heart raced like thunder, his eyes widening. He had merely made a jest, and certainly had no inclination to expose himself in front of others. No, he protested, struggling and muttering. You really don't understand humor at all. Madara shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent and resolute in his actions, pulling harder on his arm. Kamizuki Seiya, facing the consequences of his bravado, felt himself nearing the ground. Madara. His panic was palpable. Ignoring him, Madara continued dragging him along. Hey, don't pretend you can't hear me. Madara remained taciturn, and within that brief span, he sensed a weight on his leg as Kamizuki Seiya attempted to lower his center of gravity to resist. How naive. In the next moment, the struggling Kamizuki Seiya realized his feet were off the ground. Madara had effortlessly lifted him using sheer strength. Had the little Uchiha truly become this formidable in just over 2 years? Surely he wouldn't actually validate whether he could relieve himself or not. When Izuna entered, he was met with the sight of Kamizuki Seiya, eyes wide in shock, suspended helplessly above Madara. What were these two up to? Izuna, save me. Upon seeing his brother, Kamizuki Seiya immediately sent out a distress signal. Izuna shot a glance at Madara, puzzled by the situation, yet concluded, Brother, it's getting late. Let us allow Seiya to rest properly. With this statement, realizing the hour was indeed late, Madara squinted, casting a glance at them before releasing his grip after a couple of seconds. As Kamizuki Seiya was set down, he faintly heard Madara emit a cold hum, almost as if mocking him for not being able to take a joke anymore. Damn it. Thank you, Izuna. The white-haired individual, now aware of the situation, turned to Izuna, wrapping his arms around him in gratitude. You're truly an angel. Izuna, feeling a bit flustered, shifted awkwardly but was reluctant to push him away, eventually clearing his throat to say, Why don't you stay here to rest? You can return once it's light out. Am I to share a room? Kamizuki Seiya inquired. Izuna hesitated for a moment before softly explaining, Recently, we've had many injured to accommodate, so if you don't mind, you can share a room with us. You too? Yes, I'll be sleeping with my brother. Kamizuki Seiya instinctively turned to look at Madara, who remained silent with his arms crossed. Meeting Madara's dark gaze, he quickly turned back. Then can I have the same bedding as you? Izuna appeared to hesitate again before responding. All right. He refrained from mentioning that there were extra blankets available for another bed. Then, brother, I'll take Seiya to rest now. As his brother led the white-haired individual away, Madara lingered behind, observing them for a moment. At that moment, a figure approached, and Uchiha Taijima spoke in a grave tone, having taken in the entirety of the scene. That spirit shares a favorable rapport with Izuna. If he were to persuade him, success would undoubtedly follow this time. Madara furrowed his brow slightly, offering no response to his father's words. Taijima continued, I've heard that before you found him, he was treating those Senju fellows. We must devise a means to dissuade him from associating with the Senju. That would be the most advantageous outcome for us. Madara, you shall be the one to formulate this plan. As the door creaked open, Madara noticed that the two individuals within appeared to have drifted off to sleep. He approached, only to find Izuna staring vacantly with his eyes wide open. Upon realizing Madara's presence, Izuna snapped back to reality, attempting to rise but hesitating, fearing that any movement might disturb the sleeping figure beside him. He thus lay back down, though the tension in his gaze was unmistakable. Madara discerned every nuance of Izuna's expression at a glance. He shook his head slightly, signifying that all was well, before turning his attention to the sleeping person. Observing for several seconds, the individual, eyes closed, bore no trace of the panic they had exhibited when being dragged away. A panic so intense that it had flushed their face. It was, in fact, Madara's first encounter with such a state of distress from this person, evoking a sense of curiosity. Now, in deep slumber, they seemed entirely unconcerned about the lurking dangers outside. It was uncertain whether to regard them as carefree or genuinely trusting of both him and Izuna, or perhaps they were simply too exhausted to worry about anything else. Madara calmly averted his gaze and lay down beside them. He initially expected to spend a dreamless night, yet was soon beset by a nightmare. In the dream, a figure stood before him. In the darkness, he could not discern the face, but he vaguely recognized it as someone he knew. He squinted, straining to identify them, and confirmed that the frail silhouette was indeed familiar. As he drew closer, eager to see clearly, the scene abruptly shifted. Before him glinted a knife, polished to a blinding sheen, casting an eerie light in the night. The sharp blade was raised by a hand, as if a specter were smiling coldly. Vivid, crimson liquid dripped from the blade, pooling on the ground into a dark stain. A person lay in that pool of blood, reaching out as if seeking help. When Madara focused intently, he still could not make out the individual's face. It wasn't he until a flicker of flame illuminated the scene that he beheld the anguished, helpless expression of the person. Spirit? Startled by the overwhelming shock, Madara jolted awake, the encroaching darkness replacing the light of the flame in his eyes. Before him was a pitch-black ceiling, devoid of any illumination, and certainly no gruesome sight. Feeling his rapid breaths and the cold sweat enveloping him, he closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure. For reasons unknown, despite being covered by numerous blankets, he still felt a chill, prompting him to shift his body. However, unexpectedly, he locked eyes with a pair of heterochromatic orbs. The other had awoken at some point, lying on their side and gazing at him, as if sensing something. The person smiled faintly. Izuna, your brother seems a bit cold. It appears he is in need of a warm bed companion. Madara, his expression impassive, sat up and regarded the individual who had playfully engaged him, their demeanor a stark contrast to the stricken figure from his nightmare. Determined to take action, he patted the empty space beside him, silently signaling. Uzumaki Narumi blinked, as if realizing something, then turned and called out, Izuna, your brother is inviting you over to sleep. Finally roused, Izuna exclaimed, Huh? Chapter 99. More experts. As the sun rose, its rays streaming through the window, Uzumaki Narumi awoke to an empty space beside him. Not only was Izuna absent, but so was Madara, who had turned his back after watching him for half an hour the previous day. The two brothers were diligently striving to enhance their strength and had likely ventured out. Given that the Uchiha had visited many times, it posed no issue for him to return alone. Deciding to dress swiftly and neatly fold the blankets, Uzumaki Narumi opened the door, only to be greeted not by warm sunlight, but by a mass of long, unmistakable black hair and a face that revealed little in terms of emotional fluctuation. Madara seemed poised to open the door, but unexpectedly, he did, resulting in a brief moment of surprise as they stood facing each other. Good morning. Uzumaki Narumi blinked in surprise, greeting Madara. You didn't go out? Madara replied, there was nothing necessitating my departure. He further opened the door wider, stepping past Narumi into the room, his gaze sweeping over the meticulously arranged bedding. He then turned back to look at Narumi. Seizing the opportunity, Uzumaki Narumi bid farewell. If there is nothing pressing, I'll take my leave. Otherwise, Granny Ryoko will worry. Madara responded, there is no need to rush. Have breakfast before you go. Uzumaki Narumi halted in his tracks. It's too much trouble, I'll skip it. Noting his refusal, Madara furrowed his brow, fixing him with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you eager to return? Uzumaki Narumi smiled faintly. Indeed, after all, There are those at home whom I care about. Madara understood he referred to Granny Ryoko, possibly the only person he held dear in this world. For some reason, this thought stirred a sense of oppression within Madara. Reflecting on the conversation he had with Uchiha Tajima mere hours earlier, he regarded the white-haired youth with an unmistakable intensity of emotion. How long could breakfast possibly take? Or is it that you wish to avoid my company? Why? Is it because I nearly made you soil yourself earlier? Uzumaki Narumi's smile abruptly faltered. Madara's rapid-fire inquiries left him wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. Am I that petty? After 2 seconds, he regained his composure and retorted. Madara smirked slightly. That's reassuring. Seeing the triumphant expression on Madara's face, Uzumaki Narumi felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of cement, his throat dry and scratchy. Before he could lament Madara's unpredictable manner of speech, Izuna's bright voice rang out. You're up, Ling. A gentle smile adorned Izuna's face as he entered, carrying breakfast. Noticing Madara silently observing, Uzumaki Narumi realized he could no longer decline, and thus nodded, heading off to fetch water to wash up. Izuna stepped into the room, placing the tray on the low table. When he turned back, he saw Madara still staring in a particular direction, as if watching the retreating figure of Uzumaki Narumi. Concerned, Izuna inquired, what were you discussing with Ling just now? Nothing much, Madara replied, withdrawing his gaze as he settled down, finding a comfortable position, propping his face on one hand, and nonchalantly remarked, just contemplating how to make that fellow care for more people. Izuna's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. After pondering for a moment, an unnameable feeling arose within him, yet he chose to remain silent, only asking, do neither of us fall into that category? Madara offered no response. He, too, lacked an answer. Despite having known Ling for quite some time, he questioned whether they could even be considered true friends. It was merely a transactional relationship. He healed injuries, and Ling settled the debts. Ling maintained a neutral stance, treating the Senju with the same impartiality, never taking sides or entangling himself in personal relations. However, recalling the conversation from the previous night between Ling and Tobirama, Madara felt a slight discomfort in his chest. He touched the area, sensing a blockage, uncertain of the reason behind it. Was he worried that Ling would choose the likes of Senju or Tobirama? Or was it something else entirely? In any case, he remained silent, and Izuna did as well, allowing a profound stillness to envelop the room. When Uchiha Narumi returned, he beheld the two proud individuals sitting opposite each other, their expressions solemn and serious. After this oddly tense meal, Uchiha Narumi announced his intention to leave, prompting Izuna to immediately rise and offer to see him off. At that moment, Taijima unexpectedly appeared, calling Izuna away. Just before departing, Taijima cast a glance in Madara's direction. From his angle, Uchiha Narumi failed to notice the silent exchange of glances between father and son. He only observed Madara adjusting the creases of his sleeves before walking over to him, gazing at him with a calm demeanor. Let us go? All right. As they walked along the path, Uchiha Narumi could sense that Madara was preoccupied with something. However, he understood that even if he were to inquire, Madara would not divulge anything, so he chose to remain discreetly silent. Madara. Just then, a girl rushed over like a whirlwind. Upon spotting Uchiha Narumi beside Madara, the girl exclaimed in surprise, Wow, you must be Ling. I've heard about you for ages. I wanted to formally introduce myself, but Madara and the others always kept me from doing so. I heard we're the same age, but why do you look so thin? Haven't you been eating properly? You're really good looking. Though your hair is a bit short, why don't you grow it out? A beautiful girl like you would look even better with long hair. Uchiha Narumi. Hearing the gender mix-up, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment, but the girl, chattering away, was oblivious to his expression of intent to clarify. She even took his hand with friendly enthusiasm, continuing to ask, Where do you live? Yukumo. We have matters to attend to. Izuna is free. Go play with him. Madara interjected, subtly separating the girl from Uchiha Narumi. Uchiha Yukumo pouted in dissatisfaction, protesting, Madara. Why do you always say that? What is wrong with me talking to Ling? Just because you like someone doesn't mean you can keep others from seeing them. Madara's gaze suddenly froze. Uchiha Narumi was taken aback, realizing that Uchiha Yukumo was more outspoken than Madara. He sighed, clarifying, I think you've misunderstood. I'm male. Huh. The air fell silent for a second before Uchiha Yukumo's face turned to one of sheer terror. She scrutinized the white-haired boy before her, glancing at his flat chest, recalling that his voice hadn't sounded particularly feminine, and combined with the seriousness in his eyes, she immediately deflated, her head drooping. So, you're a boy. Madara, you and Izuna deceived me. You're too foolish, Madara said deeply, adding a final jab, and too noisy. In that brief moment, Uchiha Yukumo felt as though her heart had been grievously wounded. She gritted her teeth, casting Madara a disdainful look. If he is a boy, just say so. Why hide it from me? I wouldn't mock you for liking a boy. Chapter 100, Deception again. What is the situation now? Uchiha Narumi looked up at the sky, confirming that the sunlight was not too intense to cloud one's mind and induce nonsensical chatter. His perplexed gaze returned to Madara. Just as he had been startled by Uchiha Yukomo's words, Madara's expression was not much more tranquil. The atmosphere around him grew palpably cold, as if he were incensed. Sensing the tension, Uchiha Yukomo quickly made a face and attempted to make her escape. We were just chatting. There's no need to be angry. Alright then. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go find Izuna. Ling, goodbye. The instigator of the trouble hurriedly fled, leaving behind two individuals staring at each other in bewilderment. Uchiha Narumi. Madara regarded the person before him and spoke. Don't mind her. I think it's quite necessary to address this. Uchiha Narumi took a deep breath, feeling a slight headache. It's one thing to mistake my gender. But she spoke so casually in your presence. Aren't you going to intervene? Casual? Madara's eyes revealed confusion. Uchiha Narumi's gaze brimmed with incredulity in an instant. Didn't you hear? She said you like men. I don't care about such things, Madara said dismissively, turning his face away as he began to walk forward. Uchiha Narumi, is Madara all right? You really are something. Since the principal party seemed uninterested in addressing the matter, he had no choice but to follow suit. Giving the assertive Madara a thumbs up, seeing his expression, the flicker of irritation that Uchiha Yukomo had ignited within Madara gradually extinguished. When she left, I thought she was your little girlfriend. The white-haired boy murmured softly, initially intending to tease, but Uchiha Yukomo's shocking revelation had rendered him speechless. By the way, it seems your clan, the Uchiha, doesn't marry outsiders? Madara paused, casting a sidelong glance. What is it to you? Which of our clan members have you taken a liking to? Uchiha Narumi nearly stumbled, realizing that conversing casually with Madara was ill-advised. This fellow often relied on his boldness, carelessly making explosive remarks that turned the tables on him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he needed to surprise Madara somehow. So he pretended to cough lightly and nodded. You've caught me. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that Madara had fallen a few steps behind, standing still with an unpleasant expression. Anxiety gripped his heart. He feared that his playful remarks might have offended the Uchiha clan, considering their aversion to outsiders. He quickly added, I was just joking. I wouldn't disturb anyone just because of a crush. Upon hearing this, Madara finally stirred, but only the corner of his eye twitched. Uchiha Narumi sighed in exasperation, thinking it best to clarify that it was merely a jest, when Madara suddenly asked him, Who do you like? The question struck him like a stone to the head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Having been here for quite some time, his acquaintances among the Uchiha were few, let alone knowing any girl's name. Madara's inquiry was clearly aimed at discovering whom he had taken a fancy to. And then helping him make a connection? No. That's impossible. Madara wouldn't stoop to such trivialities. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Thus, after some contemplation, Uchiha Narumi forced a smile and replied, I want to tell you. Madara, anticipating that he wouldn't get a straightforward answer, quickly ran through a list of suitable clan members in his mind. He coldly smirked, ready to list them one by one for verification. When he noticed that the white-haired boy had casually turned to walk away, waving at him, let us leave it at that. I'm off. Just as Izuna was overwhelmed by Uchiha Yukomo's antics, Madara returned. Izuna instantly displayed a look of relief upon seeing his older brother, for though Yukomo was mischievous, she still feared him. However, he couldn't help but notice that his brother seemed rather unwell. What had transpired? Without waiting for concern or inquiry, Uchiha Yun remarked, Isn't it merely a brief separation? It's not as if we want to see each other again. Why the long faces? The moment she caught the sharp glare from Madara, her heart tightened, and she promptly stood at attention, exclaiming, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must be on my way. Once the surrounding noise subsided, Izuna ventured to ask, did brother not escort Ling home? Reflecting on a recent conversation with that individual, Madara narrowed his eyes and countered with a question. Have you noticed Ling spending time with any of our clan members, particularly the women? Izuna was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a hint of resignation. Isn't brother the one closest to Ling here? I haven't seen her with anyone else you mentioned. Madara felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that she was close to him? Izuna nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Hasn't brother noticed? Perhaps it's because they are closer in age, which allows Ling to converse more freely with you. While she jokes with me, it feels different. As if she merely regards me as a younger brother. Izuna lowered his gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. Hearing this, Madara's mind replayed scenes of their interactions. As if he had finally come to a realization. He raised a hand to partially shield his eyes. There were no clan members whom he harbored affection for. That scoundrel Ling was deceiving him once more. Chapter 101. I need you. Ushimichi Naruki returned home and was greeted at the door by the eagerly awaiting Granny Ryoko. Upon learning that he had been picked up by Madara and Izuna and stayed overnight at their residence, Granny Ryoko nodded firmly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. As long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. She had been fearful that Ling might encounter ill-intentioned individuals or get caught up in some conflict, especially given her lingering sorrow over her son's tragic demise. Regrettably, she had no inkling of her enemy's appearance or name. Only a vague memory of the red and white fan emblem on the back of the ninja who had taken her son's life. However, she had not shared these thoughts with Ling. Naruki understood Granny Ryoko's concerns for his safety, so he nodded in affirmation, promising that he would inform someone the next time he stayed elsewhere. What do Ling's friends do? Granny Ryoko suddenly inquired. Having noticed that their family had been plagued by illness over the past 2 years, Naruki was momentarily taken aback. Considering that Granny Ryoko's son had been killed by a ninja, she likely held a negative view of ninjas, and thus he had never disclosed to her that Madara and Hashirama were ninjas. The likes of Madara and Hashirama, who rarely divulged their identities, kept their true nature well concealed, never flaunting their clan insignia in his presence. Granny Ryoko, who seldom ventured out, had assumed they were simply ordinary children from the neighborhood. Well, as long as she recognized them as good kids, that sufficed. Before Naruki could formulate a response, Granny Ryoko let out a sigh and turned to enter the house, allowing the matter to pass without further discussion. A week later, Naruki returned from fetching water and spotted Madara outside. Over the past 2 years, Madara had indeed grown significantly taller, and his attire had changed. Initially, he had worn a loose blue-black kimono devoid of the Uchiha clan emblem, but now he donned a fitted black long robe with a high collar, paired with black gloves. As he raised his hand slightly, the wide sleeves revealed a wrist that could not be concealed, exuding an air of undeniable authority. He bore long blades at his waist and back, presenting a strikingly refreshed image. Upon hearing the commotion, Madara turned to Naruki, his cold gaze and long hair failing to obscure the commanding presence he exuded, momentarily reminding Naruki of the pressure he had felt from the elder Madara. What brings you here? Have you returned to confront me about the previous incident? Now that you've donned new attire? It had merely been a jest, after all. Not fully comprehending the situation, he set down the water bucket, cleared his throat, and hastily approached Madara, exclaiming, "Is it necessary to appear so ostentatiously armed? Do you fear that Granny Ryoko might not recognize your identity?" As if to demonstrate his strength, Madara exerted force, causing Naruki to stumble slightly. Madara steadied him, and Naruki shot him a bemused glance. What's that supposed to mean? It might upset the old lady. Noticing the confusion in Madara's eyes, Naruki whispered the tragic truth about Granny Ryoko's son being slain by a ninja. Madara's gaze shifted slightly, but he remained silent, only uttering a sudden, oppressive statement. "Little Yun is dead." Naruki's head snapped up, the face of the girl he had seen just a week ago flooding his mind. Though their interactions had been limited, the loss of a vibrant life struck him deeply, causing his brow to furrow in distress. "Just a few days, and you are already at war with the Senju clan?" Madara observed him for a moment, then released his grip and turned away, not denying the accusation. Such is the nature of war. No one can guarantee who will perish next, be it a friend, a relative, or oneself. Seeing Madara's tacit acceptance, Naruki took a deep breath and inquired, "Why didn't you seek me out?" "She was gravely injured and could not hold on any longer," Madara replied softly, his voice clear yet low. "You lived too far away. By the time she reached the road, she had already succumbed." Silence enveloped them. After a moment, as if resolved, Madara's somber voice broke the stillness. "Come with me to Uchiha. I need you." Ling, whom are you speaking with?" The last word Madara uttered coincided almost perfectly with Granny Ryoko's voice. Naruki immediately turned around to find Granny Ryoko standing at the doorway. Initially, Granny Ryoko wore a smile, but upon recognizing Madara, she didn't dwell on his unusual attire, continuing to greet him with a warm smile, inviting him to sit. Madara shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Naruki, urging in a low voice, "Give me an answer." Naruki remained silent. To have Madara, with his proud demeanor, so openly declare "I need you," indicated the profound impact this incident had on him. The death of Uchiha Yun had made him acutely aware of the challenges posed by distance. Thus, it was to protect his clan that Madara sought him out. "The promises made by the Senju will not be diminished on my part." Madara extended a hand toward him. "So come, stand by my side." Naruki was momentarily taken aback. The sincerity in Madara's demeanor left little room for refusal. Meeting his gaze, the mixture of sorrow and hope in Madara's eyes left Naruki's mind in a whirl. The current Madara had not yet grown into the formidable Uchiha Madara of the future, known for his overwhelming prowess and cunning. Lowering his gaze, Naruki saw Madara's unwavering hand extended towards him, his heart racing as he grappled with how to respond. Madara, too, felt a wave of anxiety, pressed by his father's expectations, the weight of Yun's death, and his own selfish motives, until he found himself at Ling's doorstep. Having blurted out those words, he could see that Ling appeared taken aback. Yet, having spoken, he could not take them back. Just then, a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over them, and Madara reacted swiftly, pulling Naruki out of harm's way. Turning to see Granny Ryoko standing there, furious with the wooden basin in her hands, she shouted, "Leave. Get away from Ling. Stay far from that child, you despicable individuals." The sudden turn of events left Usuji Naruhito and Ban momentarily speechless, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Observing that the water splashing had little effect, the elderly lady, Ryoko, turned and picked up a carrying pole, her expression charged with emotion as she advanced towards them. "You should leave at once," she urged. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Naruhito hastily pushed Ban towards the exit, furrowing his brows. Ban glanced back at the once warm demeanor of Ryoko, now transformed into a fierce glare, and turned away. In a hushed tone, he discreetly indicated to Naruhito, "I will wait for you by the river tomorrow noon." Naruhito was taken aback, comprehending Ban's meaning, and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 102. The release of doves. Even after Ban's figure faded from view, Ryoko continued her vehement tirade, her words harsh and unrelenting. Tears of sorrow streamed down her weathered cheeks, and the labored breaths that followed her emotional outburst made her appear several years older. Naruhito was astonished by Ryoko's sudden change in demeanor. Reflecting on Ban's attire, he felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering whether the old woman had recognized Ban's identity as a ninja, which could explain her vehement disdain. However, the reality was far more intricate than he had imagined. Ryoko had merely caught sight of the Uchiha clan emblem emblazoned on the back of Ban's new clothing. The red and white fan symbol acted like a hook, ruthlessly dredging up a deeply buried, painful memory within her heart. "Those beings are ominous. They bring calamity. You must sever ties with them," she implored, clutching Naruhito's hand tightly from her bed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Think of your parents, your kin. Reflect on why this world has become so polluted and chaotic. So sever ties, do it." The moon soon rose, casting its cold, serene light upon the windowsill. Having calmed the elderly lady, Naruhito lay on his side, unable to find solace in sleep. He eventually sat up, gently pushed open the window, and gazed into the dark abyss outside, remaining there until dawn. "I will wait for you by the river tomorrow noon," echoed in his ears. After preparing breakfast, Naruhito approached Ryoko's room, knocking as he usually did. "Ryoko, it's time to rise." Silence reigned within. Assuming his voice had been too soft, he knocked with greater force. "Ryoko?" Still, there was no response. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he forcefully pushed the door open and hurried inside. Sunlight streamed through the half-open window, illuminating Ryoko's serene face, rendering everything so tranquil. The gentle murmur of water and the azure sky enveloped the scene. Seated on a rock by the riverside, Ban quietly held a piece of wild grass, the bright sunlight cascading over him, yet his increasingly somber expression starkly contrasted with the passage of time. He remained unaware of how long he had waited. No other figure appeared on the opposite bank. "She hasn't come. Has that person declined my invitation in this manner?" As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Ban flung the now withered grass away, his expression impassive as he stood and turned away from the riverbank. The lonely wind swept through, as if no one had ever graced this place. At dusk, atop a hill, two old graves overgrown with weeds stood. Before the new grave on the far right, three distinct figures gathered. "How sudden this is," Hashirama exclaimed, wide-eyed. Toby, standing nearby, remarked, "In these tumultuous times, reaching the venerable age of Ryoko is a rarity. She has passed peacefully. What are your plans moving forward?" Toby's gaze fell upon the person kneeling before the gravestone, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his crimson eyes. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Hashirama restrained him, shaking his head, clearly wishing to avoid discussing such matters at this moment. Toby, being sensible, understood the inopportune timing and approached the gravestone to pay his respects alongside the others. Soon after, the three descended the mountain. Outside the house, Hashirama halted Naruhito, who was about to enter, and after a moment of hesitation, spoke. "Naruhito, could you accompany us for a moment?" Naruhito turned his head, squinting. "If your clan members are not in mortal danger, there is no need for such an urgent summons. After all, I did not treat your clan's injuries to facilitate a swift recovery for you to engage in conflict with the Uchiha." His words bore a hint of sarcasm, causing Hashirama's expression to stiffen as he released his grip. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of black eyes observed from behind a distant tree, coldly scrutinizing them. Toby furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but an inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart, as though he were being watched. He immediately turned to follow his instinct, but found nothing but the falling leaves in his line of sight. I'm sorry, can we at least purchase some medicine? Hashirama inquired. Yes, that is permissible. Naruhito did not refuse this request, and Hashirama exchanged a relieved glance with Tobi. Before long, after seeing off Hashirama and Tobi, Naruhito stepped into his home, suddenly struck by a realization. Oh no, I forgot something. He quickly turned to glance at the darkening sky, a few seconds later giving in and turning back. Never mind. Ban is not foolish enough to still be waiting by the river. He entered the house, shutting the door and shutting out the evening glow. The sun had dipped significantly, casting a more desolate atmosphere around him. A minute later, the closed door swung open once more, and Naruhito let out a resigned sigh before stepping outside. I should check the river to see if Ban is still there. If not, I will go to the Uchiha to apologize, after all. I was the one who stood him up. The afterglow was obscured by the trees, and the sky grew darker, but fortunately, when Naruhito reached the riverside, it had not yet turned completely black. He called out Ban's name several times without receiving a response. Realizing his initial assumption was correct, he did not feel discouraged and prepared to leave. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was a wilted piece of wild grass, its stem marked with clear signs of having been squeezed, likely from the boredom of its picker. Naruhito picked it up, recognizing it as Ban's handiwork, and tucked it away before heading in another direction. Naruhito? Outside the Uchiha residence, upon seeing him, Izuna's initial surprise quickly morphed into a subdued joy. Where's Ban? Naruhito asked directly. Izuna's smile faded at the mention of Ban, but he masked his disappointment and replied, My brother has gone out and hasn't returned yet. Would you like to come in and wait? Please give this to him. Without waiting for Izuna to finish, Naruhito took Izuna's hand and pressed the piece of wild grass into his palm. Izuna was baffled. And also, please convey my apologies to him. Farewell. Without waiting for Izuna to detain him, Naruhito waved and merged into the night. Izuna, clutching the wild grass, sat in the house and waited. Eventually, Ban returned from outside. Brother, this is what Naruhito entrusted me to give to you. Upon seeing the wild grass being handed over, Ban froze momentarily. The next instant, he irritably snatched the grass away and unceremoniously tossed it out of the room. Chapter 103. You truly are a good person, brother? Izuna could not comprehend why Madara exhibited such a callous demeanor. As he gazed at the discarded wild grass, a yearning to retrieve it surged within him. However, Madara resolutely shut the door, interrupting his intentions. Do not seek that individual again. Madara's voice, though soft, resonated with clarity. Izuna's eyes widened, brimming with confusion. Why? Because he has made his own choice. Izuna stood frozen for a few seconds before shaking his head in disbelief. No, Rin would not suddenly make a choice. You do not understand that individual. A shadow of mockery flickered in Madara's gaze as he recalled everything he had witnessed from behind the tree. The fact that Rin had failed to keep their appointment and chose to remain with Hashirama was indicative of the situation's trajectory. Does your brother know? Izuna retorted. Before you returned, Rin specifically sought you out and asked me to deliver that item to you. How could you have discarded it so carelessly? Upon hearing this, Madara's expression faltered, his countenance darkening further. He recognized the grass he had carelessly tossed aside by the riverbank, implying that Rin had indeed visited the riverside. Yet, why had he chosen to do so at such a late hour? In a fit of anger, Madara dismissed the thought. He turned to Izuna, aware that if that individual still possessed a conscience to seek them out, it could not merely be a token of his visit to the riverside. There must be more. Thus, Madara coldly inquired, did he leave any words behind when he departed? Izuna was momentarily taken aback by the question. Please convey my apologies to him. Why would Rin apologize to his brother? Had he committed some grave misdeed? Could it be, as Madara suggested, that this apology stemmed from Rin's choice to ally with the Senju clan, thus instilling regret towards them? Noticing Izuna's troubled expression, Madara surmised that Rin's parting words might not be particularly benevolent. A cold scoff escaped Madara's throat. If you comprehend my words, then retire quickly for the night. With that, Madara removed his clothing and lay down, unwilling to utter another word. The atmosphere grew stifling, and Izuna clutched his sleeves tightly, contemplating for a moment before taking a deep breath and softly uttering, Rin, allow me to express my apologies on his behalf. Madara remained motionless, his back turned, leaving Izuna uncertain if he had even heard. Days turned into weeks, and as the prodigious Uchiha clan ninja and future heir, Izuna and Madara devoted themselves to enhancing their prowess. Under their father's leadership, the Uchiha and the Yui clans united against the Senju. However, as time wore on, the Yui clan dwindled, leaving only the Uchiha and Senju to contend with one another. A year had swiftly passed by the time Izuna encountered Rin again. Sneaking out of the family estate, he was driven not by whim but by the urgency of his father's grave illness, prompting him to seek out Rin in hopes of finding assistance for his father. Yet, upon reaching the house at the mountain's base, guided by memory, he discovered it deserted. The yard was overgrown with weeds and dead leaves, suggesting it had long been uninhabited. The door was locked, encrusted with a thick layer of dust. Gazing at this dismal sight, Izuna was struck with a jolt. Where was Rin? He and Madara had been so preoccupied that they had scarcely caught their breath. Now, a year had elapsed. During this time, where had Rin wandered? Was it truly with the Senju? Izuna's heart raced with disbelief as he heard a faint sound, compelling him to seek refuge. On the mountain path, where wildflowers flourished, two figures ambled side by side. Thank you for accompanying me to visit the graves of Granny Ryoko and the others, Tobarama. But could you refrain from trailing behind me all the time? With the energy you spend pursuing me, you might as well chase after a few girls, Tobarama remarked, clad in a light kimono, arms crossed. His gaze fixed upon the white-haired companion beside him, warning, do not divert our conversation with your ramblings. I am merely speaking the truth, the white-haired individual, Kamizuki Nari, chuckled, ignoring Tobarama's discontent, gracefully leaping down the slope and approaching the yard. After not returning for half a year to clean, it has indeed fallen into disarray, he mused. Turning to see Tobarama had also arrived, exclaiming in surprise, aren't you going back? Or do you wish to stay and help me clean like last time? Before Tobarama could respond, Nari, with a sudden epiphany, grasped Tobarama's hands, cheerfully shaking them. Ah, I see. Tobarama, you truly are a good person. Tobarama, taken aback, was presented with a broom, feeling an immense headache coming on, yet unable to utter any cruel refusals. With a resigned expression, he began to sweep the fallen leaves. As Tobarama swept, he observed Nari laboriously uprooting weeds. Even if you clean it thoroughly, you want to return to live here. Why are you so fixated on it? Nari chuckled at the question. People must cherish beautiful memories. Even in Granny Ryoko's absence, preserving the home she cherished throughout her life brings me joy. Tobarama surveyed the surroundings, his mind devoid of such lovely recollections. He vaguely recalled the time 3 years prior when he had huffed and puffed while filling 3 large jars with water. Nari glanced up at the 3 moss-covered jars outside the kitchen, as if struck by a memory, and abruptly turned to Tobarama. What is it? Tobarama inquired, narrowing his eyes as he tightened his grip on the broom. Nari hesitated for a moment before confessing. Tobarama, there is something I've kept from you. Hearing the gravity in his tone, Tobarama's eyes narrowed further, his grip on the broom tightening. Nari candidly stated, back then, you only needed to bring back 1 bucket of water. I apologize for secretly draining the water from the 3 filled jars out of spite for the time you pinned me down and pummeled me. Tobarama was momentarily speechless. So, you mean to say that he foolishly ran back and forth until his arms grew weak, believing that I was a delicate girl? Once Nari had confessed his transgression, Tobarama heard the sound of something snapping. It was the sound of the broom handle breaking, akin to the shattering of Tobarama's patience. He blinked in shock, gulping nervously. Please, do not resort to violence. Fortunately, Tobarama took a deep breath, discarding the broken broom handle, and asked, is there anything else? No, just that one. I am not inquiring about the broom. I am referring to the tricks and deceptions you have played on me. Isn't that numerous? Nari replied innocently. It seems you are always angry, yet you never truly unleash your wrath upon me. Tobarama scoffed. If anger were effective, you would have perished hundreds of times by now. Chapter 104. Grant me some favor. The 2 white-haired individuals bickered obliviously, while Izuna, hidden in the shadows, anxiously observed. So, Granny Ryoko had passed away? Rin no longer resided here. He must have gone to the Senju, for otherwise, he would not be in the company of that insufferable Tobarama, their camaraderie appearing so amicable. Realizing this truth, a wave of bitterness filled Izuna's heart. He questioned whether his journey had been worthwhile, but for his father's sake, he resolved to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, as Nari struggled to find words following his revelation, Tobarama bent down to retrieve the broken broom, intending to repair it. At the very moment he straightened his body, his brows furrowed sharply, and with a sudden surge of strength, he hurled the half of the broomstick as if it were a shuriken. This unexpected maneuver startled Uchiha Nariyuki. Come out, you've been lurking over there for so long. Did you really think no one noticed? The atmosphere around them grew unusually eerie, and 2 seconds later, Izuna, who had been hiding behind a tree, emerged with a cold expression, casting a sidelong glance at the broomstick embedded in the trunk. Izuna? Uchiha Nariyuki was taken aback, quickly rising to meet him in the middle, while Tobarama intervened, severing the tense gaze between Izuna and Nariyuki. This was no different from a confrontation between adversaries. One of them had to be sent away promptly. Tobarama, the broom is broken. You needn't toil today. You can head back. I can manage on my own. Tobarama saw through the flimsy excuse and retorted coldly. Are you certain you can manage alone? Nariyuki hesitated. If you're going to get angry and split me in half, then I have no retort. While he continued to babble in an attempt to ease the tension, he suddenly felt a hand reach from behind. The hand opened slightly in the air, then drew closer, resting on his shoulder. Izuna, I have something I need your assistance with. Seeing Izuna approach, Tobarama's eyes gleamed with frost, and without a second thought, he seized Naruki's arm. We can clean this place tomorrow. Come with me now. Unyielding, Izuna slid his hand down as well, pulling Naruki closer. Tobarama, this is none of your concern. In the standoff, it seemed as though fierce sparks were igniting, and the air itself grew warmer. Naruki felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, dreading that these two would come to blows and demolish the already precarious house. Thus, he forced a smile, adopting a conciliatory tone. Tobarama, do me a favor. He turned to Izuna with a resigned expression. Izuna, don't mimic your brother's intimidating demeanor. The two, undeterred, showed no signs of relenting, only intensifying their grip. Realizing his words were ineffective, Naruki clicked his tongue and furrowed his brow, joining the cold-faced duo. Today marks the anniversary of Granny Ryoko's passing. I merely wished for her to see me living happily now, without causing her any worry from below. However, if you two truly refuse to heed my warning, then I cannot be held accountable for what follows. As his words fell, Tobarama and Izuna each felt a tremor in their arms, as if something had suddenly isolated them from the individual before them. A strange force propelled them apart, compelling them to release their hold. Seizing the opportunity, Naruki, with a neutral expression, stepped past them to sit on a small stool beneath the eaves. Tobarama, thank you very much for today, but you know the way back, so I want to see you off. Take care. Tobarama's heart instinctively quivered, unlike his earlier jovial demeanor. He understood that Naruki was genuinely upset, a rare occurrence that always left him feeling troubled. You. Tobarama attempted to say something further, but meeting the gaze of those heterochromatic eyes, he found his voice tightening. Ultimately, he could only depart gradually. Izuna averted his gaze, staring blankly at the figure not far off. Isn't Granny Ryoko's health supposed to be good? With Ling by her side, how could who knows? Naruki seemed to sigh softly, looking at Izuna. You've grown quite a bit in these days. After not seeing him for so long, Naruki was somewhat astonished to see Izuna again. Unconsciously, Izuna took half a step forward, but recalling Naruki's earlier forceful rejection of both him and Tobarama, he withdrew his foot. You appear to be living quite well. Those Senju fellows are not treating you poorly. Naruki smiled slightly. No nostalgia for the past. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What do you need me for? At the mention of this, Izuna was suddenly startled and hastily revealed that his father was gravely ill. Naruki pondered for a few seconds and nodded. I can accompany you. Izuna's relief was palpable as he smiled. That's wonderful. Let us set off while there's still daylight, Naruki stated. As he stood up, Izuna seemed to remember something and hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment. What is it? Ling, you should wear this cloak. Put on the hood to conceal your face. Before long, with the hood obscuring Ling's face completely and the oversized cloak concealing their figure entirely, Izuna finally felt reassured. Brother, doesn't he want to see Ling just yet? The Uchiha clan members who have caught wind of things won't welcome Ling either. So it's better to be cautious. Uchiha manner. Izuna led Ling in without incident. His status as the clan leader's son allowed the curious Uchiha clan members to step aside, eager to catch a glimpse of whom he had brought back. Minutes later, before Uchiha Taijima's bed, Naruki solemnly explained the situation to Izuna. He recounted how his father had succumbed to numerous battles over the years, accumulating ailments and old injuries. Even though he was barely clinging to life now, he could only last for another year at most. Upon hearing this, Izuna remained silent, not interjecting. It wasn't until Naruki finished speaking that Izuna nodded vigorously. Thank you, Ling. I will escort you out. As the two reached the door and opened it, an unexpected figure stood outside. The imposing aura of the newcomer was unmistakable. Even with the hood obscuring Ling's face, Naruki could feel it. His heart skipped a beat as he lowered his head, his eyes catching a glimpse of the black hem of the person's clothing and the black-gloved hands at their sides. Madara. He wanted to raise his head to look, but Izuna, seemingly fearful, abruptly yanked him around, saying to Madara, Brother, I'll take the doctor back first. You should check on father. He's feeling much better. With such a forceful diversion and deliberate misdirection, Madara narrowed his eyes, harboring no lingering doubts. After all, several doctors had visited the Uchiha lately, both young and old, but none had been able to remedy his father's condition. He grunted in acknowledgement and stepped into the room. Meanwhile, Izuna, anxious, led Naruki aside, ensuring Madara couldn't see them, and let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 105. There must be some mistake. Why didn't you let me greet your brother? And why did you lie, saying I was some doctor? Am I not clearly male or female? Something you should have figured out when you were pulling me out back then? Naruki looked up, perplexed. Izuna blinked, his previously composed face now burning with embarrassment. I brother, Izuna stammered. his gaze becoming increasingly evasive. Naruki felt something was amiss, gripping Izuna's shoulder. What is going on? Izuna's throat struggled to move, and with a resolute bite of his lip, he succinctly stated, "Brother dislikes you." Huh, what did I do? Naruki was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he smirked. It can't be because I stood him up that one time, can it? Stood him up? Naruki nodded. Yes. That day he had arranged to meet me by the river at noon, but when I woke up that morning, I discovered Granny Ryoko had passed on. Just then, Hashirama and Tobirama came looking for me, and with their assistance, I managed to handle Granny Ryoko's funeral and set up her grave. By the time I remembered to find him after finishing my tasks, dusk had already descended. I rushed to the riverbank, but he was nowhere to be found. All I discovered were some wild grasses that he might have carelessly discarded. Thus, I gathered the grasses and intended to visit your home to apologize to him, only to find that he was absent. You are already aware of what transpired next. I handed you the wild grasses and entrusted you with my apology. Yet he harbored such resentment that it evolved into outright animosity towards me. I lamented that throughout the entire year, I had not encountered him, not even you. The rascal named Izuna. It turns out the issue lay therein. Izuna? No, there must be some mistake. Izuna stood frozen, then spoke. Ling, did you not choose Senju? Huh. Kamizumi Narumi once again voiced a brief inquiry. Just because you see me associating with that guy Tobirama does not imply that I am a Senju. I still live alone, though I have relocated to a livelier village among the common folk. At this point, Izuna comprehended that this was indeed a monumental misunderstanding. Sometimes, what one witnesses firsthand may not necessarily represent the so-called truth. Even if it is something witnessed by an elder brother, it holds no exception. Realizing this, Izuna felt the tension in his body dissipate, suddenly experiencing a weakness that rendered him powerless. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself leaning against Kamizumi Narumi. Kamizumi Narumi embraced Izuna with both arms, inadvertently pulling down his hood, revealing his conspicuous white hair. However, he paid it no mind, merely reflecting on how absurd it was for both Madara and Izuna to indulge in such extensive misinterpretations. It seems that what he had previously remarked to the old man regarding their overactive imaginations indeed warranted correction. Yet, Madara had always been prone to such fanciful thinking since his youth. With this thought, he patted Izuna's back, his tone laced with exasperation. No wonder you didn't want Madara to see me. It turns out you were trying to protect me. Now, as I go to meet your brother, I fear, if I am to be beaten. His words trailed off abruptly. The atmosphere seemed to still. Izuna sensed that something was amiss, suppressing the embarrassment that arose from being held by the white-haired youth. As he raised his gaze, however, he found himself suddenly empty-handed. Kamizumi Narumi was violently yanked away, tumbling into the arms of his captor. Izuna was taken aback and turned sharply to meet Madara's brooding gaze. Brother, without uttering a word, Madara twisted his wrist, compelling the restrained white-haired youth to turn his back, his hands forced behind him. Brother, Izuna cried out in alarm. Madara coldly inquired, why did you bring such a suspicious individual here, allowing him to treat father? What if he was sent by the Senju clan to assassinate him? That's not the case. It's truly a misunderstanding. Brother, please listen to me. Madara assumed that Izuna's mention of a misunderstanding pertained to the matter of bringing someone in for treatment. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not was irrelevant. The individual was in his grasp, and the situation was clear. Since he had willingly walked into the trap, he should not blame him. Ignoring Izuna's protests, Madara forcefully escorted the individual away, tossing him into a cell. These were perilous times, with his father gravely ill. The circumstances between the Uchiha and Senju clans were extremely sensitive, and adversaries could seize this opportunity to strike at any moment. Rather than releasing the individual and allowing him the chance to treat the Senju clan, it was wiser to detain him within the Uchiha, effectively severing the Senju's potential to quickly regain their strength. In the cell, gazing upon the individual he had not seen in a year, Madara's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. After a few seconds, he subdued the turmoil within and turned away, intending to leave. At that moment, the unperturbed Kamizumi Narumi spoke, his words laden with a provocation that would surely irk Madara. Unless you break my limbs, I will escape. Breaking my limbs is acceptable too. Madara shot him a fierce glance, startling Kamizumi Narumi, who was seated on the floor. Was it truly necessary to display such a terrifying glare? It felt as though his Sharingan might manifest at any moment. If you find it troublesome, you could also use your Genjutsu to control me, he calmly suggested. Proposing a method of dealing with himself, Madara advanced, his brows furrowed, an icy glint in his eyes. Do not attempt to provoke me. This cell will be your home from now on. You will remain here until death. I am not concerned about your escape, for the materials used to construct it are special, capable of absorbing chakra, and even advanced ninjutsu. Is that truly necessary? Seeing Madara exerting such effort, Kamizumi Narumi tilted his head, questioning, "Are you that angry with me?" "Angry?" Madara repeated the word, shaking his head. "I do not harbor such childish emotions towards enemies. This predicament is entirely of your own making." With that, Madara turned his back and walked away. Wait. Kamizumi Narumi felt that this development was decidedly wrong and attempted to catch up to say something of substance. However, just as he hastily rose and lifted his leg, he tripped over himself. He had only just been thrown in by Madara, and his body still bore the aches from the fall. Madara felt something collide with his back, causing him to stagger slightly, but he managed to regain his balance just in time. "Apologies." The other party offered an apology, seemingly afraid he might walk away again, and directly grasped the white belt around his waist. "But could you at least listen to me?" Madara closed his eyes, wrestling with his inner turmoil. When he finally opened them again, he mercilessly brushed aside the hand at his waist. "It is futile to extract information from me. I currently have no time to deal with you. Once this tumult passes, you will have your share." After a brief silence, a voice filled with indignation finally broke through. "Uchiha Madara, it was my fault for not arriving on time for our appointment, and I apologize, but there were reasons behind it. I can explain to you. However, if you continue to stubbornly cling to your misconceptions, our friendship will end here." Chapter 106, Getting to the Point. The words seemed to resonate. As Kamizumi Narumi noticed Madara's posture stiffen noticeably, indicating that there was still some turbulence within him. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly moved in front of Madara, speaking earnestly. "If you are willing to listen to me, then sit down." Madara furrowed his brows, his hands instinctively tightening at his sides, and no one could discern his thoughts. After a long pause, Madara slowly turned his face away and replied, "I will not sit." Upon hearing this, Kamizumi Narumi initially thought Madara remained obstinately unyielding, and his temper flared. However, before he could explode, Madara added in a calm voice, "This place is filthy. Next time, if Madara speaks with such a heavy breath again, he would give him a punch." Kamizumi Narumi took a deep breath, pulling at the corner of his mouth. "Huh, you know it's dirty? Why didn't you consider that when you unceremoniously tossed me in here?" Madara's expression darkened. Forget it. I won't hold you accountable for that. I will explain things properly to you to avoid your continued misunderstandings." After speaking for a while, he found his throat dry from the effort. He had already explained things to Izuna earlier, and now he was reiterating to Madara. Once he finished, he began to ponder whether he had overlooked anything, completely oblivious to the shock evident in Madara's eyes at that moment. All of this was a misunderstanding? The apology that he had asked Izuna to convey was merely to apologize for his failure to keep their appointment? Had he calmed down now, returning to his senses first? Kamizumi Narumi waved his hand in front of Madara. Suddenly, Madara seized his flailing hand with a firm grip. Lowering his head, Kamizumi Narumi felt the undeniable strength in Madara's hand and sighed. "Surely, he doesn't seem to be calming down." "Madara?" He looked up in confusion, meeting the depths of Madara's dark eyes. Ban spoke as calmly as he could. "Although you have articulated the situation clearly, you should remain here for reflection." "Uchiha Ban, is this how you treat esteemed guests?" Ban ignored him, releasing his grip and swiftly departing. Upon exiting, he spotted a worried Izuna, but Ban had no time to spare, for he needed to verify the truth of that person's words. By the time Ban returned, intending to retrieve the white-haired individual from the cell, night had fallen. Kamizaki Seiya lay with his eyes closed, seemingly having slept for quite some time, his black attire covered in a layer of dust, looking quite disheveled. Ban looked down from above, then crouched to his knees. Izuna, standing nearby, thought his elder brother was about to awaken the person, but to his astonishment, he witnessed Ban lifting him into his arms. Feeling the movement, Kamizaki Seiya opened his eyes in confusion, just in time to glimpse Ban's perfectly shaped jawline. "Huh, what's happening?" he struggled, whispering, "I'm neither injured nor disabled. Why are you carrying me? I can walk." Ban replied, "If you wish to avoid being surrounded and questioned by those clansmen who are still unaware of the truth, then remain still." Instantly, Kamizaki Seiya complied, becoming docile in Ban's embrace. Receiving a signal from Ban's gaze, Izuna promptly understood and approached, draping a cloak over Kamizaki Seiya's upper body and head. Thus, when they encountered Uchiha clansmen on their way out, they were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping at the sight of Ban intimately carrying someone. As the light returned to his eyes, Kamizaki Seiya realized he had been set down in a relatively quiet room. He surveyed his surroundings and saw Ban standing alone before a cabinet, busily rummaging through its contents. Soon, Ban unearthed a white round bottle, opened it, and discovered it was empty, discarding it and continuing his search. Kamizaki Seiya observed in perplexity. Noticing his gaze, Ban abruptly spoke. "Does it hurt?" "Hurt? What are you talking about?" Before he could inquire further, Ban's voice echoed again. "Take off your clothes." At this, Kamizaki Seiya's expression froze. eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Ban's profile, uncertain and bewildered. Why must I strip? Ban retorted, if you don't undress, how can I administer the medication? If you move later and it hurts, who will you blame? Kamizaki Seiya felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, utterly bewildering his thoughts. Wait. What exactly is Ban implying? He pondered repeatedly, his shock morphing into sheer terror. It can't be what I'm thinking, can it? Ban, offering no further explanation, found a medicinal bottle and approached the white-haired boy. Kamizaki Seiya instinctively tightened his grip on the cloak, nearly bolting for the door. How could he have known Ban possessed such peculiar interests? Ban was still so young. Why are you so tense? Ban squinted, holding the porcelain bottle, as if realizing something and letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. I had forgotten that you possess such remarkable healing abilities. You hardly need my concern. Let us cut to the chase. After saying this, Ban tossed the porcelain bottle aside and turned to the open cabinet door, beginning to unfasten his own belt. Kamizaki Seiya felt as though he had been electrocuted, his mind rendered speechless. No, has he lost his mind? Why is Ban taking off his clothes again? He swiftly turned away, his heart racing. Calm down. Ban can't possibly mean that. At his age, he wouldn't understand such matters. I must be misunderstanding. Observing him as if he were an ascetic bodhisattva, Ban urged, aren't you going to undress? Kamizaki Seiya's expression cracked, gritting his teeth. I refuse to undress. Ban immediately turned back, unable to see the white-haired boy's face. He paused, then resumed searching the cabinet, speaking, if you won't undress, that's fine. Which position are you accustomed to? The corners of Kamizaki Seiya's mouth twitched slightly, his brain began to freeze. What on earth are you saying, the front or the back? Ban interjected. Kamizaki Seiya's eyes widened as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Unable to contain himself, he leapt to his feet. Ban, we need to have a serious discussion about this. Charging towards Ban with a huff, Kamizaki Seiya declared, honestly, at your age, you're far too young to be involved in such matters, and your choice of partner is entirely inappropriate. Given the current circumstances, shouldn't you be shouldering your father's responsibilities and leading the clan instead of indulging in such frivolities? I understand that adolescent boys experience uncontrollable impulses. But if you're truly that desperate, I could reluctantly assist you, rather than allowing you to be so indiscriminately involved with someone. What are you talking about? Ban furrowed his brow, interrupting him. Kamizaki Seiya's lecture came to an abrupt halt. Ban casually retrieved 2 sets of clothing from the cabinet, resembling sleepwear. Your clothes are far too dirty from rolling around in that cell, and mine became soiled while carrying you back, so we need to change into clean ones. These are replacements, and the ties at the back are easier to fasten. Moreover, when I dropped you earlier, you must have been hurt. I intended to find ointment to apply to the bruised areas to alleviate the pain. However, it seems we've been thinking along different lines since earlier, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 107, Uchiha's Little Lamb. It can't possibly be that. Listen to yourself. Every word you spoke carries ambiguity. What do you mean by rolling around in the cell? Who rolled with you? And why, when discussing the ties, must you ask which position is more comfortable? The increasingly baffled Kamizaki Seiya reflected on Ban's every word, growing more convinced that something was amiss. The atmosphere between them had turned decidedly strange, especially as he realized Ban had indeed heard his earlier admonishments. Kamizaki Seiya wished he could find a hole to hide in. Enough. Ban, evidently concerned for him, had been misinterpreted as a rogue. The thoughts that had occupied his mind were merely his own misconceptions. It was hardly Ban's fault. After all, his manner of speaking was inherently misleading. Anyone hearing it would be led to misinterpret it. After a year, Ban's skill in expressing himself had not diminished. It was downright absurd. No, it's the same. We are absolutely the same. To mask the intense awkwardness, Kamizaki Seiya forced himself to remain calm, attempting to brush it off with a laugh as he accepted a black nightgown from Ban's hands, curiously feeling its texture. This feels quite nice. But it bears the Uchiha clan emblem. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to wear it, would it? While contemplating this, Ban's embarrassing question suddenly echoed in his ears. What did you say you could do for me? No, it's nothing. You must have misheard. The white-haired boy, trembling, adamantly denied having misunderstood Ban, clutching the clothing as he turned to retreat to a corner. Noticing his evident unease, Ban paused, a silent smirk curling his lips. Ban did not press further, quietly shedding his clothes and beginning to change, exuding a nonchalant demeanor, entirely unbothered by being seen. Kamizaki Seiya heard the rustling of fabric behind him and exhaled. He then began to undress as well. Understanding it was a misunderstanding relieved him of the absurd psychological burden, allowing him to feel more at ease. It was merely a matter of changing clothes. What was there to fear? A moment of silence enveloped the room. As Ban returned his head, what came into view was the smooth, fair back of another individual. His gaze became fixated, watching intently. The other person knelt there, having only removed a soiled shirt. Then deftly reached down to retrieve the clothing he intended to change into and elegantly draped it over himself. The scene that had crystallized in Banra's mind was immediately interrupted by the Uchiha clan's distinctive emblem emblazoned on the garment. Banra squinted slightly, suddenly realizing that their clan symbol harmonized surprisingly well with the figure before him. Uchiha, sensing the gaze upon him, was aware that Banra was observing him. However, recognizing that such scrutiny held little significance, he did not turn around and continued to adjust his attire. Just as he wrapped the sash around his wrist, preparing to tie it, the unmistakable voice of Banra resonated above him. In the past, you wouldn't even let me see you fall by the riverbank. Yet now you can calmly undress by yourself. Should I commend your progress? The compliment felt oddly unsettling, leaving no trace of joy in its wake. Why not remove your soiled pants? Banra inquired, his gaze descending. Uchiha hesitated, his hand poised to retract, and replied, if I take them off, won't I be left with nothing? You haven't provided me with a replacement. Banra frowned, responding, you could simply ask me for them. The white-haired youth raised an eyebrow in jest. Oh, so if I ask you, you'll oblige? Meeting his sidelong glance, Banra, as if guided by an unseen force, unconsciously lifted his right hand and gently swept aside a stray lock of hair that obscured Uchiha's eyes. Observing Banra's unexpectedly gentle gesture, Uchiha's pupils dilated in surprise, and he immediately averted his gaze, brushing Banra's hand away. He huffed, voicing his grievance. Stop with the grandiose claims. You clearly can't even trust me. Not only do you not believe in me, but after a year apart, you rudely seized me and threw me to the ground. Apologize, Uchiha Banra. Banra stared blankly at the hand that Uchiha had dismissed, his fingers unconsciously curling, seemingly still retaining the softness of the other's hair, which stirred a sense of longing within him. Upon hearing Uchiha's accusations, a certain part of Banra's heart suddenly softened, leading him to utter without much thought, I'm sorry. Uchiha, caught off guard by the teasing tone of Banra's apology, stood frozen in place, astonishment flickering in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he abruptly rose and swiftly reached out to touch Banra's forehead. No fever. So, why do you seem like a different person? He pondered. What happened to the imposing Uchiha Banra? How did he transform into this docile Uchiha lamb? I ask you, are you alright? Hearing the skeptical inquiry and witnessing the forehead check, Banra instantly surmised that Uchiha was questioning his sanity. What is the issue? Banra tugged at the wrist of the hand that had touched him, gripping it tightly in rebuttal. Uchiha twitched his lips, conceding that it was merely his misconception. Judging by Banra's tone, it was evidently the familiar Banra he had always known, so he shifted the topic, saying, the issue is that you need to give me a pair of pants to change into. He instinctively attempted to retract his hand, only to find it ensnared. Confused, he glanced at Banra, who was also gazing back at him. The depths of Banra's dark eyes shimmered with an unusual light, inexplicably causing Uchiha to feel a twinge of anxiety. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Is it because I have taken liberties with you? Brother, are you ready? Fortunately, the timely inquiry from Izuna outside interrupted the moment, prompting Uchiha to blink and notice that Banra had released his hand and turned to fetch him some pants. He could only respond to Izuna, assuring him that they would be ready shortly. Those embroiled in the situation often lack perspective, while the observer remains clear. Izuna quickly picked up on the slight tension in Uchiha's voice. Surely, Banra hadn't done anything to Rin, right? Bringing someone over like this should indicate that he had completely calmed down. 2 minutes later, the closed door swung open, revealing Uchiha, who emerged with a relaxed demeanor. Rolling up his sleeves, followed closely by Banra, both appearing quite normal. Izuna felt a wave of relief wash over him. Your brother's clothes are a bit large for me, Uchiha remarked. It's because you're just slow to grow, Banra retorted, the comment directed at Izuna, yet seamlessly falling into their banter. Sensing a hint of offense, Uchiha promptly turned to face Banra. With narrowed eyes, he declared, don't get cocky. I can calculate your future height limit. Moreover, if he hadn't deliberately concealed his age, he would undoubtedly be taller than the current Banra. Banra regarded him without flinching, seemingly intrigued. Is that so? Then why don't you calculate it? Uchiha was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain to the little lamb, no, Banra, that his future height would be 179 centimeters? Izuna observed the exchange, particularly noticing the Uchiha emblem on Uchiha's back as he turned to converse with Banra, causing him to slowly utter, I think it's great. What? Uchiha, who was still being scrutinized by Banra, turned in surprise. Izuna smiled at him, covering. I meant the size of the clothing. Great? I'd fit better in your clothes, Izuna. No, my clothes might still be a bit small for Rin. Haha. Then you should hurry up and grow. Izuna nodded with a smile. I will. Chapter 108. This is not someone else. Uchiha was conversing with Izuna when suddenly, Banra grabbed his hand, forcibly turning him around. Now that we have some time, shall we have a proper chat? Though phrased as a question, it sounded more like a statement, leaving no room for dissent. Ushimura was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how swiftly time had flown. The once youthful Banra had transformed significantly. In both appearance and demeanor, he had grown more akin to the older Banra who would silently observe him. Curiously, Ushimura inquired, "What shall we discuss?" "Many things." Banra tightened his grip, seemingly intent on pulling him back into the room. Izuna, witnessing this, contemplated speaking up, but at that moment, an Uchiha clansman hurriedly approached, seeking their assistance. In a swift motion, Banra pushed Ushimura inside, closed the door behind them, and cautioned through a narrow crack, "Stay put. I will return shortly." "Okay," Ushimura replied, watching as Banra proficiently secured the door and departed with Izuna. He could easily guess what Banra wished to discuss. "I need you. So come to my side, Rin." Those words echoed vividly in his mind, recalling the moment after the death of Uchiha Kamui, when Banra, feeling vulnerable, had sought him out to express such sentiments. Now, without him, Banra seemed to be managing the Uchiha clan alongside Izuna, especially in the dire condition of Uchiha Taijima. Surely, he would no longer reveal such a side of himself to Ushimura. As he sat in silence, contemplating for a while, a rustling sound suddenly disrupted the stillness of the room. He looked up, spotting two stealthy cat paws attempting to climb through the window. The calico cat, oblivious to Ushimura's presence, was struggling against the slippery ledge with its still-growing body. "Hanami, if it's too much, just come down," a black cat below suggested. Another white cat chimed in with concern, "Maybe it's best to give up. What if Lord Banra discovers us? You two are so bothersome." The calico cat, named Hanami, turned around, shooting a disdainful look at her timid companions. "Stop watching and come help me already. However, the two of us stacked together are still insufficient for you to tread upon." Though the white cat grumbled verbally, its actions were dutiful as it moved closer, joining its black feline companion in a reluctant effort to serve as a stepping stone for the calico cat. As they drew near, the calico's flailing paws were suddenly cushioned, and just as it prepared to leap with renewed vigor, it lifted its gaze and beheld a shadowy figure standing before it. The individual boasted a mane of white hair, dressed in dark attire with mismatched eyes, resembling a specter. Instantly, the calico was struck with terror, its fur bristling like needles. "Meow?" The black and white cats heard its brief cry, assuming it had misstepped, and were about to speak when they felt a sudden lightness upon their backs, realizing that their calico companion had vanished. What transpired? The two cats exchanged bewildered glances, and with a thunderous shock, they scattered in all directions. "Meow?" The room has devoured a cat. Inside, Hualin trembled with fear, believing it had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. It had no time to consider the absurdity of its companion's thoughts or the betrayal of its friends who had fled, and desperately pleaded for mercy. "Please, Great One, spare me. I am just a naive little kitten, unpalatable and sour of flesh." In its daze of fear, it heard a gentle laugh and felt a soothing touch upon its back. "Why are you so small? Are you just 3 months old?" The voice that descended from above was soft, and the caress was tender. Gradually, the panicked mind found some calm. The embrace was warm, accompanied by tranquil words. Was this not a ghost? Hualin's ears perked up cautiously as it lifted its gaze. "Who are you?" "I shan't tell you." The figure ruffled its head several times. Now assured that this being was human, the once timid Hualin's courage surged. It struggled to climb onto the person's chest, appearing as if interrogating them by clutching their collar. "You can't possibly be the one they speak of. The one carried here by Lord Madara, can you?" Usuji Nari briefly recalled such an event, and, without further thought, nodded. Hualin's eyes widened in disbelief. Its emerald gaze fixated on him, before it jumped down and circled him in astonishment. Noticing the clothing he wore was that of Madara, its eyes brimmed with shock. So this is what Lord Madara's taste was like. Usuji Nari, though his chest was somewhat flat and his voice a bit rough, he was fortunate enough to possess an attractive face. Usuji Nari. Ahem, I must say, now that you have joined the Uchiha clan, you must serve Lord Madara well. When he is weary, you shall massage his legs. When he is thirsty, you shall pour him water, and when he desires affection, you shall kiss him. Usuji Nari. His eyelid twitched violently, utterly taken aback that Hualin had been this way since childhood, its manner of speech mirroring that of Madara to a striking degree. Truly, one must say that Hualin is indeed Madara's cat, a pet that mirrors its master. "Were you even listening to me?" Seeing that he remained silent, the incessant chatter of Hualin began to feel tedious. Just as it finished speaking, Usuji Nari finally responded. "None of what you said is my responsibility. That is the duty of his wife." "Huh." Hualin frowned. "Aren't you that? After all, I have been here for nearly 2 months and have yet to see Lord Madara carry any other girl into the house. I am a male." The white-haired one had grown weary of explaining this matter. "Oh," Hualin elongated its tone, a dawning realization washing over it, a male wife. Usuji Nari. The atmosphere grew strangely silent for 2 seconds before erupting into an enormous cat cry. Huh, you are male? Seeing that the slow-witted Hualin finally grasped the main point. Usuji Nari cleared his mind of frustration and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, I'm sorry to disappoint you. After he spoke, he noticed Hualin inhale sharply, murmuring. So Lord Madara prefers men. Usuji Nari's smile abruptly vanished. I'm amazed. How is your thought process identical to Uchiha Cloud's? Hualin, you must be the reincarnation of that girl. Hualin, we've come to rescue you. Outside the room, 2 urgent feline cries echoed, followed by the door bursting open, revealing Madara's figure. The black cat immediately rushed in, loudly addressing its newly found savior. Lord Madara, quickly vanquish her. The white cat hastily inquired. Hualin, are you alright? Come here. You fools, you're mistaken. This is not just anyone. She is Lord Madara's wife. Bewildered by the sudden addition of a wife at such a young age, Madara felt a weight in his heart, turning his gaze upon Usuji Nari, who inadvertently met his eyes and quickly averted his gaze, exasperatedly slapping his forehead. Chapter 109. Does he like me? Huh. Hualin's declaration struck like a bombshell, eliciting 2 fervent inquiries. One came from the black cat, and the other from the white cat. Their expressions and tones were equally filled with astonishment, and before they could question Hualin's certainty, their gazes froze. They watched as Madara stepped forward, bypassing them to approach Hualin and the white-haired human. I apologize, Lord Madara. I was too forward. It will not happen again. As Madara approached, fearing he might scold her for intruding, Hualin immediately adopted an earnest tone of contrition. You may step outside. Madara showed no signs of displeasure. Understood. Sensing what was to unfold, Hualin rolled its eyes, desperately suppressing a smile that threatened to rise, and began signaling its still-dazed companions. Hey Yuan, Qinghai, we must leave. Before long, they found themselves traversing a spacious corridor, Hualin's drooping tail suddenly standing tall, exuding an air of pride. Hualin, why do you look so jubilant? Qinghai expressed confusion. We are to be cherished by another master. Naturally, I must be elated. Oh, but how do you know? Fool, is it not obvious? Look. Lord Madara did not deny my words at all. Understanding Hualin's nature, He Yuan remarked. Could it be that Lord Madara simply couldn't be bothered to respond to you? Their raucous chatter gradually faded, leaving only a profound silence within the room. As a cat of the Uchiha clan, why does your cat's gaze not possess the same efficacy as yours? Fortunately, Usuji Nari, typically oblivious, broke the silence. I do not share that sentiment. Madara stood before him, casting a glance his way. Hualin's vision is quite commendable. Commendable? In what regard? At the very least. You should correct its erroneous statements. Last time it was Uchiha Cloud, and now it's the juvenile Hualin. Usuji Nari couldn't help but ponder when he might get a crew cut and write male on his back to indicate his gender. Madara shot him another glance. Understanding his thoughts. You should know, I do not care. Usuji Nari, lost in his whimsical thoughts, was momentarily taken aback by the remark, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. All right then, let it be. When rumors arise, it will be difficult to clarify. At that moment, Madara's eyes fixed intensely upon him, abruptly asking, do you care about being associated with me? Usuji Nari paused, unsure of how to respond. However, Madara interpreted this as a form of evasion and acknowledgement, his expression darkening. But quickly, Usuji Nari spoke earnestly. The nature of one's relationship matters. Who wishes to be inexplicably tied to a same-sex spouse? Realizing that what he truly cared about was this, Madara momentarily stood in a daze, his gaze turning profoundly contemplative. Do you dislike me? The sudden inquiry startled Izuna, who blinked in surprise and instinctively shook his head. Gradually, Izuna began to recollect, finally nodding in affirmation. Naturally, friends hold affection for one another. Madara distinctly observed this nodding gesture. Moments later, he completely forgot his original intention for entering the room, turning away with conviction, stating, if that is the case, then our relationship cannot be deemed inexplicable. What do you mean? Izuna blinked, but Madara had already pivoted and strode out. Shortly thereafter, Izuna spotted his brother outside. Madara stood with arms crossed, gazing at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Recalling how Madara's spirit cat had rushed to find its master in a flurry to exorcise a ghost not long ago, Izuna approached and inquired, brother, have you resolved the matter? Madara remained unresponsive, not even shifting an inch. Izuna's confusion deepened, prompting him to call out again, brother? Only then did Madara snap back to reality, turning his head toward him, as if entirely unaware of Izuna's words. Izuna felt a twinge of anxiety. What could be troubling his brother? Sensing Izuna's concern, Madara suddenly lowered his head and revealed a smile. Do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Observing Madara's expression, Izuna felt reassured, for his brother's mood appeared not only untroubled, but rather quite amiable. Perhaps the misunderstanding with Ling had finally been resolved. Meanwhile, Izuna had been waiting idly in the room for quite some time, but Madara had not returned, likely preoccupied with clan matters once more. After a while, he keenly heard some commotion. Swiftly, he moved to intercept Kairi, who had returned. Why are you back again? Kairi, suspended in midair, struggled nervously, her eyes darting around the room. Where's Madara? He has left. What? Kairi exclaimed in disbelief. Did you not do anything? What do you expect me to do with him? Kairi cleared her throat and matter-of-factly replied. Well, clearly, you should engage in activities befitting lovers. Izuna narrowed his eyes. How can a female cat be so nosy? Your fur may be golden, but your mind ought not to be dim. He paused before continuing earnestly. Madara is still young. Even if you are eager to find him a mate, a few more years of patience is warranted. Kairi scoffed. What's the harm? My dad was barely 8 months old when he fathered me. Seeing Izuna's astonishment, Kairi quietly added, of course, by your human standards. Izuna was rendered speechless. He set Kairi down and turned to search for his dirty clothes, intending to find a moment to leave the Uchiha clan. After all, there was no reason to remain. And lingering felt rather awkward. It was also for Madara's honor. Once he departed, surely the rumors would dissipate on their own. Kairi, feeling neglected, flicked her tail and circled around Izuna's feet. Before she could voice her thoughts, footsteps echoed from outside. Assuming it was Madara, she immediately leaped onto Izuna's shoulder in a panic, seeking refuge. Chapter 110, The Final Opportunity. The visitor was Uchiha Taijima, who had been gravely ill. He leaned against the door, appearing considerably revitalized and capable of walking. His eyes, initially exhibiting the Sharingan, switched to normal black as he caught sight of the pair inside. Upon learning that Taijima had awakened, Izuna and Madara's hearts raced in unison, and the two brothers hurried over. How could their father possibly know Ling was here? He should have been unaware. Unbeknownst to them, while Izuna was taking Izuna to treat him and explaining the situation, Uchiha Taijima had already gained a vague awareness. He faintly heard that he might live for another year. This year could be ample time for a family to transition from prosperity to decline. And though Madara and Izuna were still maturing, they were not yet equipped to shoulder the responsibility of the clan's flourishing. Therefore, he needed to prepare during this time. Arriving outside the house in haste, Madara and Izuna found no one present, only Kairi anxiously pacing outside the door. The door remained firmly shut, and it seemed that a clandestine conversation was taking place inside. The content of that discourse was something the brothers could surmise, as their father had always harbored intentions of courting Ling, yet had not succeeded thus far. Izuna asserted, father's life was saved by Ling. I believe he would not harm him. Madara's expression darkened as he refrained from responding to Izuna. He fixed his gaze on the door, unsure if the voices within were too soft to discern, as he could only hear the rapid thud of his own anxious heartbeat. After a few minutes of waiting, the door finally creaked open, and Taijima emerged, leaning against the doorframe. Izuna rushed to support his ailing father, while Madara glanced inside, though the angle prevented him from seeing the other person present. Madara, Izuna, come with me, Taijima instructed sternly, causing Madara to halt in his tracks as he was about to enter. He furrowed his brow and gestured discreetly to Kairi, who promptly understood and darted into the room. Inside, the light was dim, as the windows had been deliberately shut. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Kairi from using her feline vision to clearly see the white-haired figure calmly kneeling. Wow, how can you be so unafraid? She exclaimed, leaping into Izuna's arms, tilting her head inquisitively. I have done nothing to feel guilty about. Why should I be afraid? The white-haired one replied, stroking her head as if it were all perfectly natural. Kairi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Heaven knows that when she and Kurohira Harumi were rescued by Madara, Taijima coldly commanded Madara to dispose of them, suspecting them to be spies sent by outsiders. Even when they explained that they were descendants of the Spirit Cat clan, it had no effect. Just as they were about to meet their demise, a memory surged forth in Kairi's mind of her parents, while still alive, forming a contract with humans to pledge their loyalty. Thus, following suit, they narrowly escaped death, clinging tightly to Madara as their benefactor. At that moment, Madara had uttered something to protect them, remarking that her demeanor resembled that of an Uchiha. However, none of that mattered now. What weighed on her mind was her lingering resentment toward Uchiha Taijima. Naturally, she feared him as well, considering he was the man who had nearly caused her demise at his first utterance. In the quiet room, the three of them sat together. Taijima's gaze shifted sequentially from his eldest son to his second. Suddenly, he began to cough weakly, covering his mouth. Madara and Izuna exchanged startled glances. I am fine. Taijima exhaled, waving his hand to assure them. I am merely surprised that I am still alive. Unable to contain himself, Izuna chimed in. Yes, it is thanks to Ling. Taijima regarded Izuna and nodded. Indeed, that boy is truly remarkable. We have known this for some time. His healing abilities are unrivaled, and his origins are undoubtedly extraordinary. Such a person, if not kept within our grasp, poses a significant threat. What did you discuss with father? Madara interjected. Taijima's tone remained calm. Of course. I thanked him for his willingness to come to the Uchiha to treat me. In a gesture of sincerity, I earnestly requested him to remain as a guest within our clan for a few days. Ban's expression appeared somewhat astonished. He acquiesced? Indeed, he did. Taijima observed Ban intently, laden with implications. This was the final opportunity to ensnare him. Ban exchanged glances with Izuna, momentarily perplexed by Taijima's use of the term final. Nevertheless, relieved that their father did not seek retribution for their unilateral decision to retain someone within the Uchiha clan, the two brothers exhaled in relief. With Taijima's endorsement, Kamizaka could now navigate freely within the Uchiha clan. However, he exhibited little inclination to roam aimlessly, opting instead to remain dutifully in Ban's chamber. Why Ban's chamber? Because, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Ban insisted on not assigning Kamizaka to another room, insisting on his presence in his own quarters. When inquired about his rationale, Ban simply stated it was for his protection. One must understand, over the years, many clansmen harbored animosity towards the Senju clan, even with their father's orders. It was conceivable that some might seize the opportunity during his illness to vent their ire upon you, potentially leading to perilous situations. Upon hearing this, Kamizaka nodded in understanding, convinced by the reasoning presented. As time passed, Ban and Izuna had long since ceased to share a sleeping space due to their maturation, leaving only Ban and Kamizaka together during the night. As bedtime approached, the mischievous Kirin darted from Kamizaka's embrace, exclaiming, I'm off to find Kurahara Harumi. Lord Ban, you two enjoy your time together. Do your best. What initially was a normal atmosphere shifted dramatically with Kirin's remark, creating an unsettling ambience. Kamizaka lifted his gaze, casting a powerless glare at Ban, recognizing this as the consequence of his failure to clarify matters in a timely fashion. Much like little Yun, Kirin only heard what she wished to hear. Explanations were futile. Ban, seemingly indifferent, beckoned him. Come here. You sleep on the left. I'd rather take the floor. Kamizaka replied. Ban paused, then leisurely propped his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Kamizaka's profile. Do you not perceive that such avoidance only signifies a guilty conscience? Before long, the room descended into darkness. Lying quietly beside Ban, Kamizaka found himself wide awake, utterly devoid of sleepiness. To his astonishment, he realized he had fallen prey to Ban's underhanded provocations. Chapter 111 Disharmony? Not only was he unable to sleep, but neither was Ban, burdened with intricate thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Ban slightly turned his gaze towards the person on his left. In the dim light, Kamizaka had unknowingly closed his eyes, his breathing shallow yet steady. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that his eyelids trembled, accompanied by the fluttering of his long eyelashes. A quintessential display of feigned slumber. Are you unable to sleep? Ban directly confronted him. The low timbre of his voice prompted Kamizaka to slowly open his eyes, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Who can sleep under your unwavering gaze? Upon being discovered, Ban exhibited no signs of disturbance. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. It seems my attention holds considerable weight for you. This remark, tinged with mockery, incited annoyance in the white-haired youth. Why don't you experience the sensation of being scrutinized continuously? As the words left his lips, Kamizaka heard the rustling sound beside him, followed by Ban not only turning his face, but also shifting his entire body. Kamizaka squinted in confusion, unable to decipher Ban's intentions. Until Ban addressed him, come, give it a try. His demeanor and tone remained composed, as if to demonstrate that he was unperturbed by being observed. The corners of Kamizaka's mouth twitched slightly, thoroughly defeated by Ban's audacious confidence. Determined not to concede so easily, he turned his head back and cheekily remarked, then perhaps our positions are misaligned. I should be behind you, observing. Ban retorted, that was in the past. Lowering his voice, he continued, now? I have a reliable person behind me. Kamizaka smiled knowingly. You mean Izuna, right? Izuna is indeed one of them. Ban's voice lingered in the air, laced with a hint of enticing whisper. Ling, I hope you can also become such a presence. Upon finishing, Ban gazed intently at Kamizaka, who still maintained his position of staring at the ceiling, concealing his emotions within his heterochromatic eyes. The room fell into a profound silence, allowing the soft sound of wind rustling the leaves outside to be distinctly heard. Ban pondered, contemplating whether to say more. At that moment, Kamizaka suddenly turned to face him, and when their eyes met once more, Ban visibly flinched. Then, an unspoken fervor permeated the air, stirring something within their hearts, creating a ripple of emotion. Ban's gaze darkened, and the hand hidden beneath the covers instinctively clenched. Just as he struggled to steady his racing heart, Kamizaka broke the silence. Your father sought me out today, keeping me within the Uchiha, which likely implies a desire to confine me here. What is your role in this, Ban? Are you the one tasked with monitoring me? Upon hearing such speculation, Ban's expression stiffened. Noticing Ban's silence, Kamizaka closed his eyes and fell into contemplation, nodding as if affirming his own thoughts. Observing this, Ban was compelled to shake off certain fervent emotions, his brow furrowing. Why would you harbor such an idea? I have already explained the reasons to you. Kamizaka scrutinized Ban, seemingly attempting to discern something from his visage. Ban, unflinchingly, allowed him to gaze. A few seconds later, Kamizaka extended his hand from beneath the covers, slowly reaching closer. Ban was uncertain of his intentions, but made no move to evade. Kamizaka's hand simply brushed against the covers, gently pulling down a portion of the blanket. He seemed disinclined to pursue this unpleasant topic further, offering Ban a concealed smile. Let us hope it's not as I suspect. Good night. Kamizaka closed his eyes, severing their gaze. Ban's expression turned somewhat frigid, yet his heart warmed at Kamizaka's earlier concern for him. The collision of these two emotions caught Ban off guard, rendering his gaze exceptionally intricate. Ling, how do you truly perceive the Uchiha? The following morning, the atmosphere at the dining table was notably oppressive. Chiron, seated by Kamizaka's side, sensed the suffocating tension and could not help but shiver. What on earth happened? Why does it feel like there is something amiss between Lord Ban and Ling? Is there discord in their lives? Surely, Lord Ban is not so inept. Just then, the sound of Kamizaka setting down his chopsticks interrupted her absurd thoughts. I'm full. Chiron, take your little companions and let us go enjoy some fresh air. Oh, all right. Although she detected something awry, a little cat like her could hardly ponder such complexities. Scampering off eagerly, Ban watched their departing figures in silence. Izuna, sensing the unusual atmosphere, hesitated before speaking. Brother, is everything all right between you and Ling? Ban shook his head, subsequently placing down his chopsticks. It's time to train, Izuna. The weather is splendid. On that day, the 3 cats and 1 person sat upon the rooftop, basking in the gentle breeze, feeling an extraordinary sense of ease. Ignoring the Uchiha clansmen lurking in the shadows below, this feeling remained delightful. Kamizaka vaguely sensed individuals at the north, south, east, and west. He detected neither Ban-s chakra nor Izuna-s. The 2 brothers must be engaged in other endeavors. He furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain how long Uchiha Tejima's facade would persist, presenting one face in front of him while concealing another behind his back. He was confident that the moment he exhibited any unusual behavior, countless Sharingan would be directed towards him. Escaping was indeed an option, but the complications that would inevitably follow such a flight were daunting. It seemed prudent to remain a passive observer for the time being. Spirit, have you had a quarrel with Lord Madara? The inquisitive Huali could no longer contain her curiosity. No, came the curt denial. Feeling somewhat dismissed, Huali pouted. If there are conflicts, they should be addressed openly. Harboring them in silence only deepens misunderstandings. Uchimachi Narumi looked down at the 3 cats nestled in his arms and raised an eyebrow. You may be young, but you possess quite a bit of wisdom. Of course. Huali replied proudly, puffing out her chest before launching into a lengthy monologue. Let me tell you, balabala. Relationships require balabala. If all else fails, you must balabala. Meanwhile, Kurahara and Harumi yawned, seemingly accustomed to Huali's incessant chatter, comfortably basking in the sunlight. Uchimachi Narumi, on the other hand, graciously indulged Huali's nonsensical ramblings, listening attentively as she recounted how a cat might capture the heart of its beloved and maintain that affection. He treated it as mere amusement, consciously ignoring the identity of the protagonists involved, much like Madara would. Oh right, I have something for you, Huali exclaimed, after having it for so long. It finally has a purpose, haha. Chapter 112, it's related to you. Wait for me. Huali abruptly sprang to her feet, eager to retrieve something. But for a little cat that struggled even to climb a window, the roof felt rather high. She hesitated to jump down, offering the white cat an awkward smile. Carry me down. As the pair descended from the rooftop, Huali darted into a modest cat house, emerging with a fabric pouch in her mouth. Once in the bright outdoors, she swiftly opened the bag and began rummaging through its contents. She first produced 3 chipped bowls, followed by several scrolls of indeterminate purpose, and finally, a stash of various treats. The pouch seemed smaller than her head, leaving Uchimachi Narumi bemused by how she managed to fit all those items inside. He chuckled. Did you hide Doraemon in there? Huh, who's that? Huali blinked, her claws tightening around the pouch, her expression transforming into one of delight. I found it. I found it. Before Uchimachi Narumi could discern what she had discovered, Huali tossed it to him. Instinctively, he caught it, only to realize it was a palm-sized book with an odd pink cover. What is this, a love manual? Huali bit down on the pouch, her words muffled. You should take a look and learn a bit. Then she dove back into the cat house. The bewildered white cat pondered. Learn? Learn what? Learn about love? At the moment Huali handed him the book, a few Uchiha, who had been covertly observing, exchanged wary glances. Uzumaki Narumi was about to open the book and delve into its mysteries when a distressing cry from Kurahara pierced the air like a pig being slaughtered. Huali, startled, emerged from the cat house. The last time she had heard such a pitiful cry from those two. It was when they were on the verge of being killed by Lord Madara's father. What is happening? Without time for further words, Uzumaki Narumi swiftly tucked the book into his clothing and seized Huali, rushing towards the source of the commotion. There, an eagle circled ominously above, its keen eyes spotting two unsuspecting prey basking on the rooftop, its sharp talons poised to strike. Below, two Uchiha clansmen stood aloof, their expressions indifferent, showing no intention of intervening to rescue the cats. Why aren't they saving them? Huali seethed with anger. Survival of the fittest. If we save them, what will the eagle eat? We cannot disrupt the natural order. Huali's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming eloquent protestations, yet she could only watch helplessly. Uzumaki Narumi immediately sprang into action, preventing the two cats from being captured and turned into a meal. He landed deftly with one cat in each hand, casting a cold glare at the two Uchiha, stating, the rules are unyielding, but so too are the lives of individuals. Startled by his fierce gaze, the Uchiha clansmen flinched, yet quickly regained their composure with disdainful snorts. That night, Madara returned home. The lights inside had long been lit. He paused at the door for a few moments, his expression indifferent, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. It was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the barely perceptible breaths of one person and three sleeping cats. The three cats were meticulously arranged beside the white-haired figure, as if they had agreed upon it, daring not to encroach upon his space. Madara approached, sensing the presence of someone, and Uzumaki Narumi opened his eyes, slowly sitting up to regard him. Unable to endure the heavy silence that enveloped them, Madara initiated the conversation. Were you awake all this time, or did I wake you? No, I was waiting for you, Uzumaki Narumi replied, shaking his head without hesitation. Madara's heart tightened, surprise flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he took a seat beside the white-haired figure and looked up at him. You waited so deliberately. It seems you have something to discuss. Go ahead, Madara said, mentally bracing himself. He believed that the prospect of forming an alliance was utterly unattainable. If there had been a genuine opportunity, it would not have taken this long to materialize. Even when his father assigned him this task once more, he still held this belief. Thus, he had chosen not to remain within the clan during the day, unwilling to allow Uzumaki Narumi to think he was truly surveilling him. Unaware of Madara's inner thoughts, Uzumaki Narumi simply wished to express to his master his grievances concerning the misfortunes faced by his beloved cats during the day. Upon hearing his words, Madara's expression stiffened once more. Glancing at the three sleeping cats, he understood. No wonder this brave little creature dared to come in. It was seeking solace after suffering distress and fear. Is that all? What do you mean, is that all? Uzumaki Narumi was dissatisfied with Madara's indifferent tone. Those clansmen had turned a blind eye. Their master should not do the same regarding Huali and the others' well-being. I simply signed a contract with them on a whim, so I do not invest much energy in their affairs, Madara replied. Huh. Uzumaki Narumi inhaled deeply, glancing at the still sleeping cats beside him. Relieved that their voices had remained low, otherwise, Huali and the others would have felt disheartened. Noticing that Madara cared more for the three cats he had just met than for him and Izuna, Madara narrowed his eyes, feeling an unsettling sensation within. You have no ties to them. There is no need for such concern. Uzumaki Narumi glared disapprovingly. What kind of talk is that? Those three are now my loyal companions. Your clansmen did not save them, and I cannot stand idly by either, for they are your cats, and they are connected to you. Having uttered those words, Uzumaki Narumi turned to gently comfort each of the cats. When he regained his senses, he noticed an unusual stillness beside him. Why isn't Madara speaking? Does he think I am meddling? He pondered, retracting his hand, filled with uncertainty, before turning to gauge Madara's reaction. The moment he looked, he felt as if his head had been struck heavily, leaving him dazed. For Madara's face was mere inches from his own. If it weren't for his reflexes prompting him to lean back slightly, the moment he turned around, he would have inadvertently kissed the little fellow beside him. Yusuji Chika's heart raced heavily, perplexed by why Ban had suddenly come so close. Yet, Ban showed no inclination to withdraw. His dark eyes, shimmering with a peculiar light, reflected Chika's astonished expression, as if attempting to pierce through his exterior to comprehend the essence of who he was. With a cat by his side and being scrutinized so intently, Chika found himself unable to escape, So he awkwardly inquired, "What are you doing, Ban? Do you not realize that when two people find themselves inexplicably close like this, it either leads to a fight or—" Just as he was about to finish his thought, darkness engulfed him as a cool hand, gloved, covered his eyes. Simultaneously, the unfinished words in his mouth were silenced by an unexpected touch. Chapter 113. Where's the promised love manual? In a daze, Huali opened her eyes upon hearing a faint rustle. Witnessing the scene before her, she thought she was dreaming, and so she comfortably closed her eyes again. Then, suddenly startled awake, her heart raced to a tempo that nearly eclipsed her astonishment. Sensing a gaze upon her, Ban squinted, his eyes having transformed into the Sharingan at some point, and slightly raised his neck, creating a bit of distance. However, his hand remained firmly over Chika's trembling eyelids. Ban turned his head slightly to one side. To Ban, Huali appeared to be anxiously keeping her eyes shut, pretending to be in a deep sleep. Terrified that Ban might discover she was awake and had seen something she shouldn't have. Meanwhile, her inner excitement was uncontrollable. The more she thought about it, the more her exhilaration intensified, to the point where her brain felt as if it might explode. Humph. Ling said he had nothing to do with Lord Ban. Yet after this kiss, how will he wriggle out of it now? Thus, even upon realizing it was Huali who had been peeking, Ben couldn't be bothered to hold it against her. He nonchalantly averted his gaze, lowered his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Chika seemed to be concealing something in his embrace. Driven by curiosity about what this fellow typically read, Ben removed his hand and effortlessly snatched the book away. Suddenly, clarity returned to his vision, yet Chika stood there, dazed, unable to respond for a while. His mind felt blank, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. However, the lingering warmth on his lips reminded him of Ban's unexpected action. Had he lost his mind? Why? He blinked slowly, awkwardly twisting his neck, disregarding the chaos within him, and merely sought to capture the culprit with his gaze. Yet, he found that the culprit was engrossed in a book, flipping through the pages with a keen interest. Noticing the striking pink cover, Chika hurriedly patted his empty chest. Realizing that Ban had brazenly taken away his book, "Give it back to me," although he hadn't yet opened it to see its contents. His subconscious had already classified the book as the love manual Huali had given him. Such an absurd item could be amusing for himself. But what would happen if Ban saw it? Seeing Chika hastily reaching out to reclaim it, Ban caught his hand with one and deftly closed the book with the other. Then smiled. "So, you secretly enjoy reading such things?" "I have never read a single page," the white-haired boy retorted angrily, then gritted his teeth. "But do you even know what you're doing?" Ban nodded calmly. "Of course, I know what I did." He then raised an eyebrow at him. "On the contrary, if you're unclear, I could do it again." Chika's eyes widened in disbelief. The tone of Ban's voice indicated that he had been completely aware of his actions at that moment and showed no sign of regret. But why? Why had Ban done such a thing? Was this merely a youthful delusion? Even Uchiha Ban was not immune to such folly. Seeing Chika frozen in shock, reminiscent of his previous stillness, Ban's gaze deepened with satisfaction as he released his grip and returned the book to the white-haired boy. "What is discussed in here is still too premature for both of us. For now, the extent of what just occurred is sufficient." The accumulation of incomprehensible matters overwhelmed Chika's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. Just then, the book slipped from his grasp, falling onto the white bedding and fortuitously opening to a page that made him turn pale. His face flushed with embarrassment. "What on earth? This is a love manual? Why are there such indecent illustrations of bare-knuckle fights? Could the entire book be filled with such content?" He hastily picked it up and flipped through it, only to confirm his fears. Ban watched as Chika's complexion shifted from pale to green, then to crimson, and finally to black. "You must let me explain. That book is not mine." "Is that so?" Ban replied with keen interest, "Yet it has found its way into your possession." Chika was momentarily at a loss for words. He was about to confess that the troublemaker was Huali, the mischievous mother cat who had given it to him, but then he hesitated. Realizing that if Ban asked why Huali would give him such a thing, he would also have to explain why he accepted it and kept it hidden. His head began to throb. After much contemplation, he feebly uttered, I didn't know it was that kind of book. Let's just go to sleep." This feeble explanation coincided with Ban's words. After speaking, Ban turned around, shook out the bedding, and sat down. Chika remained seated, fidgeting uncomfortably, his body trembling slightly. Hearing the sound of clothes rustling beside him, panic flickered in his eyes, and he unconsciously gripped the hem of his garment, his palms sweating. How could he possibly sleep like this? Was he overreacting? Could Ban really sleep beside him as if everything were normal? Noticing that Chika had been motionless for a while, Ban's voice pierced the silence again. "Are you planning to sit here all night pondering over that book?" Chika jolted upright and quickly tucked the book away, pressing it under his pillow, eager to rid himself of the evidence. Then he lay flat, feigning calmness as if nothing had happened. Such actions were merely self-deception, for the air was thick with an ambiguous tension that felt almost combustible. Stealing a glance, he saw Ban watching him intently. His heart raced, and in the next moment, he quickly turned away, utterly lost for words. After a moment of thought, he resignedly said, "Forget what just happened, I won't hold it against you." With that, the white-haired boy squeezed his eyes shut, attempting to self-hypnotize. Ban's lips curled into a smirk. "You may not be aware of the recording capabilities of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." Chika's heart skipped a beat as the events of earlier flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized that Ban had indeed activated his Sharingan at that moment. Now, with Ban's reminder, was he implying that he had recorded everything? A chill ran down his spine, and his pupils widened in shock. Ban was quite pleased with Chika's reaction. After all, it had always been the other way around, with Chika teasing him and provoking him with words. Now, reclaiming the upper hand felt incredibly satisfying. And the sensation of their lips had been delightful as well. Ban mused, unconsciously shifting his gaze downward to the pillow where Chika had hidden the book, feeling a twinge of regret for not having finished it. After all this time, he had been astonished by Chika more than once. This fellow always unconsciously said things that stirred his heart and did things that caught his attention. He disliked being so easily led by his emotions. Upon reflection, a yearning seemed to stir within his heart, thus fixating on that visage. Ben could no longer suppress the impulse that surged from within. He leaned in, somewhat impatiently sealing the incessantly chattering lips. To his astonishment, Ling proved to be an unexpected solace, for in the moment of their contact, the restless elements within him found a tranquil reprieve, quieting to an exquisite stillness. He mused that this unique sentiment, born of one person, was perhaps what Shoyun had referred to as affection. He was enamored with Ling. Chapter 114, No Rush. With clarity regarding his innermost feelings, Ban did not delve into the origins of this affection. He merely reined in his smile, reclined leisurely, and tucked himself under the covers. After all, those of the Uchiha clan were resolute. Once they determined a matter or a person, the genesis of such feelings became trivial. Today's revelations were ample. In any case, he would patiently wait for another 2 years. The records would inevitably come into play. Ushimatsu Shinya was unaware of Ban's contemplations. He only knew that following Ban's explosive actions, the latter appeared remarkably nonchalant, which irked him deeply. Surely he had been mocked? It must be so. That rascal. Little Ban. Hey. Hearing his call, Ban snapped back to attention. Ushimatsu flashed a smile, offering a warm reminder. "You might want to keep one eye open while you sleep from now on." Ban inquired, perplexed why. The white-haired one immediately adopted a deadpan expression. "I fear I might be unable to resist the temptation to gouge out your eyeballs for destruction." Ban, pretending to sleep, Chiron clenched her teeth, contemplating all the sorrowful events of her feline existence, yet failing to suppress the upward tug of her lips. The entire cat was on the verge of suffering a serious internal injury. How was she to know that the interactions between Ling and Lord Ban were so enthralling? Ha! Marvelous. Truly worthy of Lord Ban. Actions speak louder than words. Awakened by the commotion, Kurahara and Harumi were also present. Dare to move? Not a chance. They feared being tossed out 100 miles like a mere light bulb. As for how they eventually fell asleep, or the emotions that enveloped them in slumber, Ushimatsu had long since forgotten. He was now pondering why, upon opening his eyes that morning, he found himself resting against Ban's embrace. Impossible. He had always maintained a respectable sleeping posture. It couldn't be that he had crawled in. It must have been Ban who had crept over while he slept. His assumption was indeed correct. Now that the veil had been lifted, Ban felt no shame in engaging in intimate behavior. He had shared similar moments with Azuna in their youth, yet he understood that the significance of embracing this person, while equally vital, differed vastly. Ushimatsu quietly observed, noting that Ban's eyes were closed, seemingly still asleep. Well then, he thought, seizing this opportunity holding his breath, he gently pried Ban's hand from his waist, moving with utmost caution to extricate himself. However, at that moment, 3 shadows converged, halting him in his tracks as he looked on in confusion. His gaze met Chiron's vibrant green eyes. The mischievous calico cat behind Ban grinned slyly. "I saw everything last night." Chiron's mouth moved cautiously, though no sound escaped. Ushimatsu. Excellent. Another addition to the assassination list. And them too. Chiron pointed at the startled Kurahara and Harumi, directly betraying her feigning companions. The white-haired one narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Then we shall add 3 more. Ushimatsu inhaled deeply, intending to continue his escape, planning to settle the score with Chiron regarding that book later. Yet his gaze collided with Ban's, which had opened without him noticing. He froze instantly. In stark contrast to his own bewilderment, Ban remained composed, glancing down at the hand that had been moved by the white-haired one, his eyes revealing understanding. Nonetheless, Ban was unperturbed and unhurried. He shifted his body, sitting up to inquire, "Do you wish to accompany me outside today? Am I allowed to go out freely?" Ushimatsu recalled the several vigilant Uchiha clan members still watching closely. Ban meant to step out of the room, but not leave the clan grounds. This was permissible. With the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader personally overseeing him, the other clan members felt considerably more at ease. Ban led him to a rather mundane location, the clan's training ground, where Izuna was already waiting alone. "Brother, you woke a bit late today. Was yesterday too exhausting?" As soon as he spoke, Ushimatsu emerged from behind Ban, causing Izuna to pause in surprise. "Ling?" Immediately, Izuna's face lit up with joy. "It's been ages since we practiced swordsmanship. Shall we give it a try today?" "Sure." The white-haired one, allowed to breathe fresh air by Ban, was in good spirits. He scanned his surroundings and then extended a hand to Ban. "May I borrow your sword?" Ban promptly unsheathed the blade he was carrying and handed it to Ushimatsu. Afterwards, he sat on the ground, arms crossed, observing the two individuals engaged in a spirited duel nearby. He had witnessed Izuna's prowess since childhood and was well aware of his capabilities. However, Ling had he been secretly training? The now stronger Izuna seemed to gain little advantage against him, still being pressed as before. As he watched, Ban felt a stirring in his heart, a desire to engage in a true battle with Ling. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, a familiar signal emerged from the bushes nearby. Ban turned sharply, his expression turning serious. Behind a lush tree, an Uchiha clansman with a buzz cut lay in wait. This was his father's confidant, undoubtedly sent to summon him. Ban listened quietly. As the conversation progressed, the individual reminded him, "That calico cat gave you a book yesterday." Realizing the man wished for him to check its contents, Ban calmly replied, "I have already perused it. It is a perfectly ordinary read, devoid of any information intended for transmission or record. Is that so?" The person nodded and took their leave. Before long, Ban returned alone, lifting his gaze only to find that the two who had been engaged in a fierce exchange had vanished. "Ling, what happened?" Suddenly realizing Ban was no longer there, Ushimatsu paused the sparring and hastily pulled the innocent Izuna to a quieter place. "Izuna, may I stay with you?" Izuna's eyes widened in surprise, a jolt of tension coursing through him, yet he restrained himself, maintaining an outward appearance of calm, though he felt quite astonished. "Why the sudden request? Aren't you and brother getting along well?" "Your brother is a restless sleeper." "Restless?" Izuna looked perplexed. "Yes, he kicks off the covers, grinds his teeth, and snores." Seeing the white-haired one speak so earnestly, Izuna's confusion deepened. He couldn't recall his brother exhibiting such poor sleeping habits. The white-haired one pressed, "You don't have such habits, right?" "Not at all." Izuna quickly shook his head. "Then that is splendid." Ushimatsu, as if seeing his savior, grasped Izuna's hand, declaring, "It's settled then." Feeling the warmth of that hand, Izuna absent-mindedly nodded, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. "What are you two doing hiding here?" At that moment, Ban approached, his gaze fixating on the clasped hands of the two. Chapter 115, A Profound Friendship. As Ban's cherished younger brother and the future exemplary second-in-command of the Uchiha clan, Izuna believed there was no matter worth concealing from his brother. Even the unexpected proposal from Uchiha Nariyuki to live with Izuna took Izuna by surprise, leading him to contemplate whether he should mention it to Ban. "I haven't done anything. Ling was merely speaking with me," he remarked, oblivious to the somber expression in Ban's eyes. Withdrawing his hand, Izuna felt a bit uneasy as he spoke. Yet, just as half a sentence escaped his lips, a hand forcefully covered his mouth. Confused, Izuna blinked and turned to see Uchiha, who seemed intent on preventing him from continuing. The white-haired youth shot him a glance. A smile that was both awkward and embarrassed plastered on his face. "What are you saying?" Ban interjected, redirecting his brother's attention. His gaze then shifted to Uchiha, a playful glint in his eyes as he inquired, "Are you speaking ill of me?" Under Ban's unwavering gaze, Uchiha felt an inexplicable pressure, weakening his previously confident demeanor, which he found absurd. He hadn't committed any wrongdoing. Why should he feel guilty? Seizing the opportunity while Izuna was distracted, he exhaled deeply, unabashedly conveying a warning look to Ban, as if to say, "Don't get too cocky. I'll soon summon Hashirama to put you in your place." Ban, unable to decipher Uchiha's true intent behind that glance, merely sensed that ever since he had kissed him the previous night, Uchiha had been evading him, now seemingly attempting to keep their matters concealed from Izuna while issuing a silent warning. "Who won the earlier spar?" Ban queried, inching closer, subtly positioning himself between Uchiha and Izuna. Izuna, momentarily stunned, smiled bashfully. "I need to become stronger." Ban was taken aback yet not entirely surprised. Indeed, Uchiha seemed to possess greater strength than Izuna. "Don't be discouraged. I merely have an advantage in age, having trained for an additional 2 years. In due time, I will undoubtedly be outmatched by you." Hearing this peculiar encouragement, Izuna's earlier disappointment dissipated significantly, and he smiled brightly. At that moment, Ban reached out, unceremoniously grabbing Yushima. Now it's my turn. The expansive training ground bore witness to the three of them standing against the wind. A twinge of nervousness surged within Izuna. Yet he was filled with anticipation for this bout. Yushima stood opposite Ban, clearly observing the unshakable enthusiasm in Ban's eyes, his brow furrowing in silence. Why the sudden desire to spar with him? He was no Hashirama. However, now that he was here, there was no reason not to engage. This was the perfect opportunity to settle the score for being tricked into facing Obito by old Ban. Shall we begin? Yushima spoke calmly. Ban sensed a shift in Yushima's demeanor, as if he had been waiting for this spar all along, indicating a simmering discontent that was ready to erupt. Ban let out a short, low chuckle, finding Yushima rather endearing. Yes, let us commence. In the shaded corner obscured from the sun, Taijima, cloaked in his attire, observed with his companions. Word had reached him that Ling had been remarkably compliant over the past few days, exhibiting no suspicious behavior. The only external influence he had encountered was confirmed by Ban, described merely as standard reading material. Setting aside these observations, Taijima believed it prudent to remain vigilant. Upon learning that Ban had unilaterally taken him to the family training grounds, he pondered the opportunity to gauge Ling's abilities firsthand. Ban had once mentioned that the eldest son of the Senju was stronger than him. Over the years, they had engaged in countless battles against the Senju and witnessed Ban's encounters with Hashirama, yet Ban still couldn't gain the upper hand. Indeed, his two sons were still not strong enough. It was imperative to expedite the development of their Sharingan abilities. The boy's strength surpassed Izuna's. Taijima gazed into the distance before speaking, however his brow furrowed. It seems Ban is not far behind either. As he spoke, a sense of foreboding welled up within Taijima. If this unsettled youth were to fully mature, he would undoubtedly become a formidable challenge. Had the Senju clan secretly nurtured him? Otherwise, how could an orphan without lineage match Ban's relentless training? No, my lord, a voice from his trusted aide suddenly interrupted Taijima's thoughts. Your son is the superior one. Taijima paused, abruptly lifting his gaze. I concede. Meanwhile, Yushima found himself pressed firmly against the ground, with Ban holding him down. Looking down at him with an expression that was unusually peculiar for his usually stoic demeanor. Ban's Sharingan glimmered ominously in the sunlight. And seeing Yushima's quick admission of defeat stirred a flicker of doubt within Ban. Just moments ago, even with the aid of his Sharingan, he struggled to identify Yushima's weaknesses. Why had he suddenly emerged victorious? Had Ling intentionally concealed his true strength? Ban's expression darkened, a surge of indignation bubbling within him. What are you doing? He asked coldly. Surrendering. Yushima, unaware of Ban's misinterpretation, explained that his actions were prompted by the arrival of Uchiha Taijima. If his father witnessed his son bested by an outsider, where would that leave Taijima's pride? He couldn't afford to draw too much attention to himself within the Uchiha clan. Discretion was paramount. Just as he completed his thought, his collar was suddenly gripped, and Ban hoisted him from the ground, his blood-red Sharingan casting a haunting shadow. I'm asking why you so suddenly revealed your vulnerability. Huh? Yushima's expression turned perplexed, and upon realizing Ban had misread the situation, he patted Ban's hand that clutched his attire. How could that be sudden? You've fought Izuna countless times. I admire your stamina, but I haven't sparred with you. It's not shameful to be defeated due to fatigue. Ban's grip faltered, and his questioning demeanor softened. All right. Stop pressing down on me, Yushima remarked, giving Ban another pat, signaling him to rise. Yet Ban remained still, prompting Yushima to exclaim in exasperation, Izuna, come help me. Taijima silently observed as his two sons seemed to forge a significant bond with this outsider, his emotions swirling in complexity. Let us go? After a few moments of contemplation, Taijima turned and departed with his aide. A few hours later, in the tranquil confines of the room, Yushima finished his bath and changed into clean clothes, neatly folding the soiled garments. Just then, Ban entered, witnessing Yushima carrying his clothes outside. What are you up to now? I'm washing your clothes to return them. Ban looked at Yushima with a cheerful demeanor as he walked past him, heading outside. Chapter 116. Let us continue guessing. Upon returning, Yushima found Ban still in the room, seemingly having awaited his arrival. Were you waiting for me? As if to validate his suspicion, Ban lifted his gaze upon Yushima's return, gesturing for him to come closer. What is this about? Out of politeness, Yushima instinctively took a few steps forward but quickly halted, a sense of caution washing over him. Ban's mood dimmed at Yushima's sudden stillness. Thankfully, he heard Yushima inquire, You're not going to do anything strange again, are you? Ban was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. His previously gloomy disposition brightened somewhat. With a curious glint in his eye, Ban inquired, What do you consider to be strange? The words that were poised on the tip of Uemura Shinya's tongue suddenly faltered. Play the fool. Very well. But there was no way he could feign ignorance as effortlessly as Ban. He was intrigued to discover what scheme Ban had in mind. Thus, he resolutely stepped forward and took a seat. So obedient? Ban remarked with surprise, having anticipated that the other might hesitate further. Uemura Shinya replied, in your Uchiha territory. How could I possibly defy you? Ban countered. If I were to invite you to join the Uchiha, would you comply? No. After a brief moment of silence, Uemura Shinya flatly rejected the notion. Although he had steeled himself for such a response, hearing the unexpected answer still compelled Ban to close his eyes, resigned. Ban then asked, since Granny Ryoko's passing, is there truly no one who holds a position of significance in your heart? Someone who elicits even the faintest concern? Uemura Shinya shook his head. Strictly speaking, there is. Ban's hand, resting on his lap, tightened into a fist. Who is it? I won't tell you. Uemura Shinya mimicked Ban's usual pose of crossing his arms and raised an eyebrow at him. Ban frowned slightly and let out a cold laugh. Is it Hashirama and Tobarama? Perhaps. Indeed. Uemura Shinya responded readily to Ban's conjecture. Ban's expression darkened, yet Uemura Shinya seemed oblivious to his mood. Tilting his head back and pondering for a moment before saying, however, you haven't finished guessing. Please continue. With a steely gaze, Ban turned away, his heart suddenly racing uncontrollably. Narrowing his eyes, he chuckled. Who else? Am I included? Uemura Shinya shook his head in response. Ban's heart tightened. The white-haired youth looked at him earnestly. With a hint of surprise, you mustn't forget Izuna. The Senju and Uchiha, you are the ones I know best. How could I possibly choose between you? As an outsider, why should I be embroiled in your endless family feuds? While Uemura Shinya continued to express his thoughts and reasoning, Ban found himself disinterested, solely wishing to know when this fellow would speak without gasping for breath. Ban, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Uemura Shinya's gentle voice trailed off. He observed Ban, and a silence enveloped the air for several seconds. When Ban met his gaze but remained silent, Uemura Shinya quickly resumed. I will not engage in actions that would harm either of your clans, nor will I inflict harm upon one for the sake of the other. Upon hearing these words, Ban remained unresponsive. Uemura Shinya furrowed his brow, unsure of how Ban perceived his statements, and helplessly called out, Ban, if you remain silent, I shall take it as an affirmation of my thoughts. At this, Ban finally stirred. He reached out and grasped the white-haired youth who was about to rise. Suddenly yanked back, Uemura Shinya turned around, surprised. Oh, you've finally come to your senses. Yet, Ban abruptly pulled him closer with force, startling him. What is wrong with you? Uemura Shinya asked, bewildered. A hand slowly extended towards him, brushing against his cheek. Uemura Shinya froze in place. The warmth of that palm. Was Ban running a fever? Why the suddenness? The weather wasn't cold. Could it be because they had shared a blanket last night? Ban clearly heard the question, but offered no reply. His gaze solely focused on him. Uemura Shinya, unable to ignore it any longer, seized Ban's hand and attempted to rise for a closer inspection, but was thwarted. An enduring silence enveloped the two. I say, enough is enough. Uemura Shinya replied with a hint of anger. Wasn't I already punished enough during training? Mentioning this only intensified the weight on his shoulders. Ban regarded him with a slow inquiry. If I were to treat you the same way now, would you retaliate with your full strength? What are you talking about? Uemura Shinya found Ban's logic utterly absurd, but before he could contemplate further, Ban had already taken action. The gentle breeze from outside wafted in, causing Uemura Shinya's heart to tighten suddenly. The door was still ajar. Someone could pass by at any moment. He wished to caution Ban, only to catch sight of a pair of half-opened crimson Sharingan. Ah, this little rascal was recording again. Noticing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Ban's eyes, yet he showed no intention of retreating. Outside the door, Hikari approached with light steps. Upon reaching the entrance, before calling out, she instinctively covered her mouth. Wow, what an eye-opener, she murmured. But for goodness sake, please close the door, Lord Ban. Hikari chuckled quietly, gingerly pushing the door to shut it. Confirming that Ban indeed had a fever, Uemura Shinya's hand, which had been poised to strike, froze in midair. A few minutes later, with a blank expression, he laid Ban on the soft bedding and sat beside him, vigilant. Considering you're a patient, I'll mark this down as a debt to be settled once you recover. Resigned to his fate, he tucked the blanket around Ban. After muttering a few words, the white-haired youth finally rose and opened the door to exit. Outside, Hikari, ever attentive to her master, turned upon hearing the movement. Surprised, all done? Uemura Shinya replied. Done with what? Chapter 117, The Other Party Withdraws 1. That night, when a gentle knock echoed from outside the door, Izuna rose and, with slow steps, opened it, astonished. Shinya, you really came. Uemura Shinya nodded from the threshold and stepped inside with ease. Is everything all right with your brother? All is well, I administered his medication, and he is now asleep. The slumbering Ban appeared to have sheathed all his barbs, lying still as though nothing had transpired. Izuna admired Ban's resilience, enduring discomfort for so long while still preoccupied with other matters. Upon hearing that Ban was resting, Izuna exhaled in relief. Not long ago, he had checked on his brother, finding his forehead alarmingly hot. Shinya suggested that perhaps Ban had been like this since training, yet from his brother's calm demeanor, no signs of distress were evident. Thank goodness Shinya was here. Although it wasn't a severe illness, it brought a sense of reassurance. As Uemura Shinya entered, the two found themselves alone, causing Izuna to feel a bit anxious. He quickly gestured toward the two beds pushed together. I've prepared everything. If you're tired, Shinya, please rest well. He had already replaced the sheets and blankets with clean ones, adorned with flowers, and thoroughly aired the room until the scent had dissipated before closing the window. Every corner of the room was bathed in a gentle yellow light, and a peculiar fragrance lingered in the air. Uemura Shinya wrinkled his nose, detecting the pleasant aroma, and his gaze landed on a vase adorned with several sprigs of osmanthus on the table. Quite exquisite. Yet, this was not typical of Izuna's style. He raised an eyebrow and turned back to Izuna, asking, "Who sent you that?" Izuna paused for a moment, seemingly caught off guard, and nervously scratched the back of his head. You noticed, huh? Well, this isn't something I picked. However, Izuna refrained from disclosing who had gifted the flowers. Uemura Shinya yawned and did not press further. He merely cast a few lingering glances at the vase before diverting his gaze. His once heavy body, having consumed the medicine, felt significantly lighter. Upon awakening, he found no one in the room. The silence enveloped the space, and there was not a trace of another's presence. Slowly, he propped himself up, yet before he could ponder where that fellow had ventured off to in the dead of night, he inadvertently startled Hikari, who had been dozing at the foot of the bed while keeping watch. Lord Ban, you're awake. Hikari exclaimed with a slight frown, inquiring about the whereabouts of Uchiha Nariyuki. With an awkward smile, Hikari replied, Ling is in your brother's room. Izuna? Ban contemplated briefly before tossing aside the covers. Hikari immediately perked up, thinking it would have been much better for Ling to stay put beside Lord Ban instead of wandering around. He could have been seen upon waking. Moreover, who would leave their lover unattended at night to visit another's room? Yet, Ling disregarded his advice, swiftly covering Hikari's mouth and tossing him in to keep watch over Lord Ban. Now, with Ban awake and finding no one by his side, he was surely going to retrieve the person. Hikari could already envision the awkward scene that would unfold. However, upon turning to look, Ban had already dressed, his expression serene as still water, showing no signs of anger. Moments later, Ban opened the door and raised his gaze to admire the splendid moonlight outside. Hikari, watching from behind, was taken aback. Hey, Lord Ban, your brother's room isn't in that direction. Ban had gone to find Taijima. He wished to convey the earnest words Ling had shared with him, urging his father to abandon the so-called plan of alliance and to refrain from making things difficult for that fellow. Before reaching his destination, Ban encountered Taijima in the hallway. Taijima, seemingly aware of Ban's intent to seek him out, said nothing but offered a knowing glance before turning and walking slowly to the other end. Ban stepped forward to follow. Inside, the father and son seated themselves face to face. Taijima first inquired about Ban's health, nodding upon learning he was much improved. Ban could distinctly sense the gravity etched on his father's face. Ban, he solemnly called his name. Taijima's voice was low and serious. Izuna is still young. You are destined to be the future leader of our clan, bearing a tremendous responsibility. You must strive harder than the average clansman. Ban understood these principles well. Thus he listened in silence. Taijima's words seemed to have been bottled up for ages, finally surfacing at this opportune moment, and he spoke freely. Before long, he inquired about the state of Ban's Sharingan. The ordinary forms of the Sharingan, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, were insufficient to uphold the Uchiha clan's legacy. In terms of talent, both you and Izuna are among the best in our clan, and you have the potential to ascend to greater powers. For instance, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ban's heart sank at the implication, sensing a heavy warning and fatigue in Taijima's tone. The power of these eyes can only awaken and evolve through the experience of profound negative emotions, generating a unique chakra. To attain the strength of the Mangekyo means we are destined to lose many significant things. Do you understand? Next, I will teach you how to awaken it. Time slipped by, and eventually, Taijima's words came to a halt, seemingly exhausting him. He coughed into his hand for a considerable while. Finally, as Ban prepared to leave, Taijima spoke solemnly once more. Ban, for the sake of the Uchiha, for Izuna, do not show mercy to anyone. Do not harbor even a shred of pity. As night deepened, the sound of the wind seemed to grow louder. In the midst of slumber, Uchiha Nariyuki awoke, just in time to see a shadow cast against the door. Had he not recognized the distinctive, flamboyant spiky hairstyle, he might have thought he was imagining things. Upon opening the door, he indeed found Ban standing there. How did this fellow know he was with Izuna? Ah, it must have been Hikari's gossip that revealed his location. So how was your sleep? Feeling better? He asked, but Ban remained silent, leaving Narukami perplexed. He stepped outside the threshold, closing the distance between them. As he approached, Ban seized his wrist. The warmth emanating from Ban's palm, though still warm, was not as scorching as before. Ban's palm felt slightly damp. Had he been too warm under the covers? Nearby, Izuna had also awakened. Brother? Hearing the call, Narukami turned his head. Just as he intended to assure Izuna that his brother seemed fine, only to feel Ban tighten his grip on his wrist, pulling him away from Izuna's view. Chapter 118, a bit frightening. Pack your things and leave the Uchiha grounds immediately. Ban's tone was frigid, his grip unyielding. Narukami was nearly dragged along by Ban's forceful pull. Confusion clouded his mind. What was this sudden fury about? Was it because he had shared a room with Izuna? No, that couldn't be right. The notion of Uchiha Ban being jealous sent chills down his spine. Even if he were upset, it wouldn't warrant such a harsh demand to leave the Uchiha clan. Yet, unable to decipher Ban's abrupt change in demeanor, he spoke up. I was just squeezing in with Izuna for a bit. Why the extreme reaction? Do you not trust your own brother? Besides, how old is he? Or are you worried about what I might do to him? Ban's back stiffened, but he continued onward without a glance back. As Narukami was dragged along, they passed by Ban's own room without stopping, and Narukami finally recognized that something was amiss. Hikari, stationed outside, was equally startled. Ban's expression was dreadfully grim. I told Ling not to go sleep in your brother's room. It thought, rushing to intervene. It dashed after them. But upon sensing something following, Ban abruptly turned his head. Hikari was frozen in place, terror gripping its heart. Seizing the moment, Ban continued to pull Narukami further away. Because of the suddenness of being dragged, Narukami had not put on his shoes. His bare feet felt cold against the floor, and he winced with each step. As they traversed the corridor, he furrowed his brow, enduring the discomfort, until they reached a corner. In a swift motion, he broke free from Ban's grasp, grasping Ban's shoulder and forcefully pinning him against the doorframe. Though he intentionally lessened the force, the doorframe still echoed with a pronounced thud. What is wrong with you? Instead of unleashing his frustration over Ban's inexplicable behavior, he calmly questioned the reason behind it. Ban met his gaze, revealing a fatigue-laden expression beneath his eyes. Then, with a slight tremor of his shoulder, he let out a cold chuckle. Your value to our clan ends here. If you wish to avoid death, you should leave now. Given our years of friendship, I grant you this chance to depart. However, should you miss it, I cannot guarantee your safety. Ban's crimson Sharingan flared open suddenly, exuding an icy chill, as if surveying an imminent enemy. Narukami squinted, carefully discerning that the cool, composed figure before him was indeed the Ban he knew. Yet, in that moment, Ban embodied a ruthlessness and coldness that was utterly unfamiliar. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Obito slowly released his hold on Izumi. Very well. This is your decision. Farewell. In the darkness, Izumi distinctly witnessed the figure turn away without a hint of lingering affection, effortlessly leaping onto the rooftop across, merging into the night until he vanished from sight. Gazing in that direction, Izumi's crimson eyes quivered incessantly, unable to divert their gaze for an extended time. Brother. Finally, Izuna caught up, only to see a vague silhouette departing. His eyes widened, he took a breath, and asked in confusion, why did you send the spirit away? Upon hearing the inquiry, Izumi turned his head, and the anguish reflected in his red Sharingan rendered Izuna momentarily speechless. The next moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Izumi promptly averted his gaze, focusing on the newcomer, and all traces of his anguish dissipated, leaving behind an endless indifference. Inform father that this individual is not significant to me. Killing him would serve no purpose. I will find the one who truly matters to me and unlock my kaleidoscope Sharingan. Izuna was profoundly shaken. Who are you planning to kill? The spirit? Meanwhile, Taijima's confidant, Uchiha Roku, nodded slightly, opting for silence. It was only when Izumi turned to walk back that he shook his head and sighed. Ultimately, he is still too young, Master Izumi. In the hushed interior, Taijima, having heard his confidant's report, calmly issued an order, bring that child back. Once captured, confine him in a cell, and remember to keep it from Izumi and Izuna. We cannot allow our plans to fail. Without a backward glance, he departed from the Uchiha compound, where Uchiha Obito was leaning against a tree. The moon was beautiful, yet his heart felt cold. His feet were as well. Had he known he would be cast away, he would have taken his shoes. The memory of Izumi expelling him surfaced in his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Although Izumi's change in attitude was abrupt, upon reflection, it was not without reason. After all, he had stubbornly rejected the invitation to join their clan. It was understandable for Izumi to act in such a manner. However, the fact that Izumi would grant him the opportunity to leave did not imply that Taijima, who would go to any lengths for the prosperity of the clan, would do the same. The 8 Uchiha clansmen who followed stood beneath the tree, surrounding Uchiha Obito firmly. I didn't expect you to be in such good spirits. The speaker was a long-haired female Uchiha. Surely the dosage of the sedative I added to the osmanthus flowers for Izuna should have been sufficient. She had mixed the antidote into the water, tricking Izuna into drinking it. Yet this spirit showed no sign of weakness or fainting. Uchiha Obito stood up from the tree, his gaze clear and demeanor utterly unfazed. Your drug is of inferior quality. It has no effect on me. Yet, despite their irritation, they knew they had to capture him alive tonight. Killing him was not an option, as he still held potential value. Is the target captured? Yes, he has been apprehended. Uchiha Roku paused slightly before continuing. But we lost 3 clansmen in the process. Taijima was taken aback, but, considering that the spirit was indeed formidable, he could only take a deep breath to steady his darkening mood. Prepare for the next steps. Understood. Brother, your clothes. The following day, Izuna entered, holding a set of clean, dried clothes. As Izumi reached out to take them, an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He absent-mindedly placed the clothes, which once belonged to Uchiha Obito and had been washed by his own hands, down, turning back to gaze at the empty room. Izumi felt an even heavier gloom settle in his heart. However, knowing that all of this stemmed from his own actions, he recognized that overthinking was futile. He turned and shut the door, calling out to Izuna beside him. Let us go. War is about to commence once more. Chapter 119, The Masked Enemy. Uchiha Roku accompanied 2 clansmen to the prison. Uchiha Obito, captured and seated there with his head bowed, concealed his expression. Noticing their arrival, he slowly lifted his head, his heterochromatic eyes flashing with a hint of emotion. Come to take my life? Your life will indeed be claimed, but not at this moment, Uchiha Roku replied, signaling to the 2 clansmen beside him. Change him into these clothes. Uchiha Obito offered little resistance and allowed them to dress him. Your face is too recognizable. Uchiha Roku remarked, dissatisfied. You must wear this. He produced an ugly demon mask and forced it onto Uchiha Obito's face. Although the striking white hair remained somewhat visible, the mask was sufficient for concealment. Once this was accomplished, Uchiha Roku closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, activating his Sharingan, the 3 tomo slowly revolving. Spirit. He called out to Uchiha Obito. From this moment forth, the Uchiha are your enemies. Today marked the day of battle between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. It had been barely a month since the last conflict. On the battlefield, Tobirama stood at the forefront, coldly fixating on Izumi and Izuna, especially the former. Have you imprisoned that individual? Though he did not mention a name, it was clear to everyone whom Tobirama was inquiring about. This is a war between our 2 clans. It has nothing to do with outsiders, Izumi declared. Tobirama, clearly skeptical of this assertion, remained unconvinced, as he had not received any news of the individual in question for days. Hashirama furrowed his brow. Izumi, do not say anything. Hashirama, Izumi interrupted, his Sharingan sweeping across with an air of unwavering resolve, tightening hearts in its wake. Soon, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Accompanied by the clash of various weapons and the collision of numerous ninjutsu, the scent of smoke permeated the entire area. This battle endured from day until night. As the moon ascended, the waning crescent was shrouded by dark clouds, with only a few stars dotting the night sky, appearing desolate and quiet. Recognizing that prolonging the battle would yield little advantage, the Uchiha clan decided to withdraw. The Senju clan shared the same sentiment. Retreat. Uchiha Roku, positioned atop a tree, observed the retreat of his clansmen from a distance and calmly issued the order. Proceed. A shadow darted past Uchiha Roku, towards Izumi's location. Are you alright, Izuna? Yes. I'm fine, Izuna replied, shaking his head at Izumi. Despite the dirt smudging his face, his youthful features appeared to have matured significantly. From now on, you 2 shall bear the 3 tomo, Izumi reassured as he patted Izuna's shoulder. Izuna pursed his lips and nodded. However, in that fleeting moment of nodding, a suspicious figure reflected in his recently closed Sharingan eyes. The individual wore a demon mask and wielded a short blade, swiftly approaching Izumi from behind. After an exhausting battle, everyone was utterly fatigued, with their stamina nearly depleted. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Izuna could not react in time to execute a perfect defense. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully pushed Izumi aside. Brother, be careful. The descending short blade grazed Izuna's chest, instantly staining his clothing with bright crimson blood. Izumi's pupils dilated sharply. No one is allowed to harm Izuna. This thought surged forth in his heart, flooding Izumi's entire mind in an instant. Suddenly, Madara charged forward, disregarding his weary limbs. and without a moment's hesitation engaged in a fierce struggle with the individual who had dared to harm his younger brother. The Uchiha clan members nearby watched the scene unfold with bated breath, yet none dared to intervene. Prior to the onset of this battle, they had received a covert directive from their clan leader. Should they encounter an enemy adorned with a mask, they were to refrain from assisting and allow young Master Madara to confront the foe alone. Izuna, clutching his wound, anxiously observed from the sidelines, oblivious to the reactions of the other clan members. As seconds ticked by, he began to recognize the enemy's familiar movements. Before he could ponder further, his gaze was drawn to the emblem of the Senju clan emblazoned on the assailant's left sleeve. Were they not supposed to have retreated? Madara, too, noticed the clan insignia, which ignited a deeper hatred for the Senju within him, prompting him to strike with even greater ferocity. The enemy retaliated with various attacks, and seizing an opportunity, he aimed to direct his assault towards Izuna. Unable to tolerate the adversary's clear intent to kill his brother, Madara's crimson Sharingan glowed ominously. Half a minute later, as if realizing his objective was slipping away, the enemy attempted to flee. Madara resolutely refused to allow such a threat to return to the Senju, and he decisively pursued. Izuna, alarmed, cried out, "Brother, don't chase." Madara understood the wisdom in restraint, thus halting at a calculated distance, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A colossal fireball surged forth. As the flames engulfed the area, scattering ash and smoke, Madara brushed aside the dust with determination, squinting through the haze to see the enemy's fallen form not far away. The foe coughed weakly, and the strap of his demon mask snapped, allowing it to fall away. Noticing that the enemy still retained consciousness, Madara's cold gaze darted forward, and with a swift motion, he plunged a blade into the back of the assailant's body. This time, it was fatal. 2 seconds later, Madara withdrew the bloodied blade. The enemy's body stiffened momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Well done, young Master Madara," praised Uchiha Roku, descending from a tree, his satisfaction evident. "Aren't you curious to see what the enemy looked like?" he prompted. Madara instinctively frowned. There was no need to concern himself with the appearance of the dead. Yet, Uchiha Roku squatted down, forcibly flipping the corpse over, and stated, "Behold, young Master Madara. You are bound to be surprised." "Brother." Izuna rushed over, and Madara instinctively turned to look at his sibling. However, Izuna was walking directly toward Uchiha Roku. Thus he too caught sight of the deceased enemy's visage. He froze in shock. Seeing the astonished expression on Izuna's face, Madara felt a pang of confusion. Just then, Uchiha Roku called out to him. This individual is an acquaintance of both young Master Madara and young Master Izuna. What? Madara turned back, puzzled. In an instant, he was confronted with a horrifying sight that made his heart race. Why was it Rei? Why did Rei attack us? Izuna's incredulous exclamation reached Madara's ears, ringing like a wake-up call. Gazing at the familiar face, eyes closed in eternal slumber, Madara was momentarily paralyzed, an icy dread flooding his being. Chapter 120, The End of a Life. The sight of the fallen figure etched into his mind. Madara's entire body went rigid. What was Rei doing? Why was he wearing a mask and the attire of the Senju clan? Why did he seek to kill Izuna? Why did he engage in combat without uttering a single word, ultimately falling to Madara's unaware hand? Staring blankly, Madara's thoughts crystallized after a few seconds, and he tremulously reached out to embrace Rei's lifeless body, his palm stained with the vivid crimson of blood. It was warm, and it was real. Rei? Madara's voice trembled with disbelief, his mind blanking as if doused in frigid water. He trembled as he brushed his fingers against Rei's face, his fingertips inadvertently gliding through Rei's white hair, but he felt no breath beneath his touch. In that moment, Madara's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a dagger, staring at the tightly shut eyes of the person he held. The realization of what he had just done struck him anew, leaving him frozen in place. This couldn't be. He had clearly allowed Rei to leave. Why had he returned? The multitude of unanswered questions and confusion compelled Madara to shake his head in disbelief. Izuna approached cautiously, his tone tentative. "Rei, please wake up." Yet, regardless of how he called, the lifeless figure in Madara's embrace remained unresponsive. A chill enveloped Madara's heart, and after a few seconds of dazed silence, he clutched Rei's body tightly. The unresponsive form offered no sign of life. It felt as though he had been submerged in an icy abyss. Astonishment, shock, sorrow, and remorse amalgamated into a turbulent storm of emotions within his crimson eyes, coalescing into an unfathomable despair. This despair deepened, becoming increasingly painful, as if it sought to rend him asunder. "I believe the situation is now abundantly clear, young Master Madara and young Master Izuna," Uchiha Roku observed, watching the unfolding drama. Seemingly sensing the need for further provocation, he began to weave a web of fabricated truths. "This Rei has long since aligned himself with the Senju clan. He would never harbor genuine feelings for either of you. Do not be deceived by him. No, that's impossible, Izuna countered vehemently. If Rei had intended to harm us, he would not have treated our father. Rather, he would have sought an opportunity. If he had truly intended to act against the Uchiha, do you believe he would have escaped unscathed? Uchiha Oroku's retort swiftly rendered Izuna speechless. Madara, however, was too engulfed in his own turmoil to heed their words. Blood streamed from his eyes, blending with the exquisite kaleidoscope pattern of his Sharingan, which sent Uchiha Oroku into a frenzy of delight. It has succeeded. The awakening has been triggered. The overwhelming strain and fatigue caused young Master Madara to lose consciousness, but everything had gone according to plan. Lord Taijima, hearing his subordinate's report, Taijima felt a sense of satisfaction. In this battle, their clan had once again secured something valuable. Their expectations of Uchiha Oroku utilizing Genjutsu to control Rei had not been in vain. As for Izuna, young Master Izuna was deeply affected too. He had wished to bring Rei's body back, but I had to intervene. Upon hearing this, Taijima remained silent. The bond between his two sons and Rei was profound. Yet at this juncture, fate had already been sealed. After a moment of contemplation, Taijima sighed, revealing a rare glimpse of helplessness and regret. Bring the body back. We shall find a proper place for burial. After all, he served as a benefactor to our clan. Understood. When the Uchiha members dispatched to retrieve the body arrived at the scene, they found nothing but a pool of blood and remnants of the battle. A thorough search revealed what appeared to be fur left behind by a wild animal. Had the beast taken Rei's body? In the depths of his dreams, the flash of a blade and the shadow of blood emerged. A familiar silhouette lay in a pool of crimson, trembling as it raised a hand in a beckoning gesture, seemingly urging him to draw near. Yet, with a blade in hand, he stood motionless before the figure, blood dripping from the blade's tip onto the ground, glaringly vivid. Madara jolted awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling as though something had hollowed him out, leaving behind a sharp pain. Such a familiar dream. He had experienced it once before, and it was almost an identical scene. Yet, he had never truly imagined that he would personally take the life of that individual. He had believed in the words that individual had spoken, words that hinted at a concern for him. Thus, when he beheld the face concealed beneath the mask, disbelief washed over him. No, it must be a deception. He lacked the audacity to deceive me. As Ban murmured this, the dazed Huali, who had been standing by, suddenly snapped back to reality. Observing Ban in such a state, it hurried forward and spoke. Lord Ban. Ban attempted to throw off the covers and rise. In a flurry, Huali gestured to the nearby Heiyuan and Qinghai, who exchanged glances, uncertain of what action to take. Ban, weakly standing, took a few steps before abruptly halting. Ultimately, he sank back down, pained, raising a hand to shield his eyes as he exhaled heavily. The atmosphere grew oppressively silent, almost suffocating. Then, amidst the stillness, someone choked on their sobs. Huali, frantic, clawed at its ears in distress, utterly bewildered by how Lord Ban had returned in such a manner. It yearned to inquire why Ban had erupted in such fury at Ling the previous night. Yet, the question lodged in its throat. It lacked the courage to voice it. Now was not the opportune moment to ask. Thus, it signaled to its companions, and the three cats quietly exited the room. Outside, Izuna gazed blankly at the clear sky, his mind replaying the events of the previous night. Meanwhile, Huali emerged with a heavy sigh. Surely, it was Ling's departure that had caused Lord Ban such sorrow. When Ling was present, Lord Ban's mood was exceedingly bright. Heiyuan recalled the previous evening and casually remarked, speaking of which, I saw a white-haired fellow emerge from the prison yesterday evening. At first glance, I thought it was Ling, but that individual wore an exceedingly unattractive mask, and their attire differed from Ling's. In any case, there was something peculiar about their aura, so I refrained from approaching. Suddenly, a hand reached out and seized the speaking Heiyuan, lifting him effortlessly. What did you just say? Izuna's brow furrowed deeply. Repeat what you just said. Minutes passed, and Izuna hurried towards Ban's chamber. After hearing Heiyuan's words, a multitude of realizations dawned upon him. For instance, Ling had been driven away by his brother. Yet the following day emerged from their clan's prison, dressed in that peculiar manner. Anyone would find that unsettling. He needed to inform his oblivious brother about this matter. Ling must have had some unspeakable burden, or perhaps he was under the influence of the Sharingan's power. Izuna deemed the latter hypothesis the most plausible. Otherwise, nothing made sense. Lord Ban is not in the room. Huali burst into the chamber, astonished. Observing the empty space, Izuna froze at the doorway. Young Master Ban, why have you come to see me when you have yet to recuperate? Uchiha Roto, you concealed Ling's return from me, controlling him with your ocular power to mislead me into viewing him as an enemy, compelling me to slay him unknowingly, and forcing me to witness his face, thus urging me to awaken the Mangekyo. Am I correct? The erupting chakra around Ban intensified, swirling and thickening, suddenly raging outward, stirring the air and conjuring a formidable presence. Uchiha Roto's expression turned to one of terror. Chapter 121. Is that so? I do not believe it. Feeling Ban's terrifying wrath, as well as the pressure emanating from the newly awakened Mangekyo, Uchiha Roto trembled in fear. He had never anticipated that after enduring an intense battle with the Senju, expending countless energies to awaken the Mangekyo, Ban would still possess the strength to swiftly deduce the truth and articulate it with such precision. I am merely following orders. Everything is for your own sake, for the future of the Uchiha. Did you not perceive that the Senju clan has grown stronger than ours after that battle? If we do not take action and seek ways to improve, we will inevitably be defeated. Ban disregarded him entirely. Uchiha Roto, paralyzed by Ban's contemptuous gaze, hastily shifted his feet, attempting to flee. However, the oppressive aura rendered him drenched in cold sweat, his limbs rigid. Uchiha Roto desperately extended his trembling hand, attempting to form a seal for escape, but his quaking fingers could not come together. Young Master Ban, Uchiha Roto pleaded in desperation. Brother, Ban. 3 distinct calls gradually penetrated Ban's ears. Noticing the approaching Izuna and Uchiha Taijima, Ban's expression shifted abruptly. Taijima's gaze darkened. Ban, do you wish to kill Roto to avenge Ling? You should remember my words clearly. To gain power, one must sacrifice something of great importance. This is the fastest shortcut I have chosen for you. Perhaps due to excessive agitation or deep-seated guilt, Taijima coughed repeatedly after those words, leaning against a pillar, his pallor growing as he struggled to regain a semblance of normalcy. Not long after Taijima's voice faded, Uchiha Roto found himself unexpectedly liberated. Ban retracted his aura, turning away and walking in another direction, no longer paying heed. He also ignored Uchiha Taijima, who had orchestrated everything. Watching Ban pass by, Izuna stood in stunned silence for a long moment before turning to Taijima and murmuring, "Without Ling, Father, your illness may not last even 6 months." I know. Once he regained his breath, Taijima interrupted, having ceased to care about his own lifespan. He gazed earnestly at his son and solemnly stated, "The future of the Uchiha rests in the hands of you and Ban." Heiyuan and Qinghai, having learned of their beloved Ling's tragic fate, wept quietly, tears flowing freely. Witnessing this, Huali felt utterly helpless. For what good was crying? After tragedy, there is not comedy, but rather a catastrophe. The Uchiha, such a pitiable clan. Ban sat quietly in the room, a blood-stained blade at his side, the dried blood upon it now a mere memory. Yet, certain impressions lingered vividly. After a moment of stillness, footsteps approached. A knock echoed at the door. "Brother." The voice belonged to Izuna, carrying the unique timbre of youth. Ban did not respond immediately. His eyes, reflected in the blade, closed. The dull ache in his heart slowly tore apart the taut nerves, disarranging them and entangling them anew. Outside the door, receiving no reply, Izuna called again. Ban, his throat dry and parched, remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "What is it?" "I was unable to bring back Ling's body. I apologize. I also heard Father's words. The reason you were so angry the other night was to drive Ling away. In an effort to protect him, correct? I did not expect Father and the others. In any case, this is not your fault." As soon as he finished speaking, Izuna heard footsteps from within, and moments later, the door opened to reveal Ban's face. Before he could utter another word, Ban grasped his shoulders with both hands. Contrary to the expected despondency, Ban's expression was remarkably calm. "Izuna, you are now my only cherished brother, and I will protect you without fail." Ban's promise was earnest, the pattern of the awakened Mangekyo swirling slowly in his eyes, leaving Izuna momentarily speechless. It was for these eyes that they had collectively lost Ling. In the future, when he activated these eyes, whom would he lose next? The chilly twilight of late autumn and the coldness of the night carried a hint of solitude, an unsettling sensation. Kamishiro Narihiko advanced into the forest, gripping his blade with one hand, step by step. The bloodstains on his attire spread like an alarming hue, a sight that could startle anyone. Yet, the white-haired figure wore an air of nonchalance, casually brushing off the dust clinging to his clothes as he walked. The sparse moonlight fell upon the corners of his eyes, sharp and cold as a blade of ice. The surroundings were silent, devoid of conversation, yet the occasional rustle of birds and insects broke the stillness, rendering the sound of his footsteps on the dry leaves almost insignificant. The moonlight was clear, casting a deep blue hue across the sky, a night devoid of clouds. "Host, is your body all right?" The concerned voice of the system shattered the tranquility. Kamishiro paused beside a tree, suddenly halting his movement. Drawing a breath, he replied in a low voice, "I'm fine." It was merely a superficial wound. For him, recovery would take mere seconds, and the pain was muted. As Mo Ling had dulled his sensory perception. "What about your mood?" the system inquired. alluding to the treacherous machinations of the Uchiha who had designed his demise to grant Madara the power of the Sharingan. Ironically, this host, upon uncovering their plot, pretended to be ensnared in an illusion, aiding that young man in awakening his eyes. He remained indifferent even when he heard Uchiha Itachi hurling accusations at him. "I'm managing." "Wow, host, your heart is truly resilient. After being tricked by you so many times, it has to be strong." The system fell silent for a moment before abruptly speaking again. "Host, have you developed feelings for that Uchiha Madara?" "What?" A jolt ran through Kamashiro's heart. "If you mean affection between friends, then certainly. Otherwise, no." The system, adopting the tone of a certain female host, retorted, "Is that so? I don't believe you." "Humph." Kamashiro, disinterested in debating this, took a step forward but suddenly felt a disquieting sense of being watched from the shadows. It unsettled him. He instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of this sensation, startling the concealed Kuro. How peculiar. The deceased he had witnessed with his own eyes was now alive, appearing entirely unscathed. The Uchiha were not acting. After all, that individual known as Madara had indeed awakened his Sharingan. Moments later, Kamashiro leaned against a tree and peered behind it. The ground was bare, littered only with twigs and fallen leaves. The sensation of being watched had vanished. That was quick. Chapter 122. Fear of physical attacks. The dilapidated house, long neglected, was now engulfed by weeds that towered above a man's waist. Spotting Tobarama standing not far from the entrance, an elderly passerby kindly warned him, "Young man, do not proceed any further. There are rumors of ghosts in this area, particularly a foreboding aura emanating from that house." Tobarama, feeling a chill creep down his spine, responded, "Is that so?" "Impossible." He maintained his composure, continuing along the mountain path beside the house. If there were apparitions, surely it must be that individual returning. Izuna paused, sighing wistfully as he murmured, "But 3 years ago, when you questioned Uchiha Madara, didn't he claim that Mo Ling had perished at his hands? How could he possibly return?" The mention of this incident caused Tobarama's expression to darken. That malevolent figure, Madara, had resorted to any means necessary to acquire greater power, showing no mercy even to the spirit that had assisted them for so long. When he first heard the news, he had stood in shock for quite some time. Yet, from Madara and Izuna's faces, he could discern no signs of deceit. Thus, he understood that Mo Ling's death was indeed a grim reality. Ever since Madara acquired that power, following the demise of Uchiha Taijima, he and Izuna had led the Uchiha clan, seemingly catching up to the Senju clan's pace. The two strongest ninja clans, evenly matched, had been embroiled in relentless battles for years, leaving him with scarcely any time to pay his respects to Mo Ling. Fortunately, he had found time today, and after speaking with his elder brother, he had come. Izuna had insisted on accompanying him. "Tobarama, are you all right?" Noticing Tobarama's grim expression, Izuna expressed concern. Tobarama shook his head and continued onward. "Young man, I told you not to proceed." Just then, the familiar voice of the old man rang out again. Tobarama swiftly turned to look back, but found the spot empty. The old man had long since wandered off, making it impossible for him to still be present. Izuna's heart raced, gripping his elder brother's sleeve in fear. Is a ghost appearing? It was daylight, and Tobarama dismissed such notions. He immediately employed his heightened senses to search, but found nothing. "Don't look for me. You can't see me." Izuna's face turned pale. "Be brother. He says we can't see him." Tobarama narrowed his eyes, suspicion brewing within. Yet that individual clearly possessed the skill to conceal his presence. He could detect no flaws or pinpoint his location. Just as he finished speaking, a subtle shift in the air occurred in the adjacent woods, followed by a rush of wind. The gust intensified, causing the branches and leaves to sway violently, shattering the tranquil atmosphere that had prevailed moments before. The 13-year-old Izuna was thoroughly frightened, retreating behind Tobarama for protection. Tobarama shielded his younger brother, as the dry leaves on the ground swirled up, brushing against his half-closed eyes. He reached for the kunai strapped to his waist, gripping it tightly. Noticing Tobarama's readiness, the wind began to subside, replaced by the sound of laughter from the hidden figure. "Ha ha. Tobarama, what are you afraid of?" I merely turned over, inadvertently stirring up a bit of air. The voice was not the aged tone from before, rather, it belonged to someone young and familiar. "Look at you, so jumpy, it's rather embarrassing." The figure emerged from behind the tree, bearing a familiar visage and attire, with the only difference being his significantly increased height. Izuna, in a mix of excitement and shock, exclaimed, "Brother, it's Mo Ling. He has really returned as a ghost." "Kamashiro?" Izuna questioned, "But can ghosts really grow taller?" Tobarama dismissed further discussion, swiftly throwing the kunai. As Kamashiro deftly sidestepped, he assured Izuna, "Do not fear. He is human." "Why? Ghosts aren't susceptible to physical attacks. Humans are." "That makes sense." Tobarama, you remain unchanged, always bluntly stating the most piercing truths. Kamishiro approached with a smile, raising a hand to tousle Izuna's distinct half-black, half-white hair. Yet, little Izuna remained the same. His face paling in fright at the mere thought of ghosts. He was quite adorable. Blushing from the teasing, Izuna said nothing, though his fear of spirits was palpable. As Tobarama noticed the approaching figure, he firmly grasped Kamishiro's arm. When the white-haired youth paused in surprise, Tobarama squeezed mercilessly. Does it hurt? Kamishiro winced, drawing a breath. Why don't you pinch yourself? Tobarama replied matter-of-factly. One must learn to seek answers without harming oneself. You truly are something else. The silent, white-haired figure gave a thumbs up to the future second Hokage. Tobarama, unwilling to engage in superfluous conversation, directly inquired, how did you survive? Just fortunate, I suppose. Then why have you been absent for so long? I ventured elsewhere and encountered many people along the way. It was only when I turned around that I realized 3 years had passed, so I returned to pay a visit. Kamizumi Naru paused, gazing sincerely at Tobarama. Upon my return, I discovered a monument had been erected beside Granny Ryoko in my honor. I was curious who would be so kind. Turns out, it was you, Tobarama. Did you come here to pay respects? Tobarama's hands stiffened momentarily. His motion halted as he averted his gaze slightly. It wasn't me. It was my elder brother's arrangement. But the proposal for the monument originally came from you, the second brother. The straightforward Banji swiftly exposed his proud elder brother's intentions. Tobarama merely responded with a silence that lingered. Afterward, the three engaged in extensive conversation. Tobarama kept a watchful eye on Kamizumi Naru's expressions, noting that the white-haired individual appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any visible sorrow. Did he not harbor resentment after being so cruelly harmed by Madara? Surely, he must feel hatred. Perhaps simply concealed beneath the surface, which is why he spent these years healing his wounds away from the turmoil. Tobarama believed this to be the case. In truth, Kamizumi Naru had been tracking the whereabouts of Kagaya's manifestation while attending to other matters. Ever since that fateful night when he unintentionally caught sight of Kagaya, he had been tailing her. Kagaya flitted about, traversing numerous locations, only to seemingly vanish without a trace. After wandering extensively through the shinobi world, Kagaya likely concluded that Uchiha Madara was indeed the perfect pawn for her schemes, hence her return. Consequently, he hurried back, intending to pay his respects to Granny Ryoko and others, not anticipating a reunion with Tobarama and Banji. Chapter 123. Tobarama, you have something behind you. As their conversation progressed, Banji enthusiastically invited Kamizumi Naru to visit the Senju clan. After all, the house here was overgrown with weeds and thick with cobwebs, uninhabitable, and the dwelling in the village had accumulated dust without cleaning. It would be better to stay with the Senju. Kamizumi Naru forced a smile. No need. My identity makes it inconvenient. Banji was taken aback, casting a pleading glance at his eloquent elder brother. Tobarama, maintaining an icy demeanor, replied, currently, our clan leader is my elder brother. Your identity poses no issue for us. He paused for a moment, then continued. The clan members are all very kind and would not harm you like those ungrateful wretches, so you need not worry. At this, silence enveloped them. A gentle autumn breeze stirred, rustling the trees, and even the chirping of birds ceased. Banji hastily tugged at his elder brother's sleeve. Why bring up Madara's harm towards Moryu? Isn't that akin to reopening old wounds? Silly elder brother. However, Tobarama turned to the side, slightly lifting his chin, signaling with his gaze, shall we proceed? Kamizumi Naru, having listened, blinked and smiled softly. Since the second-in-command and third-in-command of the Senju clan have invited me, I must accept. He cheerfully squeezed between the two brothers, draping an arm around each of them. Tobarama on the right, Banji on the left. After comparing their statures, he curiously remarked, after all this time, Banji, you don't seem to have grown much at all. Then he patted Tobarama's shoulder. But you, elder brother, have grown significantly. You're almost taller than me. Banji grinned, a hint of bashfulness creeping in as he scratched his head. Tobarama, stiffening, expressionless, brushed aside the white-haired individual's hand. No need for such camaraderie in public. Kamizumi Naru glanced over, only to see Tobarama striding ahead, arms crossed, walking alone. Banji commented, don't take it personally, Moryu. My elder brother doesn't dislike you. I understand, Kamizumi Naru replied. He had a fair grasp of Tobarama's prideful nature. So he did not take offense and continued to engage in lively conversation with Banji about his experiences abroad, such as the prowess of certain shinobi clans from various nations, or how one clan excelled in cooking, resulting in all its members becoming so plump that climbing trees became a challenge, and so forth. The chatter behind continued unabated, amusing Banji greatly. Meanwhile, Tobarama walked ahead, silent and brooding, unable to interject. His brow furrowed, exuding an aura of seclusion, at least on the surface. Senju Tobarama appeared somewhat vexed. Yet, as he absorbed Kamizumi Neru's tales from the past few years, his expression unconsciously softened. It seemed Neru had fared well outside of the clutches of the malevolent Uchiha, experiencing a joy far greater than before. Tobarama lifted his gaze towards the clear blue sky, then slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Kamizumi Neru. A sense of gravity settled in. This individual's return must not reach Madara's ears. Although he remained uncertain of Neru's true feelings, having already suffered once was sufficient. Madara should not entertain notions of exploiting this individual further. Lost in thought, Madara's visage surfaced in Tobarama's mind, prompting a surge of discomfort within him, his overall demeanor growing colder. Kamizumi Neru shivered unexpectedly, casting a puzzled glance at Tobarama's back. He leaned down and whispered to Banji, "Does Tobarama seem annoyed with us?" Banji, equally uncertain, stammered, "Then, should we lower our voices?" Thus, they moderated their volume. The Senju clan grounds. Elder brother. Elder brother. Banji dashed excitedly toward the main house. As he swung the door open and rushed inside, he caught sight of Hashirama concealing something in his voluminous sleeves. However, innocent Banji paid no mind to this trivial detail. Unable to suppress his joy as he called out to Hashirama, "Moryu is back." Hashirama felt a chill run down his spine, swiftly scanning the surroundings, seeing nothing amiss. "Banji, please refrain from such jokes in broad daylight. Moryu is dead, isn't? I recall Tobarama and Banji went to pay respects to him and Granny Ryoko today. Had he not left me to handle clan affairs, I would have joined them. What is going on? Did they somehow bring Moryu's spirit back from the grave?" "We're back," Tobarama interjected as he entered, Kamizumi Neru following closely behind. Upon recognizing Kamizumi Neru's scarcely altered visage, Hashirama froze, startled, and exclaimed loudly, "Tobarama, look what you've brought with you." Banji, perplexed, asked, "It's Moryu, elder brother, do you not recognize him?" Hashirama's expression turned vacant before shifting to one of excitement. "Of course I recognize him. I meant to say, how did you actually bring Moryu's spirit back?" Tobarama turned to meet Kamizumi Neru's gaze, finally comprehending Hashirama's misunderstanding. He couldn't help but facepalm, exasperated by his elder brother's tendency to jump to conclusions. Banji quickly clarified, "This isn't spirit, it's the real deal, alive and well." Hashirama's countenance froze again, confusion dawning upon him. Then, as realization struck, he took 2 hesitant steps forward, eyes wide with uncertainty. "Moryu is staying with us?" Tobarama, uninterested in his elder brother's antics, replied, "I'll handle this." Yet Hashirama ignored Tobarama's words, rushing closer, placing his hands on Kamizumi Neru's shoulders, and excitedly inquired, "Is it true? You're alive?" "I am." Uchimachi Nariyuki smiled, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Hashirama and Tobarama for erecting a monument in his honor and for visiting his grave. Tears welled up in Hashirama's eyes as he sniffed and patted the shoulder of the white-haired man before him, exclaiming, how wonderful, in his exuberance. He inadvertently moved too energetically, causing several items to tumble from his sleeves, clattering to the ground in a series of sharp sounds. The crisp noise caught Tobarama's attention. Upon glancing down, Tobarama spotted several rolling dice scattered on the floor. His brow furrowed, and his expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Addressing his elder brother with a menacing tone, "Big brother." Hashirama's animated gestures abruptly froze, and he wiped away a few awkward tears, stammering, Tobarama. "Let me explain. I wasn't gambling today." Tobarama, enveloped in an ominous aura, forcefully grabbed the back of his brother's collar, dragging the once mighty leader of the Senju clan, the future god of ninjas, away in a most pitiable manner. "Ban, make sure to pour some water for the spirit." "Understood, big brother," Ban replied. He had grown accustomed to such exaggerated scenes. Chapter 124. The Proud Heart's thoughts. Ban cheerfully brewed tea and brought it to Uchimachi Nariyuki. Nariyuki, not forgetting his kindness, picked up the scattered dice from the floor, rolling them thoughtfully in his palm. After a while of conversation, Tobarama returned, lifting the curtain to re-enter. His furrowed brow indicated he had given his gambling-prone brother a stern lecture. Hashirama entered behind him, looking utterly dejected, devoid of any semblance of an elder sibling's dignity. Fortunately, he had managed to resolve clan affairs earlier that day. Otherwise, Tobarama's earlier ire would have been far greater. Clearing his throat, Hashirama adjusted his expression, feigning nonchalance. He settled beside Uchimachi Nariyuki, intending to reminisce and catch up. He subtly scanned for his dice, searching left and right. "Here," Nariyuki said, extending his palm to reveal the dice Hashirama had misplaced, prompting Hashirama to feel a surge of emotion. However, quick-witted Tobarama seized Nariyuki's wrist, snatching the dice away. "Confiscated," he stated lightly. Hashirama's reaction was one of dismay. Observing this, Nariyuki offered a sympathetic glance toward the crestfallen Hashirama. Subsequently, he was arranged to stay within the Senju clan's territory, in a private room conveniently close to both Hashirama and Tobarama. This arrangement implicitly indicated his accepted status among them. Some clan members recognized him, recalling his presence with joy and showing him great respect. To balance the feeling of being somewhat sheltered, Nariyuki would visit any clan member who felt unwell or injured, offering his assistance free of charge. Tobarama and Hashirama observed this, sharing a silent understanding without words. Yet, when they found themselves alone, Hashirama asked seriously, "Does Madara know about Ling's return?" "I'm not certain," Tobarama replied. Ling likely went to see Granny Yoshiko upon his return. Without having the chance to meet Madara, he added at last, "Regardless of the truth, that guy Madara should not attempt to make contact with him. I have already commanded the clan members to remain silent regarding Ling's affairs within our territory." Hashirama was taken aback by Tobarama's promptness. Although he was aware of Tobarama's decisive nature, the speed of his orders was surprising. However, upon reflection, he realized Tobarama was acting to protect Ling, and he smiled. "Tobarama, Ling is quite a remarkable individual, isn't he? Good-looking and with a pleasant disposition, if he were truly a girl." "Brother, please refrain from making such nonsensical remarks," Tobarama interrupted, casting a sidelong glance. Hashirama's shoulders sagged in defeat. "Honestly, Tobarama, you can be so stubborn." As they stepped outside, Tobarama looked up. The sunlight outside was warm, casting a serene and beautiful glow upon the three figures not far away. "Let us live here," Ling sensing a gaze upon him. Uchiha Nariyuki turned in confusion to see Tobarama standing beside a pillar in the corridor, observing them. "Big brother Mu Ling, it's your turn," Ban reminded. Nariyuki reluctantly turned back, dropped a piece, and then wore an expression of embarrassment, muttering, "I seem to have lost." The girl beside him leaned in to take a peek, exclaiming in shock, "No way, big brother Mu Ling, your chess skills are terrible, huh? How could you lose to Ban?" Nariyuki replied, "I've lost to many in chess. Ban is merely one of them." The girl speaking was Senju Kurenai, a playmate of Ban's age, with whom Nariyuki was previously acquainted. The young girl had shown great interest in medicine and had wished to apprentice under him, but he had always refrained from accepting disciples. Instead, he had provided her with 2 medical texts. Unfortunately, Kurenai lacked the aptitude for this field, struggling to recognize herbs for a long time. Conversely, her inadvertently revealed talent for painting astonished Nariyuki. Thus, with newfound enthusiasm, she eagerly painted portraits whenever she had the chance, nearly capturing the likenesses of every Senju clan member. Although this was not particularly useful, it held extraordinary significance for certain clan members. For those who had lost relatives or friends in battle, Kurenai's portraits preserved the vibrant essence of their loved ones, serving as a means for remembrance. Hence, clan members were more than willing to let Kurenai paint them. "Now that you've finished playing chess with Ban, it's time to accompany me for some painting." All right, Nariyuki agreed, feeling much like a kindergarten teacher, unable to muster any irritation towards the children. They sat there motionless for half an hour until Kurenai's parents arrived, urging her to return for dinner. Kurenai promptly and carefully tucked away her paper and brush, smiling as she waved. "I just need to add a few finishing touches. I'll show you once I'm done." Nariyuki responded affirmatively. When he turned back at that moment, Tobarama had already departed. "I suppose both Tobarama and Hashirama are quite busy." Ben nodded, his eyes filled with admiration and longing for his 2 elder brothers. "They say I'm still young, so they don't let me help with those matters, which is why they rarely have time to accompany me." Nariyuki sensed Ban's slight disappointment. He gently ruffled Ban's black and white hair, saying, "Haha, let me play with you." Ban's heart raced with excitement as he replied, Yes, let's." The following day, Kurenai, holding her drawing paper, hummed a cheerful tune as she bounced along. The next moment, upon turning a corner, she collided with someone, causing her nose to sting and tears to brim her eyes. "Ouch!" Tobarama looked down at Kurenai, who sat on the ground. Teary-eyed, the blurry vision gradually cleared to reveal Tobarama's figure, startling Kurenai into a quick apology as she scrambled to her feet, bowing deeply in remorse. "I'm so sorry, Lord Tobarama." With that, Kurenai hurriedly dashed away, leaving her belongings behind. Tobarama frowned but did not dwell on it. Fixing his gaze on the ground, he noticed the fallen drawing paper, realizing it belonged to Kurenai. Just as he was about to call out to her, a gust of wind lifted the paper, prompting him to swiftly retrieve it to prevent it from being blown away. In this moment, the startled Hong-e, overwhelmed by Tobarama's aura, fled halfway only to realize her hands were empty, instantly sensing the gravity of the situation. With urgency, she retraced her steps. However, upon returning to the spot where she had collided with Tobarama, she found nothing. Could it be that someone had picked it up? Was it Lord Tobarama? Although intimidated by him, the thought of the self-portrait she intended to give to brother Mo Ling spurred her to summon her courage and seek out Tobarama to inquire if he had seen the drawing paper. Tobarama, unfazed, replied, "Yes, I saw it. Such an object existed." Hong-e stammered, "Where is it?" Tobarama, maintaining his composure, stated, "A gust of wind blew and carried it away." Hong-e exclaimed, "Why didn't you help retrieve it, Lord Tobarama?" Chapter 125, A Little Secret. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had gone by. Uchiha Nari had not anticipated staying for so long, and upon realizing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Thus, he began to contemplate his departure, at least to return to the village and tidy up his house. He sought out Hashirama and Tobarama. Upon hearing this, Hashirama appeared slightly taken aback. Was it that he had not been comfortable here? Why else would Ling suddenly wish to leave? Before he could voice his thoughts, Tobarama's expression turned grave as he succinctly stated, "No." This response caught Uchiha Nari off guard. Why? Tobarama offered no explanation, merely repeating, "I said no, you cannot leave." His words were exceedingly forceful, his tone stiff, reminiscent of confining someone within the Senju clan's grounds, not unlike how the Uchiha clan had acted in the past. Uchiha Nari and Tobarama exchanged glances, the atmosphere plunging into an icy silence. To alleviate the tension, Hashirama hastily interjected, "Ling, don't misunderstand. Tobarama doesn't he mean it that way. What he means is that you need not leave the Senju clan's territory. You can stay as long as you wish, after all. We are friends, do not feel burdened." He continued, "Moreover, there are many who covet the Senju clan with malicious intent. If you were to accidentally become embroiled and suffer harm, that would be most unfortunate." After saying this, Hashirama noticed that Uchiha Nari was not looking up to listen, leaving him at a loss for words. "Tobarama is concerned for you, and so am I, haha," he concluded with an awkward laugh. "Brother." Tobarama glared at Hashirama, clearly displeased. Only in matters of gambling would Hashirama appear vulnerable before Tobarama, and he shot a glance back at his younger brother. Tobarama, who was usually articulate before others, seemed to provoke unnecessary misunderstandings when it came to Ling. "I understand," Uchiha Nari finally spoke. Hashirama and Tobarama shared a faint smile, and he stated plainly, "You are worried about encountering Madara, aren't you?" Upon seeing the two brothers fall silent, Uchiha Nari knew his guess was correct. "Rest assured, if I see him, I will be the first to run," he said with a smile and a raised eyebrow. For in Madara's eyes, he might still be the one who attacked the Uchiha. He was also the one who donned a mask to disguise his identity and sought to kill Izuna. Previously, Kaki had told him that he would die before Madara. Could it refer to that time 3 years ago when he had faked his death before Madara? No wonder the old man had told him that he should not hope for his survival. If Madara were to discover that he was still alive, he would likely come at him with his Sharingan blazing. Uchiha Nari believed he had deduced correctly. With his words, Tobarama pondered for a few moments before ceasing his objections. However, before allowing him to depart, Tobarama turned and handed Uchiha Nari a document. "What is this?" Seeing his confusion and his desire to open the document for clarity, Tobarama swiftly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Do not look at it now. Check it once you are outside." This sudden action piqued Uchiha Nari's curiosity further. Nonetheless, he respected Tobarama's wishes and did not open it on the spot. Instead, he carefully tucked it away and turned to exit the Senju territory. Watching him leave his line of sight, Tobarama did not withdraw his gaze. Hashirama could not help but chuckle. "Tobarama, you didn't just give Ling that invitation letter you stayed up all night drafting, did you?" Tobarama, regaining his focus, had no intention of concealing anything from Hashirama. He turned to him and said, "Since you know, there is no need to ask again, brother." Hashirama responded, "Well, ordinarily, such matters should be handled by him as the clan leader, yet Tobarama excelled in this regard." He felt quite at ease. Entering the study with Tobarama, Hashirama continued to speculate whether Uchiha Nari would agree to join the Senju clan. Tobarama had refrained from allowing him to open the document directly to avoid placing any pressure on him within the Senju's domain. Although Tobarama wished to press his hand down and have him sign the document immediately, he restrained himself. "What is this?" Hashirama's gaze shifted, noticing something among the papers cluttering the desk. It appeared to be a rolled-up piece of paper, awkwardly placed within a pen holder, drawing attention. Knowing Tobarama's meticulous nature, he found it odd that such a paper would be left there. Curiosity piqued, Hashirama extended his hand to pull it out for a closer inspection. However, just as his fingertips brushed against it, a gust of wind arose, and Tobarama swiftly snatched the pen holder away. Hashirama found this behavior quite puzzling. Why was Tobarama so anxious about the contents within? "Brother, you should attend to your own matters." He sensed Tobarama was urging him to leave. However, he feigned compliance, nodding before departing. Later, seizing the opportunity when Tobarama was absent, the inquisitive Hashirama stealthily re-entered Tobarama's study. This time, the rolled paper was not in the pen holder. After a thorough search, he finally located it in the lower drawer. He hadn't expected Tobarama to have hidden it away. This only heightened his suspicion. Excitedly, he grasped the item, noting that the paper felt light yet firm, its surface rough, certainly not made from the type of paper used for confidential documents. Hashirama decisively opened it, and as he focused on the contents, his expression froze. For on that paper was a depiction of a person. He immediately closed the paper. His heart racing, disbelief etched across his face. Yet he could not resist the urge to open it again, confirming his observations several times. His mind was in disarray for a prolonged period, and he took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the shock that surged within him. Tobarama had feelings for Ling. How intriguing. Hashirama pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully and nodding in affirmation. Although he often lamented that it would be better if Ling were a girl, he considered that a boy would not be unacceptable either. If the object of Tobarama's affections were Ling, then his older brother could accept such an unusual sentiment. He unfolded the drawing once more, this time appreciating it with an artistic eye. Speaking of which, Tobarama's artistry was quite commendable, nearly on par with that of Hong Yi. Suddenly struck by a thought, Hashirama coughed discreetly. Rather than returning the drawing to its original place, he smiled and tucked it into his own clothing. A little keepsake. Upon returning, Tobarama noticed his elder brother lingering around him, persistently inquiring whether he had misplaced something. Annoyed, Tobarama checked the items on his desk and casually stated that he had not. In the eyes of Hashirama, there was a glimmer of pride. Shall we not search again? Tobarama squinted his eyes. Hashirama, satisfied, watched as his younger brother swiftly opened the drawer, only for his expression to darken ominously. With leverage in hand, Hashirama felt emboldened, even daring to rub his itching hands and proclaim, Tobarama, if you return the dice I confiscated last time, I shall return the portrait of Ling to you. Surely, this transaction is not without merit. Upon realizing his elder brother was waiting here, a flicker of emotion crossed Tobarama's eyes, but his demeanor quickly settled into serene calmness. Even if you were to set it ablaze, I would never return the dice to you. Hashirama responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 126, Schemes Unveiled. Having exited the Senju clan's territory, Kamizuki Tamiya strolled northward alone. He felt the document Tobarama had given him nestled within his bosom, retrieving it to unfold and examine. It turned out to be a letter of employment, inviting him to serve as the physician for the Senju clan, thereby granting him a formal identity within their lands. Tobarama had penned it with utmost sincerity. Moreover, the remuneration was quite generous, eliciting an involuntary smile from him. Just as the grin lingered, he suddenly noticed a shadow materializing upon the white paper. The shadow rapidly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, a figure descended upon Tamiya's head. Due to gravity's force, the shadow fell unexpectedly onto the letter, instantly tearing it asunder. The paper's cushioning, however, softened the subsequent impact upon the ground. Now, with merely the tattered remnants of the employment letter in hand, Tamiya found himself dazed, while the figure, a creature named Huali, groaned, "Ouch, that hurt." It grimaced, rising and apologizing. "My apologies. The old man in the clan failed to accurately select my summoning point. I hope I did not strike you." However, as Huali opened its eyes in pain, it found only 2 sheets of paper spiraling down in the wind, devoid of any other presence. How strange. There was clearly someone just moments ago. Perhaps the descent was too swift for me to see clearly. It seems I have ruined something. Huali quickly lowered its gaze, noticing the paper beneath its feet. What is this? Intrigued, it squinted closer, revealing the page was densely filled with text. Fortunately, during its years of furthering its education within the feline clan, it had significantly enhanced its abilities and nearly mastered human script. Thus, it began to read. Huali. The ever-concerned figures of Kurahara and Harumi rushed over. Huali promptly rolled up all the pages and haphazardly stuffed them into its small cloth bag. It widened its eyes, glancing around, yet found no one in sight. Was it merely a coincidence? Just a name shared? However, upon closer inspection, the employment letter appeared pristine, clearly inscribed with the names of the Senju clan, Senju Tobarama, and that fellow Ling. Calm down. Huali took a deep breath to steady its emotions. It should take this back to Lord Madara for his insight. With its hands empty and feeling a sense of foreboding, Tamiya considered the situation. He had not anticipated Huali would fall from the sky and unwittingly obliterate the letter Tobarama had given him. How would he explain this to Tobarama? Should he resort to the excuse of a child claiming their pet had torn their homework? Or should he simply tell Tobarama that Madara's ninja cat had plummeted from the heavens, fortuitously landing upon the letter? Upon closer reflection, the incident could indeed be explained easily. So Tamiya shook his head, steeling himself to continue on his path. Hours later, villagers spotted a young man with white hair standing in a daze outside a collapsed wooden house. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, Huali hurried to seek out Madara. Yet, to its dismay, Madara was absent. A sheen of sweat formed on its brow in anxiety. At such a crucial moment, how could Lord Madara not be present? Kurahara, noticing Huali's distressed expression, grew concerned, pondering if Huali had sustained injuries from its earlier fall. Huali, shaking its whiskers, declared, "Nothing is more important than the possibility that Ling might still be alive. Had it not been for my sudden fall, perhaps I would have clearly seen the individual holding that employment letter. It could have inquired about Ling's whereabouts, whether he was truly alive. After all, 3 years prior, it was said that Uchiha Hamura had failed to find Ling's body. Perhaps he had not been devoured by wild beasts, but rather taken away by someone. Moreover, the clan's elders had often remarked on the vastness of the world, rife with extraordinary secrets. The more Huali pondered, the more plausible it seemed. A sudden flash of inspiration struck, prompting it to unfasten its bag and retrieve a crystal ball. Witnessing Huali's fervor, Kurahara and Harumi exchanged astonished glances, refraining from interrupting. Huali, having recently learned the art of foresight, stood before the crystal ball, deeply focused for a considerable time. Finally, it stiffly turned its head and asked, "What is Ling's chakra affinity?" Kurahara and Harumi replied in unison, "Wind, fire, water." Suddenly, Izuna's voice interjected. An hour later, Madara returned, spotting Izuna and the 3 cats awaiting him outside his study. Lord Madara. Huali could hardly contain its excitement as it stepped forward, eager to share what they had seen in the crystal ball an hour prior. "Brother," Izuna interjected, positioning himself before Huali and interrupting its words. "Did everything go smoothly today?" Madara nodded. As they conversed about other matters, the brothers skillfully diverted Huali's attempts to speak. The 3 cats, unable to interject, blinked in a daze. By the time Huali regained its senses, it found itself locked outside, its heart racing with anxiety. Lord Madara, Lord Izuna. Inside, as the two conversed, the room was filled only with the sound of their voices. Soon, Madara caught wind of a significant piece of information and suddenly lifted his gaze. "Izuna, what did you say?" "I said Ling is still alive. Moreover, Senju Tobarama is aware of this matter." Izuna produced the already assembled employment letter he had received from Huali, presenting it before Madara's eyes. Madara reached out to accept it, his eyes fixated on the glaring names inscribed upon the paper. The names buried within his memories were hauntingly familiar, especially one, Senju Tobarama. Without hesitation, Madara swiftly inquired, "Why does this document exist?" To put it plainly, he harbored doubts. Unlike Hashirama's straightforwardness, Tobarama was cunning and crafty. This could very well be a scheme to ensnare the Uchiha clan. Observing Madara crumple the paper without remorse, Izuna recounted the incident of Huali utilizing the foresight technique. During that moment, he too had witnessed Ling's silhouette materializing upon the crystal ball, seemingly entranced by something. Huali awkwardly admitted that the technique was not yet fully developed, preventing it from capturing the target's face. Despite this, Izuna remained adamant that the figure was indeed Ling. Every detail, from his physique to his hair color, along with the familiar long sword hanging at his waist, attested to the undeniable truth that Ling was still alive, residing somewhere. Madara let out a cold chuckle. "It appears Tobarama has made ample preparations. He intends to use this to lure us in and capture us all in one fell swoop." With this analysis, Izuna suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Before long, the anxious Huali was abruptly pulled inside, and Izuna requested it to demonstrate the technique once more. Huali immediately perked up. Madara silently observed as Huali busily worked with the crystal ball. However, in the end, nothing materialized upon its surface, not even a trace of a person. How could this happen? Both Huali and Izuna expressed their astonishment in unison. Exiting the study, Madara found himself standing before his door. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of someone inside. His expression darkened instantly as he swiftly opened the door, only to be met with a mysterious black entity that darted away like the wind. Simultaneously, a person within the room stared at him in astonishment. Chapter 127. Do not run. Upon seeing him, the individual did not hesitate to flee, employing an exceedingly peculiar method of escape. Madara could not discern the specific space-time ninjutsu being utilized, yet the figure vanished from his sight in the blink of an eye. The entire sequence transpired with remarkable swiftness. Although only moments ago, Izuna and Kagaya had described such a possibility to him, witnessing the face firsthand was a far more jarring experience. The name lingered on the tip of his tongue, parched and unutterable. It was precisely for this reason, perhaps compounded by an overwhelming sense of anguish, that his mind grew eerily calm. Without a moment's hesitation, Madara turned and sprinted outside. The outside world was eerily silent, devoid of any sound or lingering presence. It was as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. As he recalled the source of all these events, a sense of helplessness began to rise within him. The pain of losing that person felt as if it had been awakened, coiling tightly within his heart, rendering him nearly numb. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Grasping at a glimmer of hope, he looked up, only to find it was Izuna. Brother, you were right. Kaguya and I were too hasty in our assumptions. Madara inhaled deeply, gazing at Izuna for a long moment, falling into silence for several seconds before abruptly stating, No. You were correct. Izuna, perplexed, could not comprehend why his brother had suddenly changed his stance, especially since there had been no images on the crystal ball during their second search. Kaguya assured them that her technique was flawless. Yet the discrepancies between the two attempts left them both puzzled. Nevertheless, Madara lacked the inclination to elaborate further. The day was still young, and there was ample time to investigate certain matters. Meanwhile, in the ethereal realm of the ink spirit, Kamikaze Seiya remained wide-eyed, slowly regaining his composure after being startled by Madara. Previously, he had been at a loss, staring blankly at the collapsed house in the village. A kindly neighbor had recognized him as one of the strays taken in by Granny Ryoko, knowing he had lived alone in the village for a year, and had approached him with warmth. The neighbor remarked that his newly constructed house was a shoddy job that would not withstand even a tremor, and kindly invited Seiya for a cup of tea. Grateful yet slightly parched, the white-haired youth accepted. However, during the visit, the neighbor insisted on introducing his beautiful daughter to him, clearly hinting at a desire for him to marry into their family. What? This simply cannot be. Seiya quickly concocted an excuse and fled, hastily seeking refuge in the ink spirit realm. Consequently, Kaguya, attempting her second technique, was unable to trace his whereabouts. Meanwhile, sensing the elusive Kurizetsu, she followed the opportunity to track him via the ink spirit mark she had implanted within him. Upon landing, she discovered him in a room that seemed vaguely familiar. Yet, she did not dwell on it, for Kurizetsu was busily rummaging through the items on the owner's desk. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of a ghostly figure behind him, Kurizetsu paled with fright. In a state of panic, the door to the room was abruptly flung open by an unexpected visitor. Seizing the moment of tension, Kurizetsu fled without a word, while Seiya found himself caught in Madara's gaze. It was a completely unprepared exchange. Reflecting on it now, Seiya felt an acute embarrassment, wishing to disappear. So this was Madara's room. No wonder everything seemed so familiar. One could only hope that Madara had not seen him clearly. He had been quick to hide. Yet, deep down, Seiya understood that he was merely deceiving himself. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to locate the fleeing Kurizetsu once more. Startled, Kurizetsu fled outside, still grappling with shock. It had encountered that face in the room 3 times before. Once, on a blood-drenched night 3 years ago, it had witnessed that individual rise, drenched in blood, seemingly unfazed. Another time, it had observed that figure asleep within the palace of the land of the demons, fueled by curiosity. And just now, it had seen him again. Unbeknownst to Kurizetsu, it had been the one being observed all along. It hid underground until darkness fell, finally emerging when it could blend into the shadows. Suddenly, Kurizetsu spotted a figure approaching along the path ahead. It recognized the silhouette immediately. It was Uchiha Madara. Madara walked along the road, having deliberately checked the places where the other had once resided. The courtyard where Granny Ryoko lived had become derelict and empty. The other location was the bustling village that had been mentioned. There, he encountered the collapsed houses and a neighbor who approached him with enthusiasm. Are you a friend of Seiya? Yes. That child returned just a few hours ago. I even offered him some tea, but for some reason, he left without a word. Perhaps he was in a hurry. You have arrived too late. However, young man, would you care to come in for a while? Madara, of course, declined the invitation and continued on his way. All the while, he clutched his chest, feeling a mixture of agitation, unease, and pain. That individual was undeniably alive. Yet the moment they met, he had chosen to evade him. Had Seiya been living among the Senju clan all these years? Had Tobarama hidden him away so well that not a whisper of information had escaped? Madara's heart sank. Seiya must loathe him. Yet, he too had been a pawn in his father's schemes. Regardless, he had to find that individual and clarify matters. Just then, a peculiar figure appeared before him. The enemy you once killed is still alive. Madara halted abruptly, gazing at the figure peeking cautiously from behind a tree, Kurizetsu. Its appearance was more akin to a mass of sludge than a human. You speak of an enemy? Madara inquired. Indeed, 3 years ago. On that fateful night when you thought you had killed him, he awakened, seemingly possessing an immortal body. Upon hearing this, Madara suddenly grasped who Kurizetsu was referring to. Shock coursed through his eyes, quickly transforming into a cold resolve. Kurizetsu remained oblivious to Madara's thoughts, only wishing to leverage him to eliminate that ghostly figure. That human being made it feel deeply uncomfortable, akin to a looming threat. Why do you share this with me? Madara questioned. Because I have a personal vendetta against him. If you can eliminate him, I, being adept at gathering intelligence, will provide you with the information you seek regarding the Senju clan, thus making it easier for you to confront them. It appears we are, in essence, allies of convenience. Observing Kurizetsu's attempt to forge an alliance, Madara's lips gradually curled into a smile. Kurizetsu felt relieved by Madara's demeanor, yet before it could receive a definitive answer, it was abruptly stabbed by Madara, who had appeared behind it in an instant. One could not trust dubious characters. One should never underestimate others. Caught off guard by the sudden lesson, Kurizetsu found itself at a loss. Chapter 128. Your house has collapsed. Black Zetsu endured the sudden and excruciating pain coursing through its body, expending considerable effort to stifle a gasp as it quickly retreated into the depths of the earth. Having narrowly escaped with its life, it remained in a state of disarray. It seemed it had underestimated the cunning of Uchiha Madara, who was indeed not so easily deceived. At this moment, Black Zetsu was entirely oblivious to the fact that it had not fully grasped the events of that night. Lacking an understanding of the intricate emotional dynamics among humans, it was solely focused on rescuing its mother. However, after this grave misstep, Black Zetsu resolved never to act recklessly again. It withdrew to a distant hiding place, biding its time for recovery while plotting its next scheme to outwit Madara and perhaps the entire Uchiha clan. Madara cast a cold glance at the ground where Black Zetsu had vanished, noting the bloodless blade in his hand. This suspicious entity was certainly no human. At that moment, the leaves above rustled in the wind, prompting Madara to glance upwards. In an instant, a figure emerged from the swirling air currents above, landing gracefully. It was Yusuji Narumi, who had come in pursuit of the ink spirit's mark. The air around them was unnaturally silent, as if even the wind had ceased to move. The white-haired individual, however, did not immediately sense anything amiss. Instead, he craned his neck to survey the surroundings. Had Black Zetsu fled again? How remarkably agile it was, akin to an eel. He skeptically closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, but found nothing. The ink spirit's mark had been destroyed. How could Black Zetsu possess such capability? It was unlikely it could even detect the presence of the object he had planted within it in the land of demons. Who had caused this destruction? Moreover, there was an odd familiarity to the chakra lingering in the air. He turned, only to find himself ensnared by a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes. Sometimes, fate plays its hand in the most peculiar ways. One could find oneself desperately fleeing from another on the same day, not once but twice. And while Madara activated his Sharingan, he also held a drawn blade in his hand. The sight was terrifying. Thus, upon seeing Madara, Yusuji Narumi instinctively sought refuge within the ink spirit's illusion. Yet this time, being so close, Madara reacted swiftly, seizing his arm with a firm grip. Madara's sudden burst of strength was immense, nearly dislocating Narumi's shoulder, yet it was not enough to overcome the pull of the ink spirit's realm. As Yusuji Narumi regained his senses, he realized that Madara had been drawn into the illusion alongside him. In this unfamiliar environment, Madara glanced around, quickly discerning that this was perhaps the peculiar spatial ability of this individual. The expanse was vast and bright, illuminated as if it were day. Madara regarded Yusuji Narumi, observing the tension in his heterochromatic gaze. Are you still not going to let go? At last, Yusuji Narumi addressed Madara, his voice retaining its familiar tone yet laced with an icy distance. Or do you intend to keep this posture and stab me again? Hearing this lament, Madara's heart tightened, and he instinctively shifted his grip. However, uncertain if the other would vanish from his sight through other means, he maintained his hold with increased strength. Yusuji Narumi furrowed his brows and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Madara met his gaze and replied, "I want you to understand that I do not wish to kill you." Taken aback by Madara's brief pause, Yusuji Narumi responded with a bewildered "Oh." It no longer mattered. Madara's voice faltered, "No longer important? What then is of significance to you?" Not receiving an answer, Madara narrowed his eyes and probed. "Is it important to secretly stay with Senju Tobarama in the Senju clan's domain?" Yusuji Narumi's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. "What does Tobarama have to do with this? We are openly together. There are no secrets." Madara, unwilling to delve into discussions about others at this moment, suppressed his displeasure and hastily continued. "I am aware of the events from back then. It was my father who exploited you. I had no knowledge of their schemes. I believed you were merely an adversary who emerged to harm Izuna." With that, Madara offered a sincere apology. "I am sorry." Yusuji Narumi listened in silence, somewhat dazed. What? Madara has already comprehended the truth of that incident? Had he not heeded the fabrications of Uchiha Obito? Sensing Narumi's thoughts, Madara spoke again. "You once said that I couldn't even trust you, but I want to convey that I do trust you. You and Izuna are the only two individuals I trust." The words of Uchiha Obito were riddled with inconsistencies. He presumed I lacked the energy to dissect the falsehoods. Only a fool would fall for his deceptions. After uttering this, Madara keenly observed the twitch at the corner of Yusuji Narumi's eye. Thus, he fell silent for 2 seconds before retorting, "Do you think I am that foolish?" Indeed, he was. No, Yusuji Narumi quickly shook his head. He had merely underestimated Madara's level of trust in him and overestimated the persuasive abilities of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Taijima. Yet, it was astonishing to realize that this individual had always believed in him. How embarrassing it was to have spent so long anxiously hiding. Fearing Madara would discover he was alive and would come after him with a blade. With this realization, Yusuji Narumi's previously tense expression relaxed, revealing an unprecedented sense of ease in his eyes. Madara noticed and understood that Narumi had absorbed his words, gradually loosening his grip, which had been poised to prevent any escape. As soon as he released his hold, Yusuji Narumi tilted his head curiously and asked, "Since you say you trust me, now that I'm standing behind you, you should have no problem using your other identity, right?" Madara. That simple statement instantly shattered the atmosphere. However, Madara did not grow angry. After pondering for a moment, he even managed a faint smile. Upon witnessing this slight smile, Yusuji Narumi felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly cleared his throat and averted his gaze. "You need not pay attention to my nonsense." Just as he spoke, he suddenly heard the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. Yusuji Narumi turned quickly, stunned by the sight before him. Madara had plunged the blade into his own body and then resolutely withdrew it. Blood immediately streamed from the wound, quickly soaking his garments, and Madara's lips turned pale. "What are you doing?" He rushed forward to support Madara, his voice rising in astonishment. Madara replied, "I am repaying what I owe you." Understanding the implication of Madara's words, Yusuji Narumi stood momentarily in shock before exclaiming, "Uchiha Madara, are you out of your mind?" Madara did not respond. He half closed his eyes, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon Yusuji Narumi, watching as the white-haired individual scolded him while simultaneously aiding him in treating the wound. A sense of satisfaction welled within Madara. This act not only repaid the harm he had caused, but also tested the depth of Narumi's concern for him. In the pitch-black room, a transparent vortex of air materialized, and Yusuji Narumi and Madara emerged from within. After successfully returning Madara, Yusuji Narumi intended to leave immediately. However, Madara swiftly grasped his arm and inquired, "Where are you going?" "Home," Madara stated bluntly. "Your home has collapsed." Silence enveloped them for 2 seconds as Madara loosened his grip and said hoarsely, "Stay here, Narumi." Chapter 129, Something's Amiss. "I will not stay." 2 seconds later, Yusuji Narumi regained his composure and firmly rejected the proposition. He attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find himself unsuccessful. Instinctively, he glanced up at Madara. Compared to before, Madara's aura had grown even more formidable. Ordinary individuals often find it daunting to boldly utter words of refusal in the presence of someone exuding an absolute aura. The silent pressure emanating from Madara's gaze rendered Uchiha Toshiya momentarily speechless. However, after a moment of contemplation, he managed to stammer, "Let go, I wish to leave." "Where do you intend to go?" "Back to the Senju?" Madara inquired, his tone remaining relatively calm. The recollection of the invitation letter, which had been utterly destroyed by Karin, extinguished any semblance of courage he might have had to return to the Senju clan. "No." Upon hearing his denial, Madara's expression softened slightly. "Since that is not the case, and given there is currently no accommodation available outside, you may stay here." Concerned that his guest might take offense, he hastily added, "Well, it is merely a temporary arrangement. You are free to depart whenever you wish. I am now the leader of the Uchiha clan, and no one would dare to imprison you." This phrasing felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it from Tobirama. Madara sensed that the white-haired individual had regarded him several times, seemingly contemplating something, before finally relenting and stating, "Very well. I shall rest for the night." Gazing blankly at the ceiling, Uchiha Toshiya found himself unable to close his eyes for an extended period. Despite his exhaustion after a day filled with activity, the moment Madara suggested he stay, an overwhelming wave of sleepiness washed over him, prompting his agreement. Yet, to his surprise, once he lay down, the drowsiness that had threatened to engulf him vanished instantaneously, leaving his mind alarmingly alert for quite some time. Turning his attention back to Madara, he noticed that the latter's breathing had become steady and shallow. Was he truly so unsuspecting? After 3 years, did he not harbor even the slightest doubt regarding the sudden revival of Uchiha Toshiya? His emotions were a tumultuous mix. Fortunately, after enduring a prolonged period of wakefulness, the weariness finally returned, allowing him to cast aside his worries, turn onto his side, and let his heavy eyelids close. When he awoke again, the dawn had yet to fully break. The light was merely a faint glow. Having slept on his side for too long, he instinctively moved. "Do not move," Madara suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Uchiha Toshiya froze like a stone. Madara, sensing his compliance, chuckled silently. Opening his eyes, he regarded the back of the man before him with clarity. Are you truly that afraid of me? You are overthinking it. The words were uttered through gritted teeth, though they lacked conviction. Hearing the remark, Madara assured him, rest assured, I shall not harm you. Uchiha Toshiya immediately sat upright, turning to glare at Madara, whose demeanor remained relaxed. After all these years, how is it that you still speak so explosively? Madara held a different perspective, believing his words were merely accurate and straightforward descriptions. It is still early. Let's sleep a little longer. I shall not sleep anymore. The white-haired youth struggled to rise. Madara reached out, exerting a gentle force. Just sleep for 5 more minutes. Really? Uchiha Toshiya was skeptical. Madara regarded him, seemingly lost in thought, his eyes reflecting a profound intent. Is that insufficient? A little longer is fine. I have no objections. What felt off about this conversation? Uchiha Toshiya turned his head, regarding Madara with suspicion. Madara's expression remained calm, devoid of ulterior motives. This left Uchiha Toshiya feeling somewhat awkward. Had he overthought the situation? Noticing his stillness, Madara remarked pointedly, your eagerness to leave suggests you have something to hide. Uchiha Toshiya firmly disagreed with this assertion. He was forthright and transparent, devoid of any such inclinations. He promptly lay back down, resigning himself to sleep. Madara mused, it appears my provocation tactics remain effective with this one. Uchiha Toshiya's mind froze. What other things? In the next moment, as he met Madara's piercing gaze, it struck him like a sudden blow, and he instantly comprehended Madara's implication. He was utterly shocked. Amused by his reaction, Madara felt a surge of joy and wished to say a few more words. However, in the next instant, Uchiha Toshiya angrily seized the blanket and flung it at Madara as if it were a shuriken. You can get accustomed to this alone. I am leaving. Silence enveloped him thereafter. Madara pulled down the blanket, only to discover that Uchiha Toshiya had indeed vanished. He must have utilized his spatial powers to escape once more. Frowning slightly, he was grateful that the joy from their recent reunion overshadowed this minor annoyance. Chapter 130, Caught You. Tobarama. Ready? Why haven't I seen Brother Mokaru in the past few days? Noticing Red E looking around for someone, Tobarama kindly explained. Upon learning that Uchiha Toshiya had departed the Senju clan grounds a few days prior, Red E could not suppress her disappointment. Will he come back? This question left Tobarama at a loss for words. He did not dare inquire of his elder brother. He could only shake his head, expressing his uncertainty, and proceeded to recount how his elder brother and second brother had suddenly engaged in a physical altercation. He had vaguely seen them fighting over what appeared to be a piece of paper. During the struggle, his elder brother, unwilling to relinquish it, accidentally tore it apart. In that moment, the second brother's expression darkened ominously, as if a tempest had gathered behind him. His elder brother scratched his head, hastily apologizing, and then fled in a panic. To appease the second brother's ire, his elder brother had diligently worked in the days following, even foregoing his beloved gambling. Reddy chuckled, covering her mouth, reflecting, Lord Tobarama's anger is truly terrifying. The last time I accidentally bumped into him, just the furrow of his brow made me drop my belongings, and I dared not pick them up immediately. Later, when I went back, they were nowhere to be found. Tobarama shyly remarked, the second brother is a good person. He simply does not smile often. Speaking of which, apart from his elder brother, who had managed to avoid provoking the second brother, the only other individual bold enough to approach him with a smile was Brother Mokaru. Why didn't Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobarama keep him a few more days? Red E lamented. Noticing the scroll tied to her waist, Tobarama inquired curiously about its contents. Red E immediately untied it, her eyes sparkling as she explained that it was a portrait she had drawn of Brother Mokaru. After losing the last one, she had finally completed it, but there had never been a moment to present it to him. Would you mind showing it to me? Tobarama asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Of course. Red E generously replied, happily handing it over. Just then, a hand reached out and intercepted the drawing, unhesitatingly snatching it from Red E's grasp. Ah, Tobarama. Seeing the item in Tobarama's hands, Red E felt a surge of nervousness. However, she dared not reclaim it and studied Tobarama's expression closely. Noting it was unchanged from his usual demeanor, she wondered if Lord Hashirama had managed to placate him. I know where that fellow is. I will deliver this for you, Tobarama stated. Reddy blinked in confusion, instinctively declining. Lord Tobarama, you are so busy. I think it would be better if I... Tobarama regarded her silently. The weight of his gaze silenced her final words. All right, then, she said, forcing a smile while fidgeting with her fingers. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily pulled out a letter from her pocket. Then please, Lord Tobarama, could you also deliver this to Brother Mokaru? Tobarama accepted it with a nod. Before long, Tobarama departed, and as Reddy turned, she was astonished. Reddy, why is your face so flushed? Hong-e gently rubbed her flushed cheeks, stammering as she replied, I was startled by the sudden appearance of Lord Tobarama. The house where she had lived for merely a year in the village had collapsed, but fortunately, Grandma Ryoko's home stood firm as a mountain. Although it was somewhat dilapidated, with an abundance of weeds and cobwebs, there was little else to complain about. After spending several days, Naka Island Shoya had tidied up both the house and the yard, and now he found himself feeding the fish during his leisure time. The few goldfish in the water tank swam languidly. In the next moment, as if sensing something, the fish darted in a frenzy, seeking refuge among the aquatic plants. The white-haired Tobarama turned, perplexed, to see him standing behind. When not engaged in battle, Tobarama's attire typically exuded a relaxed and casual vibe, which diminished his inherent sharpness. Despite his youth, he often bore a stern expression, creating an aura that made others feel particularly tense in his presence. Under ordinary circumstances, Shoya would not feel anxious. Yet at this moment, he found himself somewhat on edge. The sight of Tobarama triggered thoughts of the employment letter, leading him to speculate whether Tobarama had come regarding that matter. Upon noticing Shoya, Tobarama's gaze softened slightly. He surveyed the neatly maintained yard, understanding that Shoya had likely been residing here for the past few days. You indeed prefer this place, he mused inwardly, realizing that the employment letter he had meticulously crafted might now be rendered unnecessary. Shoya offered a faint smile, inviting Tobarama inside, and they engaged in light conversation about past events. Remarkably, throughout their exchange, Tobarama did not inquire about the status of the employment letter. Just as Shoya pondered this, Tobarama suddenly fixed his gaze upon him, and, from his loose sleeves, produced an envelope, presenting it before him. What is this? Shoya inquired. Open it, and see for yourself. Tobarama averted his eyes, responding. Shoya accepted the letter and gently tore it open. After reading just 2 lines, his eyes widened in astonishment. Shifting his gaze from the letter, he looked at Tobarama with uncertainty. Tobarama, are you certain this is meant for me? Tobarama nodded. Shoya stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds, observing Tobarama's expression, which seemed devoid of jest. Taking a deep breath, he redirected his focus to the letter, determined to read it thoroughly. Upon reaching the conclusion, he could not help but tremble slightly, not for any particular reason, but simply because it was a love letter. There was no signature, yet the handwriting was neat and composed. Noticing Shoya's unusual demeanor, Tobarama furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong?" Shoya could only voice his confusion. Tobarama, did you perhaps mistakenly give me someone else's love letter? A love letter? Tobarama echoed. Yes, Shoya replied, folding the letter back and chuckling. I apologize, I've read it. But rest assured, I won't speak of it. After all, Tobarama could not possibly have penned such a thing for him. The handwriting was inconsistent, and the bashful tone was unmistakably that of a young girl. Thus, he concluded that it must have been written by someone else for Tobarama, which he had inadvertently taken. How could you make such a trivial mistake? This isn't like you, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Tobarama instantly understood the predicament. With a blank expression, he stated, This letter was written by Hong-e. Shoya was taken aback. So, you mean, it's Hong-e who? Tobarama's eye twitched in irritation as he interrupted. It was meant for you. I'm merely the messenger. Oh, as the words hung in the air, an uncanny silence enveloped the two. Tobarama suddenly rose to his feet, the irritation in his gaze making Shoya feel as though he had committed some wrongdoing. He hurriedly grasped Tobarama's arm, eager to say something. However, at that moment, he sensed a sharp gaze and instinctively turned to look. Uchiha Madara had appeared at some point nearby, observing him and Tobarama. Chapter 131. Who won the argument? With Tobarama's exceptional perceptiveness, he too had sensed the arrival of another presence. Glancing sideways, he saw that it was indeed Uchiha Madara. Tobarama instinctively moved to shield Shoya from view, effectively blocking Madara's penetrating gaze. This protective gesture only served to deepen the darkness in Madara's expression. He had no intention of causing harm to Shoya now. So rather than remain overly tense, Tobarama redirected his concern toward his own safety. Initially, he had merely sought a moment to converse, as there were still unresolved matters between them. Yet it was unexpected to find Shoya in the company of Tobarama, and he could not discern what they were engaged in. In any case, the sight of them together made him profoundly uneasy. Even if you shield him now, it's futile, Madara declared. I have already interacted with him. The words felt like a provocation. Shoya could clearly see Tobarama's posture stiffen, his crimson eyes darting toward him. Don't be angry. I can explain this matter. Shoya interjected. Upon hearing his words, Tobarama realized that Madara was not lying. Tobarama couldn't help but click his tongue, his fists clenching involuntarily. Are you injured? Despite the anger etched on his face, Tobarama's tone remained laced with concern. Shoya paused for a moment, offering a gentle smile as he shook his head. No. Tobarama breathed a sigh of relief, his brow furrowing as he turned his attention back to Madara. He recalled the month spent keeping secrets within the clan, certain that Madara could not have been in contact with Shoya during that time. It must have been after Shoya had departed from the Senju clan that he encountered Madara. It seemed that change could occur in an instant when he was not vigilant. At this moment, Tobarama felt more agitated than when he learned that Hong-e harbored feelings for Shoya. Due to the obstruction of his view, Madara could not discern Shoya's reaction. He could only assess Tobarama's expression, which suggested that he was quite uncomfortable. A faint smile began to creep onto Madara's face as he spoke. Senju Tobarama, I understand your sentiments. Tobarama's expression remained impassive, yet Madara raised his hand slightly, pinching between his fingers a crumpled document, which bore several signs of having been hastily pieced together. You have concealed his whereabouts meticulously, yet after all these years, you still have not persuaded him to willingly join the Senju clan. Even with the effort you put into drafting this, it has only culminated in this outcome. Tobarama's gaze fixated on the document in Madara's hand, perplexed as to how it had come to be in Madara's possession and why it appeared so tattered, as if intentionally torn. Coupled with Madara's mocking demeanor, Tobarama clenched his fists in silence once more. Stop pursuing that individual, Madara concluded, observing Tobarama as he carelessly tossed the employment letter aside. Tobarama's expression grew markedly colder. However, he refrained from responding immediately, his mind racing with thoughts. Finally, he retorted, the one who has relentlessly pursued Shoya and engaged in unscrupulous deeds is you, Madara. Do not forget how you acquired your Sharingan. Do not forget the harm your clan has inflicted upon him while using him. Unlike your inherently malevolent clan, I have always sought to protect Shoya. I admit that when I first met him, due to certain conflicts, I harbored distrust. However, that is no longer the case. Madara, should you continue to attempt to exploit Shoya for the benefit of your Uchiha clan, I advise you to abandon that notion forthwith. He does not belong to any singular family. Moreover, I neglected to mention one thing. What is it? Madara inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. With a cold smirk, Tobarama remarked, you do not fully comprehend his intentions. As soon as the words fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. The gaze of the black-eyed and the red-eyed met, igniting sparks in the still air. After a few seconds, Madara suddenly chuckled. Tobarama frowned, narrowing his eyes. What are you laughing at? Madara replied, Tobarama, even without your words, I can glean a hint of your thoughts, for our sentiments are aligned. Yet, there lies a difference between us. I have never deliberately concealed my affection for Rin, nor have I shied away from expressing it in his presence. Hearing such directness from Madara left Tobarama momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did this mean? Had he already conveyed his feelings to Rin? What was Rin's perspective on this? A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through Tobarama's mind, but he soon gathered himself, fixing a cool gaze upon Madara. Uchiha Madara, you madman. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle sound of footsteps approached from behind. Tobarama turned to see Naka Island Naruto emerging from the room, carrying 2 teacups. Are you tired from the quarrel? Have a drink to soothe your throat. Tobarama merely responded with silence. Madara remained unperturbed, while the white-haired Naruto seemed oblivious to the icy atmosphere, even calling out to Madara, stop standing there and come in. He added, let me clarify, while you may argue, fighting is out of the question. Observing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, Madara felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, as if it were stuffed with cotton. When had this guy left? Had he not heard the exchange between him and Tobarama? The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed, and Madara's expression darkened. Tobarama, noticing the abrupt shift in mood, quickly discerned the situation. As a result, his own gloomy disposition lifted considerably. Naruto, perceiving Madara's grim countenance alongside Tobarama's composed demeanor, whispered in surprise, Tobarama, did you win? Tobarama shot him a glance, accepting the tea he offered without uttering a word. Naruto sensed an unsettling chill creeping up his spine and turned back to see Madara still standing motionless. Hesitating, he decided to approach Madara, but Tobarama easily pulled him back. Finished, Tobarama stated, shoving the empty cup into Naruto's hands. Aren't you afraid it's hot? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Tobarama, however, remained silent, snatching the cup he had intended for Madara. After taking a sip, he turned his gaze toward Madara and declared, the defeated have no right to accept your kindness. Madara's eye twitched violently at this. Naruto was momentarily speechless. What was Tobarama doing? Such a childish method of provocation. Instinctively, he turned to observe Madara, only to see him storming away with a cold expression. It appeared he was quite agitated. Naruto sighed, feeling the situation had become rather delicate. Chapter 132, Surrendered. Naruto walked over to retrieve the recruitment letter from the ground. Feeling the sharp scrutiny of Tobarama's searching gaze, he paused and let out a sigh. The matter of the recruitment letter was rather complicated. After half a minute of earnest explanation, Tobarama's expression softened considerably. Everything about Madara was irksome, including his ninja cat. Naruto chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further on Madara's character. Instead, he focused on the recruitment letter in his hands and asked, Tobarama, have you ever considered the possibility of a peace treaty among the ninja clans? Tobarama was taken aback. He quickly countered, setting that aside. I want to know your thoughts on Madara. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Naruto's face, prompting Tobarama to narrow his eyes. Concluding that something unusual must have transpired during Naruto's interaction with Madara. An indistinct wave of emotion coursed through Tobarama as he keenly scrutinized Naruto's expression. Rin, have you forgiven Madara for his actions? Naruto sighed. It's a complex matter. Whether I forgive him or not is irrelevant, as I was aware of the circumstances at the time, and Madara inflicted harm upon himself in return. Hearing his mixed account, Tobarama replied coldly. That is merely Madara's side of the story. Do you fully believe him? Naruto, at a loss for words, could only nod. Upon seeing this, Tobarama felt a pang of despair. This person trusted Madara more than he had anticipated. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over Tobarama, and he took a deep breath. Slightly turning away, Naruto could not see Tobarama's expression, only hearing him speak. What do you intend to do about the love letter from Akane? Had he nearly forgotten about that matter? Well, of course, Naruto began, awkwardly shaking his head. I have no interest in children, you understand? Then what kind of person do you find appealing? Tobarama suddenly turned to face him, his gaze intense. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt that Tobarama's eyes were different. Blinking again, he noticed Tobarama had already averted his gaze, as if he had never asked that question. Was it merely an illusion? I'll convey a message to Akane to turn her down, Tobarama announced, making a move to leave. Naruto froze in surprise, quickly grabbing Tobarama's arm. No. Tobarama's expression darkened. You don't want me to decline her? Naruto hurriedly added. What I mean is, I will handle it myself. You shouldn't go, as it would reveal that you know it's a love letter, right? Although it was my misunderstanding that led to this situation, we should still consider the girl's feelings. So I ask you to pretend you are unaware. Tobarama had not anticipated that such a trivial matter would require such convoluted reasoning, and he was reluctant for Naruto to meet Akane again. Thus, he suggested, then write her a letter in response. There's no need to speak to her in person. A few minutes later, Naruto neatly pinned the letter, observing as Tobarama casually tucked it into his sleeve. Suddenly, Naruto remarked, Akane mentioned in the letter that she wanted to show me some drawings. Tobarama, where are they? Upon hearing this, Tobarama's grip on his shoulder tightened momentarily. I lost them on the way. Huh. Naruto was taken aback. Before he could question how Tobarama could make such a blunder, he caught sight of a white object peeking out from Tobarama's embrace, revealing a not-so-obvious corner. He smiled in confusion, pointing, Isn't that with you? Tobarama glanced down before calmly pushing the corner back in. It isn't. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. If Tobarama insisted it wasn't, then it must not be. He trusted that Tobarama would not recklessly confiscate a drawing. After all, this was not Hashirama's dice. Meanwhile, far away in the Senju clan's territory, Akane sneezed, quickly tightening her clothing. So cold, I wonder if Lord Tobarama has delivered the items. That night, in the quiet solitude of his abode, Naruto closed the door and turned around, only to find an unexpected guest standing in the corner. Madara stood with his arms crossed, and the nearby window was left ajar, allowing the night breeze to waft in, bringing a chill. Naruto sensed the situation was precarious, so he remained motionless. To see you here is quite a surprise. Madara broke the silence. You didn't accompany Tobarama. It's also a surprise for me to see you here, Naruto replied. No one ever mentioned that the Uchiha clan leader enjoyed sneaking through windows. Rest assured, Tobarama's visit was not motivated by the intentions you surmise. He merely delivered something for Kurenai. Kurenai? The unfamiliar name prompted a sidelong glance from Madara. Indeed, she is quite an enchanting young lady. Nakanishi Seiya's features softened, and he stepped further inside, oblivious to the shift in Madara's expression. No sooner had he taken his seat than a shadow loomed over him. What is it? He inquired. Lifting his gaze, Madara towered above him, saying, Do you truly believe that Senju Tobarama would deliver something for a clansman without ulterior motives? He acts solely in his own interest. That man harbors impure intentions towards you. Nakanishi Seiya was at a loss for how to respond, turning his face away to mutter, You seem the least qualified to comment on the purity of others' intentions. Madara paused, momentarily taken aback, but somehow, his irritation eased slightly. It appeared that this fellow was not devoid of awareness after all. Speaking of which, Madara continued, We have unfinished business from our last conversation. Shall we resume? Nakanishi Seiya surmised that Madara intended to inquire about his miraculous survival and the activities of the past 3 years. Thus, He nodded in agreement. Sure. I have my explanations prepared. There's no need for me to feel guilty. However, before he could elaborate, Madara narrowed his eyes. But before that, let us revisit the matter we could not complete in 5 minutes last time. Nakanishi Seiya's heart skipped a beat. After a brief pause, Madara remarked. There remains 1 minute and 23 seconds. You must be joking. How could you be so precise? Nakanishi Seiya shot him a glare. He attempted to rise, but his knee inadvertently brushed against something, causing Madara to frown and emit a low grunt. Nakanishi Seiya froze for several seconds, his expression stiff and skeptical as he gazed at Madara. Yet Madara merely lowered his eyes, taking a moment before softly saying, Do you recall once promising to assist me with something, albeit reluctantly? Nakanishi Seiya blinked, seemingly recalling the moment, wishing he could dig a hole and jump in. Why had Madara remembered such a casual remark? As if fearing his evasion, Madara resolutely grasped his arm. You cannot back out now. After several minutes of intense internal conflict, Nakanishi Seiya gradually resigned himself to his fate. Why must you activate your Sharingan? Is it really necessary for you to record this? Having a large chakra reserve is impressive. Is it not? Close your eyes. Do not look at me. Chapter 133. Please, do not repulse me. Madara clearly had no intention of closing his eyes easily. His vivid crimson Sharingan remained fixed and unblinking. The white-haired man appeared somewhat flustered. Naturally, Madara was unfazed by his tone. The white-haired individual steeled himself. Madara's pupils suddenly contracted. In an attempt to regain some ground, Nakanishi Seiya let out a laugh. Hearing this, Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. Do not lose focus. I am aware. Do not speak unnecessarily. Nakanishi Seiya blinked and attempted to remain calm. I will step outside for a moment. He stood, only to have his arm seized by Madara. He glanced sideways, questioning. What now? Madara tightened his grip. Since you have agreed to this extent, let us discuss a few other matters. Nakanishi Seiya? Uchiha Madara. Perceiving that Nakanishi Seiya seemed upset, Madara let out a low chuckle from his chest. I meant to have a conversation. What were you thinking? About that sort of thing? Well, that is acceptable. However, I did not come prepared this time. It is rather inconvenient. Nakanishi Seiya felt a twitch in his eye. Enough. How on earth do you know about this? Madara maintained his three-tomo form, his demeanor as casual as if discussing a mundane topic. The book that Hikari once gave you. I took the time to read it thoroughly a few days ago. Nakanishi Seiya was taken aback that Madara would devote time to such literature. He struggled to envision Madara with the same seriousness he would employ to study S-rank ninjutsu, earnestly perusing that material. No, that's not the point. The real question is why Madara did not discard that book. Upon hearing his intake of breath as he posed the question, Madara replied, Your belongings. I will not dispose of. The white-haired man clenched his teeth, clarifying, I said that it is not mine. It makes no difference. Madara regarded him with profound significance, adding, Moreover, I have gleaned much useful knowledge from it. Unable to endure the conversation with Madara any longer, Nakanishi Seiya promptly retreated into the ink spirit realm as an act of defiance. Upon witnessing the disappearance, Madara's expression momentarily faltered, but he remained unperturbed. As the atmosphere around him quieted, as if regaining his composure, Madara covered his face with one hand. That spirit, seemingly compliant, had let him lead the way. It was astonishing how yielding he had become, to a degree that even surprised Madara himself. He hoped that one day, this individual would not turn to others in such a manner. The spirit could only stand by his side. After nearly an hour of deliberation, Nakanishi Seiya cautiously emerged from the ink spirit realm. Madara had already departed. The room felt desolate and eerily quiet. Scanning the surroundings, he discovered a note left on the table by the window, the handwriting as steady and forceful as Madara himself, exuding the skill and confidence of its author. An important clan meeting will take place tomorrow morning. I have returned ahead of time. Until next time. He crumpled the paper after reading it, frowning. The gentler side of Madara was quite unsettling, while his more forceful demeanor was equally challenging to withstand. Nakanishi Seiya closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling, as if attempting to dispel some tumultuous emotions. After placing the note back on the table, he turned to leave, when a gust of wind swept through the window, causing the paper to flutter to the ground. Nakanishi Seiya noticed and hurriedly picked it up, only to realize that the side facing him bore different content. It turned out that the reverse side of the paper featured large, bold characters. I have left, good night. Initially, Madara had simply written the first half of that message. However, upon reflection, he found it too abrupt and simplistic, so he pondered for a few moments before adding the words good night. Yet he felt the effect was still lacking. So he inscribed the reason for his departure on the other side before finally feeling satisfied enough to put down his pen. Once a person becomes attached to something profoundly significant, they inevitably grow cautious. Uchiha Madara, known for his decisiveness, was no exception. Nakanishi-seiya felt a tremor in his hand, his heart quaking. Madara was far too earnest with him, and his intentions were painfully evident. Even a dense individual like him could sense that Madara was not acting on a whim. However, he felt somewhat adrift, as if he were merely being led around by Madara's whims. Though it bore no substantial detriment, Madara appeared to be thoroughly engaged, secretly reading and doing homework. If this continued, Nakanishi-seiya feared he would eventually find himself at the mercy of Madara's newfound knowledge. Chapter 134, with nothing left. To preserve his dignity, Nakanishi-seiya resolved to seek refuge in the Senju clan's territory for a while. He would return once Madara's enthusiasm waned. Yet, before he could set off, an exuberant voice rang out from outside the house the following morning. Confused, he opened the door. Hikari sat in the courtyard with a small bag on her back, accompanied by Kurihara and Haruka. Spirit, my leader. The three cats rushed towards him, immediately bursting into tears. It turns out that Lord Madara was telling the truth. I must credit my keen eyesight and my long-range technique. Boo-hoo, this is wonderful. Karen leapt into his embrace, her feline claws deftly grasping at his clothing. Akin to a grievance-laden inquiry posed by a forsaken lover. Were you not the one who nearly crushed me last time? Speak. Why do you evade me? Kamishiro Naruhito remained composed, responding, I feared my resurrection during daylight might startle you. Karen mused. Although his words were indeed valid, her joy eclipsed any minor grievances. Her emerald eyes, wide with admiration, reflected the visage of the white-haired figure, unwilling to blink even once. He has grown so striking, no wonder Lord Madara is utterly captivated. Speaking of which, Lord Madara must have resolved all misunderstandings by now, given he returned late last night. Were you accompanying him? Kamishiro Naruhito faltered, and Karen, suddenly enlightened, broke into a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Ahem, splendid. Just remember to let him stay over next time. The three flowers chuckled foolishly. Kamishiro Naruhito was thoroughly defeated by her exuberance, exclaiming, Can you not fill your mind with such trivialities? Just as Karen was about to protest, she was abruptly lifted and tossed into the air. Bewildered, she widened her eyes, pondering what Ling was doing. Even if she had been teased, such treatment seemed unwarranted. However, Heiyua and Harumi were swiftly seized as well. In a daze, Karen landed upon Kamishiro Naruhito's shoulder, and mere moments later, she realized they had just vacated a spot that was now engulfed in flames. The house is ablaze. Had they not been whisked away by Ling, they might have become charred remnants. What is happening? Water, water. Quickly, find water to extinguish the flames. Yet, there was no river in sight. Heiyua and Harumi cried out in desperation, while Karen pounded on the white-haired one's back. What do we do? What do we do? Kamishiro Naruhito, however, stood transfixed, gazing at the inferno consuming the dwelling, lost in thought. The relentless, flickering flames reflected off his vacant eyes, as if something irrevocable had dissipated. Futile. Such an old house burns the quickest. Even if the fire is quelled, it will leave nothing but a heap of useless ruins. Uchiha Ryo's voice echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by two young Uchiha. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ryo had recently observed a notable shift in Lord Madara's demeanor. Initially, he regarded this positive change with approval, but upon overhearing the three ninja cats discussing a deceased individual, he had paid closer attention. He soon learned that the inkling of Ling still being alive was not merely a rumor. It seemed Lord Madara had encountered that individual, which explained his elevated spirits. Ryo had previously confirmed the demise of that individual, so how could he possibly still exist? The re-emergence of such a complex figure in Lord Madara's life must harbor ulterior motives, potentially jeopardizing the Uchiha clan. Given that Lord Madara refrained from taking action out of nostalgia, Ryo felt no qualms about stepping in to eliminate the threat, honoring the wishes of the late Lord Taijima. Observing the figure who had evaded the flames standing before the inferno, Ryo furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of regret and an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. How deeply have you conspired with the Senju? You reappear before Lord Madara at their behest, do you not? Just as he began to speak, Ryo noticed Kamishiro Naruhito had finally turned around, his gaze locking onto them with unsettling precision. When that seemingly tranquil gaze settled upon him, Ryo's expression stiffened, as an icy dread surged from his feet, and cold sweat beaded on his palms. What is this? How could this once easily controlled individual exude such an overwhelming aura? Ryo swiftly activated his prized three-tomo Sharingan, intending to engage in Jinjutsu. In the next moment, he was unexpectedly drawn into a void, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Kamishiro Naruhito also disappeared. Mere seconds later, Ryo was unceremoniously expelled, crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust rising, his own blood staining the earth. The Sharingan trembled in disbelief. Ryo coughed up blood, his pupils darkening into emptiness. Ryo has been slain. and all within such a brief span. The two Uchiha hastily formed seals, attempting to unleash ninjutsu to obscure their escape. Yet, Kamishiro Naruhito moved with swifter resolve. In an instant, both Uchiha found their throats severed. Karen blinked, her gaze fixated on Kamishiro Naruhito's back. It was the first time she witnessed Ling's wrath manifest in lethal force. The usually amiable figure now radiated a terrifying aura. Yet, Karen understood this hostility was not directed at them, and she summoned her courage to ask loudly, "Ling, are you all right?" She rushed forward, filled with urgency and concern. "I am fine," the white-haired one replied. "The fire, the house," Karen hesitantly inquired. Kamishiro Naruhito replied, "There is no need to save it. Nothing will remain." Karen's heart sank, halting a few paces away, the stench of blood still pungent in the air. "Ling, let us find Lord Madara. Since that Uchiha Ryo set the fire, we must seek shelter quickly." Upon hearing her suggestion, Kamishiro Naruhito slowly turned his head. His tone calm. "I have killed 3 of his clan members. Do you truly believe I can return to the Uchiha?" Karen fervently shook her head. No. I witnessed everything. It was that Uchiha who acted first with malicious intent. You did it in self-defense. I can explain it to Lord Madara. He will surely understand you. Moreover, thank you, Karen." His words were interrupted as Kamishiro Naruhito turned away, blade in hand, striding in another direction. The air held his gentle insistence. "You and Heiyua and Harumi should return. I cannot take you with me. Ling, Lord Ling." Chapter 135, Letting Go. Tobarama rushed in. Urgency etched upon his face as he regarded his seated brother. "Are you aware that the house left to Ling by Granny Ryoko has burned down?" "I am already aware." Tobarama replied calmly, signing a document, glancing at the stack of unopened letters on the desk. "It has been 3 days. Where's Ling?" As Tobarama maintained his composed demeanor, Hashirama's astonishment mingled with a growing concern. The fire could not have been a result of Ling's negligence. Someone must have sought to trouble him. But who? It was the Uchiha, Tobarama stated, laying down his pen, his crimson eyes harboring concealed fury. "That fool Madara seems oblivious to the peril his clan poses to Ling, allowing them to once again attempt to take his life. Truly, Uchiha Madara cannot be relied upon. Or perhaps this is merely the facade he maintains." Now that Ling had personally slain 3 Uchiha, one could only wonder how Madara would react upon learning of it. Overall, the current situation appeared to benefit the Senju, as Ling now bore an indelible grudge against the Uchiha. Yet, upon further reflection, Tobarama found little joy in the matter. The one who initiated the confrontation was Uchiha Rome. "I have seen his corpse, which I had someone specifically retrieve." "What?" Tobarama exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. However, he had no intention of elaborating on the reasons behind recovering the bodies of the Uchiha clan members. Rising to his feet, he slightly tilted his head and quietly regarded Hashirama. "Brother, I leave these letters in your care. They were sent from the Uzumaki clan. Please ensure you respond appropriately." "Huh? And what will you be doing, Tobarama?" Hashirama inquired. "I am going to check on that individual," Tobarama replied. "That individual?" Hashirama faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Before raising his voice in shock, "Is Ling here with us?" Tobarama frowned, as if to signal his elder brother not to overreact. Yet, curiosity piqued Hashirama's interest, prompting a barrage of questions. "When did Ling arrive? Why was I completely unaware? Where did you arrange for Ling to stay? In his original room?" "No. I passed by there just now and saw no one inside," Tobarama clarified. "He is in my room," he added. The incessantly chattering Hashirama abruptly fell silent, blinking in surprise. He gazed intently at Tobarama's face, quickly adopting a look of elder brotherly pride. Then, bursting into laughter, he clapped Tobarama on the shoulder. "Tobarama, you have matured and found your insight. Seize this opportunity well." Tobarama, feeling a surge of annoyance, brushed past Hashirama, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, and headed outside. The weather was exceptionally pleasant, almost to the point of discomfort. Tobarama lifted his gaze to the somewhat blinding sun, furrowing his brow in agitation. The destruction of their home and the severance of his soul connection to Granny Ryoko had undoubtedly left Ling in a state of deep sorrow. Despite his usual calm demeanor and meticulousness in handling other matters, he found himself unable to uplift Ling's spirits. Tobarama recalled 3 days prior, when the morning had been bright and sunny, only for the afternoon to suddenly darken and unleash a torrential downpour. Amidst the sound of rain, when he opened the door, he found Ling standing outside his home. Raindrops cascaded down Ling's damp white hair, landing on the ground, yet they felt as though they were striking heavily upon Tobarama's heart. "The weather changes rather quickly. It started pouring just as I was halfway here." Hearing Yushima Seiya's voice, Tobarama furrowed his brow and decisively pulled him inside. He then proceeded to find clean clothes and dry Ling's hair. As Tobarama assisted, Yushima Seiya attempted to take the towel from him, wanting to help himself. However, A single glare from Tobarama made him sit still. Throughout the process, Tobarama kept a close eye on Yushima Seiya, suspecting that something must have occurred. Otherwise, Ling would not be displaying such a sorrowful expression. What happened? Tobarama, I must ask you not to be angry, Yushima Seiya began. All right, go on. It's just that your invitation letter has been completely burned. Is that all? Yes, just that. Seeing Yushima Seiya's distracted demeanor, Tobarama refrained from probing further, simply suggesting that it was raining and advising Ling to remain in his room. He then excused himself, claiming he needed to attend to some clan matters, and turned to leave. In truth, once Tobarama donned his cloak, he made his way to the foot of the mountain. There, he encountered the charred ruins and 3 corpses of Uchiha clan members, washed clean of blood and other traces by the rain. Nevertheless, he discerned that Uchiha Rong had met his end from a stab wound to the heart, while the other 2 had been silenced with a knife to the throat. After taking care of everything, Tobarama returned to find Yushima Seiya quietly asleep in his room. He chose not to wake Ling, sitting at the edge of the bed to gently touch his forehead, relieved to find no signs of fever. Several hours later, when Yushima Seiya awoke, Tobarama recounted what he had discovered, prompting a look of astonishment followed by resignation to appear on Yushima Seiya's face. You truly cannot hide anything from you. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me, especially since you came to me of your own accord. I won't let you leave easily. For now, stay within the clan grounds and don't wander off. I will keep a close watch on you. Tobarama, that sounds rather strange. If you think so, then it must be. As thoughts lingered on this, Tobarama approached his room. He paused to listen for any sound within. It was quiet. Was that individual spending the day inside reading? Upon opening the door, Tobarama's heart raced at the sight before him. Put that down. Hearing Tobarama's tense voice, Yushima Seiya turned in confusion, holding an unopened red scroll. Tobarama swiftly crossed the room to snatch it away, exhaling discreetly in relief before cautiously asking, Have you looked at it? Not yet, Yushima Seiya replied, shaking his head. I finished reading the stack of books you brought. This is the last one. And I was just about to open it. Tobarama's eye twitched slightly. Thankfully, this individual had not seen it. To prevent his brother from meddling with his belongings again, he had hidden the recently confiscated portrait from Akai within that scroll, intending to divert attention. Little did he know, in his sleepy stupor, while searching for books to amuse Ling, he had inadvertently mixed it in. What is it? Why won't you let me see? Yushima Seiya leaned in curiously. Tobarama forced himself to appear calm, pressing Yushima Seiya's head down. It's nothing. I simply took the wrong item. Hey, Tobarama. Why do you keep making such silly mistakes? The last time it was the portrait from Akai too. Is something troubling you? Let me see. Yushima Seiya leaned closer, peering thoughtfully at Tobarama for several seconds before seizing his hand and inspecting it thoroughly. Tobarama felt a shiver run down his spine under his gaze. There is nothing troubling me. In fact, you look quite healthy and rosy. Are you in love? Tobarama. Chapter 136, High Mountain. Tobarama's heart skipped a beat at the question, his expression darkening. How did you discern that? Your palm and facial features, Yushima Seiya replied. Where did you learn to read those? Oh, from the books you gave me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushima Seiya watched as Tobarama promptly gathered the stack of books. What are you doing? He exclaimed in surprise. I'm burning them. Yushima Seiya hurriedly intervened. Why would you burn them? With an impassive expression, Tobarama commanded, These nonsensical things are of no use. You are not to read them again. Upon hearing this, Yushima Seiya suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Tobarama, you're acting a bit suspicious. Did I hit the nail on the head? What did you hit on? About your romantic interests. Tobarama gritted his teeth, lowering his voice several degrees. There is absolutely nothing of the sort. All right. I was merely guessing. Don't be angry. Do you want me to help? Yushima Seiya offered to assist with the weight of the books. Tobarama promptly turned away, prideful. No need. I'll be back shortly. With that, Tobarama strode away purposefully. Yushima Seiya blinked, momentarily taken aback. Tobarama was certainly acting strangely. He seemed to have forgotten that none of the books he had shown him contained any instructions on reading facial features or palmistry, as he had just been making things up. Tobarama, why are you suddenly burning these books? Before long, Hashirama returned after replying to the letters, hands tucked into his sleeves. Looking perplexed, without allowing for explanation, Tobarama tossed an object to Hashirama. Upon catching it, Hashirama examined it closely, discovering it to be a red scroll. What is this? Brother, do not open it. Tobarama hissed. The sudden loudness startled Hashirama, causing him to pause momentarily. Tobarama then said slowly, Please keep it safe for me. Do not let Rin see it. In that fleeting moment, Hashirama's heart brimmed with intense curiosity. Once Tobarama finished burning the book and turned back, he noticed his younger brother had opened the scroll. Brother, Tobarama, this time your drawing seems even better than the last. Hashirama exclaimed, closing the scroll with a hearty laugh. Fear not, I shall not expose you. Upon hearing this, Tobarama realized that arguing was futile, yet he refrained from admitting it, casting a sinister glance at Hashirama instead. Hashirama nonchalantly tucked the scroll into his robes and approached Tobarama, patting him on the back. Don't be upset. As your elder brother, I shall certainly assist you. Tobarama immediately furrowed his brow, cautioning, do not provoke that individual and cause unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, I am well aware, Hashirama assured him, causing Tobarama to feel a modicum of relief. Suddenly, a hand reached out before him, and Hashirama eagerly said, then this time, you can return the dice from last time. Right? Tobarama, cold and indifferent, turned away. That is an entirely different matter. Hashirama's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Well, what should I say if Rin enters my room and sees the scroll you gave me? Tobarama hesitated in his stride. Not long after, having acquired the long-desired dice, Hashirama's face beamed with joy amidst his astonishment. Tobarama, what made you change your mind? Tobarama inhaled deeply, suppressing the simmering anger within him. Let us go. Do not make me reconsider. On their return, Tobarama did not see anyone. He only noticed a cup on the table pressing down a piece of paper. He froze, feeling as though cold water had been splashed on him. Had they left again? As he picked up the paper, he saw the words were vastly different from what he had anticipated. Tobarama, the book you burned did not contain the things I just learned. Haha, my apologies. Tobarama's hand trembled, his expression darkening. This brat. When he finally found someone, Tobarama saw Izuna Uchiha playing with his brother and Rin. Rin was fidgeting, and he could not discern what they were discussing, before the little girl suddenly leaped into the white-haired boy's embrace. Izuna stood by, stunned, with a hint of envy on his face. Tobarama approached with a grave expression, and Izuna called out to him. The shout caused Rin to immediately spring from Izuna's arms. Her cheeks flushed. I must be going now, Mikoto and I, Lord Tobarama, goodbye Izuna. Tobarama frowned, gazing at Izuna. Sensing the sharpness in Tobarama's gaze, Izuna offered a sheepish smile. Oh, it's not what you think, Rin is. Just then, a member of the Senju clan rushed over, exclaiming, Lord Tobarama, there's been an incident. The brief peace had come to an end. The flames of war were about to reignite, sparked by the disappearance of Uchiha's clan members. On the battlefield, Tobarama donned blue armor, the white fur collar complementing his white hair, enhancing his imposing demeanor. Yet, across from him, Madara's expression was even colder. Where are their bodies, Tobarama? The pointed inquiry indicated that Madara had deduced that it was Tobarama who had taken the bodies away. Tobarama retorted with a sneer. I expected you to at least show concern for the safety of another. Madara paused, silent for 2 seconds, then murmured, Rin is indeed in the Senju territory. This time, it was his own choice, Madara. Moreover, our clan has also suffered numerous casualties at your hands, although each of us acted for the benefit of our clans. Your actions are far from honorable, especially concerning Rin. That's enough, Tobarama, Hashirama interjected, do not say any more. He turned to Madara, his tone sincere, Madara. There is something I wish to discuss with you. There is nothing to discuss, Madara interrupted coldly. And the tension among both clans escalated as they sensed the imminent danger of war. Unlike the numerous stalemates of the past, this time the Uchiha clan was clearly at a disadvantage and ultimately faced defeat. Madara and Izuna were forced to retreat urgently with the remaining members of their clan. Izuna fumed, that scoundrel Tobarama. After all these years of studying our clan, he has indeed devised many techniques to counter us. Engaged in combat with Hashirama, Madara found himself at a loss, as Hashirama's strength had surged dramatically, resembling an insurmountable mountain that could not be crossed. A profound shock surged through Madara, compelling him to fervently reflect on why he was lagging so far behind. If this continued, the Uchiha clan would inevitably face annihilation and vanish from this world. Brother, what truly transpired when Tobarama mentioned Rin? Is her death connected to the demise of Uncle Ryo and the others? Kaori asked. Madara said Rin killed them. What? Why? Because Ryo took it upon himself to lead a group to kill him and even burn down the house left by Grandma Ryoko. Rin became enraged and struck with lethal force. Izuna stood frozen in place. Madara gazed at Izuna, his eyes somber. It is time to add another Mangekyo to our ranks. Izuna. Chapter 137, The Peculiar Rin. As Uchiha Taijima stated, to gain greater power with the Sharingan, one must inevitably sacrifice something. Though previously Taijima and Uchiha Ryo had collaboratively planned to use an outsider like Izuna to awaken Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, part of the intention was to prevent losses to the Uchiha clan. However, now that it was Izuna's turn to awaken his eyes, Madara was compelled to disregard that reasoning. Nevertheless, it remained true that Izuna must inflict harm upon someone dear to him to unlock his Mangekyo. Hearing Madara's reminder, Izuna's eyes widened. and a familiar figure swiftly flashed through his mind. He looked at Madara in astonishment, nearly misinterpreting his intentions. They could not harm Rin. Yet, Madara solemnly uttered the name of another Uchiha clan member. Uchiha Kamui. Kamui was a close friend of Izuna within the clan, compared to Izuna and Madara's remarkable talents. Kamui seemed mediocre, having not even awakened his Sharingan, nor fought on the front lines, instead performing menial tasks within the clan. However, like Rin, Kamui possessed a gentle disposition, and Izuna felt a kinship between them. He would confide things he could not share with his brother to Kamui. But at this very moment, his friend plunged a knife into his own body, collapsing before him, a lifeless corpse. Izuna, unable to comprehend, lowered his head, trembling hands clutching his friend. Yet he could not utter a word. From Kampui's sleeve slipped a letter, and Izuna, trembling, reached out to pick it up. Lord Izuna, the weather is delightful today. By the way, have you confessed to the person you like? If not, please be bold. Someone as outstanding as you is sure to be liked in return. Good luck. Izuna, please allow me to address you this way one last time. I am happy to have been able to assist you. I voluntarily offer my life. Do not be saddened for me, nor blame yourself. I believe you and Lord Madara will lead our Uchiha clan to greater prosperity. Farewell, Izuna. Very successful. Madara observed Izuna's newly awakened Mangekyo with satisfaction, noting that Izuna was still caught in a daze. Madara gently patted his brother's shoulder, his concern speaking volumes without words. 3 years ago, Izuna understood this suffering all too well. After a brief silence, at the moment when Izuna withdrew his hand, Izumi gently spoke up. Brother, how did Kage know that I must kill him to awaken my eyes? Izuna remained silent for 2 seconds before candidly admitting, I sought him out. Izumi suddenly lifted his gaze. Without flinching, Izuna met Izumi's eyes, stating, he was acutely aware of his meager value to our clan. To enable you to gain power and illuminate the future of the Uchiha, he was more than willing and swiftly came to his decision. Just before you resolved to take action, he chose to end his own life, thereby alleviating your guilt and anguish. This was my reason for seeking him. Izumi. He willingly sacrificed himself for you and for our clan. Yet, despite these words, the psychological burden remained unrelieved, pressing heavily upon his heart like a massive stone. Lingering for an interminable time, Izumi felt as though he had been emptied of all substance, his soul seemingly drifting away from his body. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, his low voice broke through the still air. Brother, I wish to see Ling. Izuna was taken aback by Izumi's request, his brow slightly furrowing. Tobirama would not permit it. But soon, Izuna turned his face, a flicker of cold determination flashing in his eyes. However, that does not mean I cannot seize the opportunity. The previous days had brought rain, and as the weather cleared, Izumi came to seek companionship. Brother Mokaru, what shall we play today? Shall we play chess? But you clearly cannot defeat me. Today may be different. Thus, the two set up a chessboard and began their match. Moments into the game, Izumi glanced around, cheerfully exclaiming, Hizuki, you've arrived. Hiroshima, deeply engrossed in his moves, sensed someone standing behind him. Turning, he realized, oh, Hizuki is here. Don't just stand there, come sit. Yet Hizuki remained motionless, declaring, I prefer this spot. Hiroshima sensed something peculiar about Hizuki today, but his eagerness to win against Izumi kept him from dwelling on it. Shortly thereafter, Izumi exclaimed in surprise, Brother Mokaru, how have you improved so rapidly to actually win? I must thank Tobirama for that. The silver-haired boy chuckled. Oh, did your second brother teach you? Indeed, he found winning against me too effortless, so he relentlessly pushed me to learn. Have you ever defeated your second brother? Not yet. Izumi's laughter was endearing. No worries, Brother Mokaru sleeps with him daily. There will be opportunities. Hiroshima, wanting to remind Izumi to be precise with his words and avoid such strange statements, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned to see Hizuki's face shrouded in seriousness, devoid of expression. Yet in the blink of an eye, Hizuki's countenance transformed into a sweet smile. Mokaru, the game is finished, right? I have something I wish to tell you privately. Now at leisure, Hiroshima fixed his gaze on Hizuki, suddenly narrowing his pupils. He swiftly grasped Hizuki's arm and hurriedly pulled him aside. Izumi, please pack up the chessboard. All right. Izuna transformed into the guise of a member of the Senju clan, infiltrating their ranks to seek another's whereabouts. As long as he was not detected by keen-sensed ninjas like Tobirama Senju, he generally faced no issues in his search. The clan member he chose to impersonate was a girl of about 13 or 14 years. Coincidentally, while observing the target he was to portray, Izuna heard someone call out to the girl by the name Hizuki. It appeared to be the girl's name. He vaguely remembered that Ling had mentioned this name as well. Everything seemed to align perfectly. Upon discovering that Hashirama and Tobirama were absent, he boldly entered their residence under this guise. At this moment, he was being led to a secluded corner by the person he sought. What do you want with me? Hiroshima furrowed his brow. Izuna, maintaining the facade of Hizuki, smiled. What does Brother Mokura think? The silver-haired boy was momentarily taken aback. Why are you silent? Can't Brother Mokura guess? Enough, stop that. Hiroshima swiftly covered Hizuki's mouth with his hand. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to calm the heat on his face, and quietly inquired, Is something wrong with Izumi? Izuna suddenly stiffened. Seeing the expression in those dark eyes freeze, Hiroshima knew he had not misread the situation. Just as he was about to say something further, his wrist was suddenly grasped. Chapter 138. The painting is of me. Although the grip on his wrist was firm, it was not painful. Before Hiroshima could fully process what was happening, he found himself pressed against the door by the familiar figure of Izuna, who had reverted to his true form. The questions he wished to ask swallowed by a kiss. After what felt like an eternity of 7 or 8 seconds, Izuna finally released him. His warm breath brushing against Hiroshima's ear. How did you recognize me? You could have at least chosen an adult. Hiroshima struggled slightly. Even if you had picked a sweet and innocent young girl, you might have at least tempered that disdainful expression of yours, as it feels quite out of place. Izuna remained silent. His disguise was nearly flawless, but it had faltered for a brief moment upon hearing Hiroshima mention that he slept with Tobarama daily. Hiroshima refrained from mentioning that he had actually recognized Izuna's chakra. If he could identify it, then Tobarama and Hashirama, who were well acquainted with their opponent, surely could as well. Contemplating the risk Izuna took to enter the Senju clan in search of him, he surmised that perhaps Izuna's most cherished brother, Izumi, was in trouble. Izuna continued to pin him down, asking, What is your relationship with Tobarama? There's nothing to it. Izuna's eyes narrowed slightly. That's not what Izumi said. He misspoke. Tobarama and I do not share a bed. We merely occupy the same room with 2 separate beds. Izuna's expression remained heavy, laced with sarcasm. Has the Senju clan become so impoverished that they lack adequate accommodations? Hiroshima retorted, We're all men, what does it matter? Is that so? Izuna gradually straightened up. Looming over Hiroshima. I am as well. His hand slid around the silver-haired boy's waist, a cold smirk gracing his lips. What do you mean to me? Hiroshima recoiled slightly, forcefully pushing Izuna's hand away, exclaiming, You are a jerk. Izuna remained impassive. If nothing is amiss with Izumi, then that is for the best. You may leave now. Otherwise, when Tobarama and the others return from their meeting, you may find it difficult to depart. Sensing the urgency in Hiroshima's tone, Izuna's mood darkened, especially at the mention of Tobarama's name, which only intensified his irritation. This jealousy was souring his emotions, yet he did not wish to be mocked by Hiroshima. So he strove to suppress it. However, the envy manifested itself in other ways, such as his displeasing expression. Hiroshima certainly felt the tension, covering his forehead with a sigh, deeming the situation absurd. Speak, what is the matter? Finally, Izuna spoke plainly. Izumi has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiroshima was taken aback, considering for a moment before meeting Izuna's gaze. Losing something so significant must be excruciating for him. Izuna did not respond, simply grasping Hiroshima's hand, slowly articulating. Izumi wishes to see you. Is that so? Hiroshima was momentarily puzzled, although he shared a decent rapport with Izumi. Should not Izuna be the one at his brother's side during such a time? Why would Izumi wish to see him? He feared that Izuna was merely attempting to deceive him, hoping to lure him away from the Senju. Ban gazed at him, his usually emotionless black eyes shimmering with an unusual light at that moment. After a brief pause, Ban awkwardly added 3 words, and me too. What do you mean? And me too? Yusuji Shoda was momentarily taken aback, but just then, Ban's expression shifted, and he turned to focus intently on a particular direction. The white-haired figure sensed the approach of 2 distinct chakras, and, without hesitation, grasped Ban's arm, ushering him into the ink spirit realm. In an instant, they vanished. Half a minute later, Hashirama and Tobarama passed by, with Tobarama slightly tilting his head to glance at a corner. What's wrong, Tobarama? Hashirama inquired. Someone was here just now, Tobarama replied. Hashirama chuckled heartily. I know, it must have been Ban and the spirit. Tobarama frowned, sensing something amiss. After sending Ban away, Yusuji Shoda remarked, Tomorrow at noon by the river, I will be there, before disappearing. Ban understood the implication of his words, and the tension in his expression gradually eased. Yusuji Shoda hurried back and found himself in a different room. The arrangement was unlike Tobarama's. He paused for a moment, realizing he had indeed been anxious and had miscalculated the location. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a frame approximately 30 centimeters high positioned directly in front of him. Normally, he would not have paid attention to such things, but the figure in the painting was unmistakably him. Tobarama, I have a question. In the dimly lit room at night, Tobarama sat at a desk, poring over research materials. A glass of milk prepared by the white-haired figure beside him. Hearing the question, Tobarama turned his head towards Yusuji Shota, who was seated in a chair nearby. What question? In Hashirama's room, there is a peculiar item. Tobarama, lifting the warm glass of milk, frowned and asked, Did you enter my brother's room? That is not the point. The point is I saw that Hashirama had a painting hidden away. Yusuji Shota whispered, as if fearing a third party might overhear. A painting? Tobarama still did not grasp the gravity of the matter. The white-haired figure nodded vigorously. Yes, it depicted me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was splattered with milk from Tobarama, who coughed several times, trying to suppress his laughter. Yusuji Shota grabbed Tobarama's sleeve, unceremoniously wiping his face clean of the milk. Finish your drink, and then I'll explain. Don't waste it. You need to replenish your calcium to grow taller. Tobarama was in no mood to drink. He was bewildered by his brother's foolishness. Was he not supposed to keep the painting hidden? Why then did he display it so openly in his room? Tobarama felt exceedingly embarrassed, as if he himself had committed the act. In moments of awkwardness, one often becomes excessively busy. He promptly set down the cup, pulled out a handkerchief, and attempted to wipe the table with a stoic expression. The research materials had also been dampened by the milk, making Yusuji Shota feel somewhat guilty. He should have waited until Tobarama finished his drink before speaking. At that moment, Tobarama turned his head, and without a word, pressed the handkerchief against Yusuji Shota's face. Beginning to clean, the white-haired figure struggled for a moment, exclaiming, Tobarama, I've already wiped my face, and you're just smearing the table. At least flip it over. Tobarama, realizing his folly, quickly withdrew. An even more awkward atmosphere enveloped them. After a long silence, Tobarama held his head in his hands and said, I apologize. Yusuji Shota waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to hold a grudge. He even urged Tobarama to finish the remaining milk. Aware of his own shortcomings, Tobarama complied. Once he had finished, he still held the cup when he heard Yusuji Shota contemplatively remark, Hashirama is quite the straight man, isn't he? A straight man? Tobarama inquired. You mean someone who is attracted to the opposite sex? He frowned, of course. For some inexplicable reason, he noticed Yusuji Shota let out a sigh of relief, muttering, Thank goodness, you startled me for a moment. I thought Hashirama was. Tobarama inexplicably understood the unfinished thought. A sudden pressure gripped his chest. The next moment, Yusuji Shota heard the sound of the cup being crushed in Tobarama's hand. Chapter 139. Untitled. The following morning, Tobarama confronted Hashirama with a grim expression regarding the painting. Hashirama initially looked taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Seeing his brother laugh despite the foolishness of his actions only fueled Tobarama's frustration. Brother, if I hadn't managed to keep my composure last night and diverted that fool's attention with other matters, he might have thought you had feelings for him. Relax, Tobarama. Since the spirit is already aware of the painting, it's no big deal, Hashirama replied nonchalantly, even seeming quite pleased with himself. Besides, if you had haphazardly hidden the painting in a scroll, it would have succumbed to moisture over time. So, I decided to have it framed properly, this way. It will preserve better, don't you think? Hearing Hashirama's reasoning, Tobarama furrowed his brow, gradually cooling his temper. He scrutinized Hashirama. Is that truly the case? Hashirama nodded confidently, absolutely. Who would have thought you had such a meticulous side? He teased. Hashirama shot him a glare, shoulders slumping. He had been quite concerned about Tobarama's well-being. But despite all his efforts, Tobarama remained impervious to his advances, making no progress with the spirit. By the way, where's the spirit? Tobarama asked, regaining his calm demeanor. He has gone out, Hashirama replied. By the expansive riverbank, Yusuji Shota sat alone on a rock, cradling a box, staring blankly at the shimmering surface of the water. He wasn't particularly bothered by the absence of Ban and Izuna, patiently awaiting their arrival. Finally, as noon approached, he caught the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. Izuna appeared, breathless, clearly having run swiftly. Upon spotting Yusuji Shota in the distance, he felt a fleeting joy. However, as he drew closer, his steps faltered, hesitating until he came to a stop at a respectful distance. Izuna did not greet him or call out his name. Instead, he simply gazed intently ahead. Sensing a subtle movement beside him, Yusuji Shota turned to see a figure shrouded in a white cloak with their face obscured cautiously. Izuna? He inquired. The figure stiffened momentarily, but remained silent. Feeling an odd sensation, Yusuji Shota stood and approached the figure. As he drew nearer, he became increasingly certain that it was indeed Izuna. He couldn't help but chuckle at the exaggerated attire. Why are you dressed like that? I fear I might cause you trouble. After all, you are now part of the Senju clan, Izuna replied. Yusuji Shota shook his head. That's not an issue. Tobarama and the others are unaware of my presence here. In fact, your attire makes it seem more conspicuous. As if you were a young master sneaking out to rendezvous with someone like me. Izuna understood the jest, but couldn't help his heart skipping a beat. The spirit's nature remained unchanged. The only difference was perhaps their respective positions. He wondered if they might one day meet on an opposing battlefield. In the beginning, for the sake of the family and to protect him, my brother severed the bonds of friendship with Senju Hashirama. Must he and Rin follow the same path? As Izuna grappled with these chaotic thoughts, Kamiya Nariyuki spoke up. All right, remove them. It has been quite a while, and I've met your brother many times. This is practically our first reunion. You can't expect me to not see your current self. Obediently, Izuna lowered his mask, revealing his handsome visage, and decisively pulled off his hat, exposing his black hair tied in a braid at the nape of his neck. As he shed his cloak, the black attire he wore displayed the distinctive fan emblem of the Uchiha clan on his back. Izuna lifted his gaze slightly, only to find Kamiya staring at him in silence, which left him puzzled and somewhat embarrassed. What is it? The white-haired man smiled at him. Izuna, you've grown, becoming even more dependable. Izuna stood there, momentarily struck, suddenly reminded of Uchiha Obito and the others. Just as he was about to speak, a box of delicately labeled sweets was presented before him. This is for you. Happy birthday, Izuna. Taken aback, Izuna accepted the box containing mochi, standing still for quite some time. The weight cradled in his arms lingered heavily on his heart, pressing down until it began to ache. A vague, indescribable sensation washed over him, tinged with a hint of sorrow and an inexplicable pain. Rin. The words that Xianfeng had inscribed in his letter caught in his throat. He could only embrace the person before him, bowing his head to bury it in Kamiya's neck. Izuna's hands trembled, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Kamiya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, gently patting Izuna's back. At that moment, a long gust of wind swept through, and a towering tree behind them stretched its branches high, resembling hands reaching toward the cool expanse of the sky, eagerly awaiting something. Izuna's spirits appeared to lift considerably. Madara emerged from behind the tree, feeling a sense of relief. Just as Kamiya watched Izuna depart, he heard a voice and turned, casting a meaningful glance at Madara. Madara, I have something to discuss with you. After a lengthy pause, Madara regarded Kamiya, inquiring, You speak of reconciliation and peace with others? Indeed. You and Hashirama share the same ideals. The past has led you to this point for reasons beyond your control. Now that you are the head of the Uchiha clan, why not revive the aspirations you once held? Madara slightly turned, his brow furrowing as he slowly replied, For the Uchiha to bow down and surrender, that is an impossibility. No, you misunderstand. I mean to join hands and progress together. That is enough. No further words are necessary. Madara interjected, his tightly knotted brow gradually relaxing, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. He gazed deeply into the eyes of the man before him, clenching his fists tightly. I did not come to hear you defend the Senju. Countless clansmen have perished at their hands, and this debt cannot be easily overshadowed by the notion of reconciliation. Seeing Madara's unwillingness to continue the conversation, Kamiya furrowed his brow. I speak thus for Izuna. What do you mean? Madara asked, confusion etched on his face. Kamiya, however, said no more, merely resting a hand on Madara's shoulder, redirecting his gaze entirely toward himself. Then he closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal a cluster of black flames flickering within his heterochromatic eyes. In a flash of light, Madara blinked, finding himself standing amidst the desolation of a battlefield. Facing the wind, there stood members of the Senju clan, alongside those of the Uchiha clan. Strangely, not far off, Madara beheld himself, supporting his injured brother, Izuna. Izuna. Spotting his brother wounded, concern surged within him, instinctively taking a step forward until a hand firmly grasped him. This is the scene of your future battlefield. They cannot see us. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Madara froze in place. Yet the scene before him continued to shift, his inner turmoil evolving alongside it. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped him, and instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his eyes. As he adjusted to the sudden brightness, the scene transformed once more. Upon closer examination, he recognized a place steeped in familiarity. The arrangement of the room and the surrounding architecture were well known. But what puzzled him was the still figure lying silently on the bed. Madara instantly recognized it as Izuna. However, for reasons unknown, Izuna's eyes were covered by a blinding white cloth, and he lay as quiet as if devoid of life. Seconds later, the surroundings morphed into a solemn funeral hall. Izuna, what is happening? Gazing at the figure in the coffin, Madara was filled with shock and an indescribable astonishment. All those previous visions existed in the future. Hearing someone speak, Madara quickly turned, clearly seeing Kamiya's form. The future? Yes, this is what I wished to show you. The remaining choices are yours to make. Madara, farewell. Wait, Madara called. But Kamiya did not linger, vanishing along with the scene, casting Madara back into a different realm. Alone, he stared at the placid surface of the river. his mind tumultuously oscillating. Rin, who exactly are you? He murmured, yet no response met his ears. This question lingered for decades of solitude, leaving him without a concrete answer. In the underground base, long deprived of sunlight, Madara sat before the ghetto statue, eyes half open, awakening with a soft gasp. Nearby, Obito glanced over, succinctly asking, "Did the old man have a dream?" Madara offered no reply, closing his eyes as his trembling hands calmed. When he opened them again, the emotions in his Sharingan had settled considerably. "Why are you still here?" Madara inquired. Obito turned. "We are about to depart for Amage Cure." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the aged man before him. "You're still holding up until we return, right?" Madara remained silent. Obito continued walking but suddenly halted, questioning. "What exactly did you send Rin to do? He hasn't returned for so long. You seem to miss him. You even called his name in your dream. He's not. Could he be your great-great-grandson?" Madara. However, when I inquired, Rin neither confirmed nor denied it. Obito continued to chatter away, oblivious to the darkening expression on Madara's face. Fortunately, White Zetsu arrived just in time, swiftly dragging Obito away from the precarious edge of recklessness. "Enough. We must go." An immediate silence enveloped them. Yet Madara's swirling thoughts could not be quelled, growing increasingly chaotic. Since that moment when Rin revealed Izuna and the Uchiha's future to him, what had transpired afterward? He recalled. Izuna had perished, gravely injured by Tobirama, succumbing to his wounds. Those images were identical to what Rin had shown him. It felt as if it was destined. No matter the actions taken along the way, they would ultimately lead to this outcome. At that moment, he was consumed with an overwhelming urgency to seek out Ling and Izuna, yet time was not on his side. Typically, that individual seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense impending danger, appearing just when needed. However, crucially, this time, Ling did not come forth. As he succumbed to the sorrowful wish of Izuna and underwent the harrowing act of transplanting Izuna's eyes, attending to his brother's final affairs, that individual finally made his tardy entrance. "You know the one who will grievously injure Izuna, leading to his demise, is Tobirama. Why did you not inform me then?" Had he possessed foresight regarding this matter, he would have undeniably intervened. Even resorting to eliminating Tobirama to prevent future calamities, nothing was more paramount than the safety of his brother. "I apologize, this is my fault." The individual offered an apology, which he rejected, responding coldly. "Were you afraid I would preemptively kill Tobirama to eliminate future threats? So you were aware yet chose to conceal it from me. It appears you have grown quite fond of Tobirama, considering him over Izuna." "Madara, what are you insinuating? You are being unreasonable." Subsequently, they parted ways on bitter terms, having lost Izuna and now embroiled in a cold war with that individual. Even after the Uchiha and Senju clans reconciled and the Dreamt village was successfully established, they never exchanged another word. In time, he deciphered certain truths inscribed on the family's ancestral tablet, using his ocular prowess, uncovering the true mission of the Uchiha clan. He realized that after Hashirama's abdication, Tobirama would inevitably succeed him as the second Hokage. Once Tobirama assumed the role of Hokage, the Uchiha would surely face obliteration. Understanding this, he rallied his kin to depart with him, but not a single clan member responded, all remaining silent, unwilling to follow his lead. The very people he sought to protect did not believe in him. As he prepared to leave, that individual unexpectedly pursued him, like an unshakable gum on his shoe. "Your actions amount to a betrayal of Konoha, just like mine." "It matters not. I was never one of them." "What do you mean?" "It is of no consequence. I have already arranged everything with Tobirama. There will be no record of my existence in the village." "Why would you do such a thing?" In response to his inquiry, Ling evaded the question, diverting the conversation instead. "If all goes well, we shall meet again in the future, Madara." That individual went on to say much more, yet the details elude him now. He only recalls that a sudden light enveloped Ling, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Uncertain of Ling's whereabouts, when Kaguya, who had followed, inquired, he expressionlessly stated that Ling had departed this world. Kaguya's eyes widened in misunderstanding, believing Ling to be dead, and fervently questioned him about the reasons for Ling's demise and the location of the body. He had neither the time nor the need to explain. Everything appeared utterly absurd. Only the world he wished to create in the future felt authentic and blissful. Chapter 141, The Monologue of Kurizetsu. I am Kurizetsu. Ever since that impulsive night when I committed an irrevocable act, being ruthlessly stabbed by Uchiha Madara, I sought refuge in a secluded location. There was no alternative. Since my mother did not grant me any surplus or useful power at birth, whenever I encountered a formidable adversary, I could only submit. I remained in hiding for an extended period. Upon recovering my strength and re-emerging, I discovered that the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans was nearing its end. with both sides inclined toward peace. I found it curious that the proud Uchiha Madara suddenly desired reconciliation. The prominent figures in the Senju clan included Hashirama and Tobirama, while the Uchiha were represented by Madara and Izuna. As clan leaders, their existence was vital, and their triumphs or failures determined the outcome of battles between their clans. With these individuals now seeking to unite for peace, dissent was inevitable. I was indifferent. If they wished for peace, so be it. Just as I finished contemplating this, I was pleasantly surprised to learn that Izuna had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara, who cherished his brother dearly, would undoubtedly refrain from forcibly taking Izuna's eyes. Thus, I needed to devise a method to provide Madara with a compelling reason to transplant his brother's eyes, awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which would ultimately catalyze the Rinnegan I sought. I held great confidence in this generation's reincarnation of Indra. Therefore, I employed a bit of manipulation, inciting several foreign ninja clans that did not wish to see the Senju and Uchiha unite to sabotage their peace negotiations. These clans seized the opportunity to slay 2 Uchiha and 2 Senju, simply framing each other, causing the fragile trust newly established between the 2 clans to shatter. War erupted anew. In this battle, the Senju emerged victorious, while Izuna was gravely injured by Tobirama, teetering on the brink of death. Seizing the moment as Madara anxiously departed, seemingly to seek aid for his brother, I approached Izuna and exchanged a few words. I urged him to willingly offer his eyes to Madara. After all, he was beyond salvation. Rather than allowing those precious eyes to be buried, it would be better to entrust them to Madara, enabling him to achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and lead the Uchiha to greatness. However, Izuna did not believe me. He suspected my intentions regarding their Sharingan. Given that I hesitated to reveal my identity, even in his weakened state, he insisted that his brother would find some ling to save him. He intended to continue leading the Uchiha alongside his brother, demanding that I leave. How peculiar! Before your brother, I was a mere grandson, yet now, before you who is on the verge of death, I must continue to play the role of grandson? Angered, I had no time for further discourse with Izuna, fearing he might reveal my whereabouts to Madara, so I simply ensured his final moments were peaceful. Subsequently, I imitated his handwriting, crafting a farewell letter in his voice. In the letter, I mentioned the transplantation of the Mangekyo Sharingan to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Then, I departed. Later, I learned that a white-haired, heterochromatic individual had approached the leaders of the ninja clans I had incited, clearing up the misunderstandings between the Senju and Uchiha caused by third parties. The 2 clans began to reconsider peace. However, this no longer concerned me, for my objectives had been met. Meanwhile, Madara, having lost his brother, met privately with the white-haired, heterochromatic individual. Upon closer examination, I recognized this individual as the one who had frightened me twice before. He was indeed the Ling spoken of by Izuna. It seemed that Madara harbored some resentment toward Ling for not appearing in time to save Izuna. I overheard Madara questioning Ling about his whereabouts during those days. Ling explained that he had been investigating who was behind the disruption of the peace negotiations and had been temporarily absent. He mentioned having advised the Senju against impulsive warfare, asserting that the conflict erupted despite the escalating tensions among their clans. By the time he uncovered the truth and returned with the culprits among the ninja clans, the battle had already concluded days prior. What of Izuna? He has died. I observed Ling's face turn as pale as a sheet upon hearing Madara's words. It appeared that Madara was not entirely convinced by Ling's account of events, persisting in the belief that Ling had chosen others and their families over his brother. Knowing the true cause of Izuna Uchiha's demise, I remained silent, leisurely observing as the 2 engaged in a quarrel, followed by an extended period of Cold War. Until the establishment of a village named Konoha, the 2 exchanged scarcely a word. To my eyes, it was clear that Madara, unable to let go, was reluctant to communicate with that human and thus avoided him at all costs. Coincidentally, I harbored a certain trepidation towards that spirit. Madara's actions provided me with reassurance that I would not be discovered. Subsequently, I discreetly guided Madara to the monument left by Yuhi, subtly amending the inscription to read, "Infinite Tsukuyami is the sole path to achieving world peace." The content deeply resonated with Madara once he deciphered it with his ocular power, and he accepted it without doubt. I watched with satisfaction as events unfolded along the trajectory I had anticipated, eagerly observing Madara as he departed Konoha, embarking on an alternate path I had meticulously designed. What I did not foresee, however, was that the spirit would pursue him. Initially, I speculated whether this human sought to follow the path Madara had chosen, or perhaps foolishly attempt to thwart his departure. Yet, he did neither. Instead, he uttered a torrent of incomprehensible words before vanishing into thin air. For decades hence, he did not reappear. Following the disappearance of that spirit, the unsettling sensation that had long plagued me dissipated. I believed I had been liberated from its grasp forever. However, several years after Madara, in his advanced age, successfully awakened the Rinnegan using Hashirama-S cells, I encountered the human known as Shima Nariyuki once more in Madara-S hideout. The irony was palpable. A name unfamiliar even to Madara himself. I could sense Madara's ire upon realizing he had been deceived. Moreover, I was aware that for several years, Madara had dispatched White Zetsu to frequently infiltrate Konoha. On one hand, he sought suitable pawns to incorporate into his plans. On the other, he inquired whether a being named Ink Spirit had resurfaced in the village. Naturally, the answer was negative. How could someone whose appearance, age, and name had all drastically transformed be easily located? Yet, events soon took an unexpected turn. The pawn Madara had set his sights on, Obito Uchiha, shared an extraordinary connection with that spirit, prompting the human to hastily seek him out. As that long-dormant discomfort resurfaced, I swiftly vacated the underground base. I felt that if I did not escape in time, I would never see my mother again. Months passed in this manner, and upon my quiet return, I was pleasantly surprised to find the spirit absent from the base, seemingly having departed for some unknown reason. This human's whereabouts were indeed unpredictable. No, wait. A sudden realization struck me. Logically, it was normal for someone like Madara to grow old, while that spirit had maintained a youthful appearance throughout this lengthy passage of time. He was not human. So, what was he, and what were his intentions? Chapter 142, Mistaken Identity? Amigakure, due to its unique geographical location at the confluence of three great nations, has been plagued by perpetual warfare. At some point, an organization known as Akatsuki emerged here. Led by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, the members of Akatsuki were highly active, and within 2 years, they gained the approval of Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure. It was believed that everything would progress towards the realization of their dreams. However, the harsh reality caught the three of them off guard as they fell prey to a cunning scheme. Transparent raindrops coursed down red strands of hair, mingling with the blood on the kunai, quickly being diluted. Yet the blood continued to flow, and the light in Yahiko's eyes began to wane, nearing extinction. Nagato's rippling eyes trembled in shock, widened to their fullest, as the sound of rain nearly drowned out Yahiko's final words whispered close to his ear. Nagato, Akatsuki, and Konan, I leave to you. Moments later, Yahiko collapsed to the ground, silenced, while the captured Konan let out a despairing scream. In this moment of betrayal and isolation, a nerve named Reason snapped. Ignoring the peril of his shattered legs, Nagato rescued Konan. In the blink of an eye, amidst the tempest, something immense was summoned by Nagato, causing the ninja of Amigakure to panic and cry out, "What is that?" "I don't know. I've never seen it." Wherever that colossal entity's jutsu passed, no one survived. When Shima Nariyuki arrived in the area, he was nearly swept away by the hurricane generated by the attack of the outer path Gedomazo. What was happening? How did he end up here? With no time to ponder further, he steadied himself, quickly scanning the environment, and soon noticed the fallen forms of Konan and Yahiko. Surely no. A chill gripped his heart as he hurried over. Sensei, Konan, panic-stricken and filled with rage, recognized him. Yet Shima Nariyuki had no time for lengthy exchanges. He lifted Yahiko, checked his carotid artery, and felt a faint pulse, which brought him a sigh of relief. He then transported him into the Ink Spirit's realm, helping Konan to her feet. Before turning to witness the grim scene not far away, Nagato seemed to have lost control. There was no choice. She had to come with him. In the vast expanse, no one noticed the arrival and departure of two individuals who had seemingly materialized from thin air, as everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival. As danger approached, Hanzo of the Salamander immediately utilized the body flicker technique to escape, while the remaining lowly henchmen and Danzo's subordinates were not so fortunate. They all perished beneath the onslaught of the outer path Gedomazo. Dozens of black rods pierced through their bodies, and Nagato, having exhausted his chakra, found himself weakened and on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to fall forward, he sensed someone catch him. The surviving stragglers had no time to kill him. They would not exhibit any gentleness. Nagato struggled to keep his heavy eyelids open, and when he finally did, he beheld a face he knew all too well. Nariyuki? He could hardly believe his eyes, gripping the other's hand, trembling. "It's me," Shima Nariyuki spoke. "Nagato, you inadvertently activated the summoning technique I had hidden in your eyes, which is why I came." Nagato's effort to keep his eyes open was laced with a mixture of daze and regret. In agony, he uttered, "But Yahiko." "Do not worry. Yahiko is still alive." Those simple words acted as the most potent sedative. At the moment he heard them, Nagato's weary body completely relaxed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "I'm late." Obito and White Zetsu appeared in succession, surveying the vast area. Aside from a scattering of disarrayed corpses, the other three were nowhere to be found. White Zetsu casually remarked. It seems the plan was successful. It has awakened the true potential of the Rinnegan. Obito, concealed beneath Akatsuki's cloak, narrowed his Sharingan. And after a few seconds, he turned. Let us go check their base. However, the Akatsuki's base was deserted. Fushimi Nariyoshi had taken them to a concealed location, a wooden house situated at the border of Amigakure, near the Land of Fire. Konan tended to Yahiko and Nagato. And upon looking up, she found Shima Nariyoshi standing at the door, gazing quietly into the distance. How does Sensei know this place? This place serves as a repository of memories shared between them and their teacher, Jiraiya. Long abandoned, it has become cloaked in dust, with rampant ivy taking root in the walls and wildly overtaking the interior. Discovered by chance, the white-haired individual casually deflected inquiries with excuses, assuring that there were no pursuers. Thank you. Truly, he expressed, his heart finally easing as Konan lowered her gaze, her voice choking with emotion. Had it not been for Yumino's timely arrival, Yahiko might have succumbed due to a lack of prompt medical attention. Yumino chuckled softly, crediting Nagato for the fortunate turn of events. Originally, he had departed under the watchful eyes of Madara, traversing the annals of time during the Second Great Ninja War to rescue individuals like Shoin and Kato, while also caring for the young Yahiko and his companions. Suddenly, he felt an intense call, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with the terrifying visage of the Outer Path statue, voraciously consuming souls. Konan mistakenly believed he was referring to Nagato's emotional outburst that summoned the dreadful creature to vanquish their foes. With concern etched on her face, she glanced at the unconscious Nagato, silently praying for the swift recovery of her two friends. I'll step out to find some food, Yumino declared. Be careful, Konan replied, to which he nodded before closing the door. The rain in the Hidden Rain village was perennial. He was already drenched, and thus, he made his way outside without bothering with an umbrella, wandering aimlessly nearby. After several minutes, Yumino suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from behind. Hey, it's been a while. What brings you to this place? The voice was familiar, yet now it sounded foreign. Obito, slightly older, spoke in a low and emotionless tone, akin to an inquiry but also a challenge, his demeanor devoid of any discernible feeling. The old man seems to have missed you. He has been calling your name in his dreams. However, when I inquired about your whereabouts, he remained tight-lipped. I didn't expect to find you here. Not receiving a response, Obito paused, scrutinizing the figure ahead of him, his brow furrowing slightly. Have I mistaken you for someone else? The white Zetsu beside him found the situation peculiar. Confident in his observational skills, Obito was certain that this figure was indeed Rin. He had vivid memories of the doctor who had cared for him for several months, prompting him to step closer. Simultaneously, Yumino slowly turned around. Chapter 143, Perception Unveiled. The translucent raindrops blurred his vision to a degree. Yet Obito clearly discerned the white mask adorning the figure's face. The individual had lingered for a while without turning, as if preoccupied with donning the mask. Was this visage so unsightly that it required concealment? Did he fear being deemed ugly or disfigured? Why would a man be so concerned with his appearance? A wave of doubt and unease washed over Obito. He intended to share a remark with Zetsu, perhaps to affirm that he had not erred in his identification. Yet he was met with an expression of surprise from Zetsu. Ah, it's Rin. Even the voice of Akatsuki's Obito, shrouded in the cloak, was more exuberant than his own. Obito was momentarily taken aback. Before he could ponder the reasons behind this encounter, another voice reached him. Obito. The voice called his name softly, and inexplicably, upon hearing it, Obito momentarily lost focus, his heart racing. The next moment, he sensed the other person pause before commenting. Your appearance is quite unappealing. Wearing Zetsu's mask, Obito thought, while we may not be friends, I had anticipated that upon our reunion, we would exchange pleasantries. Yet here we are, critiquing each other's appearances. The calm he had cultivated over the past 2 years nearly shattered, and he struggled to maintain composure, inhaling deeply to retort. What qualifications do you have to criticize me when you refuse to even reveal your own face? My face. I could show you mine, Yumino replied nonchalantly. Obito instinctively raised his voice. Then why not remove the mask for all to see? Did I not defeat you and knock it off before? It should be fine for me to take a look, right? Yumino raised his hand to touch the cold mask. It's not a problem. But I fear that revealing it might frighten you. Obito was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom what could possibly be frightening, scoffing. So, it must indeed be that your features are lacking. Zetsu, unable to hold back, interjected. Enough of this bickering. Let us focus on the task at hand. Hearing this, Obito conceded with a dismissive wave of his hand. Fine, we have no past to reminisce about anyway. Let us leave it at this. Farewell. As Obito took a few steps away, Yumino suddenly followed him. What are you doing? Obito asked, glancing sideways with a furrowed brow. I know what you were searching for. I can guide you there. Obito exchanged glances with Zetsu. After a moment's contemplation, Zetsu nodded. Outside the modest wooden structure, Obito pondered, speaking softly. Is he also one of the individuals executing the plan? You can return and confirm this with Lord Madara, Zetsu replied, neither affirming nor denying. Obito remained unconvinced. Aware that Madara had been reticent about matters concerning Rin, both of them seemed to shroud themselves in mystery, making inquiries futile. At that moment, two figures appeared at the door of the wooden house. Konan was supporting the awakening Nagato, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized them. It's you. Outside. The rain pattered incessantly, and the conversation within the house continued for some time. Eventually, the tightly shut door swung open once more. Cold wind rushing in as Obito approached the threshold, his expression unchanged as he glanced back at Yumino. Obito's lips moved slightly, as if to ask something, but reconsidered and abandoned the thought. After all, he was here in the guise of Uchiha Madara. It was best to minimize words to avoid mistakes. Sensing Obito's gaze, Yumino, seated in the corner, looked up. Unfortunately, the masks obscured their features, making it impossible for either to perceive the other's expression. Zetsu spoke softly. We will await you at the usual place. As Obito and Zetsu vanished into the rain, Konan and Nagato bore expressions of astonishment, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their palms clammy. Yumino, maintaining his composure, stated, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Upon hearing that he was about to depart, Nagato and Konan immediately turned their attention to him, with Nagato urgently asking, Aren't you going to wait for Yahiko to wake? No, he should awaken within the hour. Take good care of him, Yumino replied. Thank you, Choji, Nagato expressed, his tone indicating a sense of finality. After a brief pause, he raised his head. But before you go, I have one last question. Do you know those two individuals, particularly the one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara? I do. His unwavering response seemed to leave Nagato momentarily stunned. The earlier Madara had spoken to them without reservation, suggesting their complicity. Once Yumino departed, silence enveloped the room once more. Konan turned to Nagato, her brow furrowed with concern. Nagato, are you all right? Taking a deep breath, Nagato shook his head, pausing for a moment before asking, Konan, do you believe that Uchiha Madara is trustworthy? Konan fell silent, and after a brief moment of stillness, Nagato turned to gaze at the unconscious Yahiko. After a long while, he spoke in an even tone, though his eyes revealed a tumultuous undercurrent of emotion. I have come to see through this world. I do not wish to lose any of you. His final words faded into the sound of the rain, while Yahiko stirred slightly, as if on the brink of waking. How would the situation unfold? Upon encountering Obito and Zetsu upon their return, Madara inquired. Obito affirmed Nagato's stance was somewhat hesitant. However, after experiencing this setback, I believe he has come to understand certain truths. It is only a matter of time before he reaches out to us. Madara frowned slightly, seemingly displeased by Nagato's lack of immediate agreement. By the way, old man, did you send that fellow Ling to the Rain Village on an errand? Removing his Akatsuki cloak, Obito regarded Madara, whose long hair, which had been allowed to grow for several months, had now been cut short. His gaze had lost some of the youthful fervor and innocence it once possessed, now imbued with an unfamiliar air of ruthlessness and sharpness. Upon hearing the name, Madara paused, lifting his eyes. What did you say? Obito closed his eyes, ruffling his hair, and muttered, It seems that with age, my hearing has deteriorated to the point where I can no longer discern what people are saying. We encountered Ling in the Rain Village. Zetsu interjected at an opportune moment. He appears to be acquainted with the leader of Akatsuki. Madara fell silent, staring ahead, coldly stating, Do not concern yourself with him. Obito, taken aback, replied. But he was present during the conversation with Akatsuki's leader. Don't tell me that fellow is not someone you trust. Chapter 144, Lack of Interest. No, Madara responded. The trust between us has long since been exhausted. Obito was astonished. Long ago? Just how old is that Ling fellow? He had previously noted the smooth, delicate skin on Ling's hand, clearly indicating youth. What is the explanation for this? Madara spoke slowly. His identity is shrouded in mystery, even to me. What shall we do then? Obito pondered. Madara fixed his gaze on him, and said, Since our plans have been disclosed to outsiders, we must find a way to ensure he cannot divulge them. A flicker of understanding crossed Obito's face, and he was momentarily taken aback. Was Madara suggesting he eliminate Ling? But I know you cannot do it. Madara abruptly shifted the conversation, averting his gaze. So let him be. Obito assumed that Madara's assertion of his inability pertained to his strength being inferior to Ling's. Setting aside that reason, he also harbored a reluctance to engage with Ling again. Thus, the topic was not pursued further. Having dismissed Obito, Madara sat in solitude, contemplating for an extended time. The past began to blur with the passage of time, and he reflected on how he had arrived at this juncture with Ling. Perhaps it was a consequence of the misunderstandings that had continuously arisen in the past. While he professed to trust the other, that trust had been altered by external interference, eventually becoming as fragile as a thin sheet of paper, easily torn asunder. No, this was incorrect. Having persevered this far, why had he suddenly begun to engage in self-reflection? It was clear that Ling had betrayed him long ago, concealing matters concerning Tobirama, which indirectly led to the demise of Izuna. This was Ling's fault. Madara furrowed his brow and closed his eyes, overwhelmed by confusion and unwilling to recall further. The next day, he glanced at the black wolf fused with Zetsu and turned to Obito, imparting a few final instructions. Obito frowned, anticipating Madara's next actions, his thoughts swirling. However, recognizing this was an inevitable temporary conclusion, he cast a glance at his new companion, Zetsu, and refrained from offering any counsel. As expected, once all preparations were complete, Madara severed the channels of the outer path. Without the chakra supply from the outer path to sustain him, Madara's body quickly became strained. Ultimately, he gasped for breath, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Death was imminent. Madara. Suddenly, someone called out, and with great effort, he lifted his head. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern the identity of the figure before him. A premonition of death? However, Obito's voice confirmed to Madara that this was no illusion. Ling, you are quite prompt in your arrival. Madara commanded, leave. This curt statement was directed at both Obito and Zetsu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zetsu's eyes widened, and without uttering a word, he hurriedly complied. Obito, momentarily stunned, realized that Madara likely wished to speak privately before his death, thus he too turned to depart. Now alone, Madara partially closed his eyes, gazing ahead. The glimmer in his eyes dimming, much like his emotionless tone that kept others at bay. What brings you back here? Uchiha Shin stood less than 5 meters away, removing his white mask to reveal his eyes as he looked at Madara. Because I wanted to see you. Madara had never heard such frank words from him, leaving him momentarily astonished. Contemplating this, Madara's gaze turned cold and aloof. Are you here to witness my demise? This piercing remark did not incite anger in Uchiha Shin. On the contrary, he fearlessly approached, closing the distance between them. I know you harbor resentment towards me. He spoke softly, but I swear, the past was not as you perceive it. Madara listened in silence, his eyes icy. Is that all you wish to convey? Uchiha Shin shook his head. There is much more, but I fear time may not permit it. We shall discuss it later. Madara paused, considering later. Once a person is dead, what future remains? Unless they are resurrected? Thus, the meaning of this later was abundantly clear to Madara, that it referred to the moment he would be brought back to life by the rebirth of the samsara. In that instant, he could no longer contain the shock within him, sharply gazing at Uchiha Shin, as if questioning how he could possess such knowledge. Yet, upon further reflection, Madara remembered that this individual had once demonstrated the ability to foresee the future. It was only natural that he would retain such abilities now. Madara made an effort to suppress the emotions swirling in his eyes and spoke indifferently. There will be many things I must do at that time, leaving me no time to listen to your words. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shin, believing that Madara had conceded, felt a sharp pang in his heart. However, the next moment, he heard Uchiha Shin declare, then do not blame me when I resort to using a loudspeaker, repeating my words in your ear for 24 hours without cease. Madara was immediately taken aback, breathing heavily as if incensed. Uchiha Shin quickly grew anxious, reaching out to steady him. Madara? Sensing the sincerity of Uchiha Shin's concern, Madara felt a slight twinge within him. He had thought his feelings for this person had faded. Yet the continuous reactions were a reminder that those feelings persisted, be it love or hate, they remained. Madara's lips parted, intending to say more, but reality offered no reprieve. He could only muster the last vestiges of his strength to grasp Uchiha Shin's arm, exerting all his effort to clearly articulate, very well, I shall await that day. If you dare to deceive me again with something akin to a false name, I shall show you no mercy. Shin. In the moment of fading consciousness, Madara heard Uchiha Shin's earnest response. Understood. Beyond the base, the expanse of the heavens and earth stretched wide. Obito observed a figure reclining against a tree in the distance, and he approached to inquire, what did the old man say to you before he passed? What do you think? Uchiha Shin turned to retort, his demeanor remarkably calm, devoid of any signs of sorrow. Or perhaps everything was concealed beneath the mask, rendering it impossible to discern. Obito paused, halting his steps. Never mind. As long as you do not disrupt our plans, the old man said to let you be. Uchiha Shin came to a stop. Did he truly say that? Obito perceived no need for concealment and nodded affirmatively. Nishimoto Nariyoshi was suddenly struck by a thought, gesturing to the empty seat beside Obito. Obito frowned, inquiring, what is it? The white-haired youth replied, come over and have a chat. Obito's expression instantly turned cold. We are not yet close enough for that. A mere conversation could bridge that gap. Nishimoto Nariyoshi said with a calm smile. Obito's eyes flickered slightly, sensing that the manner and tone of this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Yet recognizing the impossibility of such a notion, he chose not to indulge further. I am not interested. Oh, how about this? As Obito turned to leave, Nishimoto Nariyoshi suddenly produced a photograph. Upon closer inspection, Obito's expression darkened to an alarming degree. How did you come by this? You accidentally dropped it. And I fortuitously found it at the base, he replied. Return it to me. Obito's gaze was sharp. Nishimoto Nariyoshi chuckled. That is not the proper attitude for someone requesting the return of their possessions, Obito. He then expressed his curiosity, but more intriguingly. Why does this photograph feature a male figure? Chapter 145. Questions arise. Nishimoto Nariyoshi lowered his gaze once more to confirm the image in his hands. It indeed depicted him at around 10 years of age, a snapshot from his enrollment at the Ninja Academy. Obito had specifically requested a copy back then. Is this the one? Has Toku and I kept it close all these years? For reasons unknown, a vivid recollection surged in his mind. Obito sitting alone on his bed, clutching the photograph, his face marred by a profound loneliness and sorrow. A sudden realization dawned upon Nishimoto Nariyoshi. Ah, so this boy has been yearning for him. A tightening sensation gripped Nishimoto Nariyoshi's throat, and an uncontrollable pang of bitterness spread within him. Yet, he suppressed the urge to reveal the truth, for the complexities were too great to articulate. Obito's past behavior towards him served as a cautionary tale. If he were to disclose that he was not dead, that he shared a deep connection with Madara, Obito might misconstrue his intentions as ulterior motives when he had approached him as a child. All his goodwill might be perceived as a ploy to entangle Obito in Madara's schemes, including the meticulously orchestrated deception of his own death. He could not bear to witness the trusting and vibrant light in Toku and I's eyes extinguished, replaced by the same coldness and distrust that Madara elicited. That is none of your concern. As those words fell, Nishimoto Nariyoshi felt the photograph deftly snatched from his grasp. Obito's expression was fierce. The youthful exuberance that once filled his eyes had dimmed, now tinged with an inexplicable sharpness. Nishimoto Nariyoshi was momentarily taken aback, rooted in place. Do not touch my belongings without permission. Obito's warning was clear. He scrutinized the photograph, relieved to find it undamaged, and began to tuck it away when he noticed a firm grip on his sleeve. What do you want? He asked impatiently. Nishimoto. Obito heard his name, but the words faded away unspoken. For reasons he could not fathom, his heart raced once more, the erratic rhythm heightening his emotions. Thankfully, Nishimoto Nariyoshi finally spoke. If someone you believed to be deceased suddenly stood before you, what would your reaction be? Are you referring to the future old man? Obito retorted, shrugging off Nishimoto's hand and taking a step away. Just as he attempted to leave, Nishimoto Nariyoshi firmly pulled him back. Are you done yet? The flicker of anger in Obito's tone caused Nishimoto Nariyoshi's expression to momentarily tighten behind his mask. He realized he had misjudged the situation. For if he were to be misunderstood or suspected, that would not be the worst outcome. Rather, the true horror lay in the realization that the Toku and he once knew had transformed into a stranger. If he continued to conceal the truth of his death, trapping Obito in prolonged anguish and sorrow, forcing him to live eternally regretting the moments captured in a photograph, it would be akin to selfish cruelty. He longed to alleviate some of Obito's guilt. Thus, despite knowing the complications that would arise from revealing the truth, he was determined to extend a hand to save Obito. Just as he finally mustered the courage to confess, a voice interrupted him. Ah, so this is where you both are. From a distance, Akatsuki, momentarily separated from Obito, bounded over, full of enthusiasm, embracing Nishimoto Nariyoshi with vigor, excitedly pressing against the white-haired youth. By the way, has that firework that resembles excrement released a new version? Obito regarded Akatsuki's peculiar curiosity with disdain, seizing the opportunity to free himself from Nishimoto's grip and make his exit. Akatsuki, wait a moment, Nishimoto Nariyoshi urged, pushing Akatsuki away in exasperation. Before he could utter more words of persuasion, Akatsuki suddenly gasped, as if uncovering a remarkable truth, and exclaimed to Obito, "You've been secretly looking at your deceased little lover's photograph." Akatsuki leaned closer, eager to glimpse the figure in the photograph, but was swiftly met with Obito's harsh rebuke. "You certainly take good care of it, but it's of no use," Akatsuki boasted, patting his head, reveling in his knowledge of the photograph subject, yet choosing to remain silent. Nishimoto Nariyoshi was taken aback by Akatsuki's choice of words. Little lover? How could the person in that photograph be Obito's little lover? Shouldn't he be a good friend, a brother, or a close companion? His eyes widened in disbelief, seeking confirmation from Obito. However, He found Obito regarding Akatsuki with a menacing glare, showing no signs of denial. In fact, Obito carefully tucked the photograph away, securing it close, and retorted to Akatsuki with newfound eloquence. With your simple-minded brain, you should focus on your own curiosity about excrement. Akatsuki, feeling both wronged and indignant, raised a hand, poised to deliver a retort, only to have Obito seize his wrist firmly. Obito's gaze fixated on a green short bamboo flute in Akatsuki's possession, triggering a buried memory that erupted unexpectedly, causing his voice to rise. How do you have that? Akatsuki tilted his head in confusion. I found it on the ground. That is simply redundant. It belongs to me. At that moment, someone interjected. Obito turned his sharp gaze toward Nishimoto Nariyuki. What is it? The white-haired youth replied nonchalantly. Is this object particularly rare? You can purchase it anywhere outside, can't you? Obito acknowledged the validity of that statement. A flute was indeed not a rare item. However, he had crafted a similar one for someone special. Although he understood that it was improbable for that flute to be here, Obito still attempted to snatch it from Akatsuki's grasp. But before he could, another hand was quicker, retrieving the flute. Thank you, Akatsuki. I'll find you some of those excrement fireworks you wanted, Nishimoto Nariyuki said, and Akatsuki beamed with childlike joy as he hugged the white-haired youth. Obito was left speechless for a long moment. Afterward, he made a point to seek out Rin, hoping to observe her flute once more. As the musician's sister had instructed him during the creation process, she had infused her chakra into the flute, claiming that such an enhancement would not only prolong its preservation, but also render its timbre more vibrant and rounded. The moment he laid his hands upon it, he would undoubtedly recognize its essence. However, that sly fellow Ling consistently devised various excuses to rebuff his inquiries. While it was not an urgent matter that necessitated confirmation, Ling's dubious demeanor instilled in him a palpable suspicion that something was amiss with the flute. Chapter 146. Have you received your flute back from repair? Not yet. Upon hearing this, Obito narrowed his eyes, inquiring, was your acquisition of it legitimate? It wasn't scavenged or obtained from some dubious individual, was it? The probing nature of his words was unmistakable, leaving Yumino Cho uneasy as he pondered why Obito was so fixated on the flute. Initially, he had merely intended to show it to Obito, but he was acutely aware that it contained Obito's chakra, a realization he had made the moment it came into his possession. If Obito were to recognize it as the same flute, he would find himself at a loss for an explanation. He had been unnerved by Akatsuki's words. He had nearly resolved to confess the truth to Obito. Yet, why had he suddenly discovered that Obito harbored feelings for him? Initially, he had been skeptical, wondering if he had misinterpreted the situation or if Akatsuki's wording had been inadequate. Consequently, he had sought to glean more information from Obito, whose disdainful gaze could have burned a hole through his mask. I wanted to ask you yesterday, how could you determine the true gender of the person in the photograph at a single glance? Isn't it obvious? He's male, is it? However, those unfamiliar with Cho typically perceive him as a beautiful girl at first sight, yet you are different. Obito's remark was not a compliment to his perceptiveness. Rather, it was a sharp observation. Are you not connected to those Cloud Ninja? Not at all. Why do you ask? That would be for the best. I shall not let a single one of those responsible for Chao's demise escape unpunished. I will eventually seek retribution. At that moment, Yumino's heart skipped a beat at the ominous tone in Obito's voice. He intended to say something to alleviate Obito's dark mood, but the words that escaped his lips took an unexpected turn. Obito, do you have feelings for the person in that photograph? Not merely friendship, but a romantic affection? After all, Akatsuki implied as much. Obito shot him a glance, swiftly dismissing the idea that had previously caused him embarrassment and fluster. Of course not. Oh. Yumino was taken aback, his heart still racing as he heard Obito continue. I never had the chance to confess my feelings to him, nor to become his lover. That guy has no inkling of my true sentiments. The roses I bought for him were not mere tokens of gratitude. They were intended as a confession. My feelings for him transcend mere friendship. Yumino did not bother to count how many times Obito had used the word not. He was engulfed in the overwhelming shock of being forced to confront this revelation. Even today, as he faced the obstructive Obito, he remained tense, deliberately avoiding eye contact with him. His resolve to reveal the truth wavered. Indeed, he hesitated. For if he were to confess, how would he face Obito in the future? How had the straightforward Obito transformed into this? Can't find the words? Does the flute's origin truly pose a problem? No. Yumino felt an acute sense of embarrassment and anxiety. Adjusting his mask, hoping it would not slip before Obito, he summoned the courage to speak. It was a gift from a good friend of mine. He deliberately emphasized the phrase good friend. Obito's eyes flickered slightly. Since the origin was clear, would it be permissible for him to examine it? Yumino nonchalantly replied, let's wait until it returns from repair. Obito felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he was left with no recourse. He had not fully trusted Ling's words. Somewhere deep within, an inexplicable force compelled him to investigate further. After contemplating his next move, Obito decided to procure a bit of sedative. Cho had once mentioned the importance of adding a dash of excitement to life, so he planned to incapacitate this fellow to uncover the flute's whereabouts. While also satisfying his curiosity about whether this person was truly unattractive, this had become one of his foremost desires. Among those who can eat normally here. It's just you and me, let us make do. As he surveyed the table laden with an array of dumplings and sushi, accompanied by tea, Yumino couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was hardly making do. Obito, did you specifically go out to buy this? Obito sat opposite him, nodding. Taking the initiative to pop 2 dumplings into his mouth, his cheeks bulging and a bit of sweet sauce adorning the corner of his lips. Yumino caught sight of this and couldn't suppress a smile, feeling as though he had glimpsed the familiar side of Obito he once knew. Concerned that he might choke while swallowing, he instinctively offered his teacup. With someone offering water, Obito instinctively accepted it. For a brief moment, both were taken aback. In that instant, a silent atmosphere enveloped them. Yumino blinked, sensing the awkwardness, and quickly seized a skewer of dumplings, one hand reaching for his mask. Obito, drawn in by his movement, halted his chewing, his eyes fixated on Yumino, scrutinizing every minute detail. Yumino realized with a start that this fellow was indeed purposeful in his actions. Was he so curious about his appearance? Thank you, I shall begin. With that, he exerted pressure on his mask, causing it to shift slightly. Obito's gaze was entirely fixed on Yumino, and he felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. It was peculiar. When Madara had instructed him to confront Ling, demanding he unmask him, the thought of possibly seeing this fellow's face had stirred a strange tension within him. What could this person possibly look like? He would soon find out. Suddenly, Akatsuki's voice called out, causing Obito to turn his head slightly. When he returned his focus, he was met with nothing but bare wooden skewers and an empty cup. The white-haired one had donned his mask anew. Obito's eyes twitched violently. Had it truly happened so swiftly? A wave of suppressed frustration surged within him, prompting him to rise and seize Akatsuki, tossing him aside like refuse. Akatsuki, bewildered, exclaimed, "Huh? I've finished eating." Returning to his seat, Obito found Yumino already on his feet, seemingly preparing to leave. Although he had just missed his chance, Obito was undeterred. He was acutely aware that Ling's food had been tampered with, and all he needed to do was bide his time until this fellow succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Yumino's steps were steady, showing no signs of faltering. Obito reassured himself that the sedative's effects must be slow to manifest, and he would wait a little longer. As moments passed and Yumino exited his line of sight, the white-haired figure remained upright, walking steadily. Obito furrowed his brow. Was the sedative ineffective on Ling? After a few minutes, Obito found himself outside the door of the secret chamber and knocked on the tightly shut entrance. There was no response from within. Thus, he twisted the handle and pushed the door open with ease, finding it unlocked. Naka Island Narihiko lay supine on the bed. The silence of the space punctuated only by the sound of his slightly labored breathing. Chapter 147, The Unmasking. Has it taken effect? Obito approached, standing at the bedside, observing for a moment. Upon confirming that Naka Island Narihiko exhibited no other reactions, Obito slightly raised his hand, intending to search for the flute hidden within this person's attire. The moment his fingertips grazed the fabric at the waist of the white-haired figure, he was seized by the wrist. Obito? Naka Island Narihiko called out, the heat radiating from his palm palpable. Obito's heart jolted, realizing that Ling was still conscious. However, he did not dwell on it. Nor did he ponder why Naka Island Narihiko had such an elevated temperature. He simply broke free from the grasp. Obito found it peculiar that his escape had been so effortless. If Ling truly saw through his scheme and aimed to catch him red-handed, he would not have exerted such minimal strength. The force was so feeble it was as if it had already dissipated. Obito's mind became increasingly muddled. Was it due to an insufficient dosage of the drug that this individual appeared to be in a dazed state? Yet, upon closer inspection, he perceived that something was amiss. The rise and fall of Narihiko's chest was pronounced, and his breath came in harsh gasps. Could it be that some ailment had been triggered? Naka Island Narihiko slightly opened his eyes. Despite feeling off, he could not help but smile upon seeing Obito before him and attempted to sit up. Yet, weakened limbs thwarted his efforts. As he slumped back, Obito inhaled deeply, propping him up and placing a pillow behind the white-haired man's back. Perhaps sitting up would alleviate his condition. He was genuinely concerned that the sedative might have exacerbated some underlying ailment, especially since the only doctor present was this very individual. However, as he spoke, the hand Obito intended to withdraw was once again clasped by Narihiko. The cooler temperature felt oddly comforting. Unable to resist, Narihiko enveloped Obito's hand with his other, drawing it close to the exposed skin of his neck. Obito was taken aback, a shiver coursing through him. Hey! Don't do such unsettling things. Yet, Narihiko paid no heed. Seeming unsatisfied with the mere comfort of their contact, he moved his hand away, striving to reach out and touch Obito's face. The sudden sensation by his cheek startled Obito, causing his brows to furrow even tighter. He was perplexed by Ling's behavior. Just as Obito contemplated brushing aside the intrusive hands, he heard Narihiko sigh softly. "You don't smile anymore." "I'm sorry." Obito froze, taken aback. Before he could respond, Narihiko's hand slipped away. Obito watched as the white-haired man clutched at his own clothing, appearing quite distressed. "What is the matter with you?" "I don't know. Just feeling a bit dizzy, weak, and hot." The more Obito listened, the more he sensed something was off. After a moment's thought, he swiftly turned away and retrieved the remaining half-pack of the substance, scrutinizing the writing on the packaging. Suddenly, the realization struck him. He had intended to procure a sleeping drug, not one meant for intimacy. What on earth was that vendor thinking? He had never encountered such a situation before. An awkward flush of embarrassment crossing his features. Damn it, what should I do? Obito pondered, recognizing that this predicament was of his own making. It would be irresponsible to simply ignore it. Then he recalled that cold water might be effective. "I've got it. I'll take you to the waterfall above." As he spoke, he hoisted Naka Island Narihiko from the bed. Over the past 2 years, Obito had grown considerably taller and stronger, and supporting another person required little effort. Just as he was preoccupied with this task, a sound of something hitting the floor reached his ears. Glancing down, he discovered Ling's mask had slipped off. However, in his current state of embarrassment, he had little interest in examining the other's appearance. He merely wished to resolve this blunder quickly. At that moment, Obito felt a sudden heaviness in his arm as he saw Narihiko straining to bend down and retrieve the mask. "Forget about it. I won't mock you for your looks." Obito had reached his limit, and with a swift motion, he lifted Narihiko. Just as he was about to issue a warning against any further movements, his gaze swept over the scene, and he froze as if doused with cold water. "What's wrong?" Sensing the silence, Naka Island Narihiko inquired softly. Initially clear-headed, his awareness had begun to cloud over with time. He was unsure of his actions, responding instinctively to care. Obito, in a daze, felt his heart skip a beat, tightening in disbelief as he gazed upon the familiar face now unveiled before him. White hair, gentle mismatched eyes, exquisitely perfect features. Though not entirely as he remembered, Obito recognized this visage from when he had previously transformed into this age. It mirrored the present perfectly. "Obito?" Came another call. Instantly, he snapped back to reality, reflexively wrapping his arms around the man, allowing Narihiko to lean against his shoulder. This awkward position felt far more natural. Yet, Obito was now trembling all over, his mind racing, his fingers tingling with agitation. "Naka Narihiko?" He could scarcely summon the strength to utter the name. Narihiko replied, resting his head on Obito's shoulder. Hearing the response, Obito's eyes widened, his throat constricting as a surge of emotion welled up within him, tears pooling in his eyes. "Narihiko," he clung tightly to the man, whispering the name repeatedly, his voice quivering and chaotic. "Is it really you?" Obito struggled to swallow, fearing he might awaken from this dream. Naka Island Narihiko fell silent for a moment. "Let go of me." Once he spoke, an odd sensation flooded his mind, akin to a wire piercing through the back of his head to his spine. It brought a mix of pain and weakness, dragging his newly regained clarity back into a heavy fog. Sensing this change, Narihiko forced himself to struggle. Obito felt his resistance and instinctively eased his grip. He steadied Narihiko's shoulders, observing the turmoil in those mismatched eyes and the faint blush that graced his fair complexion. "Why you rewrite?" "I'm sorry," Obito stammered. "I thought I bought a sleeping drug." "Why would you buy this?" "Because I wanted to see who you were behind the mask." "Huh, so now you see." Obito inhaled, fighting back the urge to cry, nodding slightly. "I see." As he spoke, he felt Narihiko's strength wane, leaning against him once more. "So, do you know what to do now?" "I do," Obito replied. "The waterfall is just above, not far off. However, in your current state, you might drown. So, let me assist you, Narihiko." Chapter 148, You've Got Me. Naka Island Narihiko presumed that Obito's offer of assistance meant he would simply toss him into the water while keeping watch to prevent him from drowning. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the situation, for as his perspective shifted after being transported by Obito from the secret chamber to the Kamui space, the expression on Uchiha Shinya's face momentarily froze in astonishment. "Shinya." Obito awkwardly set him down, appearing exceedingly tense. "Where should we begin?" "What do you mean where?" Shinya was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly regained his composure. "You needn't concern yourself with that. Just take me to the waterfall by the river. Any place with water will suffice." Obito gazed at him quietly for several seconds. "Water, huh? Yes, I understand." With a slight exertion of force, Obito suddenly immobilized the white-haired youth. However, his inexperience left him only capable of the most superficial of touches. Obito. His gaze seemed distant, and he unconsciously tightened his embrace. Murmuring softly, Shinya, I. The heartfelt tone sent Shinya's heart racing. This fool. I told you just to throw him into the water. And now look at this. Help me up, Shinya said with a hint of exasperation, but Obito appeared oblivious to his plea. Obito, he called again. And a flicker of awareness crossed Obito's eyes. Before he could utter another word, Shinya struggled to rise. A sharp pang of pain pierced Obito's heart at that moment. Previously, he had merely embraced Shinya, but just now he had acted on his innermost desires, disregarding everything to go beyond mere affection. Shinya must be furious. He must want to escape from the unfamiliarity of this situation beside him, Obito brooded darkly. As the thoughts of pulling Shinya back clashed violently with the desire to let him go, he suddenly found the white-haired youth completely turned toward him. Their eyes met, and it felt as if a thunderclap resounded in Obito's ears, erasing all negative emotions. In that stupor, his face flushed crimson. What is Shinya planning to do? Isn't he going to run away? Shinya lifted his right hand with some effort, gently brushing the warm corner of Obito's eye. I concede defeat. I thought you had changed completely, but do you still have that habit of crying? Hearing the word cry, Obito felt compelled to retort. Yet Shinya merely smiled helplessly before adding, to prevent me from dying in such a ridiculous manner, I will seriously teach you in a bit. Make sure to pay attention. Obito's heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Eventually, Shinya exited the Kamui space, covering his still dizzy forehead, remaining in a daze for a while. Then, he turned his head to the right, where Obito sat with his back turned. Curled up, Obito covered his face with his hands, bashfully uttering not a single word. What's with this guy? He looks like a shy newlywed. So innocent now, yet who was it that was tormenting me so mercilessly just moments ago? Realizing that there was no point in hiding from the situation any longer, Shinya withdrew his gaze and attempted to rise from the bed. Just then, his arm was caught. Where are you going? Obito turned to face him. To a place with real water, came Shinya's languid reply, to take a bath. Obito's face flushed again at the teasing. Suddenly recalling something, he tightened his grip. Seemingly seeing through Obito's thoughts, Shinya firmly rejected, I'll go first, you can follow later. The wish to bathe together shattered. Obito replied, oh, in a downcast tone, as if even his non-existent cat ears and tail had drooped. Shinya hastily shook his head, dismissing the unfounded images in his mind. He raised an eyebrow, urging, now let go. Obito's heart quivered, instinctively reluctant to comply. However, fearing that being overly clingy might irritate Shinya, he reluctantly released his hold. Reluctantly watching Shinya walk away, Obito sat up, his gaze falling on the white mask lying forlornly on the floor. A sudden realization struck him. Everything felt so surreal. Yet the tangible objects around him confirmed the reality. Shinya was alive. He had been hiding his identity, lingering by his side all along. How wonderful. Contemplating this, Obito picked up the mask and returned to the bed, lying back down, pulling the covers close, and inhaling deeply with nostalgia. Then, his face flushed with satisfaction as he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, a blissful smile gracing his lips. Not long after, upon awakening, Obito found Shinya returning, the cursed mask once again affixed to his face, and he could not muster a smile. Chapter 149, I like you. Sensing a piercing gaze from behind, Shinya adjusted the mask and turned his head. Obito, who had been lying on his bed, was wide awake, staring intently at him with dark, soulful eyes. Thankfully, this guy didn't share the same penchant as Madara for documenting everything with his Sharingan. Yet, the face behind the mask still felt inexplicably warm. Turning back, he steeled himself and spoke as calmly as possible, stop staring. If you have questions, feel free to ask. A rustling sound followed, yet Obito remained silent. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shinya turned to look again. He found Obito positioned before him, his gaze scrutinizing, as if confirming something more pressing. Are you truly Shinya? The white-haired youth shot Obito a glance. Didn't you already know that in that space? Mentioning that sent a jolt through Obito's mind. As if struck with a hammer, and a torrent of uncontrollable emotions surged, evident in his flushed face. But he quickly closed his eyes, suppressing the tumult within. Witnessing Obito's self-restraint, Shinya thought, indeed, Obito has changed significantly. He is no longer as easy to tease. How are you feeling? After a few moments, Obito inquired with concern. I'm fine now. The mask obscured his expression, but Obito furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. I'm sorry, Shinya, it was my fault. But could you please take off the mask? I want to see your face. As he spoke, Obito reached up to place a hand on Shinya's shoulder, his tone earnest. Shinya was taken aback, but slightly turned away, refusing, no. Why not? I already know it's you. His grip tightened on Shinya's shoulder. Sensing Obito's heightened emotions, Shinya closed his eyes and murmured softly, Because with the mask on, I want to start thinking wildly. Thinking wildly. Obito queried, and then his heart skipped a beat. The memories of their time in the Kamui space flooded back, causing him to lower his head, his heartbeat racing. That makes sense, he thought. Although the circumstances had been influenced by the effects of the drug, Shinya's words suggested that he harbored feelings for him. Seeing Obito bow his head, Shinya felt reassured. For now, let him keep the mask on. I'll wait until he can face me naturally before I remove it. Just then, unexpectedly, the light in front of him brightened. The mask was abruptly lifted, and he found himself staring in shock at Obito. The white-haired youth was holding the mask in his left hand. When did this guy become so rebellious? Shinya's mind reeled, reflexively squinting his eyes. Obito mistakenly believed Shinya was angry, and his black pupils constricted in uncertainty. Yet, holding the mask in his hand, he was left unsure whether to place it back on or leave it off. Obscured by a facade of calm, Obito ventured. It's only fitting that I gaze upon your visage in this manner. Otherwise, it would be excessively unfair for you to be the sole witness to my expressions. Nagato, taken aback, responded with a simple, recognizing that his brother still retained a hint of his previous endearing demeanor. It was utterly exasperating, yet he felt no ire whatsoever. With a firm clench of his jaw, Obito suddenly opened his arms and enveloped him in a tight embrace. As if an entire world of unspoken words was contained within that suffocating hold. Nagato blinked in surprise, but made no attempt to struggle or voice any objections. Instead, he instinctively raised his right hand to gently caress Obito's hair, which, as always, was somewhat prickly to the touch, albeit still pleasant. The close proximity allowed them to feel each other's powerful heartbeats. After a brief silence, Nagato softly called out, "Obito," burying his face into the crook of Nagato's shoulder. Obito muffled a response. The white-haired one interjected, "Quit the endearments. It's time for you to bathe." Obito froze momentarily, a sense of dread washing over him. Is Nagato displeased with me? Seizing the moment, he lifted his head, earnestness etched across his face as he declared, "I'll be right back." Nagato, slightly dazed, replied, "Oh, all right." In a flash, Obito hastily utilized his Kamui to depart. "Hey, where did you and Rin disappear to?" Akatsuki's Deidara cheerfully inquired upon seeing Obito reappear, freshly bathed and changed. Ignoring him completely, Obito strode purposefully in another direction. Nearby, the black and white Zetsu, shrouded in leaves, remained silent, merely observing Obito as he walked away. At that moment, a voice chimed in. "That fellow seems to be in rather fine spirits. I wish to uncover the cause." It was the white half of Zetsu speaking. "No, don't disturb him," a deeper, rasping voice interjected. The white Zetsu, perplexed, elongated his tone, reluctant to comply. Shut it." Black Zetsu barked. Deidara, undeterred by any dangers, boldly followed Obito. "Hey, why are you rushing into Rin's room?" Obito halted outside the door, casting an irritated glance at Deidara. The sudden flash of Obito's Sharingan startled Deidara momentarily. "How fierce!" he exclaimed. "Didn't anyone say he was in a good mood? What are you all doing outside my door?" Nagato emerged from the hidden chamber, observing the scene with a curious gaze hidden behind his mask. Without hesitation, Deidara leaped onto him, brimming with enthusiasm and inquiring about the fireworks. Just as Nagato was about to respond, he felt an unexpected chill sweep over him. Both he and Deidara turned their heads in unison, only to find Obito, with his Sharingan activated, scrutinizing them intently. "I'll get some for you later," he thought, suppressing a laugh at the reason behind Obito's displeasure, and managed to send Deidara away with a few words. Turning back to Obito, he inquired, "Do you have time to accompany me to town to buy some things?" Obito eagerly nodded yes. In a quaint town of the Land of Lightning, two figures of similar stature ambled along, the first with white hair and the second with black. In contrast to the predominantly darker complexions of the locals, these two possessed fair skin, indicating their origins from afar. Fortunately, the bustling crowd was diverse, and few noticed their distinctive appearance. After all, the Third Great Ninja War had concluded, and with the restoration of peaceful relations among nations, mutual visits were now permitted. While walking past various shops, Nagato suddenly recalled a pressing question and instinctively glanced at Obito. "What's wrong?" Obito, ever vigilant, inquired, "What is it?" "Rin." He abruptly remembered the fate of Rin during this period, and whether she had fallen victim to the Mist Ninja's machinations as foretold in the original narrative. However, considering the altered circumstances surrounding Obito's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he assumed Rin's fate would not be so dire, yet he remained concerned enough to ask. Obito regarded him for 2 seconds before uttering a phrase that left Nagato bewildered. "Rin seems to know." "What does Rin know?" Nagato inquired, momentarily taken aback. "She knows I like you." The casualness with which Obito articulated those words belied their significance, as if he were discussing the weather in the street. Devoid of any hint of the shyness he had once displayed while fumbling with roses, unable to utter a single coherent word. Chapter 150, Be Confident. Realizing the profound shift in Obito's demeanor, Nagato's eyes widened in astonishment. Fortunately, the mask concealed his expressions, shielding them from Obito's sight. Yet, the inability to see his reaction only heightened Obito's restlessness, causing him to fidget with his fingers in anticipation of Nagato's response. Should you suddenly remove my mask again, I may become quite upset. This thought, perceived by Obito, was swiftly dispelled, and the look in his eyes dimmed involuntarily. Just then, a gentle breeze brushed by, lifting the soft strands of Nagato's hair and revealing the faint blush on his ear, a reaction that the mask had failed to conceal. Obito's gaze fell upon this sight, causing him to divert his focus from the surroundings, abruptly grasping Nagato's arm and urgently whispering, "Nagato, when it's just you and me, do you still wish to wear that?" Nagato hesitated, taken aback by the earnestness in Obito's eyes. Inexplicably, the inclination to nod transformed into a shake of his head. The mask was not an unremovable part of him. The gloomy emotions coalescing in Obito's gaze dissipated, gradually replaced by other thoughts. If it weren't for their public setting and the tasks at hand, he would have immediately pulled Nagato into the Kamui dimension, discarded the bothersome mask, and relived the moments they had shared a few hours prior. If only they could reach the ultimate conclusion together. As Obito lost himself in contemplation, Nagato felt an inexplicable chill envelop him. At that moment, Obito tightened his grip on Nagato's arm, his voice steady yet earnest, declaring, "I like you the most." Once, Nagato had urged him to remain by his side. Although circumstances had led to their temporary separation, they had ultimately fulfilled that promise, and he intended to stay with Nagato forever. Hearing Obito's straightforward confession sent a jolt through Nagato's heart, filling him with both joy and a sense of bewilderment. Good news. Obito had finally found the courage to profess his feelings. Strange news. The one to receive this declaration was him. He reflected on the times he had foolishly responded with uncertainty. "Yes, I like you too." When had their friendship transformed into something more? The thought lingered. Yet he felt too shy to inquire. After sorting through his tumultuous thoughts, Nagato spoke in a calm tone. "Let us go see if there are any fireworks left for Deidara." He took the lead, leaving Obito momentarily in a daze. Why had Nagato not responded to his confession as he once would have? Was it because he understood the underlying meaning had changed, thus refraining from uttering anything that might lead to misunderstandings? Noticing that Obito had fallen behind, Nagato turned, only to find him standing amidst a throng of pedestrians. His expression one of utter desolation, as if the sky itself had fallen. What was he imagining now, to wear such a troubled countenance? Obito stood frozen for an extended period, long enough for passers-by to cast curious glances, wondering what he was doing. At last, a figure approached him. "What are you up to?" It was Shinichi, who, upon returning, grasped Obito's arm and gently guided him to the roadside for safety. "Here." Shinichi presented an orange tiger-striped mask to Obito. "I just bought this. It suits you." Obito gazed down at the mask, bewildered, suddenly recalling the first words spoken to him by someone he had encountered in the Rain Village days prior. "Obito, your appearance is truly unappealing." Instantly, he felt a pang of hurt from that insult. "Don't you like it?" Shinichi asked, noticing that Obito had yet to take the mask. After a moment of silence, Obito quietly inquired, "Shinichi, am I not your type?" "Huh." Shinichi was taken aback. "I don't possess the charm that attracts girls like Kakashi, nor the strength and kindness of Lord Minato. I used to be nothing but a crybaby who often caused you trouble." Obito's eyes flickered with a sharp coldness. He had become an identity-less person. "Obito." Sensing the shift in Obito's demeanor, Shinichi quickly interjected, "That's not true." He frowned as he tucked the tiger mask away, taking hold of Obito's arm and leading him into a less crowded alley. "Don't get stuck in your thoughts. You have your own merits, no matter how you change. I will never dislike you." Gradually softening his tone, he continued, "Although discovering that you actually have feelings for me was a bit of a shock, I realize I had preconceived notions, thinking you only liked Rin, which made me overlook your feelings. In any case, you are wonderful. You should be confident." Despite his words, who could truly be entirely confident in front of someone they admired? Nevertheless, the encouragement had a profound effect, and Obito's expression relaxed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly suggested, "Then, Shinichi, take off the mask." Uncertain as to why he should remove the mask, Shinichi complied. In that instant, Obito leaned in and fervently kissed him. He was taken aback for a moment, but did not resist. However, upon realizing they were in the Kamui dimension and Obito was exploring his body, he felt it necessary to struggle slightly. "Stop, there is still something I need to buy for Akatsuki's fireworks." Obito scoffed, "That trash." Shinichi blinked, confused. Obito quickly amended, "It's actually quite nice. White hair. Have you split personalities? Kakashi, what is wrong with you?" Shortly thereafter, in the bustling marketplace, Guy noticed Kakashi gazing intently in a particular direction. The area was crowded, yet nothing seemed out of the ordinary. After a moment, Kakashi spoke thoughtfully. I think I just saw two very familiar figures. Acquaintances? Where? Guy craned his neck, intrigued. Kakashi remained silent. His gaze fixed on the two silhouettes walking away side by side, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. Never mind, it's probably just my imagination. That is not possible. Prioritizing their mission in the Land of Lightning, Kakashi reluctantly averted his gaze, only to realize that Guy had vanished. Before long, wait. Guy called out, hurrying to catch up and loudly halting the two individuals ahead. They paused and turned, revealing different masks, one white, the other orange. Guy squinted, trying to make sense of the situation. Hey, Kakashi, come take a look. Kakashi rubbed his temples in exasperation at Guy's impulsiveness. The sudden interruption left Shinichi and Obito speechless, their expressions hidden beneath their masks, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension and strangeness. As Obito lingered in the Kamui dimension, he reached for the tiger mask and donned it. Despite Shinichi asserting there were no familiar faces in the Land of Lightning, and especially in this small town, Obito insisted on wearing it. Once he had it on, he asked if it looked better than the white Zetsu mask, suggesting it was certainly less unattractive. Shinichi paused, realizing that Obito had remembered his jest from the Rain Village. It's not unattractive. It adds an air of mysterious charm. As soon as the words left his lips, Obito fell silent. Shinichi blinked, now fully aware of how convenient a mask was, as he could no longer see Obito's expression. Just as he was about to inquire about Obito's sudden quietness, Obito abruptly grasped his hand. The warmth radiating from his palm contrasted with the calm tone he adopted. Shinichi, please refrain from flattering me. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist trapping you in the Kamui dimension and doing things I haven't fully completed yet. Shinichi's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected hint of possessiveness. Fortunately, in the next moment, Obito used his white mask to cover Shinichi's face, concealing his slightly dazed expression. With that, neither could see the other's face. Having swiftly completed the act, Obito suppressed his impulses and let out a quiet sigh. He acknowledged that Shinichi's suggestion was indeed valid. The mask was a useful tool. Otherwise, if he were constantly watching Shinichi, his mind would be overwhelmed with thoughts of intimacy. Before long, they exited the Kamui dimension. Obito looked up at the clear sky, his eyes narrowing slightly behind the tiger mask. I still want to continue. A hint of agitation radiated from Obito, prompting Shinichi to gently pull him out of the alley. Although Obito's demeanor had changed significantly, and he often spoke bluntly, Shinichi hoped that his friend would temper his behavior in public. However, not long after emerging from the Kamui dimension, they encountered a familiar face, Guy. Kakashi approached, reminding them of the importance of completing their mission. As he spoke, Kakashi's gaze swept over the two distinct masks, stirring a sense of unease within him. Guy turned to Kakashi and asked, "Don't you recognize them?" Kakashi hesitated, shaking his head. Yet Guy leaned closer to the masked figures, inspecting them curiously, pondering aloud. I have a very familiar feeling about them. But with his limited ability to recall names, he couldn't identify who stood before him. Is there something you need? Obito inquired calmly, using Madara's voice. Upon hearing the unfamiliar tone, Kakashi dismissed his doubts and indicated that he had mistaken them for someone else, pulling Guy in another direction. Kakashi, those two really do seem familiar. Even with their masks on, they should have reacted upon seeing me. Kakashi nonchalantly analyzed the situation, concluding that, given the current circumstances, they were either genuine strangers or had compelling reasons to disguise their identities. Thus it would be prudent to avoid provoking any trouble. Upon reflection, Kai experienced a moment of enlightenment and promptly lavished unreserved praise upon his longtime rival. You are absolutely right, Kakashi. Your foresight is commendable. I concede defeat in this contest of discernment. Kakashi interjected, don't arbitrarily redefine it as a competition, yet relented, sighing deeply, choosing to follow Kai's lead. He remained silent for a considerable time, his mind haunted by the two names etched deeply within his consciousness, Obito and Tenzo. If only you two were still alive. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from ahead, Kakashi-san. Suzuki Shinichi leisurely waved a small fan, flanked by two attendants. His purple hair framed a handsome visage, exuding an aura of mature masculinity that drew curious glances from passers-by. Lord Suzuki, Kakashi, and Kai paused in their tracks. Allow me to share an amusing incident I encountered on my way here. Suzuki Shinichi approached with keen interest. However, before he could continue, his attention was diverted by a commotion nearby. What is happening over there? Why are there more people gathered than here? Meanwhile, as Kakashi and Kai turned to depart, merging into the crowd, Yusuji Tenzo suddenly felt a tug on his hand. Looking down, he noticed Obito's hand gripping him with an inexplicable rigidity. Tenzo, it's Kakashi. Obito turned to him, seemingly with much more to express. Realizing it was time to come clean after their recognition, Tenzo took hold of Obito's hand with determination. Let us move away from here first. We can talk slowly later. All right. Obito lowered his gaze, turning to follow the white-haired figure's pace. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted behind them, prompting both to furrow their brows. Halt. We are the Lightning Country Guard Team 5438. We suspect you were involved in a recent violent incident in the marketplace. Please stop and cooperate with our investigation. I think you have mistaken us, Obito replied tersely. This was utterly absurd. He was primed to hear Tenzo's explanations, and he had no inclination to engage in any investigations. The leader of the guard, noticing their masked faces and deeming them suspicious, insisted, remove your masks. Comply with the investigation. Unwilling to cooperate, Obito swiftly scooped up Tenzo and leapt onto a nearby rooftop, hastening their escape down the street. As the wind whipped past their ears, Tenzo momentarily felt dazed but quickly accepted Obito's protective instinct. He chuckled softly. If we just run away like this, won't we appear even more suspicious? Which street is the fireworks shop on? Obito paid no heed to this question. His sole desire was to procure the fireworks that Akatsuki had persistently requested. He wanted to prevent Akatsuki from being disappointed upon their return, thus avoiding further interruptions during his time with Tenzo. It's over there, Tenzo indicated. Obito glanced in that direction, gauging the situation before jumping down to a vacant area on the ground. The moment he landed, a squad of individuals clad in the distinctive attire of the Lightning Country Guard appeared, evidently the same group that had previously attempted to stop them. Chapter 152, A Flight of Fancy. The guards swiftly surrounded the two of them. From within the crowd emerged a notably tall man. Who are you? Why are you causing a disturbance here? He inquired loudly. Both Tenzo and Obito remained silent. Just then, the pursuing guards arrived, breathless. Captain, look. These two refuse to cooperate with our investigation and keep moving despite our calls. They must be hiding something. The tall man nodded slightly at this information. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for a guard to assist an injured man forward. Take a good look. Are these the ones who stabbed you and robbed you? The injured man, though not severely harmed, managed to raise his head and, after glancing at the masked duo, stated, "It wasn't them." Obito seized Tenzo's arm, intending to turn away. "Then may we leave?" However, the captain stroked his chin and replied, "Regardless. Anyone whose actions are suspicious in the Lightning Country must be investigated. Why are you both wearing masks in broad daylight, concealing yourselves so thoroughly?" Tenzo, appearing earnest, responded, "Oh, I simply didn't want to get as sunburned as you." "Well, that explanation is somewhat convincing, is it? In addition to ninjas from various countries, ordinary passers-by are not permitted to carry more than 3 weapons, including various concealed tools, so we must conduct a search." As they bore no weapons, they were unperturbed by the prospect of a search. Observing Tenzo voluntarily extend his hands, 2 guards moved to approach, only to be halted by the captain. "I will personally conduct one of the searches." The captain stepped forward and reached out to begin searching Tenzo. After a few moments of probing, he suddenly leaned in closer, whispering, "How troublesome this must be for you. If captured, you could be imprisoned for several months, and even if you are innocent, once I decide to interrogate you, escape will be impossible." "Oh, is that so?" Tenzo raised an eyebrow, sensing a hidden agenda in the man's words. "If you have any money on you, now would be the time to offer a reward to them." The captain continued, gesturing to his men, lowering his voice. "My subordinates have rather foul tempers and never relish engaging in fruitless endeavors. After chasing you for so long and wasting their time, they are likely quite displeased. If you don't offer some form of compensation, they won't let you go." Tenzo glanced at the so-called Lightning Country Guards, who regarded him and Obito with expressions of smugness and greed. Obito frowned and coldly retorted, "We have no money." The captain chuckled softly, "No money? Then surely your families must possess some wealth. Which country are you from? And who are your parents?" "They are all deceased." "Oh, no parents at all. How tragic." The captain continued, "Well, if you truly have no money." He suddenly diverted his gaze from Obito and leaned closer to Tenzo, lowering his voice further. "Seeing you so unfortunate, perhaps I could extend a gesture of kindness and help you deal with my greedy subordinates." "A gesture of kindness?" Tenzo narrowed his eyes. "Yes, however, I must receive something in return. To be frank, while I was searching you, I noticed your fair skin and attractive physique, which piqued my interest. Why not use you to barter for your and your companion's freedom?" Before he could finish his sentence, he eagerly reached for Tenzo's mask. At that moment, a hand from beneath a long sleeve suddenly intervened. The captain, witnessing this, felt disdainful. Yet, upon experiencing the bone-crushing grip, a surge of terror coursed through him. As he refocused his gaze upon the eyes of Obito revealed behind the mask, he found that the once unremarkable Sharingan had transformed into a vivid crimson, suddenly filled with a chilling murderous intent. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Suzuki Shinichi shook his head in dismay at the unfolding spectacle. Ah, such a tragic demise. Severed limbs. Blood pooling upon the ground. Upon inquiry, he learned that the bodyguards of the Land of Lightning had been pursuing two suspicious individuals adorned with masks. Suddenly, the one wearing a tiger-striped mask erupted in fury, ruthlessly slaughtering the captain of the guard. The figure in the white mask restrained the tiger-masked assailant, and they both vanished into thin air. Kakashi and Guy exchanged a wordless glance, the weight of the moment hanging heavily between them. Within the ethereal realm of the inked spirit, Kamishiro Narumi was attempting to soothe Obito, who was seething with rage. "Why are you so angry?" he asked, removing the tiger mask to reveal the icy disdain reflected within Obito's unsealed Sharingan. The audacity of that scoundrel to covet wealth was one thing, but to entertain the notion of harming you was utterly intolerable. Perhaps sensing the stark contrast between his current demeanor and his past self, Obito froze momentarily, embarrassment flooding his heart. Narumi, Kamishiro Narumi understood. Truth be told, I too felt the urge to strike, but you acted before I could. The demise of such a wretch is of no consequence. Relax. Hearing this, Obito gradually calmed, taking the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Where's this place? Oh, it is akin to your Kamui space. This is my unique domain. Obito's Sharingan widened slightly, and he abruptly grasped Narumi's arm. Narumi, how do you possess this? Is it because of your eyes? Narumi nodded, removing the white mask to reveal his heterochromatic eyes. However, unlike yours, my power is concentrated in my left eye. Obito gazed at the grayish-white eye, lost in contemplation for several seconds. Then, he raised his right hand, tenderly brushing against it. It was as if a realization struck him, causing the rhythm of his breath to become noticeably erratic. Their abilities mirrored each other, as if they were destined to be paired. Kamishiro Narumi, half-lidded in tranquility, allowed Obito to explore further until sensing an awkward tension in the atmosphere. He quickly grasped Obito's hand, hesitating for a moment before resolutely declaring, Obito, I know what I am about to say may seem utterly preposterous. Whether you hate me or blame me afterward, I will accept it. Obito was taken aback. After some time, Kamishiro Narumi offered some honest confessions. He spoke of his reasons for entering this world, his choice to remain by Obito's side, and how. When Obito activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was merely a white Zetsu clone that perished, not him, as he had been ensnared in a trap set by Kaguya. He had sought to retrieve Obito from Madara, but was compelled to make certain sacrifices and alterations due to the circumstances, and much more besides. During this time, I never intended to conceal my identity or avoid recognition. I simply found myself unable to explain everything to you, Obito. The Sharingan observed the bittersweet expression upon Narumi's face, and after a prolonged moment of vacancy, Obito's eyes welled with tears. Chapter 153, You Must Believe in Me. Those tears fell freely, streaming down his cold cheeks, while Obito stood rigidly, his Sharingan devoid of emotion. He exuded an air of helpless desolation. The words he had just heard echoed relentlessly in his mind, leaving him profoundly shaken. Kamishiro Narumi felt a pang of guilt and sorrow for Obito. Upon hearing a call, Obito finally exhibited a different reaction. An uncontrollable surge of emotion suddenly darkened his Sharingan with a fierce intensity. Stop talking, he growled. Have I always been such a fool in your heart? Kamishiro Narumi listened, interpreting Obito's words as a reference to his own playful teasing. The incredibility of the revelations he had just shared felt like a deceitful jest. He surmised that anyone hearing such claims would instinctively disbelieve them, and thus lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Given that one is born so much, why should one not seek someone to share the burden? Yes, he recognized he was not the ideal choice, but he would do everything in his power to assist, if only Obito would express the need. Understanding that you have concealed so much, laboring alone, pains me deeply. I do not resent you, Narumi, for deceiving me. Had it not been for these circumstances, would you still stand before me? I ought to be grateful that you are far stronger than I ever imagined. Otherwise, I would have lost you forever. With tear-stained Sharingan, Obito fixed his gaze on the person before him, his voice trembling as he struggled to articulate his emotions. I am sorry. In the past, I was too weak, unable to do anything but smile foolishly by your side, relying on your protection. But now, even if it costs me my life, I will help you achieve everything you need to do. In truth, your willingness to share your secrets with me fills me with joy. Every bit of kindness you have shown me is etched into my heart. I can discern your sincerity. Therefore, you must believe in me. You must believe in me without fail. The silence enveloped them, leaving no other response to be heard. A tightening sensation gripped Obito's heart, accompanied by an unprecedented fatigue. Clearly, this was not to be. Reflecting on his position as merely another pawn in Narumi's mission, he recognized how many others were entwined with Narumi without his knowledge. How could he possibly be the exceptional one? Yet he yearned to be special. What must he do to achieve that? Lost in fervent contemplation, Obito suddenly felt a warmth upon his neck. Startled, he raised his head. Narumi? Through his blurred vision, he beheld Narumi, with tears glistening in his heterochromatic eyes, flowing down his cheeks. This unexpected sight struck Obito's heart with an overwhelming fervor. Uchiha Obito, you should be ashamed. Had you not resolved never to let Narumi cry? What was this? No, don't cry. In a flurry, Obito attempted to wipe away Narumi's tears, dampening his sleeve in the process. While Kamishiro Narumi remained in a daze, uttering not a single word, the tears did not cease, leaving Obito utterly at a loss. The silence birthed a heavy anxiety, crashing against his chest like a stone. What had he said wrong? Obito racked his brain, certain that every word he had spoken was sincere. Narumi, he called softly, grappling with confusion. Please, do not cry. He uttered those words, his heart aching more than ever. Just then, a voice broke the stillness. Kamishiro Narumi finally spoke. Who told you to spill so many touching words all at once? Hearing him break the silence caused Obito's heart to leap with joy. Not at all. You were the one who spoke the most to me in the past. Obito gently wiped Narumi's cheek with his fingertip, his expression softening. Then let us trust each other moving forward. Kamishiro Narumi nodded in agreement. Ah, you're back. At the base, Akatsuki's Zetsu rushed over, instinctively reaching out to embrace, only to be met with Obito's cold dismissal, extending his hand to keep Zetsu at bay. Narumi, shielded behind Obito, nonchalantly produced fireworks acquired through transformation techniques. Once in possession of the goods, Zetsu's eyes sparkled with delight, scanning the area. Hey, Narumi, did a mosquito bite you? Well, something like that. Chapter 154. How is it possible? The white-haired individual cast a purposeful glance at Uchiha Obito. Standing silently to the side, black and white Zetsu observed the exchange. Uchiha Seiya raised his head and inadvertently locked eyes with black Zetsu. Despite the barrier of the mask, a chill coursed through black Zetsu's being. Yet, it firmly believed that even the astute Uchiha Madara had been deceived regarding its true identity. Thus it was certain that this individual would remain oblivious as well. However, the enigmatic human known as Ling posed a considerable threat, warranting utmost caution in his presence. Any careless slip could unravel everything. After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Seiya diverted his gaze and resumed conversing with Obito. He recognized the unique abilities of Black Zetsu, which allowed it to control another life form, provided that the vitality and will of that life form were not excessively robust. At present, White Zetsu was entirely subservient to Black Zetsu's will. With Obito harboring half of White Zetsu within him, Black Zetsu could easily monitor their dialogue. Yet, for reasons unknown, it refrained from doing so, granting Seiya and Obito a greater sense of freedom in their conversation. Aside from the seemingly well-concealed Black Zetsu, another complication loomed. Obito's heart was cursed. During his absence, Madara had imparted various ninjutsu to Obito, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. The activated Mangekyo Sharingan ensured that Obito could accomplish his tasks without the risk of failure or sudden demise. To guarantee Obito's success and eventual resurrection, Madara had placed a curse on his heart. Originally, he had anticipated returning from the Warring States period within 5 seconds of his departure. However, he was unexpectedly summoned back 2 years later by Nagato's summoning technique, during which he missed numerous critical events, including the prevention of Madara's curse on Obito's heart. This curse was designed to prevent Obito from taking his own life. Despite the Uchiha clan's propensity for drastic personality shifts following the loss of their most cherished love, Madara remained uncertain whether Obito would adhere to the plan. Consequently, he instructed Black Zetsu to covertly monitor and facilitate the progression of their scheme. Could Black Zetsu truly be trusted? Within the confines of the Ink Spirit Mirage, having overheard Uchiha Seiya's revelations, Obito's eyes widened in astonishment. It had even deceived the old man? The white-haired figure nodded. To be precise, its future self had deceived the entire shinobi world. Obito, with unerring clarity, inquired, "Is it not possible to eliminate it?" Uchiha Seiya replied, "It has survived since the Sage of Six Paths era for a millennium. It seems to be indestructible and can only be sealed. Unfortunately, I lack the knowledge of such sealing methods." Obito fell silent, enveloped in a tumult of confusion. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War had revealed to him the brutal reality of conflict. He had come to believe that as long as there were shinobi and ninjutsu, war would inevitably erupt, precluding any semblance of genuine peace. Witnessing Seiya's demise at the hands of the Cloud Ninja had further diminished his attachment to this world. Madara had suggested that to reunite with his beloved, it could only be through illusion. Initially hesitant, Obito had later realized the irretrievability of the past, thus aligning himself with Madara's plan and seeking to win over Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. Yet now, Seiya had returned, standing by his side, elucidating countless truths, including the revelation that the Moon Eye plan had been a ruse from the outset, with even Madara falling victim to Black Zetsu's deceit. It matters not. While we may be incapable of such feats, there are those in the future who will succeed in sealing it. Obito's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Who? Uchiha Seiya merely smiled faintly, reaching out to touzle Obito's hair. That is enough for now. I shall not burden you with excessive information, lest you be overwhelmed, Seiya. Obito seized his mischievous hand, pausing momentarily as a sense of discomfort washed over him, his lips pouting. Who is Seiya? Uchiha Seiya, undeterred, playfully reached out to touch Obito's face, tilting his head and saying, "It is you." Obito fixed his gaze upon him, tightening his grip on Seiya's hand, his lips pouting even higher. Are you mocking me? Uchiha Seiya felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, his fingers trembling. I am not. Though he denied it swiftly, it did not prevent him from being pulled closer by Obito, paying a price for his teasing. Obito harbored no anger. Instead, he found himself nostalgic for the days when the white-haired figure would jest at his expense, particularly during moments involving Rin, which would leave his cheeks flushed. However now, Obito quietly opened his eyes, realizing that the white-haired figure, initially taken aback, had now begun to acquiesce to his requests. After some time, feeling a sense of reluctance to depart, Obito felt a surge of frustration. Why must he wait 2 more years? Why? Suddenly sensing Obito's unspoken resentment, Uchiha Seiya inquired, what troubles you? In the serene, elegant courtyard, illuminated by the night, everything appeared exquisitely distinct, particularly the pond within the courtyard, its mirror-like surface glimmering beautifully under the moonlight. Yet, Suzuki Shinichi, standing at the door, was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. He leaned against the door, holding an item aloft for a protracted moment before turning away. Kakashi-san, please sell me this photograph. I shall pay a handsome sum. Kakashi, seated nearby, promptly declined. Apologies, Lord Suzuki, but those 2 individuals are my most cherished comrades. Then I shall settle for just him, Suzuki Shinichi conceded, pointing to one person in the photograph. Upon realizing whom he was indicating, Kakashi's expression beneath his mask grew increasingly grave. Lord Suzuki, to be frank, aside from my accidental inclusion in that photograph, the other 2 individuals are no longer among the living. This photograph is my sole remaining connection to them, and I cannot part with it. Suzuki Shinichi was taken aback. What? Mo and little Seiya are no longer alive. Kakashi fell silent. It had been over 2 years since the tragedy transpired. Whispers circulated in the village, suggesting that the favored Seiya was the illegitimate child of a noble from the land of ghosts. The 3rd Hokage had once expressed concern that Seiya's death might provoke Lord Suzuki's ire against Konoha, yet to date, no such repercussions had ensued. Furthermore, Suzuki had not inquired about Seiya's fate, continuing to commission their village for tasks with regularity. Did he remain unaware that both Seiya and Obito had perished on the same day? Realizing he had spoken too freely, Kakashi tightened his nerves, observing the furrowed brow of Suzuki Shinichi. Yet, Suzuki interjected, how could that be? I had seen little Seiya not long ago. Kakashi casually asked when this encounter had occurred. Suzuki Shinichi took a moment to recollect and mentioned a specific date. Upon cross-referencing the timeline, Kakashi discovered that this event had occurred several months after Seiya's demise. How could a deceased person possibly meet Suzuki Shinichi months later? Kakashi's eyes widened slightly, his heart racing. Chapter 155, Unrestrained. Kakashi composed himself and hurriedly inquired about the details of Suzuki Shinichi's encounter with the individual. For instance, where did this meeting take place? And what was the person's mental and physical state at the time? Noticing Kakashi's urgent tone, Suzuki Shinichi suddenly regained his senses. Oh no. He had vowed never to disclose any information regarding Lord Mo Ling to anyone. Overwhelmed by the shocking news of Lord Mo Ling's demise, he had inadvertently let slip his words. As I reflect upon your words, I realize that I may have misidentified someone resembling Xiaoqing back then. Kakashi's expression tightened, and with contemplation, the glimmer of hope in his eyes extinguished. Suzuki Shinichi cleared his throat uncomfortably, eager to steer the conversation away from this topic. And thus he returned the photograph to Kakashi. He then lifted his gaze to the night sky. Alas, where could Lord Moling be now, and what might he be doing? Suddenly, beneath the radiant moon atop a distant rooftop, a suspicious figure flickered into view. Suzuki blinked in surprise. Kai, ensure Lord Suzuki's safety. As a ninja, Kakashi swiftly pursued the shadow. His silhouette gradually melded into the darkness, akin to the moon quietly retreating behind clouds. Thus, one pursued the other for quite some time. The figure ahead, aware of being followed, showed no signs of halting. At last, as the moon emerged from the clouds, the individual began to slow their pace, eventually coming to a stop and turning around. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the white mask adorning the person's face. Was this not one of the individuals he had seen earlier in the day? The other, who remained absent, had even slain the captain of the Lightning Country's guard, causing quite a stir. At that moment, an air ripple appeared beside the figure, and another person, wearing a tiger-striped mask, emerged. Kakashi's eyes widened further. "Who are you?" he demanded sharply, recalling their brief encounter earlier in the day. Now, under the cover of night, their suspicious appearance left Kakashi uncertain of their intentions. "Kakashi," a voice from ahead called out, recognizing his identity. The tone held the unique quality of youth, yet a subdued inflection rendered it chillingly cold. While unfamiliar, it also felt oddly familiar to Kakashi. Just then, the man in the tiger mask slowly lifted his mask. As the upper half of his face revealed itself, Kakashi was met first with a pair of eyes. The crimson tomo, illuminated by the moonlight, began to rotate slowly, transforming into a kaleidoscope in mere moments. Exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to draw one in, Kakashi had seen eyes adorned with such distinct patterns before. Obito. Before the mask was fully removed, Kakashi exclaimed, his heart racing with astonishment. At that moment, the figure pursuing him also unveiled their mask. Kakashi was taken aback to see the two familiar faces fully exposed. The name lodged in his throat felt as though it had been choked, leaving him momentarily speechless. Obito and Chinya. They were both alive and standing before him. After more than 2 years apart, had this fool truly lost his mind? Obito closed his eyes and ran a hand through his hair, whispering to the person beside him. "How can I trust this idiot Kakashi to look after you? Previously, when you unexpectedly saw my face beneath the mask, weren't you equally stunned?" Uchiha Chinya raised an eyebrow. Obito, Chinya, what on earth is happening?" Kakashi, struggling to regain his composure, took a large step forward. "Kakashi," Obito began. "I don't have time to explain everything." He needed to return to the mountain graveyard promptly. He had heard from Zetsu that Nagato had already contacted him, and he must continue with the original plan, putting on a performance for Kuro Zetsu. Chinya also needed to return to Konoha to reclaim his identity and fulfill his duties. And though it pained them both, they had no choice but to part ways once more. However, it was reassuring to know that Kakashi, whom he trusted, would protect him just as he would shield Chinya. "I'm leaving now," Obito murmured. The white-haired one nodded. Once the air fell silent, Uchiha Chinya lifted his gaze, only to find Obito silently watching him, his Sharingan unwavering. "Aren't you supposed to be leaving?" In the next moment, Obito brazenly leaned closer to him. Uchiha Chinya. Kakashi. Observing the two individuals intimately entwined not far away, Kakashi felt a profound emotional upheaval. From the very beginning, he had sensed a peculiar sentiment in Obito towards Chinya. Yet, it appeared that Obito himself remained blissfully unaware of this feeling. Until one day, after he and Guy had completed another round of training, they strolled through the park, only to be suddenly captivated by a melodious flute. Following the sound, he spotted Obito seated beside Chinya, cradling a bouquet of roses. The atmosphere between them radiated warmth. That fool Obito showed no restraint in revealing his infatuation for the one before him. Later, he learned that Obito had used the guise of gratitude towards a friend to present the roses, lacking the courage to confess his feelings. Subsequently, due to the war and the schemes of Kumogakure, when he rushed to find Chinya, all he discovered was the cold, lifeless body of his friend and a devastated Obito, who had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan on the brink of despair. Later still, he stood beside the memorial stone, alongside Rin, watching over the two frozen names. Rin told him that though Obito and Chinya were no longer present, they lived on in their hearts. Aside from dreams, Kakashi had never imagined he would encounter his two most cherished friends in reality again. Before long, Obito departed, leaving Uchiha Chinya, blushing and at a loss for words. With his head bowed, unable to meet Kakashi's gaze, he had thought that, at least in public, Obito would temper his behavior. Yet, it was not to be. "Huh. That fool," Chinya thought. Fortunately, Kakashi spoke up, uttering words that left the white-haired one feeling utterly embarrassed. It seemed that after dying once, Obito had found a newfound courage when facing him, even in the presence of others. Uchiha Chinya looked up in astonishment. "How did Kakashi know? Did the past Obito exhibit such obvious feelings for you? Just a moment ago, I thought you two were impersonators, but seeing that fool getting handsy with you, I was convinced. The Uchiha clan cannot be easily impersonated, and that guy's feelings for you are genuine. Moreover, I urgently need to understand what is happening here. Can you explain everything to me?" Chapter 156. Overwhelming information. The sudden reappearance of someone who had perished in battle 2 years prior was undoubtedly astonishing. When Uchiha Chinya abruptly declared his intention to return to Konoha, Obito's eyes widened even further. After a thorough explanation, Obito came to understand and agreed. With one of them in Konoha and the other outside, they could better coordinate their efforts to deceive Kuro Zetsu, while also engaging in whatever tasks they could manage amidst the myriad conflicts and intrigues of the shinobi world. Kakashi-san, you have finally returned. Are you unharmed? Regardless of the weather, Suzuki Shinichi fluttered his small fan, inquiring with genuine concern. Suddenly, Suzuki's eyes widened in shock, fixated on something. No Chinya. Just behind Kakashi, Suzuki Shinichi spotted Uchiha Chinya returning alongside him. After a moment, laughter erupted from within the room as Suzuki feigned amusement, exclaiming, Kakashi-san. You truly have a sense of humor. Not long ago, you told me that Chinya had died, yet here he is, alive and well. Kakashi remained silent, offering no substantial response to Suzuki's words, as he too was engulfed in confusion. Sei also explained that Obito had not perished in the explosion. Rather, he was rescued when gravely injured and on the brink of death. He further clarified that the corpse Obito had been carrying was a mere ruse, a deception orchestrated by another. The genuine Obito had been summoned to the land of the Cat Clan by Hanabi, who had mastered a reverse summoning technique. During this entire time, Obito had been recuperating and living under the care of the individual who saved him. Recently, he had even reunited with Obito. However, for reasons unknown, Obito could not return to the village like him. Kakashi immediately pressed for the cause, but Sei remained tight-lipped. Thus, Kakashi surmised that it likely involved the demands of the person who had rescued Obito. This is utterly absurd. After struggling to digest Sei's revelations, Kakashi found it impossible to accept the reality of Obito being alive yet not returning. His friends and comrades, as well as those he cherished, have all returned. How can he? Does it mean that it is not Obito's desire but rather an inability? Recalling the pained expression on his brother's face when he left, Sei silently nodded in agreement. In that moment, Kakashi ceased to speak. Presently, as he observed the white-haired figure being spirited away by the enthusiastic Suzuki Shinichi, Kakashi felt compelled to intervene, only to be confronted by Guy. This was astonishing, Kakashi thought, yet it was indeed a momentous piece of news. Kakashi's thoughts were in turmoil, leaving him little focus to absorb Guy's continued chatter. After a brief moment of contemplation, he quietly turned and made his way to the resting quarters, where someone had long awaited him. Obito? The real Obito had not departed. He lingered in a corner. Kakashi, I have something to discuss with you. No need for words. Obito, since you are alive, return to the village with us. Obito paused before firmly refusing. Not yet. There are matters I must attend to. Why? Kakashi furrowed his brow intensely. Are you being coerced? Hearing this, Obito raised a hand to his heart. The cursed seal placed upon him by Madara had been examined by Sei, aside from preventing him from causing harm to himself. It bore no other immediate negative effects on his body. Obito replied, Initially, I was unwilling, but due to certain circumstances, I came to believe that this was the world I sought, hence I consented. However, upon reuniting with Sei, I realized that it was merely a deeper deception. Kakashi quickly interjected, If that is the case, then you must abandon it at once. No matter the issue, we will find a way. No. I am still acting of my own volition, Obito interrupted, activating his Sharingan and donning a mask to conceal his identity. So Kakashi, I entrust Sei to your care. You are my trusted comrade, and I believe you will not let me down. Furthermore, you must keep the fact of my survival a secret for now. Rest assured, once everything is resolved, I shall return. This journey to the Land of Lightning was merely a task entrusted to them by Suzuki Shinichi, involving some business-related escort duties. Given Suzuki's wealth, many sought to kidnap him or forge connections with him, forming long lines of would-be assailants. Wealth breeds audacity, thus. Suzuki specifically requested the son of Konoha's White Fang for this task, as he had always preferred handsome youths. Following the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha's manpower was severely diminished. Yet they could not afford to neglect this esteemed individual. Consequently, Guy was dispatched to accompany Kakashi on this mission. They successfully ensured the safety and well-being of their esteemed charge, but unexpectedly, they also secured additional gains. In the Hokage's office, once Sei had removed his mask, he called out, Hokage-sama. With a clatter, the third Hokage's pipe slipped from his astonished lips, landing on the table. The elderly man exhibited an expression of sheer disbelief. Kakashi, who had brought Obito back, stepped forward to explain the entire sequence of events. After a moment's hesitation, he struggled to digest the reality of Obito's survival. Having completed business without returning to the Land of Demons, Suzuki Shinichi, seeking to join the fray in Konoha, smiled warmly. This is truly wonderful. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Third? The third Hokage, somewhat perspiring, ultimately conceded to the situation. The village was in dire need of personnel, and the survival of a talented youth like Sei, who had not perished in the war, was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. This would also facilitate a stronger bond between Suzuki and the village. At that moment, Danzo appeared at the open office door. His presence instantly chilled the atmosphere within the office. Only Suzuki, blissfully unaware, continued to smile cheerfully. seemingly unfazed by the unease that enveloped the Hokage and his advisors. Sei, temporarily disinterested in Danzo, grasped Kakashi's arm and politely bowed to the third Hokage, preparing to take his leave. The third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. As the two approached the door, Danzo's ominous voice broke through the air after being away for so long. It would be prudent to check your health upon returning. One can never be certain of unrecognized changes. Thank you for your concern, Lord Danzo, Sei replied curtly. And with that, he and Kakashi exited the Hokage's office. Outside, the April sun blazed warmly, reminiscent of years past. Your house remains intact. You can still reside there. Kakashi began. Your father is yet to return, and if you feel lonely living alone. Kakashi's hesitant words trailed off as a shadow suddenly loomed over them. A figure leaped down from the top of a pillar, executing the movement with grace and agility, and approached them with a cheerful wave. Hey, you're back. Sei lifted his gaze to see the familiar curly hair and long, fluttering eyelashes of Shursui. Chapter 157. You arrived late. After more than 2 years apart, little Shursui had grown considerably taller. At the age of 9, he exuded a demeanor of maturity and composure beyond his years. Clad in a dark high-necked short-sleeve shirt adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem and matching pants with white leg wraps, he carried a small katana on his right shoulder. His appearance remained unchanged. I see, Shursui remarked, as the three of them settled onto a small bench beneath a tree by the roadside. Upon hearing how the other two had encountered one another in the land of lightning and returned alive, Shursui nodded, running his fingers over the hot teacup, and smiled. At first, I thought I was mistaken. I confirmed multiple times that the person walking beside Kakashi-senpai was indeed you, Sei, before I dared to greet you. Sei glanced sideways. Raising an eyebrow, you don't mean you stood by that telephone pole for verification, do you? Is squatting by telephone poles a specialty of the Uchiha? Haha. Shursui's smile widened, genuinely appearing delighted. However, as the mention of the Uchiha clan crossed his mind, his expression sobered, fading into silence. Obito, Sei, and Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes silently communicating an understanding. They realized Shursui, like others, believed Obito to be dead. Yet now, they were compelled to conceal the truth of Obito's survival. Thus, both tightened their grips on their teacups, remaining unvoiced. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Shizumi quickly regained his composure and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up such a painful topic. Kamishiro Naruhito shook his head. Suddenly, he turned to look left and right, inquiring, Shizumi, do you have anything planned for today? Shizumi promptly replied, no. And you, Kakashi? Kakashi, too, had no obligations, as Suzuki Shinichi was once again visiting Konoha, rendering his mission report from the land of lightning a mere formality. Then, would you accompany me to a certain place? Sure. Both nodded in agreement. After finishing his tea, Naruhito smiled. Before we go, let us purchase a few items. The last time he visited the cat matriarch's domain was several years ago, before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, when the newly formed Genin team was complete. However, now, with Nara Shikaku's sacrifice and hearing from Shizumi that Kozakiwa Aoi had been assigned to the medical ninja squad by Tsunade, the situation had changed. The white-haired ninja, surprised, exclaimed, Shizumi, doesn't tea that make you feel rather lonely? Not at all. Shizumi was indifferent to such matters, having been promoted to Chunin. He no longer needed to act as part of a team. Besides, Naruhito, you're back, aren't you? As former classmates and friends, we must continue to cherish our bond. Shizumi winked at Naruhito, tossing him an object. The white-haired ninja caught it, momentarily stunned, before weighing the can in his hand and breaking into a calm smile. That is assured. Kakashi, listening to this exchange, suddenly furrowed his brow. He glanced at Shizumi, his thoughts drifting to Uchiha Obito. Compared to Obito, who had undergone a drastic change in character, Shizumi had been flourishing in recent years, emerging as a renowned prodigy not only within the Uchiha clan, but throughout the village. His meticulous approach and flawless execution of every mission belied the fact that he was merely a child under 10. Yet, it was precisely because he was still a child that, perhaps he was overthinking it. It was merely a normal conversation. The disruption to his thoughts stemmed from inadvertently witnessing the altered Obito kissing Naruhito. Kakashi inhaled deeply, resting his forehead against his hand. A wave of inexplicable sensations coursing through him, somewhat stifling yet tinged with a sharp bitterness. After a brief moment, Kakashi discreetly lifted his gaze towards the white-haired boy, who was animatedly conversing with Shizumi. Noticing his stare, Naruhito paused and turned to look. Yet, all he saw was Kakashi's face obscured beneath his mask. His gaze fixed ahead, seemingly lost in contemplation. Just an illusion? Moments later, Shizumi handed the bribes of drinks and canned goods to Tanbai and Hinai, and the two cats flicked their tails in satisfaction, leading the trio onward. Matriarch Cat, we have esteemed guests. The matriarch remained her usual self, lounging cross-legged on a massive red cushion while smoking. She first noticed Shizumi, then turned her gaze to Naruhito and Kakashi. "Ah, you're that. Excuse me. I'm here to fetch Hikari. Is she here?" Last time, due to a trick played by Madara, he had parted ways with Hikari on sour terms. He wondered how she was faring. Upon hearing the inquiry, the matriarch waved her hand and sighed. "You're too late." Naruhito's pupils constricted and his expression froze. Minutes later, led by Tanbai and the others, they arrived at the designated burial site of the deceased ninja cats. "This is it." Naruhito stared blankly at the small tombstone, devoid of any other reaction. Shizumi and Kakashi exchanged glances, particularly Kakashi, who recalled how Hikari had once utilized reverse summoning to bring them back from the battlefield. In that sense, she was a benefactor to both him and Naruhito. Otherwise, they would never have had the chance to reunite. Kakashi stepped forward, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the tombstone. Suddenly, he noticed something, his expression faltering. "Wait." His voice not only caught Shizumi's attention, but also snapped Naruhito out of his stupor. "What? Look, the names inscribed here are Kurahara and Harumi. Hikari's name is absent." Shizumi, upon hearing this, leaned in closer and confirmed the observation. He turned to inquire, "Lord Tanbai, where's Hikari's grave?" "Huh?" Tanbai raised his voice. "That cat isn't even dead. Where would her grave come from?" The three were momentarily bewildered. They later learned that the matriarch's comment about being late was merely a superficial expression. Hikari had gone out to drink, which explained their tardiness in finding her. However, today marked the anniversary of Hikari's two companions, and she would return here directly after her revelries. Thus, the matriarch instructed Tanbai to bring them here to wait, ensuring they wouldn't miss her. Shizumi, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Lord Tanbai, please refrain from such vague statements in the future. It's rather alarming." "Are you all right, Naruhito?" Kakashi inquired with concern. Naruhito shook his head. Yet, Kakashi noticed a crack forming in the bottle Naruhito was holding. Chapter 158, A Glimpse of the Unruly. Thankfully, it was all just a misunderstanding. It was evident that Naruhito held deep affection for the ninja cat, as his astonishment and shock were palpable. And the emotional turmoil had caused him to grip the specially prepared drink for Hikari so tightly that it cracked. Kakashi said, "Let it go." He reached out to take the bottle and gently placed it on a small patch of ground in front of the tombstone. Shizumi then thoughtfully inquired about Hikari's approximate return time after drinking. Just then, a tipsy female voice chimed in from the side. Hikari, her eyes hazy with inebriation, strutted over, disdainfully bypassing Tanbai and Hinai, and approached. "Oh, it's you, Uchiha Curly Hair." She glanced at Shizumi a few steps away, belched, yet her speech remained coherent. "You were looking for me." Just as Shizumi was about to respond, Hikari shook her head vigorously, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Huh, why are there two white-haired ones here?" Upon closer inspection, she recognized one of the white-haired boys as Obito's former teammate, while the other. Upon locking eyes with the heterochromatic gaze, Hikari's emerald eyes widened in disbelief. Without a second thought, she bounded forward, using all four limbs to propel herself toward Naruhito's face. "Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? Naruhito, you're back? Or are you a ghost?" Naruhito took a moment to pry Hikari off, finally holding her in his arms. "Stop your drunken antics." The warmth in his embrace reassured her that this was no dream. The pent-up emotions surged forth, fueled by the alcohol, and she immediately burst into loud, uncontrollable sobs. Her wails were so loud that Tanbai and Hinai had to firmly cover their ears. "Did you come specifically to find me? I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. I didn't mean to do that back then. Please don't be angry with me." Fearing that Hikari might inadvertently reveal secrets about Madara in her excitement, Naruhito hurriedly covered her mouth. "I'm not mad anymore." Several hours later, feeling elated, Hanari followed Kamiyoshi back to the village, her cat-like eyes shimmering with delight. At this moment, dusk had descended, painting the sky with beautiful hues of twilight. Shirzue waved goodbye to them, his figure fading into the distance at the end of the street. Kakashi observed the person before him, cradling a cat, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Kamiyoshi, why don't you stay at my place for the night? It's quite late, and your home hasn't been cleaned in ages. You wouldn't be able to sleep there. Besides, I promised Obito I would look after you. I can't let you stay alone." Kamiyoshi was taken aback, finding the suggestion quite reasonable. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Hanari, clutching a bottle of alcohol, expressed her discontent. "Why is it always these little imps who dare to get close to Kamiyoshi?" She huffed. "Listen here, little mask, Kamiyoshi is shoo." Kamiyoshi swiftly covered Hanari's mouth, frowning as he whispered, "Can you please not speak of anyone like that?" Hanari struggled and protested. "My sixth sense is spot on. I'm definitely not imagining things." Kamiyoshi chose to ignore her. Fearing that Hanari might inadvertently mention Obito's name, he kept his hand firmly over her mouth. In her eagerness to express herself, Hanari wriggled uncomfortably, and suddenly, the bottle slipped from her paws, crashing to the ground with a resounding shatter. Ah, my wine. That was the first time Kamiyoshi, this stingy guy, bought something for me. Kamiyoshi grimaced slightly. I don't think I'm that stingy. Besides, it's a miracle it lasted this long without breaking. What do you mean? Hanari was perplexed. Before Kamiyoshi could explain that he had inadvertently crushed the bottle, Kakashi's voice echoed in their ears. I have wine at my place, my dad drinks it. Hanari's eyes brightened, and she eagerly exclaimed, Kamiyoshi, let us go stay at his house. Kamiyoshi replied with a pointed look, mind your tone. A few years prior, he had been invited by Shikaku to live at the Nara residence. However, prioritizing his care for Obito at the time, he had declined the offer. To his surprise, here he was now, as the host. Kakashi swiftly organized a room for Kamiyoshi while discussing matters concerning the village. He mentioned that the third Hokage was set to retire soon, and his teacher, Minato Namikaze, was poised to succeed him as the fourth Hokage. He also recounted an incident where the third had been attacked, and while impersonating him, he encountered a foe skilled in wood-release techniques, and so on. Raising an eyebrow, Kakashi asked, didn't you kill him? Kakashi paused before responding. I believe his wood-release techniques will someday be useful to the village, so I let him go. Kamiyoshi understood now. That man must be Yamato, still affiliated with Root. Contemplating how to give that old coot Danzo some discomfort, Kamiyoshi lost himself in thought, prompting Kakashi to fall silent and step out of the neatly arranged room. Hanari, dazed while clutching a bottle of improvised wine, remained oblivious. It wasn't he until a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen that Kamiyoshi leaned against the doorframe. Astonished to see Kakashi skillfully preparing a meal. Did Uncle Shikaka teach you? He inquired. No, I learned from a recipe myself, Kakashi replied. His father, burdened with duties, had long since withdrawn from the candidacy for the fourth Hokage due to a past failed mission. Otherwise, if he had become Hokage, he would have been even busier. As a son, Kakashi had to become self-sufficient. Go wait over there. It'll be ready soon, he said gently. Kamiyoshi obediently sat at the table, eagerly awaiting the meal. It turned out to be true. Geniuses excel at everything, including cooking. Gazing at the perfectly fried shrimp before him, Kamiyoshi was suddenly reminded of a long-ago scene where Obito had been fervently cooking shrimp. A nostalgic smile crept upon his lips. Seeing him smile lifted Kakashi's spirits. But just as he, too, thought of Obito, his expression darkened slightly. After a hearty meal and a restful sleep, the following morning, Kamiyoshi awoke to find the house empty, save for a note left behind. Although he had accepted a mission from Shinichi Suzuki, Kakashi was still an UMBU member and had left early for work. Contemplating his next move, Kamiyoshi decided to step out and retrieve some belongings from his previous home. However, as soon as he exited, he was accosted by Shinichi, who implored him to show him the sights of Konohagakure. Who is this purple-haired peacock? Hanari grumbled, perched on Kamiyoshi's shoulder, displeased at the prospect of being silenced again. You could say he is a patron, Kakashi replied. What? Hanari exclaimed, eyes wide. Kamiyoshi, how could you be this kind of person? Kamiyoshi responded blankly. Chapter 159. Are you happy now? Though Shinichi had tempered his demeanor while outside, Hanari still regarded him with disdain. To her, it seemed no one but Madara was worthy of approaching Kamiyoshi. Whenever anyone drew near Kakashi, Hanari would inevitably display a hostile glare. Little Kamiyoshi, your cat is adorable. Is it male or female? Shinichi smiled, seemingly oblivious to the feline's animosity, reaching out to pet Hanari's soft, beautiful fur. He immediately received several red scratches from her claws. Ouch! 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 Kamiyoshi couldn't help but hold his slightly pained forehead, advising, you should go buy some medicine. It wouldn't be good if you ended up with scars. Scars. Upon hearing it could be that severe, Shinichi's expression shifted, and he hurriedly excused himself, fearing he would no longer be worthy of Lord Moku's favor if he became disfigured. Watching Shinichi depart, Kamiyoshi suddenly realized that Hanari was not entirely useless after all. What are you planning to do next? Hanari asked, leisurely licking her paw. I'm going to grab some things from my old home. Oh, Hanari replied nonchalantly. Upon arriving at his previous residence, Kamiyoshi swiftly entered the house, heading straight for the bedroom, where he picked up a dusty picture frame. Hanari's gaze sharpened. And she exploded. What? Kamiyoshi, are you still thinking about that crybaby? Faced with her loud inquiry, Kamiyoshi remained silent. He carefully removed the photo from the frame, dusting it off before tucking it away in his embrace. Hanari's jaw dropped in disbelief. In truth, her mind was still in a whirl. After their joyous reunion yesterday, she had drank and fallen asleep, neglecting to ask many questions. For instance, how was Lord Madara? Had they reconciled? And what about the Uchiha boy Kamiyoshi had taken an interest in? While she had an inkling of the answers, she still needed confirmation, so with a serious expression, Hanari looked at Kamiyoshi and asked the burning question in her heart. Madara? After everything was settled, he severed his chakra supply and has since succumbed. As if struck by a heavy thunderbolt, Hanari's eyes widened, and she was left in a state of emotional turmoil. The lifespans of humans and beasts differ. After all this time, she ultimately remained behind Madara. In disbelief, she blinked her tear-stained eyes, stifling the impulse to cry, and choked out. Did you at least say a proper goodbye? Kamiyoshi fixed his gaze on her, his voice calm as he replied, I suppose we did. Upon hearing this, Hanari lowered her eyes. Since Lord Madara has departed, it is only natural for someone like Seiya, who aspires to look forward, to choose another beloved. Although that Uchiha brat may not possess the perfection of Lord Madara, as long as Seiya harbors affection for him, that is enough for support. Yet, there remains a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Given the chance, I shall personally assist Seiya in selecting a worthy companion. Speaking of which, with so many descendants of Uchiha, why is Seiya fixated on such a lackluster child? Before long, being cradled by the white-haired one, Kaori pouted and inquired, Are you referring to Obito? Who else could it be? That boy is utterly foolish, lacking the calm sharpness of Lord Madara. His appearance, skills, and talent seem rather mediocre. And he is constantly making a ruckus, displaying no semblance of composure. Ushimatsu Seiya listened quietly as Kaori delivered her disparaging remarks about Obito. In the end, he slowly lifted his gaze towards the clear sky above, articulating each word with deliberation. Obito can offer me genuine trust, something Madara cannot. Kaori's incessant chatter abruptly ceased. And that trust is what I desire most at this moment. Kaori was momentarily taken aback. Huh? What does that even mean? Instinctively, it wanted to speak well of Madara. But upon reflecting on his previous rigid demeanor, it merely opened its mouth, unable to continue. Thus, with ears drooping in defeat, Kaori, the entire cat, conveyed an aura of disbelief, lamenting the reality that its pairing had truly come to an end. In the ensuing fortnight, Konoha welcomed the ascension of the fourth Hokage. On the day of the Hokage ceremony, the crowd was bustling, filled with fervent cheers. Amidst this commotion, Ushimatsu Seiya found himself amidst the throng when suddenly his arm was tugged. The white-haired youth turned in confusion to find a stranger's face. Without hesitation, the stranger seized him and led him away from the lively scene until they reached a secluded corner. Turning to face him, the stranger not only maintained his grip, but slowly leaned closer to Seiya's face. When their breaths were nearly intermingling, Seiya showed no inclination to retreat, prompting the stranger to halt his advance. Why is your vigilance so lacking? Even in the village, one should not casually follow strangers. Moreover, if someone were to advance upon you, wouldn't you at least flinch? The familiar voice, tinged with a hint of sighing and complaint, resonated. Seiya recognized the voice and leisurely raised his hand to stroke the familiar back of the head, responding, You do realize your actions are rather inappropriate, don't you, Obito? The stranger's unfamiliar features suddenly split into a grin, his cheeks flushed. Obito relaxed, wrapping his arms tightly around Seiya, resting his chin on his shoulder. His eyes partially closed, exuding an air of playful mischief that had been so easily seen through. Why did you recognize me so quickly? Is my transformation technique really that lacking? Seiya bore the weight of Obito without revealing the reason. Instead, he defended his own alertness. That's beside the point. The only reason I followed you is that I recognized you. So this doesn't count as low vigilance. Obito paused, momentarily forgetting his earlier embarrassment, his heart racing in response to Seiya's words. After a brief hesitation, he pouted and whispered, So what if I had kissed you just now? The white-haired youth pondered briefly before resolutely declaring, I would have kissed you back. It's a fair exchange. Obito tightened his embrace, his heart flooding with an overwhelming warmth. Unable to suppress the urge, he lifted his head, his dark eyes fixed intently on Seiya, as though wishing to consume him entirely. Are you pleased? Seiya remained blissfully unaware that his words had stirred such a reaction, smiling widely. It was only when Obito grasped his hand and lowered his voice. Then I must test whether what you said is true. Seiya's fingertips trembled, realizing he had inadvertently dug himself into a pit. Chapter 160. Teach me. Such intimate interactions were not entirely novel. However, for reasons unknown, Obito felt an unusual tension this time. Perhaps it was due to the heightened emotions he now experienced. Seiya's mere words had filled him with immense joy, and coupled with the longing that had accumulated during their time apart, his heart felt as if it might burst from the overwhelming mix of emotions. Eagerly, he leaned in closer, yearning to absorb more of Seiya's essence. Kaori, perched atop the wall, rubbed its eyes, initially convinced it had indulged too much and was seeing things. Yet, upon closer inspection, it indeed witnessed a stranger embracing Seiya. Leaning in closer, Hey, It launched itself forward like a tiger pouncing, raising a paw to strike Obito's face. Who are you to dare infringe upon Seiya in broad daylight? I shall end you. A flurry of sharp feline strikes ensued, yet all of them met only air. As Kaori found itself restrained by two strong hands. Seiya interjected, Kaori, don't be so agitated. Obito, momentarily distracted by the scratches on his face, cast a cold glare at the unexpected intruder, his eyes devoid of the relaxed demeanor he had displayed moments earlier. I am Obito. What? Kaori exclaimed in disbelief. Is this the reckless and love-struck Uchiha brat? He appeared nothing like that. Oh, was it a transformation technique? Kaori scrutinized Obito, who then lifted it by the scruff of its neck. Before it could even begin to struggle, its green eyes locked onto Obito's crimson Sharingan. In that instant, as it was yanked into the realm of illusion, Kaori spun around, spotting the real Obito a few steps away. A genjutsu? It gasped wide-eyed. Fortunately, Obito had no intention of targeting a mere cat. He merely allowed the mesmerizing pattern of his Sharingan to swirl, revealing a glimpse of recorded memories. After witnessing that moment, Kaori was utterly dismayed. Its expression turned pale as it stammered, You little brat, how dare you do so much to Seiya without permission? If you hadn't interrupted earlier, there would have been more. Obito's tone remained calm, causing Kaori to momentarily lose focus. Unconsciously, it gazed at Obito, feeling as though he bore no resemblance to the shadow it had previously known. Had this brat changed so drastically? No, it could not allow its spirit to be quelled. With a fierce determination, Kaori began to strategize, intending to strike hard at Obito. So what? Even if there were more, it would only prove you are inexperienced. Obito's expression faltered slightly. On what basis can you determine that? Kaori retorted with pride. I've witnessed more than you've executed. How could I not be certain? Obito, I never imagined a cat could be so delusional. Obito contemplated dispelling the genjutsu, yet Kaori seemed to have become emboldened, pointing out various faults, ultimately concluding, so, how could Seiya possibly feel comfortable with what you did? Obito faltered once more. Kaori continued, If you wish to learn, you should consult me. Obito's expression turned impassive, feeling as though he were being toyed with. No need. That is precisely why I said you lack experience. Kaori, having fully surrendered, retorted, At this rate, how will you ever master the final step? Obito replied, Seiya has mentioned I should develop for another 2 years. What will happen after those 2 years? Will I simply sharpen my skills at the last moment? I must confess that embarking on such an endeavor can be excruciatingly painful, especially if one is unprepared. Obito, why do you, a mere cat, concern yourself with such matters? Karen coldly snorted. Who asked you to be the object of Seiji's affections? He even carries your photograph with him every day. Obito. A shift in his previously composed demeanor became evident. Karen observed this change and felt a flicker of surprise within her heart. It seemed that this little rascal was finally revealing a glimpse of his former self. Were it not for the absence of Lord Madara, she would never have taken the initiative to teach this brat anything outside the realm of consciousness. Seiji couldn't help but exclaim. In the next moment, the illusion dissipated. Karen snapped back to reality, while Obito calmly shifted from one hand to two, cradling the cat tenderly in his embrace. Seiji, bewildered, wondered, what just happened? Why has the atmosphere between these two suddenly turned so harmonious? With the 4th Hokage's inauguration, today should have been a splendid day, accompanied by delightful weather. However, an unsettling incident transpired. Kakashi's heart raced as he anxiously scanned his surroundings. Despite his thorough inspection, he found no clues. He leaped onto the rooftops, searching street by street. Whispers indicated that Seiji had been taken away by a stranger, and his whereabouts remained unknown. In reality, in a village guarded by the Uchiha police force, such occurrences need not cause alarm. Yet perhaps due to the promise he made regarding Obito, or perhaps driven by a personal desire to protect him, Kakashi found himself increasingly anxious. After a prolonged search, Kakashi finally spotted Seiji outside a shop. Seiji, he approached, glancing around, but found no one else accompanying him. Seiji, currently purchasing cat food, looked at Kakashi, breathless and puzzled. Kakashi, what's wrong? Are you on a mission? No. Kakashi shook his head. He intended to inquire further, but the sound of the cashier counting change interrupted him, causing him to miss his opportunity. By that time, Obito had already departed. He was aware of Minato's appointment as the 4th Hokage and had come to silently congratulate his mentor, as well as to visit the one he held dear. However, Seiji was perplexed to see Karen, who typically had a contentious relationship with Obito, unexpectedly offering to see him off. Astonishingly, Obito amicably agreed. What had transpired between them in the illusion? The Chunin exams are approaching in a month. Will you register to participate? Kakashi's voice snapped Seiji back to reality. After a moment's reflection, he replied, I'm fine with that. But it seems I need a recommendation from the class teacher. Kakashi paused. I can handle that. Suddenly, A hoarse voice interjected from ahead. The newcomer, with golden serpentine eyes, fixed his gaze on Seiji and smiled. Have you forgotten, Seiji? I was your teacher for a time. Orochimaru. Chapter 161. No need to worry. Seeing Orochimaru again in the village was hardly surprising, considering his deeds had not yet come to light following his defection from Konoha. Seiji, however, had no desire to engage in verbal sparring with this individual in public. Thus, he responded coolly. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can ask Uncle Shoma. Orochimaru, taken aback by the cold reception, could only watch as Seiji turned to walk away. He pondered for a moment, having intended to express some thoughts. Yet recalling how Seiji had once refused his proposal for collaboration, even at the cost of revealing his own strength, caused his enthusiasm to wane. In the secret laboratory of Konoha, even as a temporary teacher, having fought alongside that child for a time, he found it disheartening that the boy remained distant. Despite Orochimaru having eliminated Kitahara, whom he had sent to ambush Seiji, he could not garner even a shred of affection from him. When he first heard Danzo speak, Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, but he reacted upon hearing the second sentence. He set aside his work and turned to face Danzo, who habitually concealed his face in shadows. This old man seemed to know everything. The two exchanged glances for several moments. With the new fourth Hokage in office, the atmosphere is tense. I suggest we minimize our contact, Orochimaru remarked with a hint of mockery. He quickly averted his gaze, adding, though the boy has returned alive. I believe you should abandon your schemes. Otherwise, you will inevitably face repercussions. Danzo's narrowed eyes reflected flickering, indistinct lights as he silently turned and departed. A month passed swiftly. For a certain silver-haired individual, the Chunin exams were a mere formality, and he passed with ease. As he strolled down the street adorned in his newly acquired green Chunin vest, Seiji was greeted by a beautiful and gentle smile. Congratulations on your promotion to Chunin, Seiji. That's wonderful. He momentarily paused, noticing the bouquet of white chrysanthemums in Rin's hands. Rin, after such a long time, you finally have a break. Are you going to see Obito? Rin smiled and nodded. Then let us go together, Seiji suggested, due to the necessity of concealing Obito's continued existence. Aside from Kakashi and Karen, few others in Konoha were privy to the truth. If Obito were aware that Seiji had also become a Chunin, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Even Rin, who was conversing with him, remained unaware. Upon reaching their destination, Seiji watched as she gently placed the flowers before the memorial stone, her expression reflecting genuine remembrance for her friend. The two stood in silence for a considerable time. Suddenly, Rin seemed to recall something and spoke. Recently, I haven't been able to see Kakashi as frequently as before. However, since you returned, his condition has improved quite a bit. Kakashi, you say? Yes, Rin replied, turning to face him. After witnessing you and Obito suffer misfortunes, Kakashi became much colder and more withdrawn, especially after joining the Umbu. I see him even less now, and I'm genuinely worried about his state. Rin shared a multitude of thoughts, recounting how she used to see Kakashi daily guarding the memorial stone, alone in solitude, with only the dusk as his companion. The evening glow stretched his shadow long until nightfall, merging his figure with the encroaching darkness. Kakashi's father, Hatake Shoma, was quite troubled by his emotionally sensitive son. After several attempts to counsel him, he inadvertently led Kakashi into the Umbu. The Umbu, known for their ruthlessness and brutality, only exacerbated Kakashi's decisive nature. Yet, Shoma was often dispatched by the third Hokage on S-rank missions, which could last anywhere from 10 days to 6 months, leaving him with little time to address his son's psychological struggles. As a close friend and rival, Might Guy was certainly unwilling to see Kakashi turn into such a person. Therefore, Guy requested to join the Umbu from the third Hokage, only to be unhesitatingly denied. When he approached Danzo, the answer was the same. The reasons were twofold. Guy's distinctive hairstyle was too conspicuous, and his personality was ill-suited for the role. He was simply too cheerful. Those capable of undertaking clandestine missions are typically individuals of remarkable discretion. However, it is evident that Kai cannot embody such subtlety. Even before engaging in combat with adversaries, he has already assumed the role of Konoha's Azure Beast, launching an immediate leaf gale that inadvertently reveals his true identity. At this moment, Rin's gentle voice interrupted Yusuji Naritaka's reverie. At this point, I believe both Kai and I need not worry. With Naritaka by your side, Kakashi will surely improve. Yusuji blinked in astonishment. The memory of Kakashi subjecting him and Obito to 2 grueling years of hardship weighed heavily on his conscience. Now, with the knowledge that he and Obito had survived, Kakashi no longer needed to visit their graves but instead was consumed by his duties in the Umbu. Nevertheless, the precious camaraderie Kakashi had exhibited prior to grasping the truth compelled Yusuji to ponder for a moment. It became clear that he must do something to alleviate the prolonged sorrow and bitterness Kakashi had endured. As evening approached, Kakashi wiped the blood from his hands and sheathed his blade. Upon returning to report to the current 4th Hokage, Minato sat at his impeccably organized desk. Warmly smiling as he addressed Kakashi, who had removed his umbu mask. "I will grant you 2 days off to rest and recuperate, Kakashi." Kakashi nodded appreciatively. A respite was certainly welcome, and in recent months, the weight that had burdened his heart seemed to have lifted, resulting in a newfound lightness of spirit. "I'm home," Kakashi announced as he entered the foyer and prepared to remove his shoes. "Welcome back," came a responding voice. Kakashi paused, his gaze lifting in surprise to behold the silver-haired figure clad in a light apron, busily preparing a meal at the stove. He was well aware of the others' culinary prowess, having partaken in their dishes numerous times over the years. Kakashi inhaled deeply, catching the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, and approached the table, where he discovered freshly grilled mackerel, miso eggplant, and 2 additional dishes, each to his liking. "Is today a celebration?" he inquired. "Not quite," came the reply. "I received notification today that I have officially passed the Chunin exam and even received my vest, so I wanted to share my joy with you, Kakashi." Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. He then sighed, running a hand through his tousled silver hair, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "I apologize. I completely forgot to celebrate this occasion." While he had anticipated Yusuji's success in the Chunin exam, he had not considered the subsequent festivities. "No worries, sit down. Dinner will be ready shortly." Kakashi gradually lowered his hands, his gaze shifting to the table. Though intended as a sharing of joy, the dishes prepared seemed deliberately tailored to his tastes, as if to cheer him up.